The first sound I ever heard in my life was a beeping so loud I thought my ears were going to explode. For 17 years, I'd lived in a bubble of silence. But my mom worked super hard and finally, she was able to afford hearing implants for me. Honestly, though, the beeping wouldn't stop, and I thought if this was what the world of hearing was like, I'm not sure I would ever cope. I looked at my boyfriend, and he was making all these weird sounds. My boyfriend is still deaf. He'll be getting the implants soon, so I signed to him to stop crying. And that's when he laughed and signed that it was me who was crying like that. I'd waited for this moment for so long. But little did I know how many crazy things I'd now be able to hear, including some big secrets that would change my life forever. Things were about to get wild. Before I share everything that happened to me, click the like and subscribe button, and who knows, maybe your hearing will become as sharp as mine, and you'll find out some secrets of your own too. I soon stopped crying, and the next thing I noticed was how loud my heart was beating. I mean, I'd seen my heart beat in my chest before, but oh my gosh, it was thumping so loud. My boyfriend ran to find my mom and the doctor, and I just lay there, feeling like I'd landed on another planet. I opened my mouth as I was so curious to hear what my own voice sounded like, and that's when I realized something. I had no idea how to speak. I didn't understand where my mom was, so I opened my phone and started looking through old videos. There was one of me and my dad from the last time I saw him. So I clicked play. I'd obviously never heard his voice before, or anyone's voice for that matter. It was so overwhelming. I actually fainted. And the next moment, my mom and my boyfriend were crouched on the floor next to me. Then a few doctors ran into the room, and I felt like a tiny ant that was about to be squashed by giants. Why was everything so loud? I covered my ears and shut my eyes and curled up in a ball. One of the doctors helped me up onto the bed and signed to me that it would take time for me to get used to hearing sounds and voices, and that at first I might not understand what people were saying, that it may sound like gibberish. Well, no kidding. My brain was fried. I couldn't keep up with anything going on around me. When the doctor finally told me I could go home, I practically leaped out of the bed. On the way out, I went to use the bathroom first. Obviously, I'd never heard someone pee before, so I got the fright of my life. It was so loud, and suddenly I felt so embarrassed. Had my friends at school heard me pee before? I ran out of the toilet so fast and bumped right into a woman who was waiting to go in. She looked disgusted and started shouting, but I had no idea what she was saying. I just walked off. But I was not ready for how overwhelming the outside world was going to be. I just froze. Cars were beeping, sirens were blaring, birds were flying everywhere and were making noises. Every time one flew near me, I ducked. They sounded so angry. I must have looked like an insane person. Then I heard something that sounded like a gunshot, and I just bolted across the road without even looking. I had no idea cars beeped, and I noticed just in time before a car almost crashed into me. The guy driving wound the window down and started shouting at me. And that made me think, was everyone always this angry? I ran straight into the park that I used to come to with my dad, and two of my friends from school were there. I felt so self-conscious about my new implants, and I didn't want them to see me. I hadn't told anyone at school about it, so I quickly ducked behind a tree. From there, I could still read their lips, and I couldn't believe what they were saying. How my boyfriend was only with me because it was easier to be with someone like him. But as soon as he gets his implants, he could get any girl he wanted, and that he was way too good for me. These girls were my so-called friends. How could they talk behind my back like this? A second later, my mom and boyfriend appeared in the park, and my mom looked angry. She was calling my name, and then the most awkward thing ever happened. She spotted my so-called friends and ran over to them asking if they'd seen me. She even told them I just had my implants done. They both went bright red and shook their heads, and suddenly I felt like they didn't deserve to get away with this. I climbed out from behind the tree, not realizing there were twigs and leaves in my hair, and walked over to them, smirking. I could see them whispering to each other, "Do you think she heard us?" Then my mom just grabbed me and said I needed to stop acting like a child. I looked back at my old friends, and they were laughing. It sounded like the most evil sound ever, and I decided I'd never speak to them again. I had no idea what was coming, and that getting the implants would ruin my life and reveal all our family's dark and dirty secrets. On the way home, I thought I was going to have a panic attack. My mom put the radio on, and I just sat there. I couldn't believe my ears. I was finally hearing music for the first time, and all I could do was think of my dad. Every time he'd take me out in the car, he'd turn the radio on, and then his head would start bopping along, and he'd do all these hilarious dance moves. To a deaf person, he looked insane. But now that I could hear the music, all I wanted was to be in the car with him, dancing like a nutcase too. We finally got home, and I needed to lie down. I got out of the car, and then I spotted Sweetie Pie waiting for me at the window. She's been my dog since I was a kid, and she's the sweetest little thing, hence the name. As we walked up to the house, something wasn't right. I ran back towards the car, feeling scared, and my mom said it was just Sweetie Pie barking. Oh my gosh, it sounded like a monster, like even worse than crying. My mom opened the door, and Sweetie Pie came racing towards me, and I'm not joking, I freaked out. The first night at home was horrible. I looked forward to hearing for so long, but so far it had just been a disaster. I couldn't sleep because everything was so loud. And then late at night, I heard voices. They were coming from my mom's room, and I figured she was on the phone. I wanted to go tell her to be quiet, but when I tried to get into her room, her door was locked. I knocked, and suddenly I heard my mom say, "Shh." Then she poked her head out of the door and told me to go back to bed because she was on a work call. I didn't believe her for a second. Over the next few days, I felt more alone than ever before. My boyfriend came over to watch movies one night, and we always watched with the subtitles on. I know I should have kept the volume up to get used to hearing voices, but I couldn't stand it. It was giving me a migraine. Anyway, my mom came home in the middle of it and asked why I turned the sound off. Then she started shouting that she'd worked her butt off to afford these implants and that I was nothing but an ungrateful little girl. Then she stormed upstairs. I was so shocked. My mom was acting so different. And come to think of it, so was my boyfriend. He seemed quiet somehow, like something was wrong. He asked if we could talk, and I made a joke that only I could talk. After that, he got up and left, saying he was tired. I woke up the next day and decided I would pay my mom back. I didn't want to feel like she could use this against me, so I asked my boyfriend's sister if I could work in the diner with her. She said I could probably do some dishwashing, but she didn't want me serving customers in case I got overwhelmed. I mean, I couldn't argue with her there. At first, everything was going okay. I just had to collect the dirty dishes and wash them. It was simple, really. After a while, I needed to use the bathroom, so I headed out front to find the toilet. That's when I spotted him. It was my boyfriend. How sweet. He must have been waiting for me to finish my shift. I walked up to the glass and was about to surprise him, but realized he wouldn't hear me knock. Then a girl appeared and he gave her a big hug. Who was she? Suddenly they were walking off together. I quickly ran back to the kitchen to get my phone. Then I smelled burning. The next moment, there was this insane beeping sound, and people started running. I was running too, because I had to catch up to my boyfriend. I looked around the kitchen, and it was up in flames, but I didn't care. My heart was up in flames too, and that was more important to me. I could hear my boyfriend's sister screaming my name, but I just kept running. I caught up to my boyfriend, but it was too late. He was kissing this girl. I started screaming. It was the first time I'd heard such a crazy sound coming out of my own mouth. People were looking at me in shock, but the only person I wanted to notice me was completely ignoring me. Of course, he couldn't hear me, but I thought at least the girl would. I noticed a woman running towards me asking if I was okay. but I just screamed at her and she quickly backed off. I was clearly scaring people. I tapped my boyfriend on the shoulder and he looked so shocked to see me. The girl he was with was so pretty and I could tell she was deaf too. She signed to him asking who this monster was, and I swear I almost lost it. My boyfriend started walking away and I signed back to her saying the only monster around here was the guy she was kissing, who just so happened to be my boyfriend. She looked really upset and I thought it served her right. What did she have that I didn't? I chased after my boyfriend and he just said that I'd changed too much and felt like he couldn't relate to me anymore. He said he tried to tell me, but I hadn't given him a chance to explain, and that he'd met that girl online and thought it was better if he dated someone who was also deaf. I couldn't believe it! What had I gained from getting these implants? Nothing, except one disaster after another. The day just went even more downhill after that. I got fired on my first shift, and my boyfriend's sister was so mad at me because it made her look bad. Great, I'd upset everyone. I went home and buried my head under the pillow, trying to block out all the sounds. My life was over. I'd been dumped because I could hear. I mean, how ridiculous is that? I must have fallen asleep because I woke up later that afternoon to a car pulling up outside. I looked out my window and saw it was a man, but I'd never seen him before. He knocked on the door, but I didn't want to answer. I crept downstairs, and then I heard him speaking. He was on the phone, and he was speaking to my mom. I heard him saying he was the house and that he thought it was time he finally met me. What? Who was this man? I thought about opening the door, but by then he'd got back in his car and driven off. Finally, my mom came home and she could tell straight away that I'd seen the man. She told me she could explain and that he was just a friend. Then she said my dad had left so long ago and that surely it was okay for her to date again. Okay, so he wasn't just a friend then. Had they been creeping around behind my back? I felt sick thinking about it. All I wanted was to see my dad. I missed him so much. I didn't want some other guy moving into our house. My mom asked if I could just give him a chance, saying I would really like him. Yeah, right. But what choice did I have? So that night, he came over for dinner. He acted like he knew everything about me. It was so weird. And then, when my mom was getting dessert, he said I was a lucky girl to have gotten these implants. I didn't like this guy one bit. My mom came back in and kept telling me to try practicing my speech, but I refused. At least if I used sign language, her boyfriend wouldn't know what I was saying. I signed to my mom that he was a loser. And then she screamed at me to go to my room. I couldn't wait to get out of there. As soon as I did, her boyfriend asked my mom if they could finally kiss now. And my mom told him to stop because now I could hear them. Ew! I sat on the stairs and wanted to text someone, but I realized I had no one. No one cared about me. I was about to go upstairs when I heard my mom's boyfriend start talking. I could see him through the crack in the door. What he said changed everything. I crept closer to the door so I could see and hear properly. He sounded annoyed and said, "Come on, you have to tell her we've been together for years. You can't hide this from her. And does she seriously believe you paid for her implants? Just tell her it was her dad. Maybe she could even go stay with him for a bit and we could get some alone time." I was stunned. My dad had paid for them, but my dad didn't even speak to me. He left to go live with some woman he'd met, at least that's what my mom had told me. But now I wasn't so sure. I waited for my mom to reply, but she was just quiet. For a second I thought my implants had stopped working, but then I heard a banging on my door. I opened the door and saw her boyfriend standing there, and then he said, "Nova, you have to know the truth. Me and your mom have been together for years. Your dad left when he found out about us, and he's been so desperate to get back into your life that he paid for your implants. There, that's the truth. Now excuse me, I need a smoke." I wanted this man to go away. Who did he think he was? But more than that, what was my mom playing at? She lied to me about everything. Here I was thinking she'd worked so hard to get me implants. But the whole time she'd been out on dates with her boyfriend, and it was my dad who'd been working hard. My mom told her boyfriend to go home, shouting that he'd ruined everything. Then she tried to apologize, but I didn't want to hear it. I didn't want to hear anything. All that had happened to me since getting these implants was that my life had been turned upside down. Sure, I could hear music and the sound of rain and Sweetie Pie's bark, but now I'd heard my friends talking about me behind my back. I'd lost my boyfriend, And now, worst of all, my mom was a liar and my dad was actually the good guy. All these years, I'd been made to believe that my dad had run off with another woman when it had actually been my mom. I told my mom to give me my dad's number. All I wanted was to hear his voice. She'd done enough damage, so she couldn't fight with me on this. She gave me his number and I called him. I was completely shaking. When he answered, I just started crying. And then he was crying and saying, "Nova, is that you? Oh, Nova, I miss you so much." I tried to speak, but nothing came out. My dad just kept crying, saying, "My baby can hear." It is so good to have my dad back in my life. As for my mom, things are still a bit weird between us, but we'll figure it out. I guess I am glad I finally got to hear, otherwise I might never have found out any of these secrets. But seriously, the world is loud. It's gonna take time to get used to it all, and as for speaking, well, one word at a time for now.
Hey, I'm Celine, but my dad calls me Cece. My parents were always super rich. They had it all. Huge mansions, fancy cars, even their own helicopter. Mom really believed in keeping away bad luck, so she did all the crazy, superstitious stuff, like avoiding the number 13 and hating black cats. The day I was born, though, Mom almost dropped me when the nurse handed me to her. "What is that? Look at her eyes. She's Satan. Get this devil away from me." Well, yeah, my eyes were a little different than others. One was blue and the other was green. But for some reason, my stupid mom thought it was the devil and meant bad luck. Growing up, Mom never really cared about me. Once, when I was 4, I gave my mom an invitation to the party that our teacher was having to celebrate Mother's Day. And Mom said, "To celebrate what? Giving birth to the devil? My life was way better before you. Your teacher is stupid and doesn't know what it's like to raise an enemy. Yes, you're my enemy. Just get lost." I went crying and Dad hugged me and said he would attend the party himself, and we had a great time. When I was in the 3rd grade, Dad got me a puppy and I was super happy. But the moment Mom saw her, she took her immediately. "This puppy is mine. I need someone to make me feel like a mom since I don't see you as a daughter." She kept the puppy for herself, but a week later, the puppy died. Mom went ballistic and said it was my fault. I got mad and threw my ball at her, but it hit the TV and broke it. "Oh, God, I told you, this girl is trouble for me. She's cursed." When I was in the 7th grade, she started taking me to shamans to have my curse lifted. I was sick of her nonsense, so I decided to get back at Mom. Before the shaman could start her chants, I climbed on her table and went all Tarzan, screaming something in Latin. Mom got super scared and the shaman ran out of her own freaking house. It was hilarious. But Mom was more convinced than ever that I was evil. She even told my teachers at a parent-teacher meeting, and my classmates' parents told them not to sit with me. I was alone there. When I was in the 10th grade, my parents had set up a new office in LA, so they decided to move there for a couple of years. I was super excited because I wanted a fresh start at school where no one would call me a freak. So the first thing I did was get myself some cool blue contact lenses. LA was so big and lively. I loved it there. On my first day of school, I received a warm welcome and even compliments on my eyes. A couple of days later, I saw the poster for cheerleading auditions and I decided to try my luck. And to my amazement, I got in. The captain of the cheerleading team, Tiffany, was super friendly to me. "I want you on the squad, girl." And just like that, I joined the group of the most popular girls in the school. I couldn't believe it. My life was getting better and better over the weeks. That is, until Tiffany offered to drive me home one day, and I happily said yes. But when we got home, we saw Mom outside, and she looked scary. She started calling out to me nonstop. I turned to Tiffany. "That's our maid, but Mom fired her because she's a thief. She keeps coming here like a crazy person. Ew." "It's okay, Tiffany. You can go now. I'll deal with her." Mwah, mwah. When Tiffany drove off, I walked to Mom. "What now, Mom? Did you say to your dad that you liked my new car? You did? That's why it got burned today. You useless, bad luck girl." "Mom, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Just leave me alone." I left her screaming and walked away. Just then, I bumped straight into a boy who was also running like crazy. He held my hand and said, "Run!" So I ran, as fast as I could. After a few minutes, I stopped him and I said, "Why are we running?" "Oh, from my crazy dad. He thinks I brought him bad luck, and he's furious now, and I just ran away. Oh, by the way, I'm your neighbor." Oh, that's a lot of things we have in common. A crazy parent and the same neighborhood. Oh, yeah, I know your mom. She is… Oh, wow, your eyes. They're so beautiful. I've never met someone with odd eyes before. And then it hit me. My lens must have fallen out. Oh, geez, you don't have to be nice. I know I look like a freak. What? No, you look unique. He then came close to me and gently kissed me on the cheek. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. It's our secret. I felt butterflies in my stomach hearing his words. And from that day on, Sean and I started to hang out in school too. I found out later that Sean was Tiffany's cousin. Oh, you're hanging with the sexiest cousin I have. Lucky you. I'm also dating this hot college guy, and he's rich. It's not like I'm a gold digger, but I made sure he was rich. Tiffany was such a cool friend, and being with her and the cheerleading squad, I felt on top of the world. We were the queen bees, and I felt invincible. One day, we were in the bathroom fixing our makeup when a girl came in and walked towards a stall, but Tiffany stopped her. "Hey, weirdo, leave the bathroom. We're having a private talk here." But I really need to pee." Didn't you hear what I said? Go away." "Hey, Cece, was I clear enough?" Yes. She said leave. Why are you still here?" Because I need to go to the bathroom?" "No, she said leave." I tried to drag her away, but I forgot that I was still holding the eyeliner in my hand, and I accidentally poked her shoulder with it. She pushed me away, and I pushed her back hard, and she fell on the ground. She held her arm and screamed in pain. Tiffany and I freaked out and ran away. The girl later complained about us, and Tiffany and I were called into the principal's office. To make matters worse, Dad was there. He was so disappointed. "You weren't letting that poor girl go to the bathroom? This isn't how I raised you, Cece. A bully? Who are you?" His words made me realize what I'd done. I had tears in my eyes, and the way Dad looked at me broke my heart. I didn't mean to. I shouldn't have. Oh, cut it out, Cece. I tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen. What? Oh my God, you started it, you lying jerk. All of a sudden, Tiffany pounced on me and pulled hard at my hair. She was suspended for a week and then removed from the cheerleading squad. I felt guilty and went to the girl to apologize. Luckily, she forgave me. A few days later, we were invited to the school quarterback Ashton's birthday party, and Sean and I danced like crazy. Feeling sweaty, I went to the bathroom to wash my face, and just as I looked up in the mirror, Tiffany came and shoved my face in the sink. "You two-faced witch." I screamed and pushed her away, making her fall on her butt. "Are you crazy or what?" But when I turned, I noticed she was looking at me like I had a pair of horns on my head. OMG, so this is what they were talking about. You hit it well. While I was suspended, I dug up information on your previous school and talked to some people. Turns out you were quite popular for being bad luck. OMG, my lens, they must have fallen out in the sink. Okay, so here's the deal. Leave Sean and I'll keep your secret. He already knows which, and you have a boyfriend. Why can't a girl have two? He's your cousin. So what? And he knows about the weird eyes, but the rest don't. I talked to your old classmates and they all think you're a freak. It won't be much different here, trust me. I had no choice but to agree. I didn't want things to be like they were at my old school. After that, I quietly left the party. Sean kept calling me on my cell phone, but I didn't pick up. The next couple of weeks were awkward. Sean tried everything to talk to me. He was constantly following me and asking if he'd done anything wrong. I told him to just leave me alone. To convince him that I wasn't into him, I kissed Ashton one day when I knew Sean was watching us. Sean looked defeated. I knew his heart was broken, but so was I. Tiffany was by his side and held his hand with a wicked smirk on her face. I hated her. The very next day, I was sitting in the cafeteria when Tiffany suddenly came and knocked my sandwich out of my hand and then squished it with her foot. I just heard. You were made head of the cheerleading team. I think you should turn down the position. Don't you agree? 'Cause otherwise, you know what happens. OMG! Now she was blackmailing me to leave the squad? That was it. I was done with that bully. I stood up and shoved her away. What will you do if I don't? Tell everyone my secret? Wait, let me help you. And then I climbed onto the cafeteria table. May I have your attention, please? I want to tell something about myself that I've been hiding from all of you. And then I removed my blue lens and threw them at Tiffany. Yup, I've got odd eyes. I'm freaky. Want to come and take a closer look? Go ahead. But the reaction from my schoolmates was not what I expected at all. OMG, I always wanted to see someone with odd eyes. Cece, that's so awesome. It just makes you look 10 times cooler. Everyone complimented my eyes. I was the center of attention, and Tiffany was screaming with anger as she left the cafeteria. But all I could think about was Sean. I searched for him everywhere, and when I found him, I immediately hugged him and started crying. I'm so sorry I hurt you, Sean. I was so stupid and foolish that I let Tiffany blackmail me into driving you away. But it's only because all my life, my mom and other people have made me feel like a freak. Hey, don't cry. It's all right. I told you before, you're not a freak. Cece, you're the most amazing girl I've ever met. And then it happened. I looked up at him and he kissed me. I was back to going around with Sean now, and Tiffany looked crazier than ever. A few days later, we had a soccer match in school. Right at the end of our cheerleading routine, we were in the pyramid position and I was on top when I felt something hit my head. I lost my balance and was about to hit the ground, but the other cheerleaders caught me just in time, and they started screaming. OMG, it was Tiffany! Yeah, I saw her throwing a stone. She's a psycho! I knew Tiffany hated me, but this was next level psycho. Like a raging bull, I charged towards Tiffany and we both fell on the ground. You witch, why can't you just leave me alone? Leave you alone? Oh, I will destroy you, Cece. You became the cheerleading captain and you got Sean? No. Not on my watch. Sweetie, it's already done. The cheerleading squad had called the principal and Tiffany was expelled. When I got home from the game that day, Mom noticed I wasn't wearing my lens, and she flipped out. You've been going around like this? God knows what bad luck is going to come my way now. Go wear your lens. It makes me sick looking at you like this. You know what, Mom? Don't look at me. In fact, don't talk to me either. Just pretend I don't even exist. I'm just so sick of your stupid nonsense. All my life, you made me think I'm some kind of freak. But the only abnormal person I know is you. How dare you? Mom lifted her hand to slap me, but before she could, Dad caught her hand and pushed her away. Pack your bags and get out. What? Get out before I call the cops. You've hurt my daughter long enough. I'm not putting up with you anymore. Goodbye and good luck. Mom kicked and screamed, but Dad just threw her bags out. Then Dad hugged me. I love you, Cece, and I'm so proud of you. I love you too, Dad. And since then, our lives have been so much better.
On my 7th birthday, I climbed onto the chair to blow the candles on my cake when suddenly I felt someone pull a hair out of my head. Ow! I turned around to see that it was my older sister, and she was staring at the hair in horror. Oh my God, Mom! Bonnie has inherited the problem from you! You shush! Everyone, sing the birthday song now! Happy birthday to you! What just happened? Later that night, Mom inspected my head like I had lice, and it turns out I had a few white hair. Big deal! But by my next birthday, half my head had turned white. I thought I was transforming into some cool superhero, but Mom totally freaked. She had organic hair dyes imported from Brazil every month to color my hair a lovely deep brown. No one knew anything about my hair until I was 14, when suddenly everything changed. Hi, I'm Bonnie, and I have a condition called achromatrichia, which makes your hair suddenly turn white. Being different makes bullies think you're an easy target, but I showed them that I was not. Before I continue, click like and subscribe. The thing is, my parents used to be super rich, and we'd always live in a huge mansion and attend private schools. My oldest brother was a party animal, and my older sister's life revolved around shopping, salons, and changing boyfriends like clothes. But then, Dad lost all his money in a scam. And in a matter of days, we'd moved from our beautiful house to a tiny apartment in another town. Dad became super depressed and watched TV all day, and Mom was doing her best to support us all. But my siblings could just not stop complaining. I had to share a room with my sister, and she wouldn't even let me sleep on the bed. One night, she was sobbing so loudly about how poor we were, I dragged my mattress into the bathroom and slept there. Peace at last. The one thing Mom insisted wouldn't change was sending us to a private school. I felt bad she was working so hard for us, and I really wished I could do something to help. Dad dropped us off on the first day of school, and as soon as I walked in, I felt someone pull me by my backpack. I turned around to see a pretty girl grinning at me. OMG. Was that guy your dad? He's the millionaire who was all over the news for losing his fortune. So you guys are like, poor, right? Of course not. You have me confused with someone else. I tried to walk away, but she blocked me. Julia is never wrong about these things. Julia reads tabloid magazines cover to cover every day. Wait a second. Julia can see some white hair. Grandma? Everyone started staring at my hair. I was so embarrassed that I ran home to dye my hair. Thankfully, I had a big stock saved up. When I got home, I walked into our room to find my sister screaming at her empty closets. My bags! My shoes! My babies! Where are they? Just then, I saw my cupboard door hang open. Oh no! Oh my God! Where are all my hair dyes? We turned to each other. Our brother! We ran to his room and found him practically rolling in money. Turns out he'd sold all our stuff online. I wouldn't have cared if he had stolen my clothes, but I was really upset about my hair dyes. There was nothing I could even do except vent my frustration in my journal. I started writing stories featuring my crazy family. One night, when my sister was talking to her boyfriend on the phone, she had to pee, so she asked me to take the phone and say, to everything he said till she returned. That's when I heard him talking about a website called Wattpad, where anyone could publish their stories. So I started sending in the ones I'd written about my family, under a fake name, of course. Otherwise, my siblings would kill me. To my absolute delight, people loved my stories. I was flooded with comments from fans, and I would even hear kids talking about them at school all the time. The best part, people started messaging me for paid writing jobs. This was perfect. I could actually help Mom doing something I loved. While my online popularity was rising, things weren't so great at school. My hair had turned completely white by now, and that gave Julia all the more reason to bully me. And no one dared to be friends with me because of her. But that gave me another idea. I started following her around and started writing stories about all her boyfriends. Once I saw her kissing the captain of the soccer team, right after she went on a date with the class president. And then the next day, she made out with the captain of the swim team. I was so surprised, I accidentally tripped and fell out of the bushes I was hiding in. As soon as Julia saw me, she looked furious. Are you stalking me, you pervert? No, I was just picking berries. I grabbed a fistful and stuffed them in my mouth and then gagged. They were so bitter. Julia stepped close to me. I don't know what you're playing at, but you should know I'm not into girls, you weirdo. Then she walked away while I sat in the bush, and everyone eyed me like I was a creep. The next few weeks were brutal. No matter what I did, Julia was there calling me a perv or a weirdo. She told everyone I was crushing on her. A few days later, I was sitting in the cafeteria when Julia came up and dumped a bag on me. Take these hair dyes. You look like a homeless old woman, and this school has a reputation. Just stop embarrassing us with this hair, Bonbon. As her minions snickered, I rose from the table and pushed the bag away and stood up to leave. Leave me alone, Julia, or else. Aw, I'm so scared. And what will you do, huh? Then she and her minions took out all the dyes and dumped them on my hair. Blue, black, red, purple, everything. I pushed them back and yelled, What have you done, you psycho? I slapped Julia right in the face and ran to the bathroom. My hair looked like turd. I washed it and thankfully all the color came off. I was so mad that I went home and wrote a story where I gave Julia the lesson I wished she would get in real life. As soon as I published it, I received a message on my Wattpad account from a fan, ID-free prisoner. I love all your stories, especially the bully story, so I just had to message. Your characters are so relatable. I guess we both were stuck with crazy people. We started exchanging messages more often, and I felt like I'd finally made a friend. One day at the school cafeteria, I was writing crazy fast to meet my deadline, and I didn't even realize it when someone came and sat next to me, pushing a can of juice towards me. Can I get you something to eat? You look like you're on a mission to save the world. I looked up, and for a few seconds, I was so lost in his dreamy blue eyes. I'm pretty sure I looked like a dumb puppy. Hi, I'm Eric. Do I know you? No, but I know you. You're kind of hard to miss with that hair. I know you think my hair is weird. No, I think it's amazing. You look really cool. I stared at him in shock. Who was this boy? I wanted to talk to him more, but just then, I got a message from Free Prisoner. I think I'm falling for you. You're just so incredible. Oh my God, he had a crush on me? The next day, while I was working in the library, it got really late. Everyone was gone and I only looked up when I heard a noise. I felt freaked out. Just then, I saw Eric walking towards me. I'm beginning to think you're stalking me. Eric laughed and said, Yeah, maybe. But also, I work here, and I was about to lock up. Want me to walk you home? Yes, please. Eric was so funny and adorable. He insisted on walking me home every time. I was definitely attracted to him, and it made me feel a little confused. What was I gonna do about Free Prisoner? One day, Free Prisoner asked me out on a date. I agreed. I needed to see who he really was. When I arrived at the address, my jaw dropped. It was a mansion bigger than ours used to be. I was greeted at the front door by a butler, who then led me to a large drawing room. And there were lit candles and flowers everywhere. At the far end was a high chair, and when someone suddenly spoke, I've been dying to meet you. Wait, why was this voice so familiar? When the girl stepped in front of me, we both stared in horror at each other and shrieked. It was Julia! You're Free Prisoner? You're the frickin' writer I have a crush on? You have a crush on me? Julia looked insane. Of course not. How could I have a crush on you? You're gonna pay for this, Bonnie. Now get out of my house. I was only too glad to. I couldn't believe the person I'd been friends with for months was crazy Julia. And by the next morning, I walked into the most horrific scene. The school hallways were full of posters of me. They read, The White Witch Can't Be Trusted. Everyone in school knew the writer was me. Julia was going around telling everybody how I was a terrible person who wrote mean stories about her family and kids from school just to get popular. Why would we want to be friends with someone like her? She can't be trusted. She'll be writing all kinds of things about us. Freak! But even worse than everybody suddenly hating me at school, I was in so much trouble back home. My siblings were so mad about the stories I wrote about them. We know we tease you, but we never thought you could be so mean. Guys, it's not like that. I never meant for anyone to know who those characters were. But they wouldn't listen to my protests and stopped talking to me. Later that night, Mom came to my room and asked me why I'd been writing these stories. I handed an envelope to her from my drawer. I only wanted to help you out, Mom. She let out a cry when she saw the cash inside. Bonnie, you're a kid. You don't need to worry about money. I'm not going to take this. How about we use it for your hair? Yeah, Mom. Let's do this, I guess. The next day, I decided to fix everything. I went up to the stage during morning assembly and nervously cleared my throat. I just wanted to say sorry to my siblings and anyone else who might have been hurt or offended by my stories. I only used you guys as inspiration, and you made such interesting characters. But it wasn't right of me to use anyone's secrets. And I won't be writing on Wattpad anymore. As I ran out of the auditorium, someone caught up with me. It was Eric. Hey, that writer is you? Oh man, your stories are hilarious. I wanted to ask you something a long time ago. Will you be my girlfriend? I grinned and pulled him in for a kiss. From the corner of my eye, I saw Julia storming off, and I followed her to the girls' bathroom. What do you want, freak? I just wanted to say, you and I have been friends for months online. We can actually get along. Why can't we be friends for real, Julia? She started to laugh. Friends? Oh, babe, how is that even possible? Look at your face, and your personality, and your ugly hair. I give charity to the poor. I don't befriend them. Well, look around you, Julia. I don't think you have any real friends. I'm here if you change your mind. And then I started to walk away. Don't hold your breath! Well, after that, things got a little better because my siblings forgave me, especially when they realized my stories hadn't affected their popularity one bit. I stopped writing and spent all my time with Eric, who asked me out to prom. That night, I went home with a big smile on my face. Mom was waiting for me to dye my hair, and then I said, You know what, Mom? I like my white hair. I'm born to stand out. Why should I try so hard to fit in? It's cool to be different. Mom smiled and hugged me. I'm so proud of you, Bonnie. Next day, when Julia found out that Eric and I were nominated for prom king and queen, she completely lost it. She went too far. On the night of the prom, she started throwing a huge tantrum and even tried to snatch my crown. That's mine! I'm the only queen this school has, not this ugly beggar with the ugliest hair I've ever seen. When the principal intervened, Julia called her an old hag and dumped the whole bowl of punch on her. An hour later, she was expelled. Even though so many of the others laughed, I felt sorry for her because I knew there was a nice person inside her. But all her insecurities just made her a big bully. After that, high school was not so crazy. I got a scholarship for a writing program, and 4 years later, I joined a publishing house as a book editor. Fast forward a few years, and I'm married to Eric now, with 2 beautiful kids. And they are the only ones I write stories for.
Hi everyone, my name is Danielle, and I'm not your typical teenager. I've always been different. Instead of playing dress-up with the girls, I preferred playing football with the neighborhood boys when I was a little girl. And now that I'm 15, I always play video games with the boys, instead of going to the mall with my mom. I also sing a little, and it is my dream to become a professional singer one day. But before I get into that, please like and subscribe. I guess it's no surprise that I've barely got any girlfriends. My best friend's name is Chase, and he lives down the road from my house. Chase and I go to the same school, but since he's 2 grades above me, we only hang out after school. With his dark hair and light eyes, he's one of the hottest and most popular boys at Pineville High. I've had a crush on him for years now, but I know he'll never like me that way. Not when he could have any girl he wanted. No one knows we're friends, and I'd like to keep it that way. At least then his female admirers will not find a reason to attack me in the hallways. At any rate, I am already pretty unpopular in school. Ever since I accidentally spilled juice on Michelle James's prom dress, the entire cheerleading squad has had it out for me. Well, I didn't trip on purpose. I've just always been a bit clumsy. This year was going to be different, though. This year, I planned to change. Now that I'm a freshman, I think it's time I got a boyfriend. Believe it or not, I've never even had my first kiss. So I straightened my auburn hair until it was long and shiny and picked out a super cute back-to-school outfit. I even applied makeup. In fact, with my pink lips and long eyelashes, not to mention my super cute miniskirt, I looked unrecognizable. Well, that was the plan. The first person who saw me was Chase, as he was picking me up from school, but his reaction was not what I expected. Whoa, what are you up to? Nothing. Is it obvious that I was a bit nervous? Chase gave me an angry look that had me squirming, then looked ahead and continued driving. He refused to say one more word to me during the entire journey. But apart from the disappointment with Chase, the rest of the day was perfect. Nearly every girl wanted to know where I bought my yellow crop top and blue miniskirt, and nearly every boy wanted my number. Yes, even the ones who were already in relationships. And by the end of the day, I had a date with Hugh Lautner. Hugh was a quarterback on the soccer team and super cute. He promised to pick me up from school tomorrow, even though he lived an hour away in a much posher part of town. I told Chase this on our ride back from school. I could tell that he was struggling to say something. Do you really like him? I don't know. I could if I tried, I guess. I just really want to become cool now. I've been an awkward klutz for too long. And what if I told you that you're perfect the way you are? You know that's not true, Chase. Because if that's the case, why am I invisible to you in school? Chase was silent. He did not even say goodbye when he dropped me off. That evening, Hugh and I went out for pizza. You're different from the girls I know. They always order a salad and say they're dieting or something. It's so much more fun to go out with a girl who eats. Soon, Hugh started dropping me off and picking me up from school. Unlike Chase, he never pretended not to know me in school. Apart from the awkward glances, Chase and I stopped being friends. I'm not going to lie, I missed his friendship. I missed playing video games with him and chatting with him until we fell asleep. But maybe I had never meant anything to him because he let our friendship end so easily. It hurt, but I kept my feelings to myself. Soon, Hugh asked me to prom. Of course I said yes. I spent a long time getting ready and spent all my money on a beautiful silver gown. Everyone oohed and ahed when we made our entrance as a couple. But even though I was with Hugh, I kept looking around for a glimpse of Chase. I wanted him to see me all dressed up. My heart sank when I could not see him anywhere. Finally, it was time to announce the prom king and queen. It was no surprise that Hugh won prom king. His queen, though, was head cheerleader Michelle. Michelle gave me a smug look before she grabbed Hugh for the official dance. Soon, she started getting close to him. I thought he would stop her, but he seemed to enjoy it. Then suddenly, she kissed him, and he started kissing her back. Shocked, I ran out of the hall and continued running. By the time I reached home, my beautiful dress was torn at the bottom and my cheeks were stained with tears. Suddenly, a familiar figure stopped in my path, Chase. He was wearing a tight-fitted jacket and looked, so handsome. What happened? I told him everything, and he took me into his arms. Let me go beat him up. No! Will you please stay with me, though? I missed you. But you chose him. What? What do you mean? You threw away our friendship. You completely changed yourself just to be with him. I liked you just as you were, in your pajamas, with your love for video games. But I liked you too. I was invisible to you only in school, so I had no hope. I'm sorry about that. I guess I didn't know my own feelings till I saw you gush over someone else. It's why I couldn't stand seeing you with Hugh. Suddenly, he took my hand. The question is, do you still like me? Yes. So will you go on a date with me? Of course I will. Wear your pajamas and meet me for video games then. Soon, Chase and I started dating officially. This was when I found out how romantic he really is. He was the best boyfriend ever. He would open the door for me and hold my hand wherever we went. And he had a sense of humor too. If any girl asked for his number, he would give her mine as a joke. A year passed, and soon he was going to go off to study at Yale in the fall, and I was really going to miss him. You'll forget me. Never. You'll get busy with studies and stuff then. Maybe, but I'll still come back for you. Or you can come study with me. Like that was going to happen. I was not as bright as Chase. Besides, I wanted to pursue music as a career. I had started recording videos of myself singing, but was too shy to show them to anyone. Soon after Chase left, I began devoting more time to my music. I started singing at school, but only when the classrooms were empty, and recording videos of myself. But I never shared them with anyone, including him. Chase and I were still going strong, though. He'd send me a good morning text every day and video call me every night. I miss you so much. I just want to get on the next flight and come see you. I wish you could, but I want you to concentrate on your studies instead. Yeah, I know. Promise me you'll at least apply to Yale, though. Okay, I promise. I probably shouldn't have made that promise, though. I really wanted to be a musician and had been practicing a lot recently. That night, on impulse, I shared one of my singing videos on YouTube. I applied makeup and wore a wig, though, so that no one could tell it was me. The next morning when I woke up, I realized it had gone viral. In just one night, my video had garnered 100,000 views. When I went through the comments section, I was shocked. Everyone loved my voice, and people wanted to know who the mystery girl really was. There were a few trolls, but I just ignored them. My eyes filled with tears of happiness, and I wanted to share the news with someone. But who? If Chase still lived down the street, I'd have gone running in my pajamas to tell him. But now that he was so far away and so busy, I didn't want to disturb him, especially since he had exams going on. Chase was busy with his studies for the entire week, but so was I. I started sharing more videos, and soon even magazines and news channels were picking up stories on the mystery girl. Everyone wanted to know who I was, but I was going to keep it a secret until I told Chase. But by the end of the week, I received a call. Good afternoon. Am I speaking to Danielle Jones, aka Mystery Girl? What? How do you know? I didn't tell anyone. It is my job to know Miss Jones. Oh, okay. Let me introduce myself. We are Superstar Inc., and we like to give a launch pad to actors and musicians who show a lot of promise. Now, there is no denying that you're talented, but you've also managed to create a fan following around your mystery girl persona. Part of the allure, I think, is because no one really knows your identity. Okay. And we want to keep it that way. We are offering $1 million for your talent and your silence. This means that you need to keep your double life absolutely secret. And clearly you haven't been doing it well enough because it wasn't that difficult for us to figure out who you were. Does that mean I can't even tell my boyfriend? Of course not. He may be trustworthy now, but what happens if you two break up? You think he'll keep your secret then? I was silent. I knew it was wrong not to tell Chase my secret, but I also didn't want to jeopardize my only chance at fame. So, I agreed to the conditions set by Superstar Inc. Within days, I was whisked off to LA. They gave me the swankiest car and the fanciest apartment, and suddenly I was making more money than I had ever dreamt of. The best fashion labels wanted me to sign as their models walked the ramp, so I was soon flying all over the world, from Milan to Paris to Zurich. Unfortunately, this meant that I was growing distant from Chase. I kept missing his calls and texts because I was always so busy with some concert or tour. I couldn't tell him the truth, so I would just send lame excuses. I slept off early last night, but I could see you were online till 1 a.m. I guess I was sleep texting then. Finally, one day, Chase sent me a bill broke. I spent many nights crying and poured all my pain into my music. The audience still loved my songs, even though they were sadder now. Male singers and actors would keep asking me out on dates, but I was still nursing a broken heart. I no longer had any ties to my old life, though. Mom and Dad had stopped trying to call me home for a visit, and we only exchanged the occasional text. I guess they still wanted to know that their daughter was doing all right. As time passed by, my heart began to mend. I began dating Hollywood stars, but I could never forget Chase. Even 3 years after he ended things with me, I was still not completely over him. One day, I was doing a live show with Aaron, an up-and-coming Hollywood actor. Everyone told me that you're a cutie, but I had no idea you were this cute. Thanks, I guess. I could marry you right now. On live TV? Yes. Will you marry me? Aaron got on one knee and pulled out a ring. Oh my God! No, I'm sorry, I can't. Why not? Because I don't love you. My heart is with someone else. But you're not dating anyone. Trust me, I've been having you followed. That's illegal, I'm sure. And he left me years ago. His name was Chase, and he was the best boyfriend ever. I started crying. Suddenly, I was sick of this job. It may have brought me fame and money, but it cost me my relationship with my parents and boyfriend. It was time to tell the truth about who I was, whether Superstar Inc. allowed it or not. Suddenly, I took off my wig and wiped off my makeup on live TV. My name is Danielle Jones, and I am the mystery girl. Only I don't want to remain a mystery anymore. I am real, and I want to live my truth for myself and my fans. My confession sent Superstar Inc. and the rest of the country into a tizzy. By the next day, I was the top trending topic on all the news sites. Superstar Inc. fired me and took back my apartment, but I didn't care. I had made so much money that I could live anywhere. The only place I wanted to go, though, was home. After 4 long years, I landed on my parents' doorstep to apologize. They had seen the news and cried tears of happiness while hugging me. There was still one more apology I needed to make, though. I texted Chase, "Hey, it's Danielle. I know this comes really late, but I'm sorry for everything." I waited a few hours for a response, but none came. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. It was Chase. Chase, what are you doing here? Answering your text. Can I come in? I'm a bit tired. I just flew in. Of course. Where are my manners? Will you have something to drink? Wait, why are you wearing hospital scrubs? Firstly, I'll have just you. And secondly, I'm a neurosurgeon now. I'm just flying in from my last surgery of the day. I have to go back tomorrow. Wow, that's amazing. And wait, what do you mean you'll have me? Suddenly, he kissed me. I've been waiting to do this for years and years. I blushed as Chase lightly brushed a strand of hair from my face. So what do you think? Huh? About what? About picking up where we left off. I think that's a great idea. But let me just grab my pajamas quickly. We laughed as Chase pulled me in for another perfect kiss.
Hey guys, I'm Ashlyn, and I lived with my mom and 2 siblings in Atlanta. And I have superpowers. Hang on to see why. My mom was a famous businesswoman in the city. She was from a filthy rich family and considered herself royalty. She carried herself like a queen and made sure my siblings and I behaved that way too. From the way we spoke, dressed, or even our posture, everything needed to be perfect. But because of my superpower, I couldn't get anything right.
Mom, I'm sorry. I was just squeezing the ketchup. I didn't know how it ended up in your face. It's not my fault. He threw the ball at me first. He ducked and it shattered the window.
Yep, being the clumsiest person on earth was my superpower. Sometimes, I even felt if I was bubble wrapped and kept in a corner, I would still end up breaking things. My siblings used to bet on how many times I'd trip over myself or drop something. Like once at the dinner table, I got the hiccups and they started giggling. Just wait, she'll break the glass.
No, I think she'll break the glass and the jug.
And sure enough, my sister won. But in the process, Mom was drenched in water.
It's okay, Mom. It's just water. Let me help you dry this. I'll bring a fan.
Oh, the fan isn't here. Okay, that napkin'll work. When I pulled the napkin, it dropped the candle stand on the table mat, and in seconds it started burning. I quickly put out the fire with the curry. Oh, phew. Hiccup's gone and the fire's out. All good now. Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. Oh. Just stop it, Ashlyn. How could you be so careless? Every time you're around, it feels like a disaster is waiting to happen. Always finding ways to ruin everything in my life. Such bad luck. It's like you're a curse in my life.
But Mom, it's not like I did it on purpose.
Just get out and let me have my dinner in peace. And all of you are fired. Mom's words really hurt me every time. But thank God I had Annie, who was my nanny, but she was so much more to me. She tucked me in bed, told me stories, and hugged me. Things my mom never did. I shared everything with Annie, and when she saw me crying, she asked me what was wrong. Annie, Mom's always angry with me. She doesn't like me. I don't know why things themselves fall even when I don't touch them. Oh dear, don't cry. You know you have superpowers, so things just move around. It's not your fault. And don't worry about your mom. She loves you. Just be a little more careful. Yeah, I know. Annie tried her best to make me happy and told me how Mom was just overworked, but actually loved me loads. But Annie didn't know that years ago, I had found out the reason Mom resented me so much. It was because Dad had left her for a maid working at our place just 2 days after I was born. And since that day, Mom saw me as her bad luck. I tried not to let it get to me and focused on my studies, but I wasn't very good at that either. But still, I tried. I really wanted to win Mom's love because seeing her with my siblings made me feel like I wasn't even a part of the family. One time, when I was around 17 and on summer vacation, Mom had a launch party for her new business. Please, just spare me the embarrassment and stay in your room. Order pizza, watch MSA videos. Just don't ruin my party. Mom was always keeping me away from the fun things she did, and I was curious, so I decided it would be fun to just peek at the party. The moment I saw the guests dancing, I decided to join them, and it was then that I tripped and fell on a table. Mom was furious. Before she could even say something, Annie came running and started to clean the mess I had made. You ruined! Ma'am, I got it. Please, don't be angry at Ashlyn. Mom forced a smile, and I thought she'd let the matter go. But I couldn't have been more wrong. When I woke up the next morning, I learned from the other servants that Annie was fired. Mom could call me bad luck and whatnot all she wanted. But firing Annie? That was the limit. Mom, that's not fair. It was my mistake. Why did you fire Annie? She was the only one that cared about me in this big house of yours. What? She was just a maid. It was her job to take care of the house and you. I can't take it anymore. You're heartless. I won't live here a minute longer. You want to leave? Fine. One day out in the real world, you'll realize how much you take for granted. I want to see you try. You're not serious. In fact, I am. I left the house in a haze and found myself standing at Annie's door. When she saw me, she was worried and tried to send me back, saying how mad my mother would be. But I was determined, and eventually, she invited me into her small house. Have a seat. You must be hungry. I'll get you something to eat. Yeah, I'd like that. But as I sat on the chair, I ended up stuck. Just then, I heard a girl laugh. Bet you never used a chair like that before. No, I didn't. She helped me up and then introduced herself. She was Michaela, Annie's sister, and she was as nice and welcoming as Annie. I really liked their cozy home, even though the things were old and some were even broken. At night, I slept peacefully on the couch, which was far better than my luxurious mattress. But old habits die hard, and the next morning, when I told her I wanted an omelet with a fresh fruit smoothie and a pancake, hearing my words, she looked stunned. Your Highness, this is not your palace, and I'm not your servant. Serve yourself. I'm so sorry. I don't mean it. I can do it myself, but could you please tell me the thing that works like a grrr? What? I just forgot the name of the thing that was used for smoothies. A blender. Princess, here it is. She left me, and after watching a bunch of videos on how to cook an omelet, I couldn't make it and ended up burning my hand. Michaela came running when she heard me scream. Like, why did you even come here? The real world is a difficult place to survive. I don't know why you would give up such a chill lifestyle for this. Yeah, it might be kinda tough, but I'm confident I can work it out. She was kind enough that she made me breakfast and fed me herself. And in no time, we became friends. It had been several days, and although Mom was angry, I still hoped that my being gone would make her realize my worth. But she hadn't called me once, like I didn't exist to her. One day, when Michaela saw me sulk, she suggested we do something fun. I was totally up for it. We ate popsicles and cotton candy, which had previously been a big no for me, and even rode a bicycle. And it was just one more thing where I ended up with bruises all over my legs that I got by falling several times off the bike. A few days later, the summer vacations were over and Annie got me into Michaela's school so I could finish my final year of high school, since I didn't want to go to my previous one where I would have to face my siblings and even Mom when she'd come to drop them off. On my first day, everyone looked surprised to see me. I guess I might have overdressed. Ugh. Oh wow, Michaela, who is she? She looks so pretty. I love that fragrance she's wearing. All of them were really sweet, and everyone gathered around to chat with me. You have a Gucci bag? Is that a real one? No, thrift store. She bought it from there. You want to fit in or stick out like a sore thumb? Fit in? Good. So from tomorrow, don't dress like you're modeling. Michaela was right. I needed to blend in, so I bought new stuff for myself. Things were going well at school, like really well. I even made friends and started to do well in studies. One day, we were walking down the hallway and I noticed a poster for a speech competition with the topic self-esteem. Michaela suggested that I should participate. I decided to give it a shot since it would be the perfect opportunity for me to voice my ideas, something I couldn't do much around Mom. I worked hard for weeks on my speech, practicing in front of my friends. I was still nervous, but I was determined to do my best. On the day of the competition, I kept my eyes on Michaela and Annie as I stepped onto the stage. I was so relieved when I finished my speech, and I knew I had done a good job. The judges were impressed and announced that I was the winner. I was so shocked and excited. To my surprise, the guest of honor was the mayor, and he took a picture of me with the other winners. My picture was in the newspaper the next day. Just a few days later, as I was lost in the pages of my book, Michaela came running and told me how she had seen my mom go to the principal's office. My heart raced with excitement as I thought maybe finally my mom was proud of me and had come to my school. But then I heard my mom's voice from down the hall yelling at the principal. I gave you permission to give her admission, but that didn't mean you could use my name to publicize your school. Putting her picture in the paper and mentioning she's my daughter was a publicity stunt, right? This school runs on my donations. Do you have any idea how humiliating that is? Mom, why are you saying this? I thought you'd be happy, but all you care about is your name? My mom just gave me a nasty look and walked away. At that moment, it finally sunk in that I'd never be enough for her. I was done trying to make her happy. I was done trying to be someone I wasn't. I went to school the next day like nothing had happened, like my heart wasn't breaking. Throughout the day, Michaela and my friends tried to cheer me up. She asked if I could come and watch them practice their cheerleading routine. I'm glad I did because she did a backflip and landed smoothly on her feet. It was amazing. OMG, I can't believe it. I did it. Yay, I did it. Oh, Ashlyn, girl, you are like my lucky charm. You know, I've been trying this routine since like forever, and I could never get it right. Today, you came and I nailed it. Awesome. Congratulations, Michaela. Hey, what happened? Why are you crying? I've been called bad luck my whole life. No one has ever called me their lucky charm. Luck isn't something you're born with. It's something you create. If you focus on the good things in life, you'll be lucky. I stayed with Michaela until we graduated. Then she got a scholarship to a big university while I applied to business school and got in. I was stoked and couldn't wait to start my journey of becoming a business professional. I was in my third year of college when one day, Annie told me how Mom wanted to see me. The company was failing. What? After all these years, she remembers she has a daughter, only when her company is going into the ground? Forget it. But Annie said Mom was sick too and kept insisting I visit her, but I just didn't want to. A few days later, Annie asked me to accompany her for shopping, but she had another idea. And before I knew it, she had driven me straight to Mom's house, and I was so angry. I get why you're mad, but but she's still your mom. I know she was mean to you, but Ashlyn, don't let the anger take over. You are better than her. Please do this. For me. Fine, I'm doing this just for you. When I stepped in the house, I couldn't believe my eyes. Mom was sitting in a chair and she looked so weak. The moment she saw me, she had tears in her eyes. It turned out that my brother and sister had both taken their shares of the company and left Mom. Ashlyn, is it you? I am so sorry. I was so wrong about you. I always treated you wrong, called you bad luck. Please, forgive me. I was such a bad mother to you. Mom, you don't have to say that. Please, let me. I was so wrong to blame everything on you. Can you forgive me? I don't know if I can right now, but I'll try, Mom. I'll really try. And I'll spend every day of my life trying to make it up for being like I was to you. Then Mom and I hugged. She apologized to Annie and thanked her for always supporting me. Mom told me everything about her business and I decided to help her. I spoke to her lawyer and got to know that to save the company, we would need a merger with some big company. I started working there day and night and bagged a meeting with a big company. On the day of the meeting, I was feeling confident and engaged in the discussion. Suddenly, I dropped the pen and it went rolling under the table. Why do I have to be so clumsy? Oops, I'm sorry. Silly me. It's like I have butterfingers. You know what? I'm gonna go. Come on. Happens to the best of us. We understand it's just part of being human. If it had been my mom, she would have screamed at me. After that, the meeting went awesome, and they told me they'd let me know about their decision. At home, I told Mom everything that had happened, including dropping the pen. She looked unhappy, but right when she was about to say something, the phone rang. Oh my God, we got it! We got the merger! I knew it. I knew you could do it. This calls for a party. Mom threw an awesome party by the poolside. Everyone was having fun until Mom got a call, and her face suddenly changed. I followed her inside the house and saw my brother and sister were there. What are you two doing? Get out now or I'll call security. You can't really own this house anymore, can you? It's impossible. You ruined the business. Oh God, did you trick Ashlyn into helping you? We'll tell her the truth. What truth could you possibly tell her? That you were never sick, Mom? That it was all an act to make me save your business? I knew all along. Mom's jaw dropped and my siblings were left speechless. You knew? But why did you still help? Because someone very important to me told me I'm a better person than you. I turned around with a newfound confidence and walked away, leaving Mom behind. Hi, I'm Lena from Poland. I grew up in a family of models. My mom and my 3 sisters were always spending time wearing makeup, but that made me nothing close to being a girly girl. They used to call me tomboy because I cared about cars and mechanics more than stupid makeup. But that's because my dad's a mechanic and I didn't care about their stupid opinions. One day when I was 5, on Christmas, my parents brought us some gifts. When it was my turn to open mine, it was a boy's underwear.
Ew, Mommy, what is this?
She and my sisters laughed like maniacs, and Mom said, "Oh, aren't you happy about it? It's boys' clothes since you're a boy, you know." I found tears flooding down my face, and I said,
But Mommy, I'm a girl.
I wish. Just then, my dad held my hand and gave me another present.
Don't cry, sweetie. Take this.
I opened up the box and felt thrilled. It was a toy car and a mechanic's toolkit.
Oh, Daddy, you're the best. But does this make me a boy?
No, of course not. You're you. Don't be embarrassed to be yourself.
And my sisters laughed even harder.
Yeah,
that suits you better, tomboy. I looked at my dad to say something, but he simply patted my head and smiled. Well, the truth is my mom and sisters thought they were models, but they only worked as waitresses and kept applying for modeling jobs for as long as I could remember. Mom believed that people were coming to the cafe only to see her and her daughters. One day, When I was in the 4th grade, Mom barged into my room screaming because her skirt that she used to wear 10 years ago was too tight. We're such beautiful ladies. I was prettier and more attractive, but getting pregnant with you ruined my body. I don't know why I wanted a kid after an 8-year gap. Maybe because I wanted a boy. Well, God listened and here you are. Mom, I have no idea what you're talking about because, honestly, you're not even that pretty yourself. Mom got red in the face and yelled, "Go to your room, and I hope you never come out." Is that meant to be a punishment? Because I enjoy my time there. And just like that, from that day, I started to spend my time in my room learning about mechanics, reading books about it, or helping Dad around the garage. But there was one major perk of living with 3 mean sisters who cared about fashion and makeup. I met a lot of cute guys coming and leaving our house because my sisters dated half of the guys in town. And to be honest, I started to wonder how it would feel to kiss a boy. So when I was in the 7th grade and my aunt visited us with her son, I took him aside to show him my mechanic toys. Then I cornered him and blocked his way. "Kiss me if you want me to let you go." My cousin started yelling until his mom and mine came running to us. He said, "Ew, I don't kiss boys." But instead of being angry, Mom looked pleased. "Oh, Lena, I never thought you'd like boys. I thought you were into girls. I can't believe I'm saying this, but you just made me so proud. Not all is lost." Ugh, like I cared to make her proud. I just wanted a kiss, and I was determined to get one. So I turned to my only other option, school. At school, I had the same reputation at home, but there, at least, I could kick anyone's butt if they tried to mess with me. Anyone except Monica, the school queen. Once when I was in the 10th grade, she came to me and said, "Hey, Robin, I told you 1,000 times, my name isn't Robin. And who even is Robin anyway?" "Oh, he was a boy who attended the same kindergarten as me. He used to pee his pants, and you remind me of him. You're both ugly and have a crush on me. I'm telling you for the last time, I'm not into girls. Now out of my way." Then she pushed me aside and walked away. What a total nut job. That idiot thought I had a crush on her. Well, the person I really had a crush on was her boyfriend, James. But she didn't know something I did. James was cheating on her, like, at least with a different girl every week. Once, he came to my dad's garage with one girl, and the following week he came with a different one. But I didn't care. I still liked him. So one day, I figured out a plan. When he came to my dad's garage again, I offered to help him. The girl with him didn't mind me talking to him and touching his shoulder because she already thought I was a lesbian. I took his number and said I would call him when the car was ready. I was fully prepared to have James fall for me, but that night, everything changed. When Dad and I got home, we found no one. My mom and sisters were gone, leaving a note saying, "We thought it was the right time for us to leave and pursue our careers. Staying with both of you is just keeping us stuck and losers. So goodbye." Honestly, I felt good and thought Dad would feel the same, but when I looked at him, he was crying. Then he collapsed and started sobbing.
"I knew I wasn't good enough for your mom. No matter how hard I tried, she would always look down on me."
I hugged him and said, "No, Dad, you're amazing. My mom is stupid, and so are my sisters. We're going to be just fine, the two of us." But nothing was after that day. Dad went through a severe depression and stopped going to the garage. He never wanted to work there because it reminded him of Mom. I sometimes had to work instead of him to provide for us. So at school, I got so busy working and fixing other kids' cars that I forgot all about James and my crush on him. Until one day, he and his jerk girlfriend came to me. "Hey, Robin, me and James have been arguing since this morning whether this shirt is too revealing and attractive." James, the little cutie, is so jealous because a lot of guys were staring. But I keep telling him that I'm wearing too many clothes here. It's not my problem the guys are crazy about me. So, since you have a crush on me, I thought you can give an honest answer here. Do you think this is too attractive? I looked at her. Why did she even exist? She had gotten me on one of my worst days. So I said, "I think it's not attractive enough for your boyfriend because he's cheating on you with half of the girls in school, and they are wearing way less clothes than you." Monica looked at me with her mouth open and said, "Ugh, I didn't know you were this helpless." Trying to make me break up with my lovely James so you can have me? That's so lame. I would have punched her face, but then behind her back, I saw the new janitor, and I almost passed out. It was my dad. He smiled shyly at me, and before I could warn him, he introduced himself to Monica as my dad. She grinned at me and without replying to him, walked away. I couldn't help but groan. To be honest, I wasn't ashamed of my dad or anything, but having him as my school's janitor added more misery to my life, and that witch didn't leave me alone. One day during a class, I dozed off because I was super tired. Apparently, I was talking in my sleep, and I said a few words, and according to Monica, I was mentioning her name. God, this girl. She came to me and pushed my chair away. I fell on the ground and woke up terrified. Can you stop being so obsessed with me? It's freaking me out. I was boiling with anger. I just snapped, and for the first time, I pushed her away. She pushed me back and said, no one touches Monica like this, especially poor people like you, the daughter of a janitor. I slapped her and was about to attack her, but the teacher came in and stopped me. Calm down. Are you a monster? What? She attacked me first. Do you really expect me to believe that? Look at her. She's too gentle to hurt a fly. And look at you. I'm what? Plus, you were sleeping in my class. Yeah, because you're the most boring teacher in the world. And you're the rudest girl in my class. Nuh-uh. Monica is, and you know that, but you're all afraid of her. But not me. Not anymore. I'm not an idiot coward like you. What did you just say? You heard me. To the principal's office. Right now. I walked out of the room without a backward glance. When I got there, the blonde, rude secretary followed me and pulled me back. Hey, what do you want now? I half expected her to yell something, but she said ever so sweetly, Can I please talk to you, kiddo? I narrowed my eyes. Why? So your dad, he's hot. Ew, he's dad. Yeah, but he is. And since you're my favorite student in this school, I am your favorite student? Since when? Don't be silly. Since, forever. Just listen. Let's get to the point. I don't know why you're here, but if you can get me a chance with your dad, I promise you won't face any problems with anyone here, especially Monica. You can forget she even existed. Well, honestly, that did sound like a good deal. Dad needed a new woman in his life, and I could take my revenge. Deal. And she let me go. And I didn't go to the principal's office that day or any other day in my life. Dad agreed to start dating the secretary after I begged him for the entire week. To my delight, though, he was genuinely happy with her. I couldn't be happier for him. One day, I got to school late. And when I entered the class, the teacher glared at me and told me to go to the principal's office. Then Monica said, Oh no, please let her stay. She's been busy all night working in her dad's garage to help her poor, useless janitor dad. I swear I was going to attack her, but the teacher probably read my mind and dragged me out of the classroom. When I got to the secretary room, she wasn't there. I supposed she was with Dad. I looked at her computer and it was the grade sheet, and I saw Monica's name. So I changed her grades from A's to D's and F's, and also James, and left. They threw the worst tantrums after their grades were posted, but the secretary stood firm, and before long, everyone in the school knew about my power. Of course, some students tried to tell the principal, but since he liked and trusted his rude, suck-up secretary, he didn't do anything. And she didn't have an idea I was behind all of this, and I really felt like the godfather. Suddenly, boys were into me and wanted to hang out with me, and honestly, I enjoyed the attention and hung out with a couple of boys, but my eyes were only on one boy, James. I mean, the heart wants what it wants. So one day, while he and Monica were having lunch together, I went to him and said, Hey, you gotta date me or kiss your dream college goodbye. He looked at me and pushed Monica away. Of course, babe. Come sit next to me. Monica looked furious, but she knew her time as the school queen was over. She never faced me again. Dating James was nice at first, but soon enough, I found out he was a jerk. And I even felt sorry for Monica that she had to deal with him. He was embarrassed to be seen with me, and I was certain he was cheating on me. Once, he sent me a message by mistake that said, Hey, babe. Want to go out tonight? That disgusting tomboy is busy in her dad's garage tonight. I cried when I read it. Next day, James came to hug me and I pushed him away. Don't touch me, you cheater. Instead of apologizing like a decent person, he rolled his eyes at me and said, Oh, But you knew that a long time ago and still wanted me because you're a helpless, ugly loser. Suddenly, I lost it. I had done so much for him, and he was being such a pig. I slapped him hard. Whether you slap me or not, you're still the janitor's daughter. Nothing more. Before I could reply, I heard a voice behind me. It was my dad. Don't you dare talk to my daughter like that, you little mutt. Dad, don't worry about him. He's a jerk. Then my dad put his arm on my shoulder and said, I'm sorry I'm embarrassing you, Lena. No, Dad, you're not. I'm so proud of you. Don't mind these empty-headed ignorants. They know nothing about hard work, about dignity, about being yourself without feeling embarrassed. Dad, we aren't like them. We are free. Dad looked at me with teary eyes and smiled. Come here, sweetie. Give your old man a hug. We hugged. That night, I had the loveliest dinner with my dad and his girlfriend and felt like the luckiest girl in the world. I couldn't wait for tomorrow to become a better person and to love myself more. Hi, my name is Raven, and I'm from Texas. Please like and subscribe. When I was born, my parents were delighted with my lovely black hair. She's our little raven-haired beauty. That's what we should call her, Raven. My twin sister Megan was born minutes later with blonde hair just like Dad's. No one ever believed we were twins because we did not look alike. In fact, we were complete opposites in every way. We had a farm and I loved our simple life and I never complained a day. But Megan constantly threw tantrums when she didn't get what she wanted, which was often. Once when I was 7, Mom got me a new pair of sneakers when she saw how worn out my old ones were. But when Megan saw them, she went bananas.
I want a pair of sneakers right now. The ones I'm wearing are ugly and useless. I told you I needed new shoes every 3 weeks. Do you understand that? You're such a brat, Megan. You have so many pairs already. You're such a brat. Me. I'm not talking to you. Mom, I need an answer.
We just bought you a new pair last month.
I knew it. You love her more than me.
She threw such a fit that Mom got her an expensive pair of shoes just to shut her up. Life at the farm was amazing, but we were always short of money. To help, Mom picked up a job as a seamstress in the city, and she was really good. Watching her work was magic to my eyes, and she agreed to train me too. I would finally be able to pitch in and help them get some extra money. By the time I was 16, I was so good at stitching that my parents got me my own sewing machine. Megan was so jealous. You won't get me the Gucci dress I wanted while you spoil her with expensive gifts? This is so unfair. Unlike you, I help Mom and Dad pay the bills, so either work or stop complaining. I hate my life. I deserve pretty things. One day, when I'm rich and famous, I will never come back. Seeing Mom's sad face, I felt awful. I had to do something that would make them both happy. I stayed up for 2 nights and made Megan an exact replica of the dress she wanted. It was perfect. When Megan saw it, she had no clue it was a fake. Oh, Mom, I love you. A week later, Dad announced that we were shifting to Houston. We had to sell the farm because of money issues and join his brother's business instead. I loved my life here and I hated the idea of moving, but Megan couldn't get out of there fast enough. Dad's brother was a rich businessman who lived in a huge house with his daughter Sasha. We met her on the first day at school and she seemed to be insanely popular. But to my surprise, everyone kept looking at me on my first day. I didn't know why, until several people came up to me and told me how pretty I was and how much they loved my black hair. Sasha was not happy. She came and slammed her locker shut next to mine, glaring at me. A word of advice? Don't let this attention get to your head. I'm the queen bee here. Good to know. I have to get to class now. I turned around and left, but a few steps later, Megan stopped me. What do you think you're doing? I know you think you're special, but don't get on Sasha's bad side. She's my ticket to popularity. Whatever, Meg. You do you, and I'll do me. That first month of school, Megan became a bigger pain in the butt because of Sasha. Megan copied everything Sasha did and blew up at our parents when they told her they couldn't afford her long list of demands. But things took a wild turn when a new boy, Dan, joined our class. All the girls were obsessed with him, including Megan. Apparently, he was a childhood friend of Sasha's, so Megan begged her to hook them up. Sasha obviously took advantage of the situation. She had Megan acting like her minion and doing stupid errands for her. One day, I saw Megan running around the cafeteria getting lunch for Sasha, and I just had to stop it. Megan, slow down! Wait! Ah! I suddenly tripped, and the entire tray flew and landed on Megan's head. She was covered in spaghetti. What is wrong with you, Raven? You did this on purpose! No need to scream like a farm girl, Megan. We have sensitive ears. Forget about it. And get yourself cleaned up. Dan will never take a chicken-smelling idiot on a date. Megan stomped off in embarrassment, and I turned to Sasha. What is your deal? Stop treating her like she's your servant. She might not see through you, but I do. Really? Well, too bad I don't care about either of you. Tell Megan she can kiss Dan goodbye. What a witch! Later that day, I told Megan what Sasha had said, but she didn't believe me. Interesting, because Sasha just texted me that Dan wants to ask me out at lunch tomorrow. Go away, liar, and let me get my beauty sleep. The next morning, Megan took an hour to get ready, and she even bragged to everyone at lunch about it. But when the time came, Dan walked right past Megan and came straight to me.
Hey, Raven. I'm sure you already know why I'm here.
No, I don't.
Oh, I thought Sasha would have mentioned it. I told her I wanted to ask out her cousin. Any chance you're free tomorrow?
Oh, no. I told Dan I was busy, but he looked so disappointed that I agreed to do a small meetup at the library later. And when I got home, Megan was furious. I'm done living under your shadow when I'm clearly better than you. Dan was supposed to ask me out, not you. I had no control over that, and maybe if you were nicer, people might like you more. Oh, please. You just get handed everything while I have to work so hard to get people to notice me. Then stop pretending and just be yourself for once. I happen to like that person when she's not a crazy, spoiled witch. Megan gasped and ran to her room sobbing. I felt so bad for what I said, but I couldn't take this anymore. I met Dan the next day at the library and learned that we had one thing in common: our love of fashion. His mom owned a huge fashion house, and he knew everything there was to know about clothes. We decided to be friends, and I invited him to our birthday party. Maybe if he got to know Megan, he'd see how great she was. It was supposed to be a small party, but that evening, the doorbell just kept ringing. Soon, over 100 people were crammed into our small apartment, and I overheard some girls saying that Megan had invited the entire school. She wore the dress I'd made for her and bragged to everyone about how expensive it was. But she had no idea that it was a fake. OMG. Do you expect me to believe that this is genuine Gucci? Please. I turned around to see Sasha laughing at Megan. Of course it is. My mom bought it for me herself. Oh, sweetheart. I can smell a fake Gucci from a mile away. And this one stinks. Sasha went on blabbering about the materials, tags, everything. Suddenly, something came over Megan and she screamed. She grabbed the cake and shoved it right into Sasha's face. I am so sick of everyone thinking they're better than me. Sasha stood stunned for a moment, and then she attacked Megan. They screamed and wrestled like crazy while everyone stared in shock. I had to think quickly, so I grabbed the fire extinguisher and sprayed them until they stopped. Enough! This is not over. I hate you, Sasha, and I will never forgive you, Raven. Megan stormed off, and I couldn't believe my eyes. This was a whole new level of crazy. But the next morning, I forgot all of Megan's drama when I went downstairs and found out Dad was feeling really unwell. The next thing we knew, we were in the hospital with doctors telling us that he had a heart condition. He was out of danger, but he still needed care for the next few weeks. I helped Mom do house chores and take care of Dad, while Megan never even moved a finger, like always. Later that week, I was just getting back home after some errands when I saw Megan with Sasha coming out of a super expensive store and carrying shopping bags. And they seemed as close as ever, like the fight never happened. But the next day at school, I was walking down the hallway when Sasha suddenly pulled me into an empty classroom. Hey, what? Just listen to me, okay? I'm worried about Megan. She's been really weird lately. Yesterday at the mall, we almost got busted because Megan stole an expensive top and threw a huge tantrum when she got caught. I had to pay for it. And she's been saying some really crazy things too. And why should I believe anything you say? All you've done is make things worse between me and Megan. Look, I know things that may shock you. Like that big scar on your stomach, I know about it. I was surprised Megan had mentioned it. It was a scar I got when I fell off my bicycle once as a kid. Okay. So Megan told you about it. Big deal. It was a dumb accident from when I was 7. That's not what she told me. It wasn't an accident. Megan said she messed up your brakes on purpose so you'd get hurt. I'm telling you, there's something very wrong with that girl. I just pushed her aside and walked out of there, but I felt a bit sick in my stomach. Could Megan really have done that? The next day, Dan came to visit me with some exciting news. His mom had seen a picture of the dress I'd made for Megan. She loved it and wanted to meet me.
She wants you to bring the dress and come for an interview at her company.
I was so excited. A job like this could really help us out, so I agreed immediately. I asked Megan if she could give me the dress, and she shot me the weirdest smirk as she fetched it from her cupboard. This dress? Just then, she grabbed a pair of scissors and ripped it apart. Megan, no! Oops, I slipped. She tossed the dress aside and walked off as I watched in horror. I called Dan and begged him to buy me another day so I could make a new dress, but he gave me an amazing idea.
Why don't you just add a few things to the same dress and make it edgy?
I did just that, and Dan's mom was stunned by my talent. She offered to take me along for the next Paris Fashion Week. She was all set to offer me a job afterwards too, and I was on top of the world. But just a day before my flight, Dad felt sicker and I decided to cancel my trip.
No, Raven, you can't miss this. You have to go. I'll be fine, love.
I'm here, don't worry. The unpaid nurse. Go, go, live your dreams, princess. I wasn't too sure about leaving my parents alone with Megan, but they insisted. And Paris was a dream come true. I also got a chance to wear my design and people showered me with compliments. I still had 3 days left in Paris when one morning I got a frantic call from Mom.
I'm so sorry to ruin your trip, Raven, but we need you here. Megan ran away with all our money, and all I have is a note saying that she's chasing her dreams and never coming back.
This girl had gone completely off the rails. I left for home immediately. Thankfully, Dan's mom said I could start the job right away, and we had some money coming in so I could take care of things, especially Dad's treatment. And he made a full recovery in a few months. I worked really hard and designed some brilliant outfits, and within a year, Dan's mom was so happy with me that she relocated us to New York to run her store and offices there. Life was good, except for the fact that we couldn't stop wondering what had happened to Megan. One day, I was reading at a cafe and the waitress brought my order, and when I looked up, I was shocked to see it was Megan. She looked so different. Her hair was all messy and she'd lost weight. She stared back at me in shock. What are you doing here? What does it look like? I work here. I know you're some big shot designer now, so please don't rub it in my face.
Wow, I see you haven't changed much.
That's all you have to say to me? Typical. What else should I say, Megan? You're meeting me after so long and you don't feel a tiny bit of shame for hurting your sister, for robbing our parents, for breaking their hearts? You're still just as awful as ever. I got up and started walking away, but suddenly she grabbed my arm and started sobbing. No, please, wait. I made a lot of mistakes, and I was jealous and selfish, and I'm miserable now, Raven. I need you, please. I'll do anything. I'll be better, I promise. It has to be more than just empty words, and you need to earn my trust. I'll offer you a job on 2 conditions. You will start at the bottom and you'll work your way up, just like everyone else. And you'll get therapy. Got it? Yes! Good, then you can start tomorrow. Now come home. Mom and Dad miss you. I was standing in the grocery section examining an apple when my eyes shifted to a man nervously eyeing the cereal boxes. I casually dropped a sack of flour into my shopping cart, then hid behind a rack and scanned the man's face on my watch.
Suspect identified: Tobias Steele, known for industrial espionage and diamond heists. Approach with caution.
Slowly, I moved my cart closer to Tobias. Hey, could you pass me 10 boxes of Fruit Loops, please? I'm too short. Don't you just love Fruit Loops? They're the best.
I don't like anything sweet.
Everyone likes Fruit Loops, dude. That's just criminal. Tobias looked at me nervously, then suddenly started running in the opposite direction. I flung the sack of flour at his head and he fell. Then I pinned him to the ground.
Who are you?
Your worst nightmare. Hi, my name is Jane, and I'm a secret agent with the CIA. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I grew up with my scientist dad and identical twin sister Camilla. Mom left us when we were babies, and Dad was always busy in his science lab in our basement, so we weren't too close. Having a twin sister wasn't the greatest thing either, because Camilla and I had nothing in common. She was much more girly and a social butterfly, and we never got along even as kids. We further drifted apart in middle school when she made friends with the school bully Kira, and I got into boxing. Soon, I was acing every competition in town. I was good. So good that at 15, the CIA secretly approached me and recruited me. 3 years later, I'm their smartest agent ever. Of course, my family didn't know. They thought I was a weird, introverted tomboy with a thing for flannel shirts and books. After pinning down another criminal, I was sitting in the school cafeteria when suddenly Kira started sniffing me. Ew, you smell like trash. When was the last time you washed your hair? Or shaved your armpits? About the same time you two said something worth paying attention to? Oh wait, that was never. OMG, shut up. Ryan just walked in. Kira, quick, how am I looking? Fix my lip gloss, will you? Camilla was a popular girl, but Ryan was the star of the school. Football team captain, really handsome, totally dumb. You know the list. Camilla started walking in Ryan's direction, smiling and waving at him, but he just smiled and looked away. Ouch, that was painful. Anyway, just get my milkshake, Cammy, and stop wasting time on these dumb boys. You look desperate. Kira walked away, and Camilla was leaving too, but I stopped her. Why do you do everything she says? She's not the boss of you. And you are? Just keep your nose in your books and out of my business. Got it? Loud and clear. Just then, my phone started buzzing like crazy. My secret phone. And I knew it was time for another mission. This time, it was about someone named Belinda Holland, who was running a secret lab on her private island. My mission was to locate that lab, gather intel, and report back. And Belinda's son, Ryan, happened to be the same guy Camilla was head over heels for. For the next few days, I noted every little detail about Ryan. When he practiced football, what he had for breakfast, even the girls he flirted with, just to find that one golden opportunity to strike up a conversation with him, and then get closer. But every time I tried to make a move, something or someone would interrupt us. I was starting to think luck wasn't on my side when one night I caught Camilla sneaking out. Ow, ow, ow! My arm! You're freaking strong for a girl! Gee, thank you. Where are you going in the middle of the night? To a party, obviously. Ryan's mom has this cool resort on a private island, and he's taking me and Kira there tonight. It's kind of a big deal because no one's ever been on it before, and I really want to go. You know how much I like him. Private island. Bingo! It had to be the same island where the lab was located. I mean, how many islands can one person own? I know it's MSA, but let's be realistic, guys. I just had to get to this party. Fine, but are you sure you want to wear that? That dress looks a bit dated. You think? Wait, what do you know about fashion? I know what suits my sister, and this isn't working. Tell you what, you change, and I will hold the door for you. Camilla looked at me suspiciously, but then left to change. Once she was inside the washroom, I quickly closed the door and locked it. Dad wasn't gonna hear her anytime soon in his basement. I'm sorry, I'll explain everything later. I fixed my hair, did some makeup, and when I was done, I looked exactly like Camilla. Yeah, we were identical, but this was the first time I actually saw it. I took a cab to the dock and got there just in time. I was just getting my bag out when this guy tapped on my shoulder.
Are you excited? I've never been to one of Ryan's exclusive parties before. Does this mean I'm famous now? I'm Patrick, by the way, Ryan's cousin.
I'm Cam. Before I could introduce myself, the boy screamed and then jumped on me.
It's a frog! Oh no, it senses my fear. Please save me. I've never even had a girlfriend or a kiss. Will you kiss me? Please. It's my last wish before I die. Or no, wait, kiss the frog and maybe it'll turn into a prince or something.
What? It doesn't work like that, and it's gone, so you can get down. You're awfully heavy.
Patrick let me go, and soon after, we boarded the sailboat along with Kira and Ryan and headed for the island. As soon as we got there, I started scanning the place, but it just looked like a regular beach. And I noticed that we had no signals on our phones.
I know you guys are wondering where we are, but trust me, this will be the best experience of your life. I just have a feeling.
Before Ryan could finish, a huge coconut fell on his head and knocked him out.
Is he dead?
It's a coconut, Kira, not a meteor. He'll be fine. Only he wasn't. We waited for Ryan to wake up on his own, but since it was too dark and none of us knew the way to the resort except Ryan, we decided to camp on the beach. And the next morning, I woke up to Ryan screaming his lungs out.
Oh my god, what am I doing here? Who are you? And why are you sunbathing next to me?
Ha, very funny. Stop the games and let's go to this resort. I really need to pee.
What? I don't know you, okay? Or do I? My head is hurting. God.
Ryan, what year is it?
2015?
That's when I realized that the coconut probably hit him too hard and Ryan was suffering from amnesia. I quickly woke up the rest and we decided to go back to the city to get Ryan checked. But when we turned around to leave, we saw the boat had drifted into the ocean because Patrick forgot to anchor it properly. You've gotta be kidding me.
I was still recovering from the whole frog thing. Are we gonna die here? Wait, did you guys kidnap me? I might not remember everything, but I know for a fact that I'm rich.
Oh, I know what we can do to save our lives. My aunt taught me this ritual. Suddenly, Kira got down on her knees and started chanting something. Oh, my lord, Kumbaya, please save us. Don't let us get eaten by dolphins. As a sacrifice, I'm giving up my vintage Chanel sunglasses. Please accept this. Hoo la la la, hoo la la la, hoo. Kira, can you please not act like an idiot for once and let me focus? What's gotten into you, Camilla? You're not usually this snarky, and I was just helping. It's not like I forgot to anchor the boat.
I said I was still hung up on the frog. Can someone please tell me what's happening?
Shut up, all of you! Focus. We have two choices. Either we stay here crying about a boat, or we walk till we find the resort. Everyone calmed down and decided to go with the second option, which was to find the resort. But the heat was killing us, and we couldn't spot anything for hours. To top it all, Kira was an absolute brat and kept asking me to piggyback her. When I refused, she threw a fit, and one of the boys had to step in. It wasn't until sunset that we came across a big building that looked really creepy. Thankfully, it wasn't so bad on the inside, and we slept like babies. But in the middle of the night, I woke up to a faint humming sound. I was sure it was coming from somewhere in the room and carefully scanned every corner trying to find the origin of the sound when I saw a tall figure standing at the end of the hall. Who's there? No answer. I can hurt you really, really bad. I know kickboxing and kung fu. Still no answer, and the sound kept growing louder as I got closer. It was too dark. I couldn't see the face and was sweating bricks when suddenly Patrick jumped out of the shadows wearing headphones.
Ah! What are you doing?
What are you doing? And why were you making that sound?
I was just singing. It helps calm me down. You should try it.
I relaxed a bit, and both Patrick and I sat down. As we got talking, I asked him more about Ryan and Belinda. He was Ryan's cousin, after all.
I've never really met Ryan before. I was here on vacation, and when he heard I was in town, he invited me to this party. My mom hates his family because she thinks Ryan's mom is kinda snooty.
Rich and pretty people are often snooty.
Well, I guess that means you're not rich then. But you are pretty. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say you looked poor. I meant, watch out!
Just then, Patrick pulled me in as a lizard fell from the ceiling. We were so close, I could practically feel him breathing on my face. It wasn't so bad to look at, actually. Ew, no, Jane, snap out of it.
That was a close call.
It's a lizard. Also, you're kind of strangling me.
Sorry.
Patrick and I left for bed soon after, and the next morning, I woke up extra early to check the places for clues when I noticed that Ryan was missing. I searched for him everywhere in the house, but he was nowhere to be seen. So I rushed outside and walked around till I spotted Ryan standing under a coconut tree. What are you doing?
I figured if I stand here long enough, a coconut might fall on my head again and I might get my memory back.
I don't think that's how it works, Ryan. Let's go back. We started walking back when I noticed a weird-looking bird following us. I grabbed it to take a closer look when I saw a small camera under its tail. Holy cow, this was a surveillance bird. Just then, the bird started flapping its wings like crazy, making loud beeping sounds, and within seconds, a black van arrived and 2 guards came running in our direction.
You're outnumbered, sweetheart. Surrender peacefully, and we might go easy on you.
Please, I've fought tougher men than you before breakfast. Let's dance. I launched into some of my best boxing moves, knocking one of the guards to the ground, but the other guard pulled me into a tight grip. I tried to fight my way, but he was too strong, and the next thing I knew, he pushed me into the back of a van with a really weird smell, and soon everything went dark. When I woke up, I was in a big room with my hands tied to a pole, and Ryan was sitting across from me playing video games.
Oh hey, you're up, finally. Care for some candy?
No, you idiot! Untie me!
Oh yeah, sorry. I've been a little in and out with my memory since Mom got me here this morning. There, all done.
As Ryan untied me, I quickly got up to run, but just as I turned around, a woman walked in, and I immediately recognized her from the photos, Belinda Holland. She saw my hands untied and screamed at Ryan.
What have you done, you moron? Guards, catch her!
I bolted towards the door and managed to escape the room, but just as I turned the corner, I saw the guards running towards me, blocking the exit. Come on, Jane, you were trained for this. Knock him down. I took a defensive stance and was ready to attack when suddenly the window next to me shattered and Patrick jumped in. What are you doing here?
Saving your butt, of course.
Where's Kira?
You didn't think I'd bring her on a rescue mission.
Good call. Also, that glass could have hurt me, hero.
Oh, yeah. Didn't think that through.
Dude, look out! Guard incoming, 9 o'clock. But Patrick failed to react in time and the guard pinned him to the ground. But I kicked the guard in the face.
Next time, just say duck or dodge or something. I'm bad with directions.
Got it. We started throwing punches and kicks left and right, and we were surprisingly well synchronized. I didn't know Patrick could fight like that, and he looked so hot doing it. After knocking the guards down, Patrick and I ran like crazy up some stairs. We must have climbed over 7 floors before stopping in front of a door with a passcode. Maybe it's Ryan's birthday. It's his mom's place after all. Patrick started punching numbers like crazy.
Okay, it didn't work. Maybe it's his parents' anniversary. It could be his jersey number or locker combination, his blood report number.
Are you in love with Ryan or something? How do you know so much about him?
Because I did my homework. Special Agent Patrick Yapper, NSA.
You're an agent? So am I, CIA. So you're not Ryan's cousin?
I am, but I'm also an agent. It was my mission to stay close to the family and get information about some secret lab. And can you stop talking? I'm trying to concentrate.
Yeah, sure. Dude, you're like the clumsiest agent ever.
That was just my cover. I'm not that clumsy, okay?
Sure, whatever you say. How did you find me?
I heard some loud beeping sounds, ran out, saw you get abducted, and followed you here. Also, I maneuvered through a laser maze, fought almost 1,000 guards, and came here to save you.
That sounds like an exaggeration. But wait, you came here to save me and not for the mission? Why?
What do you mean, why? Because oh God, I can hear footsteps. I have to break this door down. Brace yourself.
Before I could react, Patrick took a deep breath and charged at the door, but it was made of metal and he stumbled backwards right into my arms. There now. All good, princess.
Happens to the best of us.
I looked around and saw a fire extinguisher, which I used to smash open the lock. When the door flew open, we saw something that blew our minds. There was a huge machine in the middle of the room that looked like some kind of weapon. We were inspecting it when Belinda walked in with her guards and Kira.
What are you doing here? I told you to stay back in the room.
I couldn't stay back when the love of my life was taken away from me. Camilla, I love you. If we survive this, I'd love to take you out sometime. What? I thought it was obvious. I have always loved you. I was just jealous that you liked that idiot Ryan. No offense, ma'am. None taken. Let's get to the point. You will not be leaving till your dad comes here and gives me the key chemical I need to finish my master project. What chemical? And what's my dad got to do with any of this? Belinda went on to tell me how my dad was actually working for the government and he was the only person who could make the chemical she needed. That's why I asked Ryan to invite you here, so I could use you as bait and get your dad to help me. But unfortunately, my son's an idiot and lost his memory. Also, I didn't know you were an agent, so that kind of messed up my plan. A little tip, cooperate and I might be lenient with you. I have a little tip for you too, ma'am. Don't watch the mouth, watch the hands. With that, I landed a solid blow right on Belinda's face, sending her stumbling backwards. In the meantime, Patrick picked up the weapon and hung it over the railing.
One move, and I swear this thing will go over the edge.
Patrick, your family, son.
Family my butt. You didn't even know I existed till I showed up at your door. Tell your guards to drop their weapons and release Kira, now.
Belinda reluctantly signaled her guards, and when they'd put their weapons down, I took the phone from one of the guards and alerted my team. Within minutes, reinforcements arrived via helicopters and arrested Belinda, seized the lab, and safeguarded the weapon. Ryan, too, was taken in for questioning. When everything was wrapped, Patrick, Kira, and I went back to the mainland, where I saw Dad and Camilla waiting for me. I rushed to them immediately. Why didn't you ever tell me you worked for the government, Dad?
You never told me you were a spy either. That's just how things are. But Janie, I am so proud of you.
Thanks, Dad.
Wait, you're not Camilla?
No, I am. Before I could react, Camilla started hitting me like crazy.
Who does that to their own sister? You locked me and you took my phone? You know I can't live without my phone? Ow! I'm sorry, but it was important. Ow! I swear to God, if you put yourself in danger again, I will kill you.
Are you crying? Aw, I'm glad you're here. By the time I was done meeting with my family and briefing the team on what happened, I noticed that Patrick was gone. I couldn't even thank him properly. And worse, tell him that I might have a little crush on him. A few weeks passed after the operation, and I was informed that Belinda had finally confessed that she was working for an enemy organization. Ryan was sent to his dad in Germany, and I never heard from him again. Kira finally asked Camilla out, but unfortunately, Camilla didn't feel the same way about her, and they mutually decided to take a break from their friendship. Meanwhile, I tried to use all my sources to find out where Patrick was, but it was like he disappeared into thin air. Then one day, I was in a coffee shop when I heard a huge crash.
Ow, my head.
Patrick, what are you doing here? What happened to your clothes?
I got lost, then took a little detour and fell into a puddle. Then 2 minutes later, I walked into a flower shop to get you some flowers, but ended up tripping over something there too. But I know you like to come here often, so I thought of giving it a shot and voila.
How did you know I came here? Have you been stalking me?
You make it sound like stalking's a bad thing. Stalking just means caring enough to find out things about people that they don't want to tell you themselves. Look, I like you, Jane, and I know I'm kind of clumsy and stupid, and I say all the wrong things, but I was hoping I could get to know you better. But Kira asked you out and...
Hold on a second. Kira likes my sister, Camilla. I'm very much into boys, especially clumsy ones.
Really?
Yes, but you can't disappear like that again.
Noted. Now, can I kiss you spy style?
Patrick took me by the waist and leaned in to kiss me, but ended up losing his balance and we both crashed into a table. Why am I not surprised? Hi, I'm Elodie. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe. I was born on the outskirts of Paris, and my early life was pretty uneventful until I turned 7, and my parents decided we were going on our first real vacation. That involved flying to the Maldives on the other side of the earth. I was super excited, but as soon as the plane took off, I started feeling very uneasy. The height made me feel dizzy. Then, halfway in our flight, we started having really bad turbulence, and that made me panic.
Are we gonna crash?
Don't be silly. The chances are really low.
So you're saying there is a slight chance we might die?
I cried hysterically for the remaining flight, and when we finally landed, I was shaking. Not even a week of fun at sea could make me forget, and when it was time to go back home, I refused to get on the plane again. I caused such a scene at the airport that my parents had no choice but to take a ship for the return trip, and it drained their credit cards.
This is the last time we're going on vacation ever.
Mom and Dad argued about money all the way home, and soon after, they separated. I was convinced it was my fault. No, honey, we were having problems for a while. And don't worry, we'll be okay. But seeing them divorce was heartbreaking. Dad remarried, had new children, and completely forgot about me. Mom tried many things to cheer me up, but it seems like nothing was working. Until one day, she took me ice skating at the local rink, and that changed everything. When I was on the ice, it felt like I was flying, and all my problems disappeared. Mom saw the potential I had and signed me up for private lessons. By the time I was 10, I was already winning junior local competitions. My training was expensive, but Mom worked double shifts to cover for it. If this is your dream, I will do anything in my power to help you.
You're the best, Mom. I'll make you proud.
At school, I did well enough. My peers admired me, but unfortunately, I didn't have many close friends. Also, as time went by, I started noticing I wasn't like other girls my age. Like one time when I was 15, I was at a friend's house for a sleepover and we were watching the movie Titanic. During the final scene, all the other girls were crying, but I just couldn't get it. I snatched the remote and paused the movie.
This is so stupid.
Look, there's enough room on that door for Jack to climb too.
Elodie, you're ruining the moment. This moment is already ruined. Who even likes such dumb movies?
Needless to say, I was never invited for a movie night again. So maybe I wasn't that much of a romantic, or at all. Big deal. As I grew older, most of my peers started dating, breaking up, and crying over ice cream, while I was still waiting for my first crush to happen. I felt like I was being weird, and the only person in the world who got me was my best friend Louis. We got closer months ago. Mom is happy I'm not getting distracted by dating, but her sister and friends always ask why I don't have a boyfriend, as if there's something wrong with me.
It's not something you can force, the same way I can't like girls. And even if you never fall in love with someone, who cares? You're amazing just the way you are.
I know, but sometimes I wish I wasn't so different, and that guys would stop asking me out.
I wish that was my problem.
It would be if you came out.
No thank you, I'd rather swim with alligators.
Louis was terrified of his father finding out he was gay. In a way, we were both fishes out of water, and maybe that's why we got along so well. I knew I could talk to him about everything without being judged. When I turned 18, I was added to the national competition that would send the winner to the Olympics. That would give me the opportunity to have a real sponsor, relieving Mom of the huge financial burden. By that point, I was training daily, and my coach had given me a very complex program.
You have a real chance of winning, Elodie, but you really need to land that triple axel.
That jump would keep me up at night. It was so difficult. Less than 20 women landed it in competition, ever. And as if that wasn't enough, one day, the restaurant where Mom worked caught fire, and she ended up in the hospital with a broken ankle and some burns. Her condition wasn't too serious, but she needed time to recover.
I won't be able to work for a while. I'm sorry, Elodie, but I can't pay your coach anymore.
I was devastated. It felt like my only chance at a career had just been taken away. But I didn't want to show that to Mom. She was already feeling bad, and I didn't want to make her feel worse. I picked up a job in a small cafe to earn some extra cash, but between studying and working, I was exhausted. I was crying on the phone with Louis one night when he came up with a crazy solution.
You won't like it, but hear me out. My dad is having this big party in a couple of days with all his business partners, and he insisted that I invite my girlfriend.
What girlfriend?
I may have lied about that. Dad kept asking me why I was still single at my age, so I panicked and told him I was dating someone. I know, it's wrong, but I never expected him to meet her. Anyway, you could pretend to be my girlfriend, and I'll ask him to sponsor you. He likes donating to all sorts of causes, and for a potential daughter-in-law, I'm sure he'll accept.
I don't know. Lies like that always end badly. Can't you just tell him the truth?
You don't know him. Ever since I was little, he wouldn't stop talking about my future wife and how he hopes I'll have like 25 grandkids. Trust me, this is the only way.
I was uncomfortable with the fake dating plan, but Louis was right. It would benefit both of us, at least until I managed to win the championship and get another sponsor. So when the day of the party rolled out, I put on my prettiest dress and ended up charming all of the guests. Louis was cold sweating when it was time to introduce me to his father, and I could see why. His dad was a very stern-looking man with a permanent frown on his face, but when we started talking, he seemed kind in his way. Louis took the opportunity to tell him about Mom's incident and how I needed help with my career.
I understand, but unfortunately, this isn't a good time for my company. Maybe next year.
I felt like the earth stopped spinning. Louis looked as shocked as me and promised to talk to his dad again, but it was of no use. Some days later, I was at the cafe working, but I really couldn't focus and started crying again. Just then, someone tapped on my shoulder.
Why is a pretty girl like you crying? You're ruining your makeup.
I looked up and saw Henry, a famous skater who had won the championship the previous season, staring at me. He sat me down, and I ended up telling him all my worries. So now, my career is basically over.
It doesn't have to be. I could pay for your training.
Really? You can? But why? You hardly know me.
I know that everyone needs to see real talent. My family is one of the wealthiest in the country. My car insurance is more expensive than your lessons. It's nothing.
I couldn't believe my luck. From that day on, I started practicing with Henry, and he seemed quite impressed with my skills. Some days we would go have coffee after training. He was a lot more experienced than I was, and I loved hearing about his travels and all the talented people he met during competitions. One afternoon after practice, Henry was dropping me at home when he leaned in in and tried to kiss me. I quickly pushed him away, and he seemed very confused.
I'm sorry, is there a problem?
I think I might have given you the wrong idea, Henry. I like you, but only as a friend. I'm just not interested in dating anyone.
I see. What can I say? It's breaking my heart that you're doing this to me, and I get it, but I don't think any other guy would. You have to be careful about giving a guy wrong signals, especially when you get so close in such a short period. Guys always expect something in return. Anyway, I guess I'll leave now.
Henry gave me a quick hug and left. I decided to keep my distance from Henry after that. I didn't want to hurt him anymore. Soon it was time for the competition, but the day before the competition, I was so stressed out I could barely stay still. So Louis asked me to go to the local fair with him to calm my nerves down. We went to all the booths trying our luck. I spent an embarrassing amount of money at the duck pond game, and Louis won at the miniature rifle range. The lady gave him a huge heart-shaped plushie, which he gave to me.
A lucky charm for tomorrow.
Sure. It has nothing to do with how bulky this is. We were having a good time, going on roller coasters and eating fries, but just then, I heard someone calling my name from the crowd. I turned around and saw Henry walking in our direction.
So he's the reason you broke up with me?
Henry? No, you're misunderstanding. Louis is just a friend.
Just like I was a friend to you? You know, if you liked someone else, you could have just said that. And what's even about this guy that made you reject me? Is it money? Careful, dude, you got yourself a gold digger. Don't you dare talk to her like that! Or what, you'll hit me?
Henry took a step forward, his fist balled up, but I got in the way and pushed Henry aside. It's not worth it, Louis. He's just a crazy, possessive guy. Forget about him.
Oh, wow. Crazy and possessive? This is how you say thank you for being a good friend and helping you? Something this idiot would never do?
I wanted to argue more, but I decided against it and left with Louis. I couldn't believe Henry would turn on me like that. I thought he was my friend, but I couldn't waste too much sleep because of him. I had a competition to win. I set the alarm on my phone and went to sleep early so I got some rest. But the next morning, I woke up to Louis screaming in my face.
Get up, Elodie, you're late!
What? Oh my god, how did I not wake up? I checked my phone and the screen was glitching. It looks like my phone's broken.
We don't have time for that. Hurry up or you'll miss the competition.
I quickly got dressed and left with Louis, but the road was jam-packed with traffic. It was the weekend and the main carnival day. As if that wasn't enough, the main bridge was closed because of a small accident. This is the only way to cross the river. We're never gonna make it. What am I gonna do?
I might have an idea.
Louis got out of the car and we made our way back to the fair from the previous night.
Okay, anytime now.
Who? What?
That.
I looked where Louis was pointing and my heart dropped. Right over the fair, a couple of hot air balloons were already taking off and others were waiting for customers on the ground. Oh, no. You gotta be kidding.
I know you're afraid of heights, but this is your only chance. Listen to me, Elodie. You can't let your fear win. Not now, when you're so close to making your dream come true.
Louis was right. My stupid fear was getting in the way of my dreams, but I was stronger than that. We paid the man piloting the balloon and hopped on. As we took off, I closed my eyes and wrapped myself around Louis like an octopus.
You can look now. Trust me.
I slowly opened my eyes, and it was so different from what I remembered from that airplane all those years back. Sure, I was still afraid, but from up there, the world looked so peaceful and beautiful. The flight didn't last long, and soon we were landing in front of the arena. We ran inside, and I got my skates on just in time. The place was packed, but I felt confident and performed my best routine. And then came the final moment, the dreaded triple axel. I took a deep breath and spun 3 times, landing beautifully, and the crowd went crazy. The results were announced soon after, and I was over the moon to bag the first prize. Right after I got my trophy, I was getting back to Louis when Henry got in my way. What now?
I just came to tell you that I'm sorry. I was wrong and totally out of line. Also, I really thought that hackers would hack your phone and keep you away from the competition, but I guess talent always finds a way.
You hacked my phone? That's why the alarm didn't go off and nobody could reach me? That's horrible, Henry. Why would you do that?
Because I wanted to show you your place. But like I said, I was wrong, and I'd like to start a new friendship with you from scratch.
Yeah, I don't think so. I can't trust you, and friendship is based on trust. Now, if you'll excuse me, my friend is waiting for me. I went backstage to Louis and was kind of surprised to see his dad waiting for me.
Congratulations, young lady. I'm proud my son has such a talented girlfriend.
Actually, Dad.
Louis gathered himself for a moment and then told his dad the truth.
I'm sorry for all the lies, but all this time I was afraid of disappointing you.
You're right, I am disappointed, but with myself. I kept projecting my ideal life without even considering you'd want something different. Son, all I really care about is for you to be happy. And you, young lady, this was a big step in your life, and I have a surprise for you.
Louis and his dad took me home with them, where his dad had organized a party to welcome Mom after her discharge from the hospital. She couldn't be at the competition, so the party was our chance to celebrate together. Mom introduced herself and thanked him, and then they kept chatting, and it gave me a weird feeling. What's going on with our parents? They're so red. Are they sick?
Worse, they like each other.
And yes, you guessed it. That's how I ended up with a stepfather and brother. I learned that you have to face your fear, or you'll be afraid for the rest of your life. I stared down at my beautiful white gown and the giant rock on my finger. I couldn't believe I was marrying the most handsome man in the world. Then suddenly, the door burst open. I turned around to see my worst nightmare. Wait. Before we get into all this, let's circle back around to the beginning. I'm Jordan from California. Please like and subscribe to hear my story. I grew up with a single mom who was a high school teacher. We didn't have a lot of money, and my older sister Cass was always a huge brat about it.
My friend Becky got the newest iPhone at school, and I need it.
I'm sorry, sweetie. I can't afford it. And you just got a new phone 2 years ago.
2 years? Mom, do you know anything about phones?
Geez, your phone works fine. And no new camera is gonna fix that ugly personality.
Ugh, this family sucks.
Mom always felt guilty that she couldn't provide us with the best things, so I never asked for anything expensive. But when I started 7th grade, I went through a crazy growth spurt. Mom took me shopping, but she kept looking worriedly at the price tags. Mom, I don't mind getting secondhand clothes. Oh, sweetie, no. We can make it work. Really, it's fine. I like thrifting anyway. Jordan, you're an angel. One day the universe will give you everything you ever wanted. Later that night, when Cass saw my clothes, her eyes popped out of her head. Wow, how could Mom afford all these nice brands for you? These are secondhand, genius. Ew, gross. You better not tell anyone at school. It'll completely ruin my reputation. You're committing social suicide, girl. Is something seriously screwed up in your brain? I'm not letting Mom go broke so you can impress people who don't even like you. One day in 9th grade, I was walking back home when I saw a girl going bonkers on a guy, hitting him with her purse and screaming while he tried resisting her blows. Can you please stop? Hey, ow! Listen to me, miss. I'm not a thief or pervert. Ow! She smacked his head one last time and walked away, and the boy brushed himself off. Then suddenly, he caught me looking at him. I swear, I didn't do anything wrong. What happened? I'm an idiot. A pen fell out of her bag and I just wanted to return it. I kept calling her, but she didn't hear me because of her stupid headphones. Then I thought I'd just slip it into her bag, but that's when she noticed me and lost her mind. Anyway, you want it? We started talking, and it turned out his name was Zach, and he'd just moved into my neighborhood. And soon, we were hanging out almost every day. We had a ton in common, like our love for hiking and video games. Even Cass got along with him and sometimes joined in for movie nights. Once in 11th grade, the three of us were going to a party, and Cass came down in a cheerleader's outfit, and she wasn't even a cheerleader. Why are you wearing that? There's a new guy in my class who'll be at the party, and he's the most genuine person I've ever laid eyes on. It's time to introduce myself. So, you haven't even spoken to him yet? How do you know he's genuine? I wasn't talking about his personality, idiot. I was talking about the brands he wears. Not a single knockoff. And you know your girl can tell from a mile away. He's the real deal. Cass wasn't kidding about getting that guy's attention. He was surrounded by a bunch of girls, and somehow she thought it would be a good idea to enter the room doing a cartwheel. Except she didn't know how to do one and smacked straight into the glass door. Everyone gave her the weirdest looks, and Zach and I nearly died trying not to laugh as we carried her out of there. She fractured her arm and had to wear a cast for 2 months. A few weeks later, the town's power went out on a really hot day. Zach just got his driver's license and asked if I wanted to drive a few hours away to a beach for a swim. Of course, but I can't really ask my mom for money. She works all the time, huh? Yeah, she knows I want to go to med school, and I swear, my first paycheck is going to her. You're so amazing and selfless, Jordan. That's why I love you. Love me? I mean, as a friend, obviously. Right, of course. Come on, let's go. I'll pay for gas and food. It'll be fun. Are you sure? Sure, I'm sure. I just like your company. And that's kind of how it went from there. Zach's parents gave him a hefty allowance every week, and we started going out often, To the movies, theme parks, and even concerts. I wanted to get a job to pay for things too, but he insisted it was fine. And it was kinda nice having someone take care of me. I knew you were just like me, sis. You pretend to be better, but your little boyfriend spoils you rotten, and you love it. OMG, Zach is not my boyfriend. He just pays for my things sometimes. Oh, so you're a gold digger. I'm so proud of you. I'm not a gold digger. We're just friends. Oh, really? Is that why you talked him out of dating my friend Ashley? What? You know about that? Ashley heard you tell Zach that she was dumb and high maintenance, and he deserved better. Look, if you want him all to yourself, fine. But if you don't like him that way, then let him date someone else. It's not nice to lead people on. Oh, did the Tin Man suddenly grow a heart? Mind your own business. Ashley was dumb, and I had to protect Zach. He was too naive, and girls like her would totally take advantage of him. But I was only looking out for him as a friend. He wasn't exactly my type. I wanted to be a surgeon, and Zach wanted to teach high school social studies. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but I'd seen my mom struggle a lot as a teacher. I didn't want that for my future. Besides, Zach and I were both fine with our relationship. We went to prom together as friends and had the best time ever. Soon college started, and Zach and I lived across campus from each other and met often. One day, I was sitting in the library, and I needed a book from the top shelf, but the little step stool under me wobbled and brought down a pile of books with me. Just then, someone came to my side. It was Sean, the mysterious and most handsome guy in my class. He always sat in the back, but blew everyone out of the water on tests.
I think you may have dropped this, mon chéri.
Oh, thanks.
Come now, you're in my class, yes? Maybe we could be study partners?
Yeah. Sounds great. When I say Sean was amazing, this guy was amazing. He was brilliant and explained things to me in ways my professors never could. He brought me delicious French pastries and laughed at all my jokes, and let's be honest, I'm not that funny. His parents owned an airline company, and he was going to medical school only because he got bored one day and decided to apply. Everyone wanted to be around Sean, and for the first time in ever, I was popular by association. Only one person didn't like him. He's a total jerk. You're blinded by his swoopy hair and fake accent. I saw him yelling at the teacher the other day for giving him an A instead of an A+. Come on, don't be like that. He's sweet.
You can't be serious, Jordan.
Zach made it so obvious he couldn't stand Sean. Whenever we hung out together, he sat in a corner and sulked.
What is wrong with the little boy, eh?
Nothing. He's totally fine.
Then why is he crying in the corner like an injured duck? Walk, walk. Now waddle away and let me enjoy my beautiful view.
Excuse me?
Jordan, aren't you gonna say something?
Sean, come on, don't tease him. But Zach, maybe we'll just catch up later? Zach stormed off, and I felt kinda bad. But Sean started feeding me chocolate strawberries, and everything else left my mind. I hoped Zach would warm up to Sean soon, but he started acting crazy. On one of my dates, I spotted him wearing a stupid disguise and glaring at us from across the restaurant. Another time, he just happened to be at the movies where Sean and I were, and he took the seat between us. Zach fed me popcorn and wiped my face every time I drank soda, and I wanted to punch him. Then one day, Sean arranged a rugby match, and Zach said he wanted to join too. Are you crazy? Do you know how intense it gets?
You think I'm not strong enough or man enough, huh?
Yeah. They're gonna mash you like a boiled potato.
I can play it rough, Jordan. You don't need to worry about me.
And then he let out a weird war cry and jumped into the field. Oh man, this was gonna be painful to watch. And of course, he got injured within minutes, and I had to take him to the ER for stitches. We started drifting apart, and I missed him, but I was really busy with studies and Sean. After graduation, Sean asked me to marry him, and of course, I said yes. I couldn't believe how amazing my life was turning out. Mom threw a little engagement party for us, and Sean's parents even flew in from France. But when I went to introduce myself, I overheard them talking.
This place smells like poor people. I thought Sean said she was becoming a doctor. Don't eat anything here. They don't even have chefs. The girl's mom made everything herself.
I turned to leave, and of course, Zach was right behind me, and he'd heard everything.
Is this really the type of family you want to marry into?
I can't do this right now, Zach. I pushed past him and left. I was planning on confronting Sean about his parents' comments, but wedding planning took over. Cass was my wedding planner, and she was a nightmare to work with. but she did take care of all the arrangements just in time. On my wedding day, I felt anxious. I hadn't really forgotten what Sean's parents had said, or Zach's disappointed face. He'd stopped answering my calls soon after the engagement. Hey sis, what's wrong? You're marrying a freaking prince. Look a little happier. It's just that I am doing the right thing, right? Is this about Zach? I just thought he'd show up, is all. I bit back my nerves as the music started playing. Mom and Cass walked me down the aisle together, and I followed. Sean looked gorgeous standing up at the altar. He smiled at me, and I forced one back. But just as I started walking, the doors burst open. Zach was standing in the doorway with a freaking child who was crying at the top of his lungs and then came running to me with open arms.
Mommy, please! You said you were gonna get milk for pancakes. You said you'd make pancakes if I stopped pooping in the closet. And I did, Mommy, I did. Please come back. Don't leave me.
What the fudge? Everyone was staring at me, and Sean looked furious. I dragged Zach out the door. What do you think you're doing? What is this?
You have a child with him? How could you keep this from me?
No, what? No, I don't. That's not my kid.
How can you say that? How could you just deny your own child and what we mean to each other?
Things turned chaotic after that.
I knew this girl was trash from the start, humiliating us like this. How dare you? But I'm just glad we found out now and not years down the road.
Who are you calling trash, moron? No one speaks about my family like that. Sean, don't you believe me? And do you really have nothing to say to your parents?
I knew I was marrying below my station, but you were smart and pretty, and I thought you would learn our sophisticated ways. But this, I won't tolerate. I was clearly wrong about you.
I almost punched him, but he left with his parents on his tail. Mom and Cass were handling the guests, and I turned to Zach furiously. How could you do this to me? You just ruined my life. And who the heck is that child?
My nephew, and I just saved your life, Jordan. Those people are not you. You care about others. That's what I always loved about you. But you changed when you met that rich jerk.
It's none of your business. As my friend, you should be happy that I'm happy.
Like you were happy for me and Ashley, or me and Taylor, or me and any of my other girlfriends you convinced me weren't worth dating?
Look, that's different.
You just wanted me to take care of you while you kept your options open for someone better. Admit it.
You can't start blaming me right now, Zach. You've gone too far. I don't want to see you again, ever. Later that week, I found out Sean had flown back to France and was getting married to this girl his parents had wanted to set him up with. I couldn't believe he moved on so quickly. Cass tried to cheer me up with a junk food movie night, but it wasn't working. I just don't understand how Zach could sabotage me like that. He's supposed to be my best friend. Well, it pains me to break it to you, sis, but you haven't been a very good friend to Zach. What? He's the one who ruined my wedding. Remember? The guy has loved you for years, and you knew he did. But you led him on all throughout school. He had plenty of girls swooning over him, including me. Wait. You like Zach? Not anymore, but I had a crush on him at one point. Lots of girls did, but he only had eyes for you, and you threw him to the side as soon as someone better came along. I didn't mean to. I just didn't want to lose him. Well, now you've lost him anyway. I knew Cass was right, and I felt so horrible for treating Zach the way I had, but I was still so angry at him. I just wanted to graduate and start fresh, away from all this drama. I finished my residency and became a neurosurgeon at a big hospital. I paid off my student loans and soon gave Mom a down payment to buy a cute flat. Cass got married to a rich guy who adored her and moved into a house close to mine. We saw each other every week and life was good. Then one day, I was invited to give a lecture at a local university. I was so nervous and stopped by the coffee shop on campus. I had my face in my speech as I walked away with my drink and ran straight into someone spilling their smoothie all over them. Oh my God, I am so sorry. Wait, Zach?
Jordan, what are you doing here?
I'm a guest speaker at the medical school today. What are you doing here?
I'm a history professor here.
Wow, that's amazing. We sat down to catch up, and it was so good to see him again.
Hey, listen, I never apologized for bursting into your wedding like that. That really wasn't cool of me, especially using my nephew.
No, I'm the one who's sorry. For all the years I took advantage of you, and I did keep you away from other girls. I was afraid you'd easily fall for someone and she'd take you away.
You didn't take advantage of me, Jordan, and I wouldn't have treated someone else the same way. Me taking care of you was my love language.
language and not just being nice to a friend. You were so good to me, and can I tell you a secret? I think even if you hadn't burst in, I wouldn't have gone through with the wedding.
Really? Why not?
Because you were right, and Sean and his family are jerks.
I'm glad you finally saw it.
But I'm sorry I wasn't more supportive. I guess I always liked you, and when you started dating Sean, I knew I could never compete with a guy like that. You shouldn't have had to. You were always the better guy.
You think we could pick up where we left off? We could go hiking. I'll pack a picnic, just like old times.
I'd love that.
My 7th birthday is one I'll never forget. My parents threw me a huge party, and everyone from school and the neighborhood was invited. I was about to become really popular. Turns out, I did become popular, but not in a good way. Just as I was about to blow out the candles on my cake, Mom suddenly turned to Dad and started screaming at him. Mom yelled, "I saw where you were looking! You better keep your eyes to yourself!" My dad started screaming back that she was a psycho. But before he could say anything else, Mom had dug her hand into my cake, grabbed a fistful, and shoved it in his face. Everyone stood looking at the two of them in stunned silence, while I started sobbing. The worst was yet to come. One day, when I was in 6th grade, my best friend Melissa and I were watching a movie in my room when I heard something break, followed by shouting. We both ran down and saw a broken jug on the floor, and Mom and Dad were yelling at each other while Melissa's mom stood in a corner, looking absolutely horrified. Mom was screaming at Dad that he was flirting with Melissa's mom while Dad was, as usual, denying it. Her mom pulled Melissa by the arm and said angrily, "Your friend's parents are lunatics! You're never coming here again!" Melissa turned away from me in disgust. "Yeah, I don't think we're friends anymore." I ran after them, crying and saying sorry, but they got in their car and drove off. That was my life growing up. One evening, when I was in the 7th grade, I could hear Dad and Mom shouting again. I just had enough. I was going to tell them that I was moving to my aunt's place. When I got closer to their room, I saw that Dad was throwing his clothes and stuff into a suitcase, while Mom was crying and begging him to stay. "What's going on?" I asked in a shaky voice. "This was the last straw," Dad shouted. "This mad woman made me lose my job today." As Mom sobbed loudly in a corner, Dad furiously explained that Mom had turned up at his office and accused him of having an affair with the new intern. During a meeting in front of the entire board of directors, the intern was the CEO's daughter. "She has ruined my life. I'm sorry, but I can't stay here anymore. Not even for you." Dad gave me a quick hug, and with that, he was out the door. He would occasionally call me to check up on me and would send us money, but he refused to come anywhere near my mom. I was so angry that I was left to deal with her craziness all by myself. 6 months later, he sent her divorce papers, and she completely lost it. Mom shouted, "I knew he was cheating on me and didn't love me or even you. Your dad is abandoning you for another woman. What a horrible father." Some days, I just hated her. Suddenly, she became obsessed with my grades and kept telling me that I had to focus on my education because I couldn't rely on a man for anything. Funny, because she wouldn't even get a job and just lived off of the alimony she was getting from the divorce. She would spend most of the money on silly dresses and shoes, trying to look 10 years younger, and went out to clubs with her friends every other night. She started dating this guy, Ron, who I didn't like instantly. He was fat and had yellow teeth and chewed his food so loudly it gave me a headache. I didn't know what Mom saw in him, but she seemed happier at least. One night, the doorbell rang. I went to check and was horrified to see Ron with 8 children trailing behind him. He looked at me with a weird expression and said, "Are you Edna's daughter?" I called Mom to the door. As soon as Ron saw her, he got onto one knee and said, "My dear darling Edna, marry me. I've given up everyone and everything for you. Now I and my 8 children are all yours. In fact, we can make more beautiful babies together, unlike this one here." Mom lost her mind. "Get off my property!" she yelled. Ron tried to convince her to let him stay. Apparently, his wife had kicked him out. After 5 hours, she finally managed to make him leave after threatening to call the cops on him. After that, she just stopped going out and ended up a depressed couch potato. She would sit in front of the TV all day eating junk and watching stupid soap operas. I would come home from school to find her sleeping on the sofa with food all over her sweatshirt and the whole house in a mess. She'd gained a lot of weight and always looked like she hadn't showered for days. I was so tired of being the adult in the house and cleaning up the mess. On top of that, she threw tantrums anytime I tried to go out and do something fun. One night, as I was getting ready to go out and admiring myself in the mirror, I suddenly felt something hit me in the back of the head. "You're not going out half naked, Missy! Put this on!" I picked it up to see that it was an ugly, oversized turtleneck sweater. I wouldn't be caught dead in that. I just tried to walk past her and get out of there as fast as I could. But she was in one of her crazy moods. She followed me all the way down the stairs, yelling and screaming at the top of her lungs. "You're such an attention seeker, Sarah! You think you'll find a nice boy dressed up like that? All boys are scumbags," Mom said. "Oh my God, Edna, you're just as crazy as ever. Leave her alone." Mom and I both turned around in shock to see who was standing in the open doorway. Dad! We hadn't seen him in 2 years. "Hey, Sarah, meet your new stepmom," Dad said, and he stepped aside to make way for the most gorgeous woman I'd ever seen. Right behind her was a girl, who I guessed was about 5 years younger than me. "This is my wife, Anna, and her daughter, Mallory," Dad said. "I got married 3 months after the divorce." Anna stepped forward and took my hands. "Hey, Sarah, aren't you so sweet? Just like your daddy. And what pretty hair you have. I guess your housekeeper took really good care of you." Anna turned to Mom and calmly said, "Now, can you show me to my room, please? And be a dear and bring in some of those bags." Mom threw a fit when she saw all the suitcases they'd brought. Dad told her that she could make arrangements for herself, or she was welcome to stay as long as she behaved herself. It was his house, and he was moving back in with his family. As they all walked in, Mallory dragged her bag right over my toe. "Ouch!" I cried out in pain. She looked back at me with an evil grin and walked off. Mallory wasn't at all as sweet as she looked, but mostly, I was actually quite happy to have someone other than my crazy mom in the house. Anna was a retired supermodel and had the best taste in clothes, and she let me borrow whatever I wanted. She was also an amazing chef and was always cooking up a storm in the kitchen. It was nice to eat something other than instant noodles for a change. Mallory was obviously pissed at me because she was always trying to mess things up. The day after they'd arrived, she snuck into my room and trashed all the gifts Anna had brought me. I was devastated. When I confronted her, she said, "Get lost. Get your own loser mom to buy you gifts." One evening, I heard Dad yelling my name, so I rushed downstairs. When I walked into his study, he turned to me furiously, asking me why I was stupid enough to have a chocolate milkshake at his desk, and then spilling it all over his papers. I could see Mallory grinning in a corner. I tried protesting and telling Dad it wasn't me, but he wouldn't hear a word against Mallory. Of course, the one person who was truly unhappy with the situation was Mom. She would never eat with us at the dinner table, but a few times I caught her sneaking into the kitchen late at night and shoving Anna's food in her face. She started working out and losing weight because she clearly couldn't stand how good Anna looked. And every other day, just as we were sitting down for dinner, she would come down all dressed up and say she was going out on a date. One day, she said Brad freaking Pitt had met her at a bar and asked her out. Mallory snickered. "Brad Pitt? As if! Are you sure it wasn't Danny DeVito?" Dad roared with laughter and called Mallory his funny little girl, while Mom stormed off in a huff. One night, Dad announced that we were all going out for dinner. Mom made a face and was about to walk out of the room, but Dad turned to her and said, "If you want to live here, you better start acting like you're part of this family. Go get dressed and come down in 20 minutes. Mom looked furious, but she had no choice. She was turning her nose up at everything and not talking to anyone. But as soon as her beef burger arrived, I could see her eyes going wide and her stomach growling. Without even waiting for anyone else's food to arrive, she started chomping down on her burger. Anna looked at her in disgust. "You eat like a cow!" She laughed. Dad and Mallory joined her. Anna's laughter died as a flying burger struck her in the middle of her chest, and she looked down at the ketchup and mustard stains on her white Gucci dress. She walked over to Mom and poured a large glass of soda over her head. Before anyone could stop them, the two were in a catfight. Mom was yelling crazy things like, "You stole him from me! I met him after the divorce, you psycho!" Anna yelled back. Someone had called the police, and they tried to pull them away from each other. Dad came down to the police station and bailed Anna out. We all decided that leaving Mom in there to cool off for a couple of days would be the best idea. We had a great family movie night in peace. I'd been wanting to ask my boyfriend Jake over to my place for ages, but of course, I never would with Mom around. When I told Anna about him, she was really excited to meet him and told me to invite him that night. Luckily, Mom was still behind bars, so it all worked out pretty well. Jake was an instant hit with everyone. Anna nudged me with her elbow and said, "I didn't think Sarah would be able to get someone as hot as you." And she winked at him. He turned completely red. Wait, was she flirting with him? And what the hell was Mallory doing putting food on his plate and looking at him with puppy dog eyes? I thought, feeling annoyed. Later in the evening, while we were watching a movie in my room, Mom suddenly barged in, grabbed the remote, and switched it off. I jumped up angrily. "What the hell do you think you're doing, Mom?" "Oh, you just wait and see. That boyfriend of yours is as good for nothing as the rest of them," she said excitedly as she shoved some photographs into my hand. I gasped in horror as I saw pictures of Jake with a gorgeous brunette in a cafe. There were more of them on his college campus, and then one of them going into his apartment with their arms linked. I stared at Jake in shock. "I keep telling you that you can't trust any boy. Here's the proof," Mom said, looking really pleased with herself. I was so angry I threw the pictures in Jake's face. "This is what you do behind my back? You two-timing piece of trash!" I yelled at him. He jumped up from the couch looking furious. "That is my sister. She goes to another college and was staying with me over the weekend. I am out of this madhouse." And with that, he stormed off. I'd had enough of this. "Mom, you're crazy and you're making everyone around you miserable. Dad never cheated on you and Jake would never cheat on me. Stop ruining our lives," I screamed. I went over to Jake's apartment and cried and apologized for everything. He was super sweet and understanding and asked me to move in with him. I moved out as soon as I could, and life started looking up. Dad and Anna kept in touch occasionally, but I didn't hear a word from Mom. Later, I heard she'd gotten a job and had finally moved out of Dad's house. Well, good for her. I still wanted her to stay miles away from me. One evening, as Jake and I were planning to go on a dinner date, he handed me a bag with a lovely yellow dress in it. I tried it on and kissed Jake because it was just perfect. He laughed and said, "Well, actually, Anna helped me pick out the dress." I called her the next day to thank her. "I knew you love it," she said happily. "I remember you'd pick sunflowers at the park when you were a kid because you loved yellow so much." I froze. "Wait, what?" I mean your dad told me," Anna said, sounding a bit flustered now. "Anyway, gotta go." My mind was spinning when I hung up the phone. I headed to Dad's house. I went straight to Anna's room and started going through her closets and drawers. I came across an old photo album, and with my heart pounding, I opened it. I sat down on the bed in shock. The woman from the park was Anna. It all came rushing back to me now. I hadn't recognized her because it was such a long time ago, and she'd changed her hair color too. I was left with no doubts as I went through more pictures. The three of them together. Not only had my dad been cheating on Mom all these years, but Mallory was his daughter. She was my half-sister. I rushed to Mom's new address, and as soon as she opened the door, I gave her the biggest hug. I cried and told her that she had been right all along. She started crying too and said she just knew it, and she wasn't crazy like Dad had been saying all these years. I convinced Mom that we had to confront Dad and Anna about this, and we headed over to his place later that evening. As I stormed in, ready to scream at Dad, I saw him and Mallory sitting in the lounge looking really worried. Dad said Anna had dropped Mallory at his office in the afternoon, saying she had errands to run. But since then, she hadn't been answering her phone, and he had received a notification from the bank that a large withdrawal of money had been made today. Stunned, I called Jake. I knew he and Anna were on good terms, so maybe he knew something about her whereabouts. His phone was turned off. Oh, I didn't have a good feeling about this. I drove like a maniac to Jake's place and called out his name as soon as I entered. There was no one home. I walked into the bedroom to see that all his closets were empty and all his stuff was gone. Had Jake run away with Anna? Hi, friends. My name is Celine, and my mom is my best friend. She was a small businesswoman, but after she divorced my dad, her luck turned around and she made it big. Mom adored me. By the time I was 7, I was living the life of a Malibu Barbie. She got me everything I wanted. She threw a birthday bash for me that had ponies and hot air balloons in it. My friends were shocked. Once when I was in 2nd grade, I had a fight with my annoying classmate, and Mom was called to the school to meet the teacher, who I hated. Celine needs some discipline. Just look at what she did to her classmate. Maybe she needs a father to teach her some manners. Get her one. My mom suddenly went ballistic and pushed the teacher away. Are you a moron? My daughter doesn't need a father. She has me, and I can take care of her. You say nonsense like that again, and I'll have you fired. I was so proud of my mom as she took my hand and stormed off. By the time I was in 4th grade, my mom was my best friend. I used to tell her every single freaking thing that happened to me. But once, I made a mistake. I told her how I'd seen my friend Jessica take the teacher's watch and put it in her bag. And a few days later, I invited my friends to my house. When we were all having lunch, I heard a loud scream from my room. We all ran there to find Mom holding Jessica's hand. "You can't fool me, kid. I know you stole your teacher's stuff. And now you're snooping in my daughter's room." Oh my God! Jessica was shaking and in tears. "Mom, she had to go to the bathroom. I told her to go to my room." When my friends left, I was so angry at Mom. I told her I won't be telling her anything from now on. Even though she apologized, I ran to my room and slammed the door shut. The next day at school, my friends started avoiding me like I was some weirdo. And this mean Jessica said, "No, you can't sit with us because you tell all our secrets to your mom. Why are you like that, dumbhead?" I started eating alone, but one day, something amazing happened. A girl came and sat next to me at lunch. Her name was Ashley, and she was new in the school. Soon we became friends, and it was so good having someone to talk to. A few days later, I saw Jessica wearing my bracelet that Mom had specially gotten made for me. "Hey, that's mine! That bracelet has my name on the back! You're such a thief!" I grabbed her wrist to take it away, but Jessica pushed me hard and pounced on me. Just then, Ashley came running and snatched the bracelet from her. We reported her to the principal, and she took a look into Jessica's locker. She was stunned to see so many stolen items. Jessica was suspended for 2 weeks, and I felt so foolish. Mom had been right about Jessica all along. When I went home, I apologized to Mom and she hugged me tight. By the time we were in 10th grade, Ashley and I were best friends. Once she was at my place and we were discussing my new crush, Adam, when Mom walked in. I was so excited to tell her too, and showed her all his pictures on Facebook. "I can't believe you just told your mom about your crush. I would never tell my mom such a thing." A few days later, Mom came to school and she spotted Adam with some boys. And then she said the most embarrassing thing ever. "Oh, you're Adam, right? This is Celine, and she's my daughter." "Oh, yeah, that weirdo." "What did you just call her?" "A weirdo, and I think she's also dumb." "Oh my God, you're such a rude kid. I can't believe she has a crush on you. And she even looks at your pictures on Facebook all day? For what? You're a jerk, I can tell." Everybody, including Adam, looked at me like I was some psycho stalker. I grabbed Mom's arm and tried to drag her away. "Oh, so Celine is crazy, just like her mom. Just let me teach this loser a lesson." Mom tried to attack him, but thankfully, I was able to drag her away. At home, I had a huge fight with Mom about it. "I did the right thing, Celine. The only thing you did was ruin my life." Mom asked for forgiveness, and I knew Mom meant well. So after a few hours, I forgave her and we hugged. But not for long. A couple of months later, we were having a Mother's Day event at our school. And when it was time for Ashley to give her mom the gift in front of everyone, Mom rushed to Ashley's mom and handed her a bag. She had gotten a matching outfit for her and Ashley. "I was so sorry to hear from Celine about your money problems and the divorce. You must be going through a really hard time right now. That's why I bought the nicest dresses for you and Ashley." Oh my God! How could she blurt that secret out in front of everybody? Ashley and her mom were stunned. So were all the people in the classroom. Suddenly, Ashley was furious. She attacked me and held my hair tight in her grip. "How could you tell your mom about it? You know she can't keep a secret. Why did I ever trust you?" Even Ashley's mom was furious and she screamed at Mom, calling her bad names. And that day, I lost my best friend. She just refused to talk to me, and a week later, she and her mom moved away without even saying goodbye. I was heartbroken, and my relationship with my mom was never the same. "Celine, please forgive me. It was an honest mistake." "Mom, enough is enough. You betrayed my trust and hurt other people. You can't just say it's a mistake every time. I can't do this anymore." I moved out of the mansion when I turned 18 and got admission in university. I got busy with studies, and Mom and I spoke less and less frequently. Luckily for me, I found love and got married after graduating. I was living a happy life with my husband, Andrew. After graduating, I opened up an art gallery with Andrew, and the exhibitions I held were famous all over town. After 2 years, we were blessed with a little baby girl. We named her Crystal. She had a star-shaped birthmark behind her ear, and I just loved kissing it. She was my world. One day when I returned from work, I saw Andrew park up his new Porsche. I was stunned. Sure, we both earned well, but not that well. Something was off about Andrew. I walked into his new home office and heard him talk to some girl. "Oh, babe, I love you too. You think I'm in love with her? I am living with her only for the money." I went berserk on Andrew. I made him tell me the truth. But when he did, I felt the earth shake beneath my feet. My mom had been sending him money, and that's why he was with me, while he loved someone else. First, I kicked Andrew out of the house. I was done with him. Then I called up Mom. Why can't you just stop interfering with my life? Why did you give money to Andrew? But honey, Andrew asked me for money. He said he would leave you if I didn't give him the money. You knew he didn't love me and you didn't tell me? Mom, that's awful. You think giving him money was right? I told her never to send money again and hung up. I just wanted to focus on raising Crystal. Now that life was set, Crystal and I became best friends. When she was 4, I took her to Disneyland and we had a blast. I even got a star tattooed behind my ear, just like Crystal's birthmark.
Mommy, we have the same mark now. I love you.
After a few days, it was time to go home. When our plane landed, we needed to take the train to get home. As I was buying tickets, I suddenly turned around and saw Crystal wasn't there. I went crazy. I searched for my baby girl all over the station, but I didn't find her. People started to help me look for her, and soon the cops arrived on the scene too. I just sat down on a bench, crying with shock. I couldn't believe that my daughter was missing. I took my phone out and called the only person I could think of. I need you to come immediately, Mom. The minute she arrived, I broke down in tears and hugged her tight. I'm so sorry, Mom. Now I realize the pain of being away from your child. I am so sorry. Hush, Celine. You have nothing to be sorry about. Don't worry, love. We will find my granddaughter. But days turned into weeks, and my baby girl was nowhere to be found. It had been many months since Crystal was missing, when a familiar-looking woman visited me at home, and when our eyes met, we were both shocked. Ashley? Is that you? Oh my God, Celine! I'm the detective handling your daughter's case. We hugged each other tight as we both started to cry. Don't worry, we will get her back, I promise. For 5 years, we searched for Crystal day and night. Everywhere I went, I would see my daughter. One day, I was walking towards the police station where Ashley worked when suddenly, I heard a voice. A voice so sweet that it shook me.
Hey, Mom, wait up! I'm coming!
I turned around and saw a girl who looked so much like Crystal. Oh my God, it was my baby girl, all grown up. Without a second thought, I ran to the girl and took her arm, and she started screaming, Mom, Dad, help! Sweetie, just let me look at your ear. Turned out, it was not Crystal, and her parents furiously took her away, and I was heartbroken all over again. I was almost beginning to lose hope. I met Mom at the park that night and cried on her chest. Mom, it hurts, Mom. It's burning. I miss my baby. I'm so sorry for treating you badly. You were my best friend. I now understand how much I hurt you. Mom, I just want my baby back. Mom? I couldn't believe what I just heard. I looked around to see Ashley, and next to her was a 9 or 10-year-old girl looking confused. The moment I saw her, I knew it was my Crystal. I ran to hug her, but the girl took some steps back. Mom had a tattoo like mine behind her ear. Show it to me if you are my mom. I showed her the star tattoo, and she gave me a huge smile and flung herself in my arms. Mom! I missed you so much! Why did you leave me? You don't love me! Oh, baby girl, I love you so much, and I looked so hard for you. I missed you. I missed you. Ashley told me that my baby had gone on a train to another city, where a couple had found her wandering alone and crying, and they'd taken her in. Since then, they had been trying to search for her family. I pulled Mom to join our hug, and also Ashley. I love you guys so much. All my best friends are back now. I love you, Crystal. I love you too, Mommy.
One night, I jumped out of bed when I heard her screaming. I rushed to her room but couldn't find her anywhere. I was surprised when I opened her closet. She was in there looking like a scared little kitten. What happened, Mom? I asked, kneeling down. A shark took my disinfectant and wants to eat me alive. It's under my bed, she cried out while shaking badly. But we don't even have a pool, Mom, I said. She then looked at me closely and started to scream like I was the most disgusting thing on earth. Shut your mouth and don't come near me. You're not wearing a mask and gloves. Go get them now. Sighing in frustration, I jumped to my feet before she could get hysterical again. There was one time when I came back from school and found her with huge blisters on her hands because she washed them 100 times every day. The virus cases had been at 0 for more than a month, but she'd been acting like there was a zombie apocalypse. One day, my older sister Steffi brought her boyfriend home, and Mom didn't even let them come in until they took off their shoes and put on the special outfit she'd made, which looked totally ridiculous. Steffi said they looked like astronauts. Every time they walked, they squeaked. Mom took paranoia to a whole new level. She said that Steffi's boyfriend's neighborhood was dangerous, and she wasn't going to take any risks. "You and your contagious boyfriend," Mom yelled at them while standing at least 2 meters away, of course, and squirting disinfectant at them. My sister was really embarrassed and decided never to come back home ever again. The week after that, my mom saw my older brother Seth talking to the garbage truck driver one night. She refused to allow him back inside the house unless he took a bath with water and alcohol in the backyard. Seth was furious. "Just stop these stupid swab tests, temperature checks, and quarantines already. You're just overreacting, and it's seriously irritating," Seth shouted at her as he came in shivering. "What if I don't? You'll leave just like your sister?" Mom asked. "Yes, I will. I'm so done with you. You're crazy," Seth yelled at her, and the next day, he packed his bags and left, and now it was down to me and my twin brother Sean, who had been a total jerk to us. One night, I heard Mom crying in her room. I stood behind the door and listened.
"Why did you leave me for that gold digger? You should have been here with me to take care of everyone."
Dad left Mom years ago, and we never knew why, although we asked her many times. She always said, "He's coming back. I know it. He will. Just wait and see." Grandma was also gone because of the virus, and it had made Mom even worse. I felt sorry for her. I thought maybe I could make her a chocolate milk, even though I knew she might scold me and wouldn't drink it. She didn't want anyone to touch her food. I saw Sean playing an online game on his phone and his dirty feet up on the dining table. "What the hell are you doing, Sean? Mom's gonna kill you," I warned him. "Oh yeah? How about this?" He grinned and then suddenly started coughing on purpose. Mom came out of her room and ran towards us like a raging bull, ready to attack. "Who coughed? I heard a cough." She demanded answers with bulging eyes. "It's Sammy. She's been coughing nonstop," Sean said. To my horror, I tried to deny it, but Mom cut me off. "Enjoy another 14 days in the basement then," she exclaimed as she dragged me downstairs. "Mom, no, please," I cried when she once again locked me up. Sean had just finished his 3rd quarantine here, and the last one was because of a single sneeze. I had to get out. It was my best friend Amy's birthday party on Friday. I hadn't seen her in person since the pandemic started because of online classes, and my mom wouldn't let any of us leave the house. Amy's brother Harry would also be there, and I had a major crush on him. I had to do something about Mom. I heard another scream upstairs. Panicking, I kicked the door until it opened. I rushed upstairs and saw my mom holding a baseball bat while staring at the closed window. "Go check the doors and windows. Make sure they're all locked," she said. Sean walked in and asked what had happened. "A dirty man in a hoodie has been trying to get in. He was licking my window. He wanted to infect our house. He wanted to kill me," Mom said, looking horrified. Sean and I tried to calm her down, but we both got the shock of our lives when she aimed the bat at us. "No mask, no gloves, no face shield. Back off or else," she yelled. Sean looked at me and said, "Your mom is officially insane. I'm sure you're so proud." I dragged him out of the room and said, "You're only good at making fun of people. That's it. I'm contacting Dad. He needs to do something about this." "Sure, go ahead. Ask him to take me with him after." "I'm tired of Mom," Sean said in frustration. "She needs us this time, and we have to do our part," I said. "Whatever. I'll be staying at my friend's place for the week. Tell Mom that the shark ate me if she comes looking for me," he said before walking away. How could they do this to their own mother? I was about to call the hospital from the living room when Mom appeared. You're supposed to be in isolation," she yelled as she picked up a lampshade and threatened to throw it at me. "Mom, please drop it. I'm going to wear my mask now," I said. She dropped the lampshade as soon as I put on my mask. She then sat down on the couch, which she had wrapped in a special plastic, and burst into tears. "I'm so sorry, Sammy. I'm so sorry." She was bawling now. I first sprayed alcohol all over myself before sitting beside her. It's like I have a special vision.
and I can see the virus and germs everywhere, even when I close my eyes. Her crying got louder, but it stopped when I tried to hug her. The next day, I ordered ice cream and pizza and lied that I had made them all myself using the clean ingredients from the fridge. I then suddenly started coughing uncontrollably in front of her. Oh no, it was probably the cold ice cream. My heart started to race when my mom flipped into crazy mode again. She angrily pushed the dining table over and shouted, "That dirty man is right behind you!" Mom screamed. I turned around but didn't see anyone behind me. "Are you sure?" I asked. "I swear, he was here. He was spitting everywhere. He wants to fill our house with the virus, with his disgusting saliva," she cried before running upstairs to hide in her room. While looking for any signs of the dirty man in our house, I was horrified to see that one of the windows in the kitchen was open. When I turned around, I gasped when a man pressed a finger against my lips. It was him, the dirty man that Mom was talking about. He was real. I was about to bite his hand and scream, but I froze the moment he showed me his face. "Dad?" He pulled me into a corner and started explaining. "I have been trying to apologize to your mom, but she always screams whenever I go near her. I think she's hallucinating. That's why she thinks I'm trying to hurt her," Dad said. I couldn't believe he was back. He went on to say that his girlfriend had left him and he had nowhere to go. He was literally begging, and I didn't know what to do. I told him that Mom had gone insane, and he needed to work hard to win her heart again. Mom didn't even open her door for the next few days. She was in self-quarantine again. I let Dad stay with us for a while because I needed his help in dealing with Mom. Then one day, Mom suddenly went missing. Dad found a way to break her door after hearing some odd noises in there, but she'd only left a note saying, "That man came back, just like I expected. I even saw him rubbing his eyes after holding the remote. I can't take this anymore. I'm sorry, Sammy. Take care of yourself. Mommy loves you, despite everything." Oh my God, what had she done? We asked for help from the police to look for her around the house and all over the city, but it had already been a month and there was no sign of her. A while later, I was in the basement and while I was going through some old stuff, a big rat ran over my foot. I screeched and jumped back, lost my balance and landed on the floor. Groaning, I turned to my side and noticed something under the rug on the floor. I lifted it and saw a trap door. I had never noticed it before. I opened it and saw a set of stairs going down. I went down and was startled to see a huge glass cage, and my mom was sleeping in it. It looked squeaky clean, with hand sanitizers and alcohol everywhere, and also herbal supplements and vitamins. Oh my gosh, she'd been living here the whole time. I tried to shake her awake, but she wasn't moving. Her skin felt cold, and there was an empty container of alcohol beside her. Panicking, I called Dad, and we took her to the hospital. A lot of procedures were done on her, and the results showed that her stomach was irritated from alcohol ingestion. She got treatment for it and started to feel better. It was 3 a.m. and Mom woke me up beside her in the hospital bed. "Sammy, wake up. The shark is back again." I told her to relax and go back to sleep, but she kept pointing at the window. I got up to take a look, and she was completely weirded out to see a shark tail poking out from behind a building across the street. I rubbed my eyes and checked again, but it wasn't there anymore. Wait a minute. What was happening? Was I going crazy too? It was there, right? I'm not crazy, Sammy. It was there, Mom exclaimed while shaking. I waited until Mom fell asleep before heading out of the hospital alone. While I was crossing the road, a black van suddenly stopped in front of me. The doors opened and a masked man got out and grabbed me and threw me inside. I tried to fight back and scream, but he had already handcuffed me, tied up my feet, and put duct tape over my mouth. I looked around and saw the shark beside me. It was a costume. I woke up in an unfamiliar room. The masked man entered with a younger, smaller guy. They told me that I was in an old abandoned house in the middle of nowhere, and I was devastated. "Who are you people? Why are you doing this? What did I do to you?" I cried while thinking about Mom, who was all alone now. "I need your mom to totally lose her mind, but you kept getting in my way," the older man said, which gave me goosebumps because his voice sounded familiar. No, it couldn't be him. My eyes grew wide the moment he took off his mask. "Dad? Why?" "Come on, Dad. Let's go before someone sees us," the younger man said, who I figured out was Sean. "Don't worry, sweetheart. We're not gonna hurt you," Dad said. I didn't believe him. "You can quarantine for the rest of your life here, sis. I'm sure your crazy mom would be proud," Sean said before laughing at me. They were about to leave when the police unexpectedly barged in.
along with someone who looked like an astronaut. Mom! Dad and Sean were caught off guard as the police immediately handcuffed them. Mom then ran towards me and untied me. She looked so weak, yet here she was, saving us like a superhero. Just as the police were arresting them, Mom suddenly passed out. We brought her back to the hospital and she was placed in the ICU. A CT scan of her brain revealed a small tumor. The doctor said it was the reason for her changes in behavior, but it was easily removable. I tried contacting my siblings regarding the hospital bills, but they refused to help. Steffi said that she was pregnant and had more important things to do, while Seth had started working again and was busy looking for an apartment. They said that they were done with Mom and didn't want to deal with her anymore. How could they be so heartless? It was Mom's third day in the hospital when our family lawyer paid us a visit. He told Mom that Grandma had left a will, saying that she was giving everything to Mom, including her mansion. I knew it. He was just waiting for your grandma to pass away, Mom said, and it all made sense to me now. Dad wanted all my mom's fortune for himself. Mom fully recovered after the surgery, and we moved into the mansion after a week. She then suggested something unexpected. Why don't you invite Amy and the rest of your friends here tomorrow night? I'm going to throw a huge party. I pinched myself to check if I was dreaming, but Mom giggled and assured me that she was serious. We had some unexpected visitors at the party the next day. I opened the door and was shocked to see Steffi and Seth wearing the special outfits that Mom made. What are you doing here, and why are you wearing those? I thought you said it looked ridiculous, I asked. Where's Mom? We miss her, Steffi exclaimed. We just wanted to apologize. We realized that she just wanted to protect us from the virus, Seth explained. I was speechless. Mom heard our voices and immediately came down. My siblings acted like they were so happy to see her again. We've got presents for you, Mom. Seth gave her like 10 paper bags filled with alcohol bottles, sanitizers, face masks, gloves, vitamins, and a lot of fruit. Mom didn't say anything. She grabbed the bags and threw them away as if they were the most disgusting thing she had ever touched. I don't need them anymore, right, Sammy? She turned to me and I automatically nodded. Seth and Steffi insisted on coming inside, but Mom shut the door in their faces. Now, let's get back to the party, Mom said, and I just smiled in excitement.
Hey there, I'm Haley. I was born on a small island in New Zealand, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone. My family was a bit special because we were the lighthouse keepers. As a kid, I loved pretending I was Rapunzel in her tower. Little did I know, I'd start feeling as trapped as she did. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. My parents broke up soon after I was born, and Mom left to follow her dreams and became a very successful actress. She was extremely busy and never got time to visit me. Sure, she'd send me amazing gifts, but Dad basically raised me alone, and oh boy, he wasn't fun. Dad was a very strict person, and also a local hero. Years ago, he was the first to spot a ship that hit the rocks on a stormy night, and he bravely coordinated a rescue mission. Ever since, he vowed to never leave his post at the lighthouse, and I mean never. We didn't go on vacations and would only visit the local market once a week for supplies. But that didn't stop me looking for an adventure. Like one day when I was 5, we were at the market when I decided to sneak on a fishing boat about to leave port. Aye aye, Captain. Ready to set sail.
Who is this child?
Of course, that made Dad furious. But can you blame me for wanting to go crab fishing instead of being in that tower? To be fair, it wasn't all bad. Dad and I enjoyed watching movies together, and Moms were my favorite. I loved how glamorous she looked, and I wanted to be just like her one day. And growing up, that dream grew stronger. Sure, once school started, I had plenty of friends, and I liked this place, but I just wanted more. Dad, can I take acting classes?
For the 100th time, we don't have any on the island.
But maybe if we moved...
That's out of the question. Our life is here.
Well, maybe for him, but I couldn't accept that as my fate. Then, my opportunity came in the 10th grade. I was at school when I noticed a flyer on the bulletin board that said a famous acting program was looking for new talent in our area. Whoever got through the auditions would receive acting classes, and the person who performed the best would get a year-long role on a popular TV show. I didn't tell Dad anything,
And on casting day, I skipped school and boarded the ferry for the mainland alone. The contest started, and I realized that being in front of the camera came to me naturally. I didn't tell anyone about my mom, though, so they wouldn't have higher expectations. That night, I tuned in for the results. Dad happened to walk by the TV just when my name showed up on screen. I'd passed the auditions round.
Haley, I can't believe you went there alone.
I'm sorry, but you would have never let me participate. Please, Dad, let me do this. He reluctantly agreed to let me continue, and I squealed as I hugged him tight. For the next 6 months, he went with me to the mainland for all classes. At the end of them, I was invited to a talk show where it would be revealed which TV show was about to hire me. As I was chatting with the host, suddenly someone from the audience walked onto the stage.
Well done, Haley. I knew you were going to make it.
Everyone was silent, stunned to see the world-famous actress, but to me, it was just, Mom?
Indeed. After all these years, we are reunited, love, and we'll get to work together on the new TV show.
The audience gasped and cheered as Mom hugged me. And I was speechless. I had no idea she was a part of this. I walked backstage with Mom, where Dad was waiting.
Nice to see you, Celia. It's been what, 15 years? And now you're suddenly Haley's adoring mother, ready to take her away?
Oh, if you're such a good father, don't stand in the way of her dreams.
And can you just straighten your ugly tie? It's driving me crazy. Mom walked off while Dad looked upset. Dad, I know this is all very unexpected, but aren't you proud of me?
Of course I am, love. I guess I'm just not ready for you to leave.
He looked so sad, it broke my heart. Maybe I shouldn't go.
No, she's right, Haley. You deserve to follow your dreams. You know where to find me.
And 2 days later, I was all packed up and ready to go. After we landed at the airport, a limousine took us to Mom's house. Or should I say palace? Then Mom showed me to my beautiful room, complete with a walk-in closet full of designer clothes and accessories. This feels like a dream.
No, honey, it's your life now.
Mom, I just don't understand one thing. Why didn't you ever visit me?
Oh, sweetie, I wanted to so much, but there was never a good time. You don't know how hard it is to make it in this industry with no support or connections. I barely even had any money. I had to fight hard to get good roles and grab every opportunity, but now you won't have to fight so hard because I'll make everything easier for you.
I felt overwhelmed by her love and attention, and it was so cool to have the great Celia as my mom. But soon, I discovered Mom was a bit strange. All her clothes and shoes had to be arranged by color. She would schedule every minute of her day and give her staff some crazy tasks like cleaning the ceiling. She wanted us to make public mother-daughter appearances in matching outfits, and the designers got an earful if they weren't identical. On my first day on set, I went alone, feeling super nervous. My first scene was with Jake, the gorgeous male lead. He was so distracting, I kept forgetting my lines.
Cut. 10-minute break, everyone. Especially Haley.
I felt so embarrassed.
Can you even act at all?
Excuse me?
I'm just saying, there are plenty of talented girls who can take your spot.
If you have nothing nice to say, you do have the option of staying quiet.
If you don't know how to act, you do have the option of leaving.
What a jerk! I calmed down my nerves and delivered my lines perfectly in the next take. But after that, we were always trying to trip each other up. He made silly faces to distract me during scenes, so I slipped laxatives in his coffee that kept him running to the bathroom. He put cat poop in my shoes, so I put super glue on his seat. You get the gist, right? But one day, I found out it was the makeup artist's birthday, so I ordered a huge cake to surprise her.
This was your idea?
Yeah? Why? Did you put something in the cake?
No, just wishing you ordered chocolate. Who likes pineapple cake?
SpongeBob. But from then on, Jake started being nicer to me. We'd chat during lunch and rehearse our lines together, and the pranks stopped, mostly. Working with Mom, though, was not a piece of cake. She was a perfectionist and would make me redo scenes 20 times. I was eager to learn, so I didn't mind being pushed, but she was really hard on everyone. Like that time her assistant brought the wrong coffee.
I told you no sugar, and always put my coffee on a coaster. Plastic spoon on the left, napkin on the right. Ugh, did you even pass kindergarten?
Or that time with the camera woman.
Oh, you're getting all my wrong angles. Look, you're clearly not pretty enough to be in front of the camera, but now you're not even good behind it. Also, can you get your eyebrows done? One is like a thin worm and the other's like a fat caterpillar, and I hate uneven things.
One day, I had a long scene with Mom, and she kept pointing out every tiny mistake. She wanted to discuss it more during break, but I just shut myself up in the bathroom, escaped through the window, and ran to Jake's trailer. Jake, let me in!
Oh no, a crazy fan. Security!
I'm gonna punch you in the face if you annoy me right now.
Okay, Grumpy, what's going on?
I told him how Mom was tiring me out by being so demanding.
Well, what were you expecting with your mom's reputation?
What do you mean?
Your mom is famous for being difficult to work with. No one likes her because of her bad attitude. I literally had to sign a contract that I wouldn't pick fights with her, because I can't stand rude people.
Hey, that's not really fair. Yes, Mom can be hard to please, but that's because she's passionate about her work.
We're all passionate about our work, but we don't act bratty.
You have no idea what she went through. She started from nothing and struggled alone for years. Look, I just felt a bit frustrated, so I vented to you, but that doesn't mean you get to diss my mom. I was about to storm off, but Jake stopped me.
You're right, I'm sorry. You just came to vent. Maybe, since she's your mom, you can tell her to be less critical of you sometimes, because I think you're pretty you're all right.
For some reason, my heart fluttered as I walked off, but I didn't take Jake's advice and talk to Mom. I understood this is who she was, and I just had to work hard to make her proud. Soon after, we got news about the ratings of our season. It was a huge success, and the studio wanted to sign us for season 2.
That's great. Of course, we'll need you to double our paychecks if you want Haley to stay.
You know we don't have that kind of money.
Mom, isn't that double the paycheck or Haley walks?
Fine. And you two will be good to work through winter break?
No, I have plans to visit my dad and
Yes, no problem. Plans can change.
I felt mad as we walked out of the office. I promised Dad I'd go see him.
Haley, success requires many sacrifices. But sure, you can always go back to the life you had before.
That made me quickly drop the argument because I couldn't imagine going back to my old town. When I told Dad the news, he was sad, but understanding. The next day in a meeting, the director told us that Jake's character and mine were gonna end up together in the 2nd season.
Ew, I'd rather kiss a frog.
I'd rather kiss the frog's poop.
Make sure to brush your teeth that day, Haley.
I'll make sure to eat garlic instead.
And here I was, hoping for something more romantic.
I wasn't sure if he was joking, but just then, Mom pulled me away. As we climbed into the car, she started lecturing me about not getting crushes on my co-stars, as if I could help it. Yeah, duh, I have a crush on Jake. That evening, I was in my room watching MSA videos when Jake called.
Haley, are you watching the news?
I turned on the TV and was shocked to see reports of a devastating hurricane that had swept over my island. I tried calling Dad, but the line was down. I was so worried, and finally, hours later, Dad called me back.
I'm fine. Well, except for the torn ligament in my arm. I'll need surgery for it, and the lighthouse is damaged, and most of the town too.
Dad, you just focus on getting better before anything else, okay? I'll cover your medical bills. He tried to refuse, but I wasn't backing down. I had plenty saved from the 1st season of the show, but the next day, when I went to the bank to transfer money, my account was nearly empty. You and your mother have a joint account, and recently she transferred all the funds to her solo one. What the heck? When I asked her about it, she acted totally normal.
I left some allowance and I buy everything you need. What else do you want?
My money? I earned it, and Dad was injured. He needs...
I don't care about him. You're living here now and your lifestyle isn't cheap.
But I care, and if money is an issue, we can move to a smaller house.
No, our image would suffer.
You mean your image? Do you even care about what I want?
You wanted to be an actress, right? I made you so.
So you're saying I have no talent? I was getting that TV show role without you, Mom. It's not enough to steal credit for everything, so you've stolen my money? I won't stay here another minute.
Yes, you will, or your career is over. She'll go wherever she wants.
I turned around to see Dad. Dad, what are you doing here?
Just decided to make a surprise visit. I didn't have a good feeling when you showed up out of nowhere, Celia, but I didn't think you'd steal from your own daughter. Some things never change, I guess.
What do you mean?
Years ago, when I rescued those people from the sinking ship, the owner gave me a huge sum of money to thank me, and soon after, your mom asked me out. She, the most popular girl on the island, finally noticed me. I felt so lucky, but then she used all my money to start her career, broke up with me, and left the moment her popularity rose.
Why didn't you tell me all this before?
Because I hoped she'd change and come back, and we could be a family.
You really think I'd come back to the dumb, stinky village? You were always a fool. I guess I take after Dad, because I didn't see right away what a cold-hearted, selfish person you are, Mom. Dad and I left, and the next day, we were on the ferry back to the island. Seeing the lighthouse so battered brought tears to my eyes. I've been so blind. I was so obsessed with Mom, I couldn't see who she really was.
But she was right about one thing, Haley. I've held you back, and I'm sorry. I've just always wanted to keep you safe, but I ended up making you feel trapped. From now on, I'll always support you, even if that means we have to move. Once you left, I realized my job isn't more important than you are.
The next day, Dad made some calls and arranged a meeting with a lawyer. We managed to get my money back, and he had the surgery while the lighthouse was being repaired. I also used my popularity to raise funds for my town. For the first time, I realized how much the island and our community meant to me. Yes, I still wanted to act, but it wasn't a way to escape my old life anymore. I still had to figure out what to do about the second season. There was no way I was working with Mom anymore. One day, I was enjoying the sunset on the lighthouse balcony when I heard someone behind me.
How many steps does this place have?
You're wheezing like you're 80. What are you doing here?
I talked with the producers and found some interesting stuff about your mother.
Turns out, Mom's career hasn't been doing too well in recent years, and she had used me to get that role in the new show.
The producer said they never wanted to hire her, but were forced to when she made that public announcement. Now that you left, they're more than happy to fire her. They want you back, Haley, and this time, you'll work on your own terms. Please come back, or they'll find another female lead.
And you don't want that to happen?
Yeah. What if they hire someone I want to kiss even less than I want to kiss you?
That would be terrible. Then I suppose I'll have to rescue you.
You're my hero.
Hi, I'm Marin from Vermont, and my parents are a couple of lunatics who hid a secret from me that rocked my world. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I guess you can say I'm the grumpy oddball of the family. My dad's a psychologist, and my mom's a life coach, and they have permanent smiles plastered on their faces. Before I was born, they made millions and became famous selling books that taught people how to be happy. When I was a kid, they insisted on driving me to school, where they'd always make a big scene.
Give Daddy a hug, sweetie.
Give Mommy a kiss.
And don't forget Mr. Stuffy and your magic hat.
It was nice when I was 5, but now I'm 16 and they're still doing it. Every day they'd find new ways to embarrass me. They'd burst into song in the middle of the grocery store. They'd insist we dress like triplets every time we went out. And they'd show up at school in cheerleading outfits before every big test. You can do it, honey. Yes, you can.
Go, Marin!
My parents and I couldn't be more opposite. I failed to inherit their cheery disposition or their good looks. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that my parents are gorgeous. People are always staring at them and stopping them in the street to pay them compliments. But no one ever noticed me. My parents tried to share their spotlight with me by dragging me to their photo shoots and TV interviews, but it always ended up a disaster. I was not photogenic. Then one time, they decided to do a photo shoot in Disneyland, and the place was just getting on my nerves. All the workers there and the Disney characters kept waving and smiling like they were infected with happiness, just like my parents. And then a woman dressed as Cinderella's fairy godmother came to me with a big smile.
So, sweetie, how do you like being at the happiest place on earth? Bippity-boppity-boo!
And something inside me just snapped. What is wrong with you? You're a middle-aged woman whose job it is to dress up as a fictional character in a dumb costume, and you're smiling like a psycho. What are you so happy about? Then I grabbed her wand, snapped it in half, and threw it in her face. Okay, I know that wasn't my best moment. I apologized to her a lot and gave her a really big tip, but someone had made a video of me, and it was making the social media rounds. For the first time, my parents didn't look too happy with me. I thought they'd ground me, which was totally understandable, but after a day of silent treatment, they burst into my room, hugged me, and took me out for ice cream. I learned to accept that my parents were just not normal, and we were poles apart. But then one day, I came home from school, and they told me something that changed my life. Honey, we think it's time you knew the truth.
You're adopted.
Dad's words echoed in my ears. I couldn't believe it. My mind raced, and so did my emotions. First, I was in denial. No way. I got so mad I threw a chair. Then, I tried to convince my parents to come to their senses. Haha. ha! Funny joke. Now take it back.
I'm sure you have a lot of questions. Suddenly, I started crying like a baby. It took a while for my parents to calm me down, but I was finally able to hear them out. They told me they'd adopted me when I was 2 years old, and the craziest thing was that I had a sister. Why tell me now? We received a letter from your sister. She saw us on TV.
Up until now, we didn't know she existed. She's been in foster care her whole life, but she showed her records and she's been adopted from the same orphanage we got you from.
The more I thought about being adopted, the more it made sense. This is why I didn't have my parents' genes. They weren't my parents. Your sister wants to meet you.
She'd like to visit, but the choice is yours if you want to see her.
My parents gave me my sister's contact information, and I looked her up online. Her name was Francesca, and she was 2 years older than me, and she looked a lot like me, but somehow 10 times better. She was head of her cheerleading team, voted most likely to succeed, and wore the most stylish clothes. I sent her a DM on Insta, and she responded a half a second later. Surprisingly, we had a lot in common. We both loved rom-coms and mint chocolate chip ice cream, and we both hated zombies. Maybe having a sister wouldn't be so bad. Francesca and I made plans to see each other the next weekend. The next morning at school, I told my BFF Ray the news. I showed Ray a picture of Francesca, and he couldn't stop staring. So I slapped his forehead.
Ow!
Earth to Ray.
Sorry, it's just I can't believe you have a sister.
You mean a pretty sister, right? I guess she got the pretty gene from our birth parents.
You're just as pretty as she is. In fact, you look 10 times better.
Yeah, right.
No, it's true. You're a goddess and I love you.
What?
I said I love plastic spoons. Hey, look, that lunch lady has a bunch. I should go talk to her. Bye.
Ray was a little strange, but that's what I liked about him. We met in 5th grade. Ray brought a snake into the classroom for show and tell. It got loose and everyone freaked out, but I grabbed the snake by its tail and tossed it into its cage.
Wow, you're incredible.
We've been besties ever since. My parents were excited about Francesca's visit, but they were busy the day she was arriving, so Ray and I volunteered to pick her up from the airport. The moment Francesca stepped off the plane, I had a feeling I was in for trouble. She was beautiful in her pictures, but in person, she looked like a movie star. A bunch of boys jumped over themselves to carry her bags. It's so nice to meet you, Marin. I can't believe how friendly everyone is. Then this old lady bumped into me and started yelling, "Move, girl!" Sorry, ma'am. We didn't mean to stand in your way. The mean lady looked at Francesca and instantly smiled. Aren't you a sweetheart? You, on the other hand, could learn some manners and comb your hair. You look like a peacock. What the heck? And to make matters worse, Francesca kept fawning all over Ray on the way back home. OMG, Ray, your muscles are huge. Do you work out?
A little.
Ray was practically a toothpick. What was she talking about? I don't know why, but when Ray smiled at Francesca, it made my blood boil. When we got back to my house, I barely had a chance to introduce Francesca to my parents before she ran up and hugged them. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Is it okay if I call you that? How about no? Don't be rude, Marin. She's our guest. That whole night, my parents and Ray couldn't get enough of Francesca. Francesca had apparently read all my parents' books and could even quote them by heart. She laughed at Dad's stupid jokes, sang show tunes with Mom, and geeked out when Ray showed her his comic book collection. She even volunteered to cook and made the most amazing 5-course meal. You are just wonderful.
Extraordinary. Unbelievable.
I'm not saying I was jealous, but come on! Francesca made herself right at home. My parents gave her a room down the hall from me, and that night, I felt so relieved that the day was over. But just as I turned out the lights to sleep, I saw Francesca in my doorway staring at me with a creepy smile. What are you doing? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I just wanted to say goodnight. Okay, thanks. Well, good night, and don't let the bedbugs bite. It can get pretty bad if they do. You could get an infection or have an allergic reaction. I've even heard that a bug bite can drive you insane. Oh my god, is that a bug on your pillow? Huh? I was so scared I hopped out of bed. Francesca turned on the light and glided over like she was Wonder Woman. Oh, my bad. False alarm. It's just a piece of lint. Sweet dreams. Francesca skipped out of my room with that stupid smile on her face. Thanks to her, I didn't sleep at all that night because I kept dreaming of creepy bed bugs. 48 hours later, I was so relieved because Francesca's visit was almost over. But when I came downstairs for breakfast, I found my parents and Francesca giggling with excitement.
Guess what, sweetie? Francesca's decided to stay for another week.
Oh, God. I couldn't take much more of Francesca. She was ruining my life. I swear
swear my parents liked her more than me, and so did Ray. That's not a good idea. Don't you need to go back home? You have school tomorrow. You'll miss all your classes. You could fail a test. You could flunk school. The decision could destroy your life. Don't worry, Marin. I'm actually going to stay so I can check out your high school tomorrow. Francesca and my parents were so excited about the possibility of us going to the same school. I tried to keep my frustration to myself, so I avoided them the best I could. I made up some excuse that I wasn't feeling well. I locked myself in my room and watched MSA videos to cheer myself up. The next day at school was as bad as I'd imagined. The moment everyone saw Francesca, they fell head over heels in love. Even the popular kids ran up to me, asking me about her.
Hey, Mavis, does your sister have a boyfriend?
My name is Marin, and I don't know. Can you give Francesca this invitation to my party? What about me? Sorry, cool kids only. Francesca may have been perfect, but there was one thing about her that was a little weird. Every time anyone asked her about her foster parents, she'd tell a different story. Once, my parents asked to speak with them. Oh, they can't be reached. They're marine biologists and they're in the middle of the ocean studying whales. A few hours later, I overheard her talking to the principal. My foster parents can't answer any calls. They work for the government and they're on an undercover mission. It's a matter of national security. She even told the popular kids that her foster parents were in a heavy metal band on tour in Thailand. I don't trust Francesca. She's a liar and I think she's up to something.
Not Francesca. She's the nicest, sweetest, and kindest person I've ever met.
That's what she wants you to believe. She's got everyone under her spell. You have to help me expose her.
Well, of course I'll help you.
I adore you and I would do anything for you.
What?
I said I love helping my friends. We should spy on her like in those spy movies.
She's smart. What if she catches us?
Believe me, she won't.
Ray and I bought a bunch of spy equipment online, like binoculars, hidden cameras, listening devices, and these cool camouflage outfits so we could sneak around without being noticed. We spied on Francesca at school, when she went out for a run, and when she got groceries, but she didn't do anything weird. Till one day, we were spying on her while she was cooking, and we heard her on the phone speaking in a strange coded language. What?
Oh, I know. That's Pig Latin. You keep adding A to the end of each word or something like that. My parents have been talking like that since I was a kid.
Okay, so what is she saying?
I don't know. I've never been able to crack the code and figure out their secrets. Oh my god, do you think they're hiding something really big from me and—
Focus on my problems, Ray. Yours can wait. Then one day, I caught Francesca sneaking out of school. I followed her to the park across town, where she met this shady couple. I hid in the bushes and used my spy equipment to listen to their conversation. What's the holdup, Francesca? I've changed my mind.
You can't back out now. We had a deal. You break into their safe, steal their money, and then you're free. You'll get your share, then you can go to that fancy college you're always yapping about.
I said no. I won't do it. The mean woman grabbed Francesca's arm. You don't have a choice. We could always tell them about your past. You think those rich people will love you after they find out you're a thief? Suddenly, my allergies started to kick in, and I sneezed really loud. Francesca and the shady couple looked in my direction. I panicked. Then I saw a bird on a tree, which gave me an idea. Okay, my bird impression was a little lame, but I had to do something. What the heck was that?
Sounded like a bird dying, but forget about that. You're out of time, Francine. We'll make our move tonight.
The shady couple got into the car and drove away. Once they were out of sight, I jumped out of the bushes and confronted Francesca. No, Francine. Geez, this is getting confusing. I'm just gonna call her Francesca, okay? Like I said, I jumped out of the bushes. I knew you were up to no good, you thief. I heard everything. You're going down. Suddenly, Francesca burst into tears, and man, did she look ugly. Her eyes got puffy, snot ran down her nose, and her face looked like a newborn's wrinkly butt. I'd never seen anyone look like a hideous troll when they cried. Can you please give me one chance to explain? Yes, anything that stops you from crying. Francesca told me all about her awful childhood with her cunning foster parents, who always made her part of their schemes. I've been waiting to turn 18 to get away from them. Then one day, they showed me you and your parents on TV and told me you were my biological sister. They said if I stole money from you, they'd give me my share and I could go to my dream college. I just wanted out really badly, so I agreed. But soon after I met you and your family, I knew that I couldn't go through with the plan. You're my sister, my only friend in the world, and I love you. Francesca hugged me tight and cried some more. I hadn't thought of her as a friend before, and she was getting snot all over my shirt, but it was okay. I started to realize how silly I was for being jealous of her. I was the lucky one. Even though my parents were annoying, there was no doubt that they loved me. me. That night, Francesca and I told my parents everything. They told the police, and Francesca's foster parents were arrested the next day. I asked my parents if Francesca could live with us, and they said yes. After that, Francesca moved in for good, and we became a happy family. One day, I was hanging out at the pool with Francesca and Ray. Hey sis, I've got one question. Why did you say your name was Francesca? I wanted something fancy. Francine was too plain. Now it's my turn to ask one. When are you gonna admit that you're in love with Ray? I spat out my juice. I'm what now? You heard me. And he's always looking at you like an infatuated cow.
I am not, and that doesn't even make any sense. I'm as thin as a toothpick.
Ugh, jeez. Just shut up, admit it already, and work it out, losers. And with that, she pushed us into the pool and ran off cackling. Maybe it wasn't gonna be so fun to have a sister after all. Hi, I'm Celine from Oregon. Please like and subscribe. My parents had me right after high school, by accident. But my dad told my mom that he loved her more than anything and was excited to start a family with her. I was born with mom's lovely red hair and green eyes.
Oh, honey, she's beautiful. Just like you. My perfect little family.
But things started going downhill really soon. Mom stayed with me at home, and Dad just wasn't earning enough to afford everything we needed. And that made them fight a lot. Once when I was 5, Dad and I went to go buy some burger buns from the supermarket, and he started ripping open each package, taking one out, and tossing it aside.
Sir? What are you doing? All these packets have 4 buns, and I'm a family of 3. What about people like me, huh? Why should we pay for the extra bun? So I'm taking one out, 'cause I only want 3 buns. I'm sorry, but you can't do that, sir. Oh, yes, I can. You can't make me pay for something I don't want.
Dad flung it at the storekeeper's face and started running away. He was caught by security guards, and he punched one of them and spent the night in jail. And when he got back home, he packed up his bags to leave.
I love you, Celine, but this is just too much responsibility for me. I can't handle it. Goodbye, darling.
And just like that, he was gone. We had to leave our house and move into a trailer. Mom had to work for the first time ever, and she wasn't very good at it. She did odd jobs like cleaning and waitressing and got fired often, and she'd spend the next few days crying on the couch. It's okay, Mommy. Not everyone can be a good waitress. Pouring coffee is hard. I know, right? I really tried, but my manager said he wanted to give me an award for the worst waitress ever. This is your dad's fault. Growing up, I realized Mom was never gonna be a responsible adult. The only thing she took good care of was her skin. She'd mix some ingredients in her lotion and put it over herself daily. And on me too. She said looks were the most important thing for a girl. But I really wanted to excel at school and have a better life than Mom. In 10th grade, I also got a job as a dog walker for some rich people. But I told Mom only half of my salary so I could save the rest. One day while I was going to work, I saw a dog barking loudly as a man was forcing it to go with him. Wait, I knew that dog. Hey, you thief! Let him go right now!
Buzz off. It's my dog.
No, it's not. Timmy, come here, boy. The dog tried running towards me, but the man wouldn't let go. I grabbed a rock from the ground and threw it at him, and he yelled as he ran away. I immediately took the dog to its owner, a rich old lady named Mrs. Grant, who was already looking for him frantically, and I told her everything.
Oh, how can I thank you? Come in, child. I'd like to get to know you.
After asking me many questions, she said something really surprising. She wanted to send me to a great private school, all expenses covered. What? This was an offer I just couldn't refuse. But Mom didn't seem very excited. She should have just given you the cash for finding her dumb dog. You already go to school. I was too happy to argue with her. Going to a good school meant great opportunities for college. Mrs. Grant had me enrolled a week later, and I was so nervous as I walked into the building. Luckily, the school had a uniform, so no one would see my own worn-out clothes. But I noticed several people looking at me, and I had no idea why. Later that day in the cafeteria, a girl from my class waved at me. Celine, right? Come and join us. And I gotta say, girl, you are gorgeous. Yeah, your skin's flawless. I wasn't expecting such a nice welcome. The girl who'd waved me over was Jasmine, and she seemed really interested in me. So, tell me, Celine, where do you live? I was about to say in a trailer, but something made me stop. I just knew these girls wouldn't see me the same if I had said that. Oh, Cherry Tree Hill. OMG, that's such a posh neighborhood. What's your address? 251, Street 20. That street has the biggest mansions. That was Mrs. Grant's address, and I'd said it before I could stop myself. Now I'd have to live with this stupid lie, but at least the girls looked impressed. A week later, we were in the library when Jasmine suddenly elbowed me. What do you think about Aiden, the football captain? I don't even know who that is. It's that guy in front of you, dummy, who can't take his eyes off of you. I looked up to see a really cute boy, and he did seem to be looking my way. I ignored Jasmine, but some moments later, a paper plane landed on my desk. I can read your mind, and yes, I'll go out with you. I burst out laughing at the cheesy line. Aiden took that as a sign to come over, and he seemed to be really nice. We started hanging out often, and soon enough, he asked me out. Life at school was going great. I was doing well in classes, I had friends, and a hot boyfriend. But one day, Jasmine and her friends were making plans for the mall, when suddenly someone behind us spoke. Hey, can I come too? I turned around to see a girl with stained clothes and knotted hair. Ugh, go away, Miranda. Celine, this is the school loser who can't afford clean clothes. She can come with us if she wants to. Really? Excuse me? No, you can't. You're not sitting in my car. Just leave, Miranda. Her face turned red, and I felt really bad as she walked away. But later that day, I was just coming out of the bathroom when I bumped straight into someone. Miranda! Hey, sorry about that. You seemed nice earlier, and I wanted to be your friend. Most people aren't nice to me because of the way that I am. It's okay, Miranda. You don't have to be embarrassed around me. Can you keep a secret? Of course, anything. I'm poor just like you, so I know what you're going through. You're poor? Shh, yes. And yeah, we can be friends. Meet me outside school later. I ditched Jasmine and her gang and took Miranda home. On the way, we walked past Mrs. Grant's house, and I explained that she was paying for my school. When we got to the trailer, I gave her some clean clothes to change into, and then we had lunch together. I would have never guessed you lived here, Celine. Yeah, we don't have much, but I try to take care of myself. No reason your life has to suck just because you're poor. Soon after, Miranda thanked me for everything and left. But half an hour later, I got a call from Mrs. Grant, and she asked me to come over immediately. And when I got there, I was shocked to find a furious Mrs. Grant next to Miranda? What are you doing here?
Is this homeless person a friend of yours, Celine? I found her in our backyard with Timmy. If I hadn't caught her, she probably would have stolen him.
You told me about Timmy, and I just...
Told her what? Why are you showing strangers the way to my house, Celine? Did I make a mistake in trusting you?
No, of course not, Mrs. Grant. Believe me, Miranda is completely harmless. I'm so sorry. It won't happen again. I took Miranda outside and then turned to her angrily. Are you insane? Why were you here? I just wanted to see Timmy because I like dogs. That's all. But you can't just walk into someone's house. I work for that lady, and she's the reason I go to a good school. She could easily take it all away from me, thanks to you. Miranda looked upset and ran off, and I didn't stop her. Gosh, she was crazy. Maybe I'd made a mistake letting her into my life. The next day at school, I just wanted to avoid her. But later, as I was sitting with my friends on the bleachers, Miranda suddenly appeared and sat next to me. Listen, Celine, I'm really sorry about yesterday.
What happened yesterday, garbage girl? Celine, what's she talking about?
Oh my God, was Miranda about to give away all my secrets?
How would I know? She's a total nutcase.
No, wait, I know you're mad at me, but aren't we friends? You said,
in your dreams, weirdo.
I got up to leave, but suddenly Miranda took my arm. And without really thinking, I threw my glass of juice at her face. She stood there stunned. But just then, Jasmine and the rest stared at her.
Your clothes looked cleaner today. Now you look like your usual self again.
Miranda burst into tears and ran off. And I felt horrible. What had I just done? I looked for Miranda everywhere the next day, but I couldn't find her. As I was walking down the hallway, I suddenly spotted Aiden clearing out his locker.
Hey, Aiden, is everything okay? No, nothing is okay. You bullied my sister.
Wait, who? Miranda? She's your sister?
Yeah, and I know she's a mess, but I'm supposed to take care of her. I
just didn't know I had to protect her from you.
Aiden, please tell me where she is so I can apologize.
She's refused to ever come back to the school because of jerks like you, and I'll be transferring wherever she goes. And I can't even look at you, Celine.
As I watched him leave, I'd never felt worse in my life. Miranda had just wanted to be my friend, and I'd become a bully because I was afraid people would find out I was poor. The next day at school, Jasmine caught up with me in the corridor.
Celine, did you know Aiden and Miranda were siblings?
I just found out, and they've both left. What happened?
What happened is that we bullied that poor girl, and she doesn't want to be here anymore, and neither does Aiden. Oh, come on, we were just having fun. And who would have thought Aiden is poor too? He sure did a good job of hiding it. Well, I'm glad those broke losers are gone. And suddenly, I just lost it.
You want to know something, Jasmine? I'm poor too. Yeah, there's no fancy mansion. I live in a small trailer.
Ew, a trailer?
Yeah, and I don't know why I let anyone make me feel ashamed of it. If you only treat people with respect based on how rich they are, I don't want anything to do with you.
As if I want anything to do with you now, trailer girl.
I just pushed her aside and walked off. Telling the truth was actually a relief. I lost my friends in a day, but I didn't care. I begged the principal to give me Miranda's address so I could go see her. But when I got there, I was shocked. This wasn't some poor person's house. I rang the bell, and the person who answered the door said that the previous family had put the house on sale and moved to another city. I walked away feeling low and confused. Why was Miranda like that if she wasn't poor? For the next few months, I just kept my head down and focused on studying. But one day, I was sitting in the classroom when I heard Jasmine making fun of another girl.
What's wrong with your skin, girl?
It's peeling off like snakes. I've tried everything. I don't know why it's happening. Hey, try this. It's awesome. I use it all the time. And with that, I took out a bottle of Mom's lotion mixture I always had with me.
Ew, don't. Who knows what kind of products poor people use?
Shut up, Jasmine. I'll try it. Celine's skin is amazing. And just a week later, the girl reported that her skin had never been better. After that, everyone wanted to try the lotion, and they were willing to pay for it. I told Mom, and it got her excited too. With the savings I had, I bought all the stuff we needed, and soon, we were making good money just by selling the lotion to girls in my school. Eventually, I set up a website and started selling it online, and it was such a hit. By the time I graduated high school, we were making enough to move out of the trailer and into an apartment. I got into university in another city, but I kept my business running with Mom and a few employees. But sometime later, I started getting complaints from customers that their orders weren't getting delivered. I went back home that weekend to see what was going on, and I found the apartment in a huge mess. And Mom was snoring on the couch. Mom, how can you live like this? This place looks like a garbage dump, and I'm getting so many complaints about orders.
Can you please relax? So what if some orders are delayed? I was tired this week, and I'll clean the mess.
No, you won't. When have you ever done that before? All our lives, I've been cleaning up your mess, and I'm done. You're on your own, and I'll handle the business too.
You're cutting me out of it? It's my product.
But it's my money and hard work. Don't worry, I'll keep sending you your share. I just won't be coming back to live with you. And I left. I graduated university with honors, and my company kept growing. I was living the life I'd always wanted, but something kept bothering me all this time. I really wanted to meet Miranda. I hired a private investigator to track her down, and finally I found out where she lived. When I arrived at her doorstep, Miranda opened the door, but I barely recognized her. She looked so much better now. Celine, is that really you?
Yeah, it's me. Can I please come in?
We started talking, and I told her how I'd been wanting to apologize for years. I'm so sorry about what I did, Miranda. The day after you left, I told everyone the truth about me. I didn't want to be some fake person anymore. I get why you were mad at me. You were trying to make a better life, and I was just good at messing everything up. I wasn't poor like everyone thought, Celine. My mom had passed away, and I was just having a really hard time dealing with it. But you helped me realize too that I had to get my act together, and I got help. We hugged it out, and I felt a weight lifted off me. I knew Miranda would be okay. As I was leaving, suddenly someone called out,
Celine, wait, I turned around to see Aiden.
I heard everything you said to Miranda. Thank you. I could tell you meant it.
Every word.
So, how long are you in town for?
I'm leaving tomorrow.
Maybe we could catch up over dinner?
I think I'd really like that.
What's up? I'm Wyatt, and my parents adopted me from a poor farm in Sri Lanka. And now, living a millionaire life because of my politician parents. Well, I'm not a fan of rich life, but shh, don't tell my parents I said that. I mean, I'm grateful for what they've given me, but rich people always boss people around for the craziest things.
I asked for a gold-plated toilet seat, not this regular one. What? Are you stupid?
Mom, who cares? It's just a toilet seat. No one's going to rate our bathroom on the luxury loo leaderboard. So I spent all my free time jamming on a guitar with my best buddy in the whole world, Kevin. Time for the next gig, you in? I met Kevin at a local band tryout, and we've been close ever since. We got in the band and started playing local charities. It felt so awesome to bring so many people joy. One day we were playing at the local soup kitchen, and I heard a commotion. A bully was cornering one of the most beautiful girls I'd ever seen. I found twigs in your soup you made. I want my money back.
It's free, and I saw you put those in there.
I was about to step in when the girl poured soup all over the bully's head. Security came and threw her out. I ran outside to tell her how cool she was, but it was too late. She was gone. But when I got back to Kevin's, he had the biggest smirk on his face. Do you remember that cute girl who souped that bully? Duh. Well, her name's Gabby, and I asked her out. So she's kind of my girlfriend now. I felt like a giant rock had been stuck in my throat. But you guys, what was I supposed to do? There's a bro code. That's awesome, Kev. But as they started dating, I started to see less and less of Kevin. And whenever we did hang out, all he would ever talk about was Gabby. You know, Gabby supports her entire family. She has like 17 jobs. Wow. And the next day, my parents had a huge surprise waiting for me. There was a pretty girl twirling in my kitchen. She batted her eyelashes in slow motion. Honestly, it was a little ridiculous.
Hello, I'm Olivia.
I'm Wyatt, and why are you here?
Well, son, it's your 18th birthday, and your present is Olivia. She's gonna be your wife.
My what?
Did you really think we'd leave your matchmaking up to fate?
But
your mother and I were in an arranged marriage. Look how happy we are.
I was definitely not convinced.
Olivia's living with us until the wedding. You'll have plenty of time to get to know her.
I tried it first for my parents' sake, but everything about Olivia rubbed me the wrong way. Every time she opened her mouth, I felt like some brain cells had died. One time, we went on her family's yacht for a week and sailed past the farm where I was born.
Ew, I could never be that poor. How sad and pathetic.
That really made me want to throw her overboard. Wyatt, remember, you're a gentleman. I needed out of this. A life with Olivia would be a life tied to the very type of person I hated most. So, I decided to run away. As I was climbing out of my window, Kevin pulled up to my house. How could I forget? We were supposed to practice together. Bro, what are you doing? My parents want me to marry this total snozberry. I'm running away. What? Wyatt, you can't give your life up. I don't have any other choice. I couldn't bring myself to say no to my parents or break their hearts. So, it's either run away or marry her. Besides, it's not like I have any other romantic leads. But then Kevin looked at me with this sparkle in his eye. What if you hired a fake fiancé and told your parents you're already getting married? I burst out laughing. Yeah, right. Would anyone actually be interested? I mean, it's a little pathetic. Gabby could do it. You mean, your girlfriend? Yeah, she's desperate for money. Let me ask. And then he started texting her. Wait, Kevin, isn't that weird? She's your girlfriend. She said she's in. And who cares, dude? It's just pretending. Besides, I trust you more than anyone. I mean, it's not like I really had any other options. Luckily, my parents went on a business trip, so at least that bought me some time. The next day, I met up with Gabby and got up to pull her chair out, but she kicked it back in.
One thing straight. This is just a job.
Jeez, I was just trying to be polite.
I love Kevin.
So do I. But don't you feel weird that he's passing you off to me like you're some loaner car?
I would advise you to shut your face hole before I shut it for you.
Well, you better get an attitude transplant if you're gonna be a convincing fiancé. Otherwise, this won't work. She looked at me with this mischievous smirk.
You don't have to question my believability. Trust me.
The next day, I invited Gabby to my school's potluck. I went to the bathroom for 2 seconds, and when I came back, I saw Gabby had entered the green chili eating contest. As Gabby shoveled chilies down her throat, she glared at me with cold hatred. And then, to my shock, she told everyone,
My fiancé holds the green chili eating world record.
Before I knew it, tears were streaming from our eyes as we ate chili after chili. Remind me to bathe in milk later. After Gabby won, I dragged her away from everyone. What are you doing?
Just having some fun with my fiancé.
I'm gonna be in the bathroom for a week straight now because of you. But if that's what you want, I'll give it to you and eat until you're happy.
No, stop!
Suddenly, Olivia appeared out of nowhere.
Wow, Wyatt, that is pretty impressive. My parents love spicy food. They're going to be so happy when they find out you can handle it.
And then she kissed me on the cheek and ran off. I wanted to flip a table.
What was that about?
Ugh, you need to start playing by my rules, Gabby, or you can kiss your money goodbye.
I do one thing you don't like and this is how you act? You're exactly who I thought you were. You're a rich, arrogant jerk.
I walked outside to blow off steam, literally. But I realized I got why she thought I was that way. I mean, rich people, they're the worst. I had to show her that I wasn't like that. I went back inside, but Gabby was nowhere to be found. I started to get worried, so I called Kevin. Did you seriously lose my girlfriend, dude? I'm on my way. Then I heard someone crying in the girls' bathroom. I took a chance. Gabby? It's Wyatt. I wanted to apologize. She unlocked the door, but when she opened it, I was shocked to see Gabby was covered in Jell-O. What happened?
That girl who kissed you on the cheek threw a whole Jell-O cake in my face.
Olivia. So maybe she was starting to get the message. I was almost a little excited when...
I look like a sea monster.
Here, let me help. I washed Gabby's hair in the sink and gave her my sweatshirt so she'd have clean clothes.
Why are you being so nice to me?
Because this is all my fault. Olivia attacked you because of me. And then I told her everything about the arranged marriage and Olivia. I'm sorry, Gabby, for all of this. This was stupid.
No, it's not. I was wrong about you. Just give me one more chance. I'll be the perfect fake fiancé.
And then she hugged me so tight that my heart started beating fast. But just then, the door swung open and... What do you think you're doing?
Kevin, it's not what it looks like.
Wait in the car, Gabby.
Kevin!
Now! I didn't like the way he was talking to her. He was acting so... controlling. Kevin came for me, his nostrils literally flaring. What gives, man? She's still my girlfriend. Whoa, dude, relax. This was your idea. Gabby and I are just... Stop, man. I see the way you look at her. What? No, the bro code. I would never... Whatever. Just finish this up ASAP. I can't believe he was really gonna let a girl get between us after all we'd been through. The next day, I woke up and was surprised to see Gabby sitting at the edge of my bed.
I have a surprise for you.
Then she put a blindfold around me and put me in the driver's seat. I had no idea what was going on, but I've always been a sucker for surprises. And the next thing I knew, we were in the mountains. We climbed the whole thing, but what shocked me is that the longer we hiked, the more I actually started to love it. For the first time, I could drop everything, and I could just be me. We took a picture together at the top, and Gabby put her arms around me. I blushed so hard. Uh-oh. Maybe Kevin was right. Maybe I was starting to catch feelings for Gabby. And it was magical.
Doesn't this feel like a scene from a movie, Wyatt?
Yeah, these paths are just like finding a YouTube channel unexpectedly.
And you're just pulled to hit subscribe and like. You never know what stories you'll get next, but it's sure to make your day.
So, you're saying that our lives are a YouTube channel now?
Maybe. Because if it were, then people would subscribe to see if we soar or crash.
You heard it. Want to know what's next? So hit like and subscribe. And when I got home that night, Olivia was waiting for me.
You better be free tomorrow night.
Hello to you too.
My parents are coming for dinner to meet you. Our wedding's happening, Wyatt. Can you believe it?
I called Gabby immediately.
Why don't I just come to the dinner and they can see for themselves that you're taken?
Gosh, women are smart. If anything had a shot, it was that. The next day, Gabby arrived at my house. She looked incredible. You look beautiful.
Thanks. Too bad tonight's our last night doing this. It's actually been fun.
But before I could confess my true feelings, Kevin stepped out from behind her. I thought you may need a little chaperoning to make sure you don't fail miserably, Wyatt. Thanks for the vote of confidence. When we got inside, Olivia and her parents were already there. It was now or never.
I said for you to come.
Olivia, this is my best man, Kevin. This is Gabby, my fiancé. I wished I could bottle the look of disgust on Olivia's face for the rest of eternity. I was waiting for her to explode, but she simply said,
Okay then, prove it. Kiss her.
What?
If she's really your fiancé, it shouldn't be hard.
I looked at Kevin, who was fuming, but I had no other choice. Gabby gave me a nod of approval. I leaned in and kissed her, and the world seemed to stop. Crash! We broke the kiss and swirled around to see that Kevin had just smashed a vase and stormed off. Kevin, wait! What happened to the bro code? What was I supposed to do? You're the one who told me to do this. I never said to kiss her. Gabby is my girlfriend. You crossed the line.
Uh-huh. I knew you were lying.
Kevin and I both turned to see that Olivia, her parents, and Gabby had followed us and overheard everything.
Nice try, Wyatt. But I knew you'd never date low-life trash like Gabby. You're marrying me whether you like it or not.
Can you really blame him for wanting to leave? You've got the ugliest personality ever.
This was getting out of hand. They were literally pulling each other's hair. So I stepped in the middle of them. Girls! Gabby, stop! And she felt bad the way I screamed, so she dashed away. Things couldn't end like this between us, though. Her family was struggling, and I had to do what was right. So I followed her. Gabby, wait! Take this. I wrote her a check for $3 million.
Wyatt, you shouldn't have to do this. Any of this. Just be honest with your parents about Olivia. Maybe they'll understand.
She was right, but I was still afraid of disappointing my folks. Just take the money. Now you can take care of your family.
What?
But she just stared at me blankly. That's why you took the job.
No, I took the job for Kevin. I agreed to do it and give the money to his sick mom.
What? But Kevin's mom isn't sick. Last week she ran the marathon. Just then, we saw Kevin with Olivia, of all people, showing her my cars like they were his own. He even had his arm around her. Kevin, you lied to us? All this time, you wanted my money for yourself. Kevin turned around with an evil look in his eyes. You don't even do anything with it. I deserve to have a little. Come on, Gabby, let's go.
I'm not going anywhere with you. You lied to me too. We're over.
Are you happy now, Wyatt? You've ruined my life! Don't be so dramatic, Kevin. Consider our friendship over! And then he got in his car, actually my car, and rode off. I didn't even care. He was never a true friend to begin with if he was only after my money. Gabby called a cab, but there was really nothing to say except, I'm sorry for how this all turned out.
Me too.
I wanted to kiss her so badly, but before I even got the chance, Olivia had a tentacle around me. I guess that was that. My parents came back and I went along with wedding planning, but I felt like a total ghost. I droned out Olivia's nonstop talking with thoughts of Gabby. I should have told her how I felt. I even texted her on the day of the wedding, telling her that it was happening. maybe in hopes she'd want to pull a big romantic gesture. But when the time came and Olivia was walking down the aisle, Gabby was nowhere to be found. The priest started officiating when I heard a familiar voice call out, "Stop the wedding!" Everyone turned and gasped. To my shock, it was Kevin. "Kevin, what are you doing here?" "Olivia, I love you. Let's run away from here. You want me to confess it in front of the whole world? So here I am." What? But then Olivia ran over to Kevin and started kissing him. I guess there was a lot more to that casual arm around her that night at dinner.
The wedding's off!
As they ran away together, I couldn't help but laugh. And then I was in for the shock of the century when my parents came up to me. "Son, I'm sorry we forced this upon you."
We never should have. We were wrong. Olivia is clearly not good enough for you.
"We made a mistake with her and just want you to be happy. From now on, we've agreed, you choose who you love." And they hugged me tightly and went to the guests. What just happened?
It looks like someone just got their happily ever after.
I turned around, shocked, to see the priest removed his beard and hat. It was Gabby.
You seriously thought I'd miss watching this train wreck?
Gabby, I'm so sorry. Look, I know this sounds crazy, but although we were just pretending, I actually fell in love with you.
I know, silly. Why else do you think I'm here? I feel the same way.
How did I have no idea that was you?
I told you not to doubt my believability.
I laughed and grabbed her in my arms. What do you say? Should we make this a happy ending?
I thought you'd never ask.
Hi, my name is Anna, and I'm from Sweden. Please like and subscribe. I used to live with my mom and my 5 other siblings in an age-old house that looked haunted. And my mom is no less than a witch. Where the heck is everyone? This house is a mess. I'm out for like 30 minutes and you turn it into a pigsty. Well, having 6 kids was no joke, but I was the oldest one, and when anything bad happened, it was all on me. My diamond ring is missing. Who took it? Everyone pointed at me like I was some thief. No, Mom, I didn't even see it. Oh, so now you're blind? No, I just didn't see it. And since when are we so rich that we have diamonds? You don't even have a job. But Mom looked super mad about it. She turned the whole place upside down, only to find it in my youngest sister's diaper the next day. And for some freaking reason, she blamed it on me. You fed her the ring. I can't believe you do that to a baby. Mom, that's crazy. Why would I do that? She glared at me like a raging bull, but then she went ahead and cleaned the ring with a tissue and put it on her finger. Oh, my precious. Ugh, what a psycho. Sometimes I doubted if she was even my mom. Then one day when I was 14, I saw her taking money from some old woman. I stepped closer to hear them, and what I heard next shocked me. I don't care about the money. You can have as much as you want. Just keep that child away from my family like you've done for 14 years. 14 years? And child? Could it be that she was talking about me? Was I adopted? I had to find out the truth. After the old woman left, I confronted Mom. Mom, who was that woman? And why did you take money from her? And what child was she talking about? Ugh, nothing. She's just an old woman who helps me feed you brats. Do you think it's easy for a hot, single woman like me to survive on my own, huh? Go back and clean some dishes, now. Ugh, she was clearly hiding something, and I had to find out what. I kept an eye on Mom after that, and the next month, I saw her taking money from the same old woman again. If Mom wasn't gonna tell me, I was gonna find out the truth from the old woman, myself. After Mom went back inside the house, I secretly got into the trunk of the old woman's car and followed her all the way to her place. And God, this place was huge! As soon as I got out, some guards held me for trespassing, and the old woman looked at me like she'd seen some ghost. You, what are you doing here? How did you even? Suddenly, she pulled me to the side and went all bonkers on me. I know why you're here, but I won't let you destroy my family. If you go anywhere near my daughter and reveal the fact that you're her daughter, you're done for. OMG, what? I was her daughter's daughter? She was my grandmother? This was insane. I have a different mom other than my crazy mom? No wonder my fake mom treated me like garbage. I was in complete shock, but just then, she started pushing me out the gate. Go away. Go back to where you came from, or I'm going to lock you up in the dark. What were these kiddish threats? I lived with a psycho woman all my life. I wasn't afraid of anyone. I pushed her away and ran inside the house in search of my real mom and screamed loudly, Mom! Suddenly, a gorgeous-looking lady sitting on the sofa looked at me in complete shock, and surprisingly, I looked just like her. She was definitely my mom. Who are you, kid? I'm the daughter you gave away 14 years back. Gave away? What are you saying? I have no idea. So you didn't give birth to me 14 years back? Oh my God. But how? How is this possible? She looked just as shocked as I was, but then suddenly she came and hugged me. I can't believe this. You look just like me. But the doctors told me you were a stillborn child. Where were you all this time, and how did you find me? But before I could say anything, Granny pulled me away. Oh, you're scaring the poor child with so many questions. She looks so tired. Come, love, I'll show you to your room. She quickly took me into a giant room and pushed me onto the bed. So it was you. You told Mom I was a stillborn child and kept me away from her all these years? Why did you do that? It's good enough that I'm allowing a rat like you to stay in this palace. And now what? You need answers too? Listen to me, kid. Keep your mouth shut and do as I say, or I'll stop sending money to your family and all your little siblings will starve. What an evil witch! I decided to keep quiet for the time being and find out what was really going on. Later that evening, when I went down for dinner, I learned I had a sister, Maria, who was a year younger than me. Mom invited me to sit down next to her and started asking me again how I'd found her. With Granny glaring at me, I made up a story about how I'd traced my family history on a website.
That sounds like complete rubbish. What website? Get a DNA test and prove it.
No, that's not needed. I know she's my daughter. Look at her. She's every bit like me. We don't need any proof. Suddenly, Maria dropped a bowl of soup all over me.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It just slipped. Let me take you to the washroom.
She took my hand and walked towards the washroom, but the minute we entered it, she turned into Satan.
This time, it was just a bowl of soup. Next time, it'll be you in a pot of hot boiling soup. If you don't leave this place right now.
Oh my God, this house was full of psychos. But what Maria said was right. I had to get the DNA test done just to verify things. And indeed, I was her daughter. But I still didn't know if she was a good one. Then one night, as I was lying in my bed, Mom came into my room and started talking to me about her life. At first, I was hesitant, but she was just so sweet. Don't mind Maria if she's cold to you. She's just really attached to me. She'll be fine. And honey, I'm so glad to have you back in my life. Suddenly, I had tears in my eyes. For the first time ever, I knew what it felt like to have a loving mother, and she was just awesome. But my happiness was short-lived because Mom was going out on a business trip for some time, and that meant I was stuck with Granny and my evil sister now. At school, she was like the boss of the bullies. Once, she saw a girl wearing the same dress as her, and she said,
"How dare you try to wear the same dress as me?"
Saying that, she grabbed the girl's dress and tore it to pieces in the corridor full of students.
What a witch!
Later, after school, she and her minions surrounded me on the playground and started throwing balls at me.
Dodge this, moron. You think you can come into my life and take away everything from me? Including my mom? In your dreams, jerk.
That was it. I grabbed a ball and threw it right in her face. She fell to the ground on her butt. I have no interest in what's yours, Maria, but I'll rightfully take what belongs to me. And don't you dare think for a second that I'm weak. I picked up my things and went back home, but I knew trouble was coming. A few days later, I was called to the principal's office, and she said I was being suspended for bullying. What? I didn't do anything. I don't even know anyone here yet. Why would I bully anyone? And that's when Maria came into her office looking like a mummy.
I'm the one that you bullied and then hit brutally.
What the heck? She was such a drama queen. I tried to explain the situation to the principal, but she didn't listen to what I said. I stormed out of there in anger and went back home. But then suddenly a maid came running to me, saying Mom was back and she wanted to see me in her room. I went upstairs, but there was no one. And then I saw her cupboard open and jewels scattered on the floor. I quickly went ahead to pick them up when suddenly Maria and Granny barged into the room along with Mom.
I knew it. You're no more than a low-life thief who wants to steal all our riches. Now you're gonna serve in jail, Anna.
What? Are you crazy? I was just picking them up to steal them and then sell them. We know who you are, and we also know that you're not my granddaughter. With that, Granny took out some piece of paper and shoved it in my face. It's a DNA test that proves you're not my granddaughter. So none of your lies are going to work now, liar. What? That had to be fake. But then I looked at Mom, and that look on her face, she was falling for Grandma's lie. And just then, Granny called my fake psycho mom into the room to testify against me too. Yes, she's my daughter. She has a habit of stealing and running away from home, and she keeps having these hallucinations.
OMG, how can you even say that? And for what? Money?
You're disgusting. Yeah, that's how she acts up all the time. But I have the nurses with me, and we're gonna take her away, don't you worry. What? No! Mom, please, don't listen to any of them. They are all lying. I wasn't stealing, and I am your daughter. I even have the proof. I ran to my room to get the actual DNA tests and showed them to Mom. She looked super confused, but just as those nurses were about to take me, she stepped forward. No, that's enough. Don't touch my daughter. Get your filthy hands off her.
But Mom, she hit me and broke my hand.
Yeah, liar. The same hand with which I saw you eating like a pig in the kitchen. Mom looked raging mad. She asked everyone to leave and took me back to my room. Mom, I swear. It's okay. You don't need to tell me anything. Just sleep for now. She put me to sleep and went away. But soon after, Granny came into my room with my fake mother. You're so evil. Why did you lie to her? Because I want to get rid of you like I did 14 years ago. But why? Because you were her love child. If word had gotten out, it would have ruined her reputation. I had to protect her. So you gave me away? Your own grandchild? Grandchild, you're just a filthy rat. Enough. I can't believe you'd do that, Mom. How could you? But I did it for... No, stop lying. Stop saying that you do things for me. You kept my own child away from me for all these years and let me think that she was dead? You're mean and evil, and you do everything for your own sake, Mom. Just get out. Get out of my house right now. Mom threw Grandma out of the house and gave my fake mom away to the police for lying and keeping me away from my mother all those years. Oh, honey, are you okay? I'm fine, Mom, and I'm so glad you believe me. Of course, honey. I lost you once, and I can't let that happen again. And I'm sorry you had to go through all that, but I promise I'll make it up to you. And I will always love you. I love you too, Mom.
Hi, my name is Alice, and I'm from Rochester, New York. Please like and subscribe. You know how people say that when you meet the love of your life, time stands still and your heart skips a beat? Well, my dad had his own version of it.
Love feels like a bunch of fireworks exploding inside your heart.
That sounds dangerous.
Oh, honey, it's the most beautiful feeling in the world.
Dad always tells me about when he met Mom. He was playing on the subway, and when she stepped in, he felt fireworks go off inside of him, and that was it.
My life changed
forever.
Our life changed forever. My mom was a big shot lawyer, and my dad worked as a music teacher at my own school. I inherited my dad's love for music, but wasn't into singing, so I used mom's lawyer skills on them and convinced them to buy me a drum kit. My life was simply wonderful, but everything changed when I was 12. Mom got stuck on one big case and was working crazy hours, so there was no time for anything else. Not even for me. For months, I kept bugging her to notice me, but the answer was always the same. Not now. I can't, Alice. Of course, this also led to fights between my parents. They used to argue in the kitchen at night when they thought I was asleep. Finally, one night, she just left. There were no explanations, no clues, no goodbye letter, nothing. It was a rough time, but my dad and I always stayed together. As time went by, we both started feeling a little bit better. Despite everything, I never stopped believing in true love, and I eagerly awaited the sensation my father had described so many times. When I turned 16, I witnessed the fireworks of love up close. I was at home cooking an egg when these bratty kids kept ringing our doorbell and running away. My blood was boiling, so I decided to teach them a lesson at the next bell. I flung open the door and spattered the egg right onto them. To my surprise, it was Luke, one of my dad's guitar students. He was one of the most popular, truly dreamy, funny, and kind guy in our school. Oh no. This egg. Lucky you. You just won a tuition discount from Dad. I quickly made this up, but he kept staring at me in complete awe. Then it happened. It struck him like lightning, just like my dad described. The whole fireworks and electricity package.
Hi, Alice. I love you.
But here's the twist. I didn't feel the same way. However, from that moment on, Luke embarked on a mission to win my heart, while I tried to refuse his advances without hurting him.
Flowers for you, Beaut.
Bees. It has bees.
I baked brownies for you.
Thanks, but I prefer vegetables. He invited me to the amusement park, but I pretended to be dizzy when he was gonna kiss me on the Ferris wheel. And then he also asked my father for my hand.
So, what do you think?
Tell him that he has to provide 4 sheep, 5 cows, and 1 unicorn in exchange. Yet Luke never gave up, and finally, he went all in. He performed for me on my balcony, singing the very same song my dad used to woo my mom back in the day. And I swear I could see Dad helping him the whole time. Then he asked the big question.
Do you want to be my girlfriend?
Luke, I like you, but
I'll take that.
It's
a love story, baby. Just say yes.
I know what you might be thinking. How could you not love Luke back? He sounds like the perfect guy. And you'd be right. He was everything I could have wished for, and more. He even quoted Taylor Swift for me. I decided I should give him a chance. Maybe the fireworks would appear slowly for me. Okay, let's do it. After a few months, things were going great. He was a great boyfriend, and I cared for him. One day, as we hiked up a hill, my foot clumsily met a cluster of rocks. I was about to fall when Luke grabbed my hand and held me.
Are you all right?
I nodded. The sunlight hit him just right, and he looked just beautiful. He leaned in, and he rewarded my safety with a kiss. It was a scene right out of a movie. Come on, guys. You see? I tried, but I just couldn't help feeling nothing. By the time we reached the top of the hill, I decided to end things. Luke deserved someone who could truly love him. After a brief pause, I managed to muster the strength to share my feelings. However, as I looked at him, tears were welling up in his eyes.
Alice, there's something I have to tell you.
Yes, Luke?
I'm thrilled that we're together. I've been looking for the perfect partner for what feels like forever.
Tears began to fall down his cheeks, and I hugged Luke tightly. How could I break his heart after that? I just couldn't. I needed a new plan, a way to end things without hurting him. Just then, I got an idea. I needed to find my boyfriend a new girlfriend. Yet, it was easier said than done. Finding the perfect girl for Luke was certainly a tough mission. I introduced him to Sarah in a bowling alley, but it turned out she was only interested in using Luke to make her ex-boyfriend jealous. On trivia night, Claire and Luke had a heated argument about the best pizza toppings. They didn't get along after that. Lastly, how can I forget about Julie? When I introduced her to Luke at a party, it was pretty clear that she was more interested in me than in him, much to Luke's amusement. Of course, he knew nothing of my plan. I introduced so many girls to him, pretending they were my friends, but none of them sparked even the slightest explosion. Luke only seemed to have eyes for me. Darn him! After a few weeks of failures, I was about to give up hope. But then, right in my dad's class, the solution seemed to fall from the sky, almost literally.
Boys and girls, we have a new exchange student from South Korea. This is Moon.
That new girl seemed quiet, but she was a total stunner.
We have a little welcome tradition here. You've got to sing us your favorite song while standing upside down.
What? You could actually see Moon's soul leaving her body.
Kidding. But come on, it'll be a blast. So, which song are we going with?
For a brief moment, Moon seemed to be torn between making a mad dash for the exit, pretending to faint, or fighting my dad to ignore his request. Love Story by Taylor Swift. Bingo! That was the girl who was gonna sweep my boyfriend off his feet. I couldn't have been more thrilled. Above all, she had a beautiful voice. She was perfect for Luke. As soon as the class ended, I walked up to Moon. Hi, I'm Alice. That was amazing. Thank you. I just hope I don't have to do that to introduce myself in math class. Don't worry about it. The gym teacher might make you do some push-ups in front of the whole school, but apart from that, well, that's it. I'm going back to South Korea. She even had a great sense of humor. By the way, the music teacher who just made you sing in front of everyone is my dad. But don't hold that against me. I won't. He seems cool. He is, in his own unique way. Surprisingly, considering that if my plan worked, Moon would steal my boyfriend from me, the two of us immediately hit it off. I was happy to make a new friend, but the most important thing was that I had an inkling right from the start that she and Luke were a match made in heaven. I had to rush to my plan. By the way, I'm in a band. Ever considered becoming a rock star? A rock star? Sure, but only if we get to wear sunglasses indoors. Of course! You can't make great music if you don't look cool. With my master plan in motion, I organized a rehearsal in my garage for that same night. As usual, Luke and I began a friendly battle over which song to play next, but just as the tension was mounting, Moon made her grand entrance. Hi there. When Luke turned to meet her gaze, something magical unfolded between them. Their fireworks were so intense that for a moment I thought the neighbors were bombing my house.
Hi, I'm Alice's Luke.
Nice to meet you, Alice Luke. I'm Moon.
That's a beautiful name.
Moon turned red as a tomato.
I mean, it's cute. I mean, it's not a horrible name.
They were so awkward and cute that they looked like two penguins trying to dance. The first part of my plan was complete. Over the next few weeks, I did everything to bring my new friend and boyfriend even closer. I planned this adorable picnic for the three of us, but then I faked a stomach pain, so they both got time together.
Alice, are you okay?
Oh no, not again. What's wrong, Alice? It's my, pigmentitis.
Okay, let's go see the doctor.
Clearly, my plan failed. Next time, I took them to the movies to watch an old, sappy romantic film. Where's Alice?
She told me she wasn't coming because she hates Sandra Bullock.
She hates Sandy B? Is that even possible?
Right? I said exactly the same thing.
They watched the movie together. All the while, I was lurking secretly in the background. In a particularly romantic scene, their shoulders leaned against each other. They locked eyes, and their lips came closer. It seemed that it was the moment, but...
Want some more popcorn?
Yeah, sure. So close. By the way, I, of course, don't hate Sandra Bullock. Slowly, I was running out of ideas and excuses. I even signed us up for a romantic bread baking class, only to remember right beforehand that I was gluten intolerant. Silly me.
Since when?
It's very recent. I don't want to talk about it. We can make gluten-free bread. It's not the same. Go on without me. Tragically, I had to keep up that lie and not eat a sandwich in front of them for way too long. Oh, the lengths I went to. But despite all my efforts, nothing was happening. They clearly had feelings for each other, but neither was making the first move. I was determined to give it one final shot, so I orchestrated an irresistibly romantic date at Rochester High Falls, Luke's cherished spot. I prepared the scene, and it looked spectacular. I stood there, admiring my masterpiece. This must have been how Billie Eilish felt when she composed Bad Guy. My plan wasn't complete without the final touch. Two mysterious and alluring letters, one for Luke and one for Moon. That evening, they both arrived thinking the other had organized the date. I should have respected their privacy and left, but I sneaked a peek at the date and sat in a nearby grove with popcorn and soda. It seemed like they were still too shy to make the big move. Just as I was about to fall asleep, Moon slowly moved nearer to Luke's lips. The excitement was so intense that I could feel it moving through my body, particularly in my ankle. In my ankle? I looked at my leg and saw a raccoon clinging to my ankle. Freaked out, I totally lost it. I sprang from the bushes just in time to disrupt their big moment.
Alice, what are you doing here?
Oh, Oh, hi! Just taking a walk.
Around the falls? Alone? At night?
Well, you know what they say, when nature calls. Don't judge me. That's the best I could come up with. Alice, this isn't what it seems.
We were just...
Their embarrassment and guilt were clear.
I'm sorry.
They clearly felt terrible, and I felt even worse. It was entirely my fault. It was time to tell the truth. You don't have to feel guilty. I orchestrated the entire thing.
What?
You? Yeah. I couldn't help but notice the magic connection between you two. This is my strange way of giving you my wholehearted blessing. Well, at least I told them part of the truth. For a brief moment, Luke and Moon exchanged puzzled glances, and Luke turned to give me an earful. However, after what felt like an eternity, they both enveloped me in a hug simultaneously.
Alice, I can't believe you'd do something like this. You could have just spoken to me. And I'm sorry. I tried to fight these feelings.
No need to apologize. The heart wants what the heart wants. Are you sure you're okay with this? Absolutely. You two are meant for each other. I'll step aside and let you enjoy the rest of your date. I walked away swiftly, but before I got too far, I turned back to see them finally sharing their first kiss. Well, you could have at least waited for me to leave. Just kidding. Carry on. This may appear like the happily ever after ending, doesn't it? But believe me, there are still some more fireworks to discover. My grand plan had succeeded. Moon was perfect for Luke, and they were really happy. However, sometime later, I started to feel increasingly sad. While I was genuinely thrilled for them, a feeling of loneliness began to take over me. Eventually, I decided to share with my dad my deepest fear. Dad, what if I never experienced those fireworks?
Alice, just like music, love has its own tempo. It won't come if you're expecting it. But trust me, sooner or later, your moment will come.
But what if I end up with a broken heart, like you when Mom left us?
That can happen. Love is not perfect, but believe me, it's still worth it.
After that, I decided to give the whole love thing a rest. I just focused on school, my friends, and of course, music. For several months, everything went smoothly. Surprisingly, my dad was right about love. My moment was bound to come just when I least expected it.
Boys and girls, we have a new exchange student, this time from Italy. This is Camillo.
And that was it. Boom, boom, boom! Just like my dad had predicted, my moment to feel the fireworks had arrived, and it came on strong when Camillo strolled into the classroom. I couldn't take my eyes off of him. And to be fair, no one else in the class could either. He was so irresistible, incredibly handsome, cool, stylishly dressed, and smart. My dad tried to get him to sing a song to introduce himself, but Camillo instead recited a poem in Italian. I didn't understand anything. I was too captivated by him.
Ah, right. It's a very lovely and romantic poem.
Not really. It's about what hell is like.
Marry me. I knew I had to beat out tons of other girls to win his heart, but if there was one thing I was truly confident about, it was my matchmaking skills. Game on. During lunch, I went up to him. He was sitting by himself, with all the girls gazing at him from afar, too mesmerized to strike up a conversation. But I wasn't like the other girls. Hi there. What's cooking, good looking? Not my best pickup line, I know.
Hi, you.
Alice.
Oh, right, Alicia.
Already? My name, or a variation of it, coming out of his mouth made me shiver. What are you reading?
Robert Frost.
Oh, he's the one who invented frosting? Because if so, I want to congratulate him.
No, he was one of America's most renowned poets.
I felt like my confidence had crumbled like a house of cards. I guess I'm more of a takeout menu reader. Camillo shot me this weird smile and went back to his book. I left feeling defeated and humiliated, all while the surrounding girls erupted into laughter. Still, I wasn't gonna give up so easily. You guys know I can be very stubborn. Over the next few days, I did everything I could to get Camillo's attention and interest. So, you're a photographer?
Yeah.
Me too. I love selfies. And when I thought I couldn't get any lower, Camillo, I wrote you a poem.
Oh, okay.
Twinkle, twinkle in your eyes, like the stars in moonlit skies. In your arms, I feel so right, like a star that's shining bright. He rested his hand on my shoulder with second-hand embarrassment.
That was very sweet.
What was I thinking? Are we going or not? The most stunning gothic girl was walking towards Camillo.
Sure thing, Bella.
They just walked away while my hope lay shattered on the floor. After the humiliation of a lifetime, I crawled home and locked myself in my own room for days. Is this karma for not loving Luke back? Unwelcome love is horrible. Why didn't anyone tell me? I decided to never leave my room again. But Luke and Moon swooped in to save the day. Alice, what are you doing?
We were worried about you. You haven't been to school for days.
And I'm not going back. I'm officially a hermit now.
Come on, Alice. You can't give up so easily.
What else else can I do? He's too cool and smart for me, and he clearly has a thing for goth girls. Well, maybe that can be arranged. Moon showed me the flyer for a costume party happening the next day at school. Maybe this wasn't quite over yet. The following day, I visited Moon's house for the first time for a unique makeover session. She was determined to transform me, and after an intense half hour of makeup and dressing, I emerged as a whole new person. Camilla will be head over heels for you. After a while, I headed downstairs to her kitchen to grab a glass of water. Moon's house was massive and a bit eerie, with dim lighting and an unsettling silence. As I turned the corner, I bumped into a tall, mysterious guy. I let out a scream of surprise. Who are you? I'm Alice, Moon's friend. I glared at him. He was wearing a suit, like a gangster from a lousy movie.
I'm Quan, Moon's big brother.
Oh, right.
Why are you dressed like that?
We're going to a costume party.
A costume party? So childish.
You're like just a year older than us. Besides, you look like you're dressed up too.
Whatever, just watch where you're going, kid.
Kid? Just then, Moon showed up, probably after hearing my screams. When I turned to face him, Quan had already disappeared down the dark hall. What? Why are you smiling? You know, your brother is a real piece of work. Moon acted weird. I think that runs in their family. Shortly after, we left for their party. Luke, dressed as a mad scientist, welcomed us.
Alice, you look like you just stepped right out of a dark and mysterious fairy tale. Great job, baby.
Thanks, baby. Alice, Camillo's there. Go do your thing, girl. Thank you, guys. I took a deep breath and walked towards Camillo, who was dancing with his friend. Of course, he was too cool to wear a costume. With a boost of confidence from my outfit, I saluted them. Hello, my fellow creatures of the night.
Alice, what are you wearing?
Tonight, I embrace the shadows. I'm a goth. Being a goth is not a costume, you phony. It's a lifestyle. I'm sorry, I didn't mean, of course you didn't. You are just a little suburban princess who gets whatever she wants, playing dress up, and the way Camillo looked at me, that hurt more than any malicious comment. Once again, I was humiliated. For the rest of the party, I hid in the halls of the school. How could I be so stupid?
Should I respond?
I looked up and saw Quan. What are you even doing here? I thought you were too fierce for a costume party.
I am. I'm just here to pick up Moon.
I just got her text. She already left with Luke.
Oh, okay.
Quan leaned his back against the lockers.
Rough night?
That's an understatement.
So, do you want me to take you home, or would you rather stay here crying?
What? These are not tears.
Don't try to tell me you got something in your eye. Come on, let's go.
I was shocked. He was rude, definitely, but not that bad. Quan held out his hand for me to stand up. As I was getting up, our eyes met. Time stood still. Electricity. And yeah, it happened again. Boom, boom, boom.
What? Did you hit your head or something?
No, it's just that, I don't know. Forget about it. I'm fine.
If you say so.
As Quan drove me home, I kept looking at him out of the corner of my eye the whole trip. I was spellbound. I tried to strike up a conversation with Quan, but he didn't pay much attention to me. So, tell me about yourself.
Pass.
Come on, what do you like?
Silence.
Clearly, Quan was not very interested in getting to know me. Soon after, he dropped me home. I couldn't believe it. After years of dreaming about those fireworks feelings, I finally got them. Twice in 1 week. Plot twist, both guys are just not that into me. This was obviously karma. It was Cupid's way of getting back at me. Destiny laughing in my face. Or maybe it was just my teenage hormones. I hate my life. But what I didn't know was that Moon hadn't left the party when Quan arrived. In fact, she was in the bathroom and saw and heard my entire conversation with her brother. Although Quan didn't notice my fireworks explosion, Moon did, and decided it was her turn to play Cupid. Moon started finding excuses and forcing situations for Quan and me to spend time together. She would invite me to her house, but when I arrived, she wasn't there. Is Moon home?
For the 4th time this week, she's not.
Despite how Quan acted like he didn't care, Moon was determined to make it happen. She even locked us in an escape room. I guess we're gonna have to solve this to get out. This could take a while.
The key is under that armchair.
Oh, right. Then, Moon planned a movie date with Quan and me, and then left us. Yeah, she used my own little scheme against me. We got into the wrong screening room and ended up watching a children's movie. This is so boring. Wait, are you crying?
No, I'm not. You're crying.
OMG, you are!
Shut up. It's just a beautiful tale of friendship between a duck and a shark.
After that, he started talking to me, and slowly, I understood that his whole bad boy facade was simply a shield Quan put up when he moved here to cope with this unknown and new place. He actually could be really kind and sweet. One day, Moon set up a sort of double date with me and Luke and dragged Quan quite literally into a bowling alley. The evening turned out to be an absolute blast. We enjoyed some good food, sent those bowling pins flying, and shared laughs like there was no tomorrow. Quan even dropped his tough guy persona and had an amazing time. I I felt that slowly we two were growing closer.
Great strike, Alice!
Thanks, I learned from the best.
I didn't know I was the best.
Who says I was talking about you? The only problem was that Luke found out what Moon was doing and he wasn't too happy about it and cornered me.
Alice, Quan's not right for you. He once told me,
if you hurt my sister, I'll turn your hair pink.
And he walks around in sunglasses indoors too. And don't even get me started on his weird spoons collection. Did you see the massive plastic to fancy spoons display in his room? I'm just worried you'll end up hurt.
But I wasn't very convinced. And then the next day, as we were preparing for our band rehearsal, Luke arrived with a surprise visitor.
Camillo came to rehearsal, if you girls don't mind.
If looks could kill, Luke would be dead now. Oh, that's why you said not to bring Quan.
We'll talk later, baby. I tell you, man, we have the best drummer in town.
So, he has decided to play matchmaker too.
Go on then.
During our practice, I was super nervous, way more than usual. But then Camilo did some really nice things that made me feel a lot better. I think I did pretty good in the end.
That was great, Alice. I didn't know you were so talented.
Thanks. That made me melt, literally, right there on the spot. For the next few weeks, I was caught in a love triangle with Quan and Camilo, and tangled in a dispute between friends. I felt bad, but chose to go with the flow, hoping to solve the puzzle of my heart. But things turned into some kind of competition between them, and in order to win, they went big. Luke orchestrated a fantastic carnival date for Camilo and me. Amidst the chaos, we laughed, won games, and feasted on cotton candy. I even won him a huge stuffed animal.
Thanks! Elephants are my favorite animal.
I'm more of a grizzly bear girl, but elephants are pretty cool. Then, Camilo and I rode on an intense roller coaster in an odd moment of calm. Before the car sped off again, Camilo pulled out his camera and took a picture of me. What are you doing?
I want to capture this moment forever.
That was one of the most magical and romantic nights of my life. For her part, Moon convinced Quan to take me to his favorite spot, a haven he had never taken anyone to before. It was a dark and murky place. Quan led the way, nodding to some guys. All eyes were on me, so I tried my hardest to copy his attitude. Needless to say, I failed. Quan, we are too young to be here.
Relax, what is life without a little risk?
Right, but maybe this is a little too dangerous? Okay, I admit it, I was scared, but you would be too if you saw those people there. It looked like the whole cast of Pirates of the Caribbean.
Don't worry, Alice. I know the owner and most of the guys. They are cool.
Quan took my hand, and not only did I feel safer, but I was also ecstatic. The rest of the night turned out to be surprisingly amazing. Everybody was fun and welcoming. Quan revealed his secret technique to cheat in poker, and an energetic punk band put on a spectacular show. Hours later, we watched the sunrise on the hood of his car at the highest point of the city. Hey, okay, I hear you all yelling, pick a lane, girl. But come on, deciding between Camilo and Quan is like choosing between chocolate and vanilla when you love both. It's driving me nuts too. It was impossible. Like Camilo wrote and recited to me in an open reading the most beautiful poem I had ever heard. But then Quan got us the chance to play our first gig in the same place he took me. Clueless of what to do, I turned to the greatest source of wisdom I knew, my dad. Okay, yes, I was truly desperate. Dad, is it possible to be in love with two people at the same time? My dad took a deep breath before answering.
Alice, time has taught me not to put any limits on love. Love can be many different things. It constantly mutates, so maybe it is possible.
And what should I do? I can't date two people at the same time.
No, you have to be mature and thoughtful. Take care of your feelings, but also those of others.
But I don't know how to decide this.
If you are stuck in this situation, you might not be ready for love. Maybe the best thing to do now is to focus on yourself.
And it wasn't very helpful. Maybe my dad wasn't the fountain of wisdom I thought he was. Before you guys go off in the comments, I know this is like the best kind of problem any girl my age could have. For days, I ignored both Camilo and Quan, but finally, the day of the concert arrived. Surprisingly, I was pretty calm. Well, that was until I saw both Quan and Camilo in the audience. At that moment, all my fears surfaced and I completely panicked. I couldn't face it and locked myself in the dressing room's bathroom.
Alice, what are you doing?
We have to go on stage in 5 minutes. I can't do it. This is all too much pressure. After failing to convince me to go out, Moon and Luke took it out on each other. Why did you invite Camilo? This was Quan's moment. He got us the gig.
And Camilo can't be here? He's really supportive of the band too.
Why are you doing this? What do you have against my brother?
He thinks he's a Yakuza or something like that.
And my brother is a great guy.
But he's not good enough for Alice.
And Camilo is? He's so pretentious. I was listening to their fight behind the bathroom door door. It was like I had traveled back in time and they were my parents. I had to put an end to all this chaos. I gathered my strength and opened the door. Stop! This ends now. You can't be fighting over my love life. That doesn't make any sense.
But...
No buts. We were just trying to help you, like you helped us. I know, but it just doesn't feel right. I was wrong. Love should be spontaneous and free, not something we try to control and mold to fit our convenience. It's my life and I can make my choices. You're right.
We're sorry. I'm sorry, Moony Toony.
I am too, Lukey Doofy. That's really sweet. But for now, enough with the cheesy stuff. We've got a show to give. The room was silent and expectant when we got on stage. The air was tense, but we were ready. Hello, we are Cupid and his broken arrows. Are you ready to rock?
Let's do this!
1, 2, 3, 4. The show was incredible. To be up on stage playing our music was a life-changing moment. There, I felt everything. Electricity, adrenaline, nervousness, and fireworks. And I can proudly say that it was the first of many shows. As for the guys, I decided to follow the advice of my father, who, as always, was right. I wasn't ready for love, and I didn't want to risk hurting them. I took them aside individually and told them the truth. Luckily, they both understood, or at least I think they did. I decided that I should focus on my first love, music, and that would pay off big time.
Cupid! 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 Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Well, it's a good thing you are, because this is Cupid and his broken arrows!
Oh, hi guys. Yeah, as you can see, a lot has happened since the last time we chatted. Where were we? Oh yes, after our first show at that shabby place, Luke, Moon, and I promised to do everything we could to get to the top of the music world. First, we decided to go on tour. We rented an old van and set off on the road to our dreams. Well, at first, it was looking more like a nightmare than a dream. Not exactly the Four Seasons. Tell me there's no cockroaches. I can't sleep here if there are cockroaches. Of course not, Moon. Maybe just some 8-legged roommates. But I'm sure they're very friendly.
The top bed's mine!
Those first few weeks were challenging and scary, but Luke, Moon, and I stuck closer than ever. Sometimes literally. Relax, guys. Nothing bad ever happens to teenagers in horror movies, right? Initially, our gigs were confined to really small and quiet venues. Good night. We are Cupid and his broken arrows. Yeah, there were literally more crickets than people, but slowly, people caught wind of our shows. Our songs started popping up everywhere, and we gathered a group of loyal fans. It wasn't an overnight thing, but somehow we became kind of famous. However, the sudden fame had its downsides. The biggest downside of them all was him. That's Trevor, our manager. He discovered us when we were playing in a tiny, sleazy venue in Los Angeles.
Hello, kids. I'm gonna make you stars.
Talking about terror? Oh, I mean Trevor? See? It's like his name was meant for a crooked manager role. I'm just spitting straight facts here, guys.
Where do you dream of playing? Just name it. In the forum?
That's a little too ambitious.
I'll make it happen. Sky's the limit for us.
Despite Moon and Luke's excitement, something didn't smell right to me, so I decided to keep an eye on Trevor. Follow that car! I always wanted to say that. I tailed him to the forum offices. Oh, tailed is what spies say when they follow someone. Too many spy novels, I guess. So, Trevor got out of his car, but returned as if he'd forgotten something. What could it be, you might ask? His briefcase? His parking permit? Maybe his wallet? Well, not exactly. A gun? Who brings a gun to a business meeting? It's like bringing a gun to a business meeting. I figured he was a little shady, but he was actually dangerous. After a while, he walked out of the meeting with a big smile and put his gun back in his suit. Oh my God! That night, after Trevor gave us the news that he got us a slot at the forum, I revealed what my fierce investigation had unmasked. It's over, Trevor. I saw your gun and how you used it to get us this concert. We can't be involved in something as dark as that.
Oh, you mean this?
Trevor pulled out his gun and pointed it directly at me. My life flashed before my eyes. Moon, Luke, and I screamed in terror as he pulled the trigger. To find out what happened next, join part 4 of the story. Now relax, I'm just kidding. Trevor fired, but all that came out of the gun was water. Phew, that was a close call. Well, maybe not really. Are you crazy? Why are you carrying this with you?
For protection, in case, a small cat attacks me.
And why did you use it in the meeting?
Oh, that! Those guys never water their plants. They were so dry, poor things.
Maybe I had misjudged him.
Still, if you don't want to be involved in something as dark as me, I understand. Maybe it's for the best.
No, Trevor, please don't take this personally. Alice is just like that.
Excuse me? Yes, we really want to work with you.
Great then. Are you in, Alice?
Outvoted, I had no choice but to accept Trevor. His impact was soon felt. fault. He devised everything for us, from trying on silly, smelly costumes, which I'm sure he had stolen from the thrift store to keep the extra money for himself, to making us do some bizarre and really embarrassing publicity stunts. Yet, while I hated to admit it, he did take us to the next level. He even got us a record deal. Maybe he isn't all that bad. He certainly wasn't the worst thing that came with fame. Paparazzi were a real headache.
Hey, Alice, aren't you dating someone? People want to know about your love life.
Oh, it's a full-blown love triangle. Me, my couch, and my Apple. I mean, iPhone. Seriously? Can it get any cringier? Well, I know what you must be thinking. What about Juan and Camilo? You guys are so predictable. Okay, after I told him I was not ready for love, our paths simply parted. Camilo moved to the big city to try his luck as a poet, and Juan went back to South Korea. I had accepted that love wasn't my thing, and I was fine with that. Really, I was. But it seems that not everybody was.
Alice, people are interested in you and your love life. We must give them something.
And before I could say anything, Trevor launched his enormous Find Alice a Boyfriend operation. When he was choosing from the pictures, from his looks, you'd think he was attempting to assemble an atomic bomb. I wish you people would stop meddling in my love life. You're one to talk.
Fair point.
Must I suffer all my life for that one time I played Cupid? Besides, you two are practically soulmates. I only intervened in the name of true love.
Maybe Trevor will find you your soulmate.
If he does, he deserves a Nobel Prize in matchmaking. Haha, very funny.
Bingo! We found our man. Get ready, Alice.
Trevor orchestrated a date with one of the buzziest actors in town. Naturally, he gave the paparazzi a heads up, turning the dinner into a spectacle that rivaled the Super Bowl coverage. I won't deny that he was good looking. The man could make any Greek god jealous, but he seemed to be already in a committed and very toxic relationship with his phone. It was like they were stuck in a never-ending staring contest. If a UFO landed on the table, he'd probably just assume it was dessert. So, tell me something about yourself.
I have 5 million followers.
Wow, I'd be concerned if that many people were following me. That's next level stalking.
Huh? Alice, when's the wedding?
This was beyond ridiculous. I needed a bulletproof escape plan. Something as sophisticated and brilliant as my mastermind can scheme. Hey, isn't that one of the Kardashians?
A Kardashian? Where?
I took advantage of the commotion to sneak out, but just as I was about to fulfill my genius escape, I bumped into a waiter sending his tray flying in the air. It landed on the head of my date. Oh my god, I'm so... Camilo? Is that you?
Alicia, hi. What are you doing here?
I was super surprised to see Camilo, but I had to move fast. I'm actually in the midst of an escape. Care to help me?
Absolutely.
Camilo wheeled over a waiter's cart covered with a tablecloth.
Your chariot awaits, Your Majesty.
I hopped in the cart, and Camilo carried me unnoticed out of the restaurant. After we were in the clear, we two went for a walk.
By the way, I must confess, I'm a massive fan.
Oh, thank you so much.
People don't believe me when I tell them we used to date.
Do you tell people that?
Well, I know we didn't exactly date, but I don't know, maybe I'm just expressing my wishes out loud.
Are you flirting with me right now?
I am. Who knows when I'll cross paths again with another star, especially with one as strikingly beautiful as you.
He was going all in. I tried to play it cool. That's smooth, but I'm not gonna fall for it that easily. I did. I'm not the same girl I was a couple of years ago. I was. Besides, I know you have a way with words. He did.
You know what they say, nothing worthy is ever easy.
Of course. My inner fireworks were about to start a pyrotechnic show that could rival New Year's Eve. I know, guys. I'm too weak. The rest of the night, we walked around the city just talking. It was pretty magical. The next day, Trevor woke me up.
Alice, who the hell is this?
Trevor pointed out a couple of pictures of Camilo and me walking through the city last night. Damn paparazzi. They got me again. Just an old friend.
TV and social media are going nuts over these photos. Just read these headlines. Drummer ditches movie star for poet waiter. This is genius. I am a genius.
I was about to remind him that it wasn't his idea when he went off on a long rant about how Camilo and I needed to start dating for the sake of the band. Well, I hated Trevor butting into my life like that. Dating Camilo didn't seem like a bad idea at all. For the sake of the band, of course. Over the next few weeks, Camilo and I became a thing, and Trevor's scheme worked like a charm. Strangely, every little thing we did became big news that the whole country should know. Look where we are now. Camilo's really turned things around for us. Yeah, but Camilo's writing is taking off too. It's a whole thing, though it felt strange to me. But we were too caught up in enjoying all the attention to bother about it.
Guys, you guys are breaking the internet right now. Any advice for your followers? Just be great. Be as incredible as we are.
We know that's a pretty high bar. Yeah, I know. I wanted to pinch myself too. But dealing with fame was hard. Everyone wanted a piece of you. And soon, all this glitz and glamour also got between
between Moon, Luke, and me.
You're late again.
Sorry, loves. We play in Rochester in a few days. We need to rehearse. I'm here, aren't I?
Try to relax a little bit, kid.
Kid?
We've done hundreds of shows. It's a walk in the park.
It isn't just another show. It's our first home show since we left. Kwan is even coming back from Korea with his new girlfriend for this. It has to be perfect.
The mention of Kwan and a girlfriend struck a chord with me. He had a girlfriend now? Who was she?
Why didn't Moon tell me this earlier? Why wasn't he thinking of me?
I was beyond angry. What the hell, Moon? Why are you throwing Kwan and his girlfriend in my face?
She was not throwing...
This is clearly not about the show.
Of course it is. What else would it be about?
This is about you two being jealous of me and Camillo. This is about you not bearing to be under my shadow.
Oh my god, you're completely delusional.
Oh yeah? You two are completely... I couldn't think of a good enough adjective, so I simply stormed out. What I didn't realize was that Trevor was standing on the side, just watching the drama unfold.
Don't stress. You don't need anyone. I think you could even go solo.
What?
I mean, everybody knows you're the heart of the band. You're gonna do great things by yourself. I just know it.
Oh, shut up. I knew Trevor was trying to manipulate me, but he wasn't all wrong. The band thing was not working. We were always fighting, and I had Camillo. What was the point of continuing? Okay, let's do it. We decided it was best to keep it a secret until after the show in Rochester, which would be our last. I had fears, doubts, and a lot of anxiety, but Camillo managed to calm me down.
I'll be right there at your side.
Finally, the day of the show had arrived. My relationship with Luke and Moon was more strained than ever. To avoid them, I went to the side of the stage. The arena was packed. Everybody we knew was there. Luke's family, Moon's dad, even the goth girl was present. Wait, where's Dad? I tried to locate my father in the VIP and the crowd, but it was like finding Waldo. When even Camillo, who was supposed to bring Dad, didn't answer my calls, I started freaking out. Something felt really off. Soon after, Camillo called me from the hospital and told me there had been an accident. What? How?
I was late. Then I saw your dad's accident on the way, so I followed him to the hospital. But your dad is fine. He's resting now.
Why did nobody call me?
They said they called his emergency contact.
I'm on my way. I ran to the dressing room to grab my things. Guys, I have to go. My dad is in the hospital.
Your dad?
What happened? I explained everything, and despite our fight, Moon and Luke hugged me tightly.
Alice, I'll drive you.
Due to my shock, I hadn't noticed that Kwan was there. He looked even more attractive than before. Kwan, Snap out of it, girl. Let's go.
Whoa, Alice, stop. The show's about to start.
She needs to be at the hospital.
Family comes first, always. As she said that, I felt horrible. They were my family, and I was backstabbing them.
I don't care about your family. This is the most important show ever. We're gonna tape it for a movie. It's the farewell concert. Do you know how much money we're gonna lose?
After saying it, Trevor closed his mouth so tightly that his lips seemed to have magnets on them. Farewell concert?
Oh, it's not a big deal. Breakups sell well, and we'll have 3 products instead of 1.
Both Luke and Moon looked at me. If looks could kill, I'd be 6 feet under right now. Dad, oh my god, are you okay? What happened?
Oh, it's just a silly accident, but I'm okay.
I'm coming to see you.
What? All those people are there to see you. You're gonna play and rock that gig.
But...
No buts, Missy. Afterward, you can come see me. Not like I'm going anywhere. Rock it for your old man.
Okay, Dad. I love you.
You heard Dad, kids. Let's do it. It's showtime.
We went on stage, and the tension was crazy. I could feel Luke and Moon's hateful glares. It was as if Cyclops from the X-Men was looking at me without his glasses. The show was about to start, but I refused to be like those old dinosaur rock bands where everyone hated each other. So I did something I never did. I stepped up to the microphone. No, don't freak out. I'm not gonna sing. Hi, Rochester. I want to dedicate this show to my family, to my dad, who needs to stop riding his bike at night, and to my siblings, Luke and Moon. No one has taught me as much about love and friendship as you two have. I love you, and I'm sorry, guys. Luke and Moon smiled at me. Now that we got that out of the way, it's time to rock. Then the show finally started, and it was simply incredible. Luke, Moon, and I played like it was the first time in my garage. The show was, without a shadow of a doubt, our best. After that, we 3 reconciled in a big embrace. While they were still angry, at least now it didn't look like they were going to scheme to murder me. Shortly after, Trevor joined us. Oh, Trevor, just the man we were looking for.
What?
Should we share the honors, guys? At the count of 3. 3, 2, 1.
You are fired, kid.
Trevor tried to manipulate and scare us with threats, but when we were together, that didn't work. That's why he wanted to split the band. He knew he could control us if we were divided.
You're making a huge mistake. This is not over.
Can you close the door on your way out? Thanks! thanks. We went to see my dad, and apart from a few scratches and a large cast on his leg, he was fine. You'd think I now had everything, and you'd be right. I had my band and friends back, my dad was okay, and I had my boyfriend. It was finally time for my lived happily ever after moment. Well, that lasted for about 2 seconds. Literally, someone suddenly burst into the hospital room. Babe, are you all right? Mom? Babe, what are you doing? Alice. Well, I guess now I know who his emergency contact was. My mom looked at me smiling, but when she saw Camillo, her face completely transformed. Alice, get away from him. I was beyond confused. I looked at Camillo. His face revealed that he had something to confess. I imagine your faces right now are exactly like mine at that moment. Once again, fate had a curveball for me. But this is running too long. I know no one likes cliffhangers, but you know what they say, nothing worthy is ever easy.
Hi, my name is Sonia, and my story is about how I became a genius and what that's really like, the good and the bad. And before we dive in, make sure you click that notification bell. Otherwise, you never know what kind of juicy stories you might miss out on. Alright then. So there I was at my boyfriend, Samuel's, baseball game. It had already been a super intense match, and this was the final stretch. Samuel stepped up to bat, all of our friends were cheering around me, and I was so nervous that I nearly crushed the bag of popcorn in my hands. Funny thing, I actually don't like popcorn, but at the first game I ever went to, I was so hungry that I bought some, and Samuel's team won that game. So now it's like a good luck thing. Up went the pitcher's arm, hands on the ball. He threw it hard, but Samuel hit it even harder. That ball was going. I jumped off my seat in a fit of excitement, joining all of my friends. I was screaming so hard that I didn't even notice the ball coming right at me. Then, out of nowhere, one of Samuel's best friends snatched the ball with his ready-to-go glove right in front of my face, stopping it from smashing into me. But he bumped me while making the save. And while the ball landed softly in his glove, my head crashed hard onto the concrete steps below. Next thing I know, I'm in the hospital. Cords attached to both arms, something strapped over my face. I looked around the room, and there were cards, flowers, and balloons everywhere. Something was different from that very moment I woke up. But it felt so subtle that I almost didn't even recognize it. The simplest way to put it for those who wouldn't understand is that I was more in touch with reality, more with it. I noticed every little thing, every detail. Everything just made sense, like it never had before. Life was like a math equation, complicated, yet logical. It was peaceful. I decided to allow myself to adjust for a few days and just observe everything that was going on around me. I pretended to be asleep while my many friends and family members filtered in and out to visit. What I noticed from those visits was interesting in itself. I could see very clearly for the first time that my parents were not actually happy together. When they spoke, they never made direct eye contact, and they always had something very snippy and passive to say to one another. There was no real love or connection. I wondered why they had stayed together all those years. And then there was Samuel. He came to visit many times. To the outside world, you would think he was the most caring and devoted boyfriend ever. But the outside world didn't see the way he would smile into his phone from time to time, and only when a very specific sound would alert him of a new message. I knew right away. He was clearly cheating on me. And I'd seen that smile before, for months even. This wasn't something new. Any other time in my life, these realizations would have broken me. But now, I didn't seem to mind at all. I obviously wasn't going to let it continue with Samuel. No. I had way too much self-respect for that. But it just didn't affect me. It was like things made too much sense for there to even be those same petty human emotions. After a few days of observation and playing asleep, I decided to wake up. I figured the most convenient way to do it would be when many people were there to minimize the number of phone calls that would need to be made. So, when my parents, Samuel, and 2 other friends were all in the room, hanging out and talking, I opened my eyes, slowly. I had to sell it. Samuel was the first to rush up to me, the very loyal boyfriend that he was. He picked up my hand and asked if I could hear him. Yes, can you hear me? I asked, very clearly. Maybe too clear, because he looked a bit confused. Everyone did. Yes, he responded. Sonia, I'm so happy. Samuel, I'm sure you will understand why I'm breaking up with you right now, I said, cutting him off. Won't you? Wait, you're breaking up with me right now? He asked, now totally confused. Yes, and you understand why, of course. No? I asked. He played dumb. Sonia, where is this coming from? Is this about the hit? Listen, I'm so sorry. You have to know I didn't mean to. I couldn't help but roll my eyes as I cut him off again. Not the game, Sam. You're cheating on me, right? Now, the whole room was completely still. Sonia! He started, clearly overacting that he was in shock. Why would you even think such a thing? Give me your phone, please, I asked calmly. Of course he refused, so I tried again. If you have nothing to hide, then give me your phone. To no surprise, he still wouldn't. And then he started to make a scene, which alerted 2 nurses into the room. It was clear that nothing more would come out of this conversation. He refused to leave. I asked the nurse to please take him out for my sake. As he was being walked out, he turned around, looking at me with some sort of hope. You played a good game. I don't think he knew if I was talking about cheating or baseball at that point. It didn't matter. He turned to keep walking, and that was that. It was at that moment that something clicked inside of me. I had known Samuel was cheating on me, just by mere observation. I then realized that I could manipulate just about everything around me to have the life I'd always wanted. It would be easy, but it needed, though, to be tested. But I had to be careful. These doctors had no idea what was happening with me. It was a good thing in a way. It doesn't take a genius to realize that if my smarts were exposed now, I'll end up in a testing facility with machines hooked up to my body going from one experiment to another. I needed to be careful, but I needed to test the potential extent of my abilities. I decided to test my new abilities with my English teacher, Miss Eriks. I wanted to get her to move our upcoming test, not because I didn't know the material. Actually, quite the opposite. While I was studying for the test, I found out that I could memorize even the hardest pieces of literature, simply by scanning through the book. I just wanted to see if I could get her to do it. I noticed she's a dog lover, to the point of obsession. And, at this point, I had discovered that the best way to manipulate is to work with people's emotional attachments, their point of weakness. So, before class on the day of the big test, while everybody else was still filing in, I went to speak with her at her desk. I acted timid and sad as I shared a fake story about how my dog was sick and that he needed me to be there with him when they put him to sleep. Naturally, she understood my sentiments here. She told me how deeply sorry she felt and that I would be able to retake the test when I returned. But that's not what I wanted. Miss Eriks, how would you feel if you were putting your dog down and the whole world just kept on going, as if nothing was wrong? She looked into my eyes, and a vein started to pop in the middle of her forehead. I had struck a chord. I worked up some tears as I continued. If it's not too much to ask, Miss Eriks, and maybe it is, but most people wouldn't understand what it's like to love a dog so deeply. But all I ask is that we take this class period as a moment of silence for Fido and all the other dogs who never got that recognition. The test can wait for that, can't it? Now she had tears in her eyes as she looked over to the picture of her dog, which she got framed on her desk. She grabbed a tissue and blew her nose before turning to the class and announcing, "Class, today's test is postponed until tomorrow. Today's lesson is that, sometimes, there are things in life more important than sticking to a rigid schedule. Today, we take a moment of silence to send our best to Miss Sonia and her beloved dog Fido as they part ways." With her conclusion, she gave me a wink and gestured towards the door. That was my cue to leave. I put my hands on my heart as I said, "Thank you," and walked to my car. That was all I needed to know that I could have everything. And I found that I could also manipulate my world in other, smaller ways too. Like, I could now do my makeup perfectly. It's actually just based on the principle of the golden ratio. Easy, right? And I was able to pick up any musical instrument and play it like I had been practicing since childhood. Just about anything and everything came easy for me. By my senior year, I had attracted a lot of attention. Teachers had prompted me to take an IQ test and, to no surprise, I scored as a genius. Because of that, all of the different school clubs wanted me to become a member. Other kids wanted me to be their tutor or join their study groups. And my parents and teachers were all so excited and proud, but I really didn't care. It just was what it was, and I was already wrapped in manipulating them all anyways. Plus, I no longer had any time to waste on experiencing those emotions. I could clearly see what they did to people, leaving them vulnerable to manipulation and all. Easy prey. I just knew that feelings were the ultimate trap. For years, I manipulated the world around me with no issue at all. And during those years, I had a ball doing it. I talked my parents into buying me a new car, got front row seats to sold-out games, and free airline tickets around the world. Life was sweet, but like anything else, even that eventually got boring. I wanted something bigger and better, something new, a challenge. I wanted fame. So one night as I was sleeping, and at the same time solving an incredibly challenging math problem, an idea came to me. I would manipulate my way into getting on the biggest talent show in the country. With all of my new skills, I knew that I could have a very good chance of winning, and that would be the beginning of my fame and will give me the exposure I needed. I worked hard on crafting the right plan. I made several phone calls and sent emails, all to the right people who I knew would talk to the right people. And voila! One day I got the call. They wanted me to audition for the show. If I was still indulging in primal human emotions, I would have felt nervous when I was facing such a large crowd and those judges, with those spotlights hitting me. But instead, I just felt ready to show them why I should win. I brought 4 different instruments out on stage and played them all to create a new remix for a popular song at that time. I knew by the looks on the judges' faces that I already had it in the bag, but that wasn't all. While I was playing the song, I told each of the judges exactly what they were thinking. Again, it just takes serious observation. I even managed to expose one of the meanest judges as a softie. I don't think he was happy about that, but he couldn't deny it. That sold them. I was on to the next round, and the next, and the next, until I won the whole thing. That was the closest I had felt to excitement since my injury. Although, maybe it was more like feeling a sense of accomplishment. By the end of that whole journey, people all over the country knew who I was. I couldn't even go grocery shopping without somebody recognizing me, and everybody would say the same thing. Oh my goodness! You're Sonia from America's Got Talent! Can you tell what I'm thinking now? Everyone, that is, until I met Ryan. One day, I was in line for a bagel at my favorite deli when a guy behind me tapped me on the shoulder. It started off like all the rest. Hey, you're Sonia from America's Got Talent, right? Yep, that's me, I replied, studying him so that I knew how to respond to his next question. But he took me by surprise when, instead, he asked, "Can I tell you what you're thinking?" At that moment, I was thinking that this guy couldn't possibly know what I'm thinking. And that's exactly what he said. 4 years later, we got married. As it turned out, Ryan was just like me. However, he had become a genius after receiving electric shock therapy for his depression years ago. A lot of people come out of that treatment with a scrambled brain, but he somehow came out a genius. It felt so nice having someone around who understood me and could actually stimulate me. We would talk about things that would have made other people think we were crazy. Things that everybody should talk about, really. But instead, they're too busy fiddling around with their emotions. Stuff like, existence. Another bonus of having Ryan in my life was that he was on the same mission. By the time we met, we were both millionaires. And now, we wanted to become billionaires. We were working on a project together that would create a foolproof space launch when I found out I was pregnant. And around the time of our first successful launch into space, our daughter, Sasha, launched herself onto Earth. For the first decade of her life, as harsh as it sounds, Sasha felt like a bit of an inconvenience. She demanded a great deal of attention, as all kids do, as well as emotional support, and, well, neither Ryan nor I had much patience nor empathy for those emotions. We did what we had to do in order to make sure that Sasha was taken care of. She had a good life, by most standards. We lived in a mansion, had beautiful cars and things. She could have anything she wanted, and she had a very lovely nanny who spent more time with her than either Ryan or I ever did. Who has time for that anyway? Most of my days happily consisted of work. By the time Sasha was 5 years old, not only had Ryan and I accomplished our dream of becoming billionaires, but we also were now ruling the world with our science labs and tech companies. Our companies were known and used by everyone, and we had enough influence in the world to do whatever we wanted. We were literally on top of the world, and still, I wanted more. But one day, when Sasha was 7 years old, I got a phone call from her school. There had been an accident on the playground, and she had fallen off the top of the slide and had broken her leg. She was okay, but she was in the emergency room. Ryan and I were on our way to a very important business meeting when we got the call. Maybe the biggest meeting with the biggest potential for us yet. Now, had you asked me a day earlier, I would have told you that nothing in the world could have made me possibly sabotage that meeting by leaving. But right there and then, something inside of me felt different, and, to my own disbelief, I chose to go and see Sasha at the hospital instead. The whole way there, I was feeling things stirring inside of me. My chest was swirling with movement. From what I could remember, I believe it was a pure sense of motherhood worry that I've, perhaps, never allowed myself to experience. And when I got there and saw Sasha asleep and all bandaged up, I broke down for the first time in well over a decade. I couldn't hold it back anymore. I cried, really cried. And not because I wanted to manipulate anything or get my way, but because I loved Sasha, and I'm now a bit ashamed to admit to you that I had never really felt that love before that moment. It was right there and then that the most important lesson I'd ever learned hit me, and that's saying a lot as a genius. Money and fame mean nothing, not in the grand scheme. There will never be enough to satisfy you, ever. Only authentic, loving connection and lived knowledge, which some would call wisdom, bring true value to life. In that hospital room, holding the hand of my sweet, beautiful daughter, I finally felt like the wealthiest person in the world.
Hi, I'm Allison from a small village in France. Please like and subscribe. I lived in a small cottage with my single mother who worked as an artist. Life was tough since we had little money, so when I turned 5, Mom decided to move back to her home city, and it had a freaking palace.
Whoa, is that a real palace, Mommy? I want to see what it looks like from the inside. I want to meet the king.
The king doesn't live there, Allie. Only his sister, the Duchess, does. And only those who work in the palace can go there. Soon after, Mom got a job as a royal portrait artist, and I would beg her to take me along someday. But she always said I was too clumsy, and the palace was full of delicate things.
I'll be careful, I promise.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. There's also a ghost who has lived in this palace for decades.
Was the ghost there when you were a kid?
Yep.
Then it must be old by now. I can easily outrun it.
Of course, I didn't believe her. If anything, it made me more curious about the palace. When I was 9, Mom was called by the Duchess to make her portrait, and this time, I followed her. Somehow, I managed to sneak inside without getting noticed. And boy, was it pretty! As I wandered around, I slipped into a nearby room full of toys and blingy things. I'd never seen anything like that before, and it was so fascinating that I grabbed a few of them. But when I reached home, I felt guilty and scared. If anyone at the palace found out, Mom could lose her job, and this was stealing.
I'll bring you guys back someday when I work at the palace. Till then, you can hide here.
My passion for working in the palace grew stronger as time passed. I begged Mom to teach me how to paint so I could become a royal painter just like her. And by the time I was 17, I was better than her. One day while I was painting, Mom came home with some big news. The king is coming to town after 17 years, and they want paintings for the whole palace. We started working day and night, finishing all 20 paintings in under a week. But a day before the delivery, Mom slipped and sprained her ankle. I'll ask someone from the palace to pick them up. No, I can take them. I promise, I won't break a thing. Whoa! Are you sure? We can't lose the job. Yes, Mom, you can count on me. I managed to convince Mom and then left for the palace. I also took the stuff I'd taken all those years back. I could finally put that back. When I entered the palace, it was exactly as I'd remembered. Wow, how dull. This place could really use some color. I was so lost looking around that I tripped over a giant statue's foot and the paintings flew in the air. Just then, I heard someone scream, and when I looked back and saw a girl, I almost passed out. It was like I was looking in a mirror. I touched her to make sure she was real, and she slapped my hand away.
Don't you touch me, you peasant! Don't you know who I am?
My doppelganger? We look exactly the same.
No, we don't. I'm a princess, and you look like a street rat.
If I look like a street rat, so do you, because we have the same face.
Wait a minute, is that gold? Oh my god, you're a thief!
The girl started screaming again, and I was surrounded by palace security within seconds. Just as they held me, I bit one of the guards and ran till I reached home. When I told Mom what had happened, she looked at me in shock, and minutes later, the king arrived with the Duchess. Oh, my sweet daughter, it is you. You're what? Mom, what's happening? My mind went blank when the king told me how years ago the nanny had taken me out for a walk, but we both never returned. Your mother and I searched everywhere for you, but we failed. She was heartbroken and no longer wanted to be here, so we left the palace. But today, when the security guards told me of an intruder who looks just like the princess, I just had to come and see for myself. Mom, is that true? I'm not your daughter? It's true, Allie. I found you on my doorstep with a note and some money, but I had no idea you were a princess. Why didn't you ever tell me I'm not yours? Because I fell in love with you the moment I saw you. Now you were my daughter. I am so sorry, Allie. It was just all too much to process, and I ran off. I was a princess, and I had a twin sister. I was living a lie for 17 years? I was walking along the road trying to clear my head when a big sports car pulled up next to me, and a handsome guy got out.
Cherry, what are you doing here? It's not safe.
Cherry? Do I look like a stupid fruit? Leave me alone.
I called you pumpkin before, but you hated that too.
What the heck's your problem, dude? This is not a good time.
I was saving this as a surprise. But here, will this make you come with me?
Holy moly! That diamond was bigger than my fist! Calm down, Allie. Okay, you've got the wrong girl. Whoa!
Sorry, I'll have to carry you back home if you don't listen.
I punched him in the nose as the guy screamed like a little boy and then ran for my life. This was officially the worst day ever. The next day, the royal staff packed all my stuff and I was moved to the castle. My royal chambers were bigger than my whole house, and everything was beautiful, except it didn't feel like home. Mom wasn't there, and even though I was mad at her, I missed her. I was unpacking when my sister walked in.
I know you think you're suddenly a princess now too, but don't let this get to your head. Remember, I rule.
Charlotte, dear, don't be so rude to your sister. You should be happy she's back. Okay, Amber.
Allison.
Allison, darling, we're starting with your royal lessons from tomorrow. Be ready at 4 a.m. sharp.
Good luck with that. It's not easy being a princess.
She wasn't kidding. It was a mad schedule. Mornings were for horse riding, then music in the afternoon, and martial arts in the evening. My body was super sore and I was exhausted, but within a few weeks, I'd grown tougher and learned a lot. One evening during martial arts practice, someone walked up to me. It was the diamond guy.
I thought they were just rumors, but you are prettier than Charlotte.
We look exactly the same, like identical. Can't you see that, or did the punch make you blind?
Feisty. I'm Prince Arnold, by the way, Charlotte's fiancé.
Isn't she too young to get married?
Are you jealous?
What? Move along, dude, unless you want another punch. But the guy just winked and left. What a flirt! Later that evening at dinner, Dad announced that he'd be holding an official coming out party for his daughters, and the entire village would be invited. What's a coming out party? Lame question. It's your official introduction. So why are you having one? Don't people know you already? That's when Dad told me that Charlotte had always been sick all her life. She had a rare genetic heart condition that didn't allow her to roam around too much. It was only recently that she'd gotten better. But I'm still better than you. What's your problem? My problem is that you're here to take my crown away from me, and I won't let that happen.
Enough. That's for me to decide. Now eat your dinner. I'd root for you.
I kicked that butt face under the table, and he turned red. Much deserved. The coming out party had sent the whole town into a frenzy, and Mom was called to make our official portraits. Seeing her made me feel so much better. So, how do I look?
Like a princess. Have you forgiven me?
Maybe. I mean, you're still my mom.
Of course I am.
The party was a huge success, and I could see the king's pride in introducing his daughters.
You should see Allison fight. She's a natural. Her paintings are so good. I think I should send her to Paris to become a professional.
Dad, I wanted to become a chef and you didn't allow that.
That's because you weren't well, Charlotte. Now, don't interrupt me while I'm talking, darling.
I was a little embarrassed with all the praise, and it clearly bothered Charlotte, so I excused myself and went out for some fresh air, only to find that jerk, Arnold, making out with a maid. What the heck, dude?
Oh, hey, Allie. Don't worry, this isn't serious. And you're next.
I felt furious and turned around to leave, but he blocked me.
Oh, don't be so mad. Come here.
Arnold pulled me in and was about to kiss me when I pushed him hard, but Charlotte walked in just then. What's happening?
Wait, I knew it wasn't you. My darling Charlotte, this imposter tried to take advantage of me. She tried to kiss me while pretending to be you.
What? That's not true. This guy's been flirting with me ever since I came here. Charlotte, he's a jerk. I just caught him making out with a maid. Enough. First, you try to steal my life, then my dad, and now you have your eyes on my fiancé? I won't let you get away with it. With that, Charlotte went inside and got on stage as everyone stared at her in confusion. Attention! My twin sister is a manipulative witch. She's a thief and a liar, and so is her mom, that lady.
Tell me, Allison, did she teach you how to be a lowlife? Because you surely weren't born one.
Say what you want about me, but keep my mom out of it.
I feel sorry for you, Charlotte. How could you be so bitter? It's so...
Before I could finish, Charlotte jumped on me and we got into a crazy fight. As the king pulled us apart, Charlotte started shaking and fell to the ground. We rushed her to the hospital, and the doctors informed us that she had fainted because of stress and needed rest. I wanted to visit her, but the Duchess stopped me.
I think it's best that you stay away. You've done enough damage. Brother, she's not good for Charlotte's health.
We might not get along, but she's my sister.
She's right, Allison. I think it's best if you give each other some space. Maybe you can stay with your mom for some time. It will only be temporary, love, and I'll have you back as soon as possible. I think we dumped too much on Charlotte, and she needs to get better.
Of course, I understood, but I was actually happy to get away from everything for a while, especially since Charlotte and I were on the front page of every newspaper the next day. People called us the Crazy Royals. We were a joke. I was packing my stuff when the Duchess walked in.
You're finally going back to where you belong. I knew you'd never fit in here, and it was a mistake to bring filth into the palace.
I know I didn't grow up here, but I'm still a princess by birth. So please, mind your manners and never talk to me this way again.
Don't forget your place.
That's exactly what I'm doing. I pushed her aside and left for my old home. Mom was ecstatic to see me, and to be honest, I felt happier than I'd been in weeks. A few days later, once Charlotte was better, the king announced her engagement to Arnold to give people something else to talk about. Dad invited me, but I decided not to go to the ceremony. I just wanted to stay away and avoid any more drama. On the engagement day, Mom had gone out for something when Charlotte came over. What are you doing here? Don't you have an engagement to get to?
I can't marry him, Allison. He's a snake. I should have trusted you.
Good time to say I told you so. But what do you want from me?
After our fight, we can't have another media blowout. Dad will never allow me to call off the engagement at the last minute. Please, come with me. Maybe we could convince him together. Please help me.
Charlotte was crying like a baby now, and I didn't want her to have another fainting episode. So I agreed. But just as we entered the palace, Charlotte stopped.
I need to fix my makeup. The entire town is in there.
Wow, priorities.
Thanks for doing this. I'll be right back. I started to walk around when I spotted Charlotte. She's here. I've done everything you asked me to do, including the fake fainting. Now do your part and make her leave forever before Dad decides to bring her back here again.
Leave it to me now, princess. I have the perfect plan to make sure you get the crown.
Oh my God, these people were crazy. I had no idea what her plan was, but it sounded dangerous. So I ran straight to Dad, and seconds later Charlotte followed.
Allison, I thought you weren't coming, but I'm so glad you did.
Of course she had to come. She had to ruin my engagement. She just can't see me happy. Oh my God, Arnold, hold me, please.
Oh, shut up already. Don't you guys get tired of manipulating? King, Dad, whatever, you should see this. I played the video for the entire hall to see, and Charlotte turned pale.
Charlotte?
Dad, I'm sorry, but you seem to like her more because she's tougher than me. And when Auntie told me that she was after Arnold and my crown, I couldn't take it anymore. But this was all Aunt's idea.
Sister, what were you planning to do and why?
Suddenly, the Duchess turned into a mad person and started screaming.
I'm tired of being your servant. I'm the older sister and the crown was mine, but these girls took that away from me, and I would have gotten away with everything if this one hadn't shown up. What do you mean? You knew she was alive?
Whoopsie, you did a boo-boo. The Duchess confessed how she'd paid the nanny to take me away and drop me in the jungle, but the nanny had dropped me at Mom's doorstep instead.
Charlotte was so sick as a kid, I didn't think she'd survive for so long. With both of you gone, I'd be a queen, but
Karma's a witch. The king gave orders to take the Duchess away to the dungeons for treason, and Charlotte turned to me.
I was horrible to you, and I probably don't deserve your forgiveness. But could you try?
It might take some time, but I'll get there.
What about me?
You can chew your shoes and get lost. Yeah, I always knew you were a jerk. I was called back to the palace, and I took Mom along this time. Charlotte and I changed history by taking over the crown together. We were both queens in our own way. And I learned that those who love you will always stick by your side. Hi, my name is Kayla. Please like and subscribe to MSA while I tell you my story. My whole life, I've been a book nerd. Stories are my escape into new worlds where I can fight dragons on the top of the highest mountains or move cars out of my way using my mind. However, in real life, I'm virtually invisible and usually powerless in the face of danger.
Hey, watch where you're going, geek!
Sorry.
What's the point of those dumb glasses if you can't see anything?
Thankfully, help was never too far behind.
Ow! You hurt my head!
That was the idea. Now imagine what I can do with all these. Are you okay? I am now. Hey, is that Harry Potter? I love that book. You know, I think we're gonna be best friends. That was the first day I met Faye, and she was right. We instantly bonded over our love of reading, and I was forever in awe of her confidence. Everyone, make way. Your queen is coming through. She proved to me that being into books did not mean you had to be timid. And that ends my presentation on why every Friday should be pizza day at the cafeteria. While Faye's life was forever blasting out loud, I felt like something was missing from mine. I'd read so many romantic tales of a prince riding into town, conquering the angry monsters just to be with the one he loves. And then I wonder, is my prince ever gonna come and save me? Snap out of it, Kayla. Huh? Look around you. These boys are no match for your intellect. They're all stinky and stupid.
Speak for yourself, nerds. That's why you weren't invited to the big house party this weekend.
Your fly is undone.
Huh? Oh, oops.
You see what I mean, Kayla? Is that the prince you were looking for? Yeah, maybe you're right. Except I really did want to go to that house party. I knew there was no way that was gonna happen. Or at least, that's what I thought, until everything changed one day as I was looking for a book in the library. Hey, what's this? Looks like a secret compartment. Pull it up. Whoa! Hidden beneath the shelf was a dusty book we'd never seen before. I blew on it and read its title, The Secrets to Get Boys to Fall in Love with You. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. No wonder somebody hid it. Look at this stuff. How to dress for a man, how to talk to a man. I wonder if it works. Who cares? Shove it back where you found it. Actually, I think we should try it out. What? You can't be serious. I am. We could test it out tonight at the house party. Think of it as a social experiment where we see how easy it is to get boys to fall for us. Well, I do love a social experiment. All right, why not? I'm in. After school, we rush to my house and follow the book by the letter. Always wear bright red lipstick for attention. Check. Clip in hair extensions for more bouncy hair. Check. Learn how to walk correctly by balancing books on your head. Check. Juice your meals to digest them faster. Check. Ugh. Lift weights to tone your figure. I'm exhausted. Don't sit down. You'll get chair butt. And according to this book, boys hate chair butt. Ugh. Eyelashes, short skirts, pink everything, and ta-da! Wow, we look like completely different people. More like complete bimbos. I didn't care what Faye said. I was super excited. And when we arrived at the party, everyone was looking at us, and I felt seen for the first time.
Hey there, good looking. Can I get you some punch?
I'll give you a punch. Faye, remember the book? Like, oh my gosh, I would totally love some punch. Duh. Once alone, I scanned the room looking for my prince. And oh my god, there he was. He was the most beautiful boy I had ever seen. Tall, muscular, well-dressed, and looking so cool. I wanted to go over there, but I remembered what the book said. Chapter 13, don't pester boys. Rather, stand against a wall and look mysterious, and they'll come to you. And so, that's what I did. But unfortunately, it attracted the wrong guy.
Excuse me, miss. My name is Ricardo. And let me just say you are a radiant vision of sunbeam perfection.
Oh, thanks.
Please, let's swap numbers.
Okay.
Now, watch my superb dance moves.
This weird dude distracted me with the most bizarre dance in the world. And when I looked over, my prince was gone. And then Faye came up to me. We have to go. Wait, I need to find someone first.
Hey, that's the girl that dumped the guacamole bowl on my head.
Like I said, we have to go. Now. We ran away as fast as we could, but I turned just in time to see Ricardo blowing kisses after me. Ugh. But hey, at least we knew the book worked. The next day, I woke up to 100 messages from Ricardo. Some of them were sweet, but others were a little creepy. Like when he sent selfies of himself with roses in his teeth, or pictures of sketches he'd made of me. And there were a lot of them. Of course, I was just gonna ignore him. I was still hung up on finding the dreamboat from the party, and I decided something else that weekend. I liked my new look and how other people looked at me. But on Monday at school, Faye didn't see it the same way. Excuse me, Miss Barbie, why are you still bimbo-fied? I think I want to try this out for a while. It
makes me feel different. Except it makes you look just like every other bimbo here. Can you stop calling me that, please? You know, I think we didn't fully commit to our social experiment, so let's read a few more chapters and then go to the arcade tonight. Why would we do that? Just then, as I opened my locker, an avalanche of teddies and gifts and love letters poured to the floor. Looks like Ricardo found me. Whoa, wait a minute. I'm starting to get the picture. You think you're actually gonna get your prince this way, don't you? You mean this guy? I don't even like him. Please, just come to the arcade. Do it for me, Faye. Hard pass. I'll be at the library where the smart people usually are. You're on your own. I hated to see Faye so annoyed, but I figured she'd get over it. Besides, I needed to continue my mission. That night, I read a few more chapters and then went to the arcade alone, where all the popular kids hung out. I felt super nervous by myself and considered leaving when—
Hey, are you just going to stand there, or are you gonna play something?
Oh my gosh, it was the hunk I saw at the party, and he was talking to me. Think quick, Kayla. What did the book say? Oh yes, chapter 7. Always laugh at boys' jokes. You're so funny.
Thanks. My name's Lloyd. Are you waiting to play this claw game?
Chapter 20. Be the damsel in distress. Oh, it's too complicated for me.
Oh, here, I'll show you. The trick is all about timing.
Like, oh wow, you're so good at that. Thank you.
Sure thing. Would you like to get ice cream?
Uh-oh. Chapter 3. Avoid fatty desserts. How about a low-fat milkshake instead? As we shared a vegan milkshake, Lloyd started telling me about his life. He was a part-time model, but his true passion was volunteering at the children's hospital. I mean, can someone be more perfect? I gazed into his eyes, and then we both moved forward to sip our straws at the same time. Our faces were so close, I almost thought he might kiss me, when suddenly my phone rang, and it was my mom telling me to come home immediately. Apparently, my grandma had broken her hip, and my parents needed to go out of town to see her. Since I couldn't miss school, they asked me to stay with Faye for a few days. I know the timing isn't great, and you're mad at me. Don't be silly. What are friends for? You packed all that makeup to bring over? Since when do you even have so much makeup? I went shopping yesterday. And what is this ridiculous bag? Wait, I've seen all the cheerleaders carrying this lately. Are you gonna start waving pom-poms in my face next? Faye, is me staying over gonna be a problem? No, of course not. Fine, I won't say anything. Although, the amount of money you spent on that makeup could run a soup kitchen for a year. Okay, I'm done now. But she really wasn't. She stared at me disapprovingly every day as we headed out for school. She huffed away angrily whenever any of the popular girls gave me compliments or invited me to sit with them at recess. And she gave me the silent treatment as I headed out for the arcade in the evenings. I'd met up with Lloyd there a couple more times, and I thought it was going well. Just as we were sharing another milkshake, we almost came close to kissing again, when suddenly— Hey, bestie! I thought I'd find you here. Ooh, aren't you gonna introduce me to this hunky monkey? What? Faye was here? And she was dressed by the book too? Lloyd Faye Lloyd. That's such a manly name. So Lloyd, can you show me how the photo booth works? Oh my gosh, it's so confusing.
Yeah, I can show you.
This was crazy. Faye was trying to steal the spotlight from me. Well, two can play at that game. Oh wow, look at these photos. We'd make such a cute couple for sure.
If you say so.
Oh, Lloyd, let's have a dance battle.
All right.
Oh, Lloyd, let's sing karaoke.
Okay.
Oh, Lloyd, let's get some cotton candy.
Sure.
Oh, Lloyd, let's shoot some zombies.
Can do.
Oh, Lloyd, let's break the basketball high score.
No,
Lloyd, let's trade some prizes for our tickets.
Well—
Oh, please, Lloyd.
Ow!
Lloyd, this way.
Ouch!
Come on, Lloyd.
Stop! I don't know what's happening here, but it's freaking me out.
It's not me, it's her. She's a phony. Me? You're the phony. Look at her.
What the heck? Look, I don't know what's going on here, but you two clearly have some serious issues, and I don't want to get in the middle of it. Goodbye.
Oh, Lloyd, come back. I can explain. Wait, Kayla, don't be a fool. Suddenly, I heard a loud crack and turned to see Faye tumble to the floor. Ow, these dumb heels. Faye, are you okay? I think I broke my ankle. Call an ambulance. As we waited for the ambulance, Faye turned to me angrily. This is all your fault. Me? You're the one who thinks all boys are trash, but then you just show up here to hit on Lloyd and ruin my chances with him? What's wrong with you? I don't want Lloyd. I was just trying to show you the mirror by acting like you. You look pathetic trying to be someone you're not just to make some stranger like you. I thought we were the cool
smart ones who don't care about what's on the outside. If you don't care about that, why does it bother you how I choose to dress or what I put on my face? You know what? You're just so used to bossing me around, you're pissed off I'm doing something on my own that you don't agree with. Fine, be a wannabe bimbo. We can't be friends then. Thanks for letting me know that our friendship is conditional on me always listening to you. The ambulance arrived and took Faye away. I didn't want to go to her place right away, so I went to my own house to cry it out. But to my shock, I found my room was overflowing with gifts from Ricardo. Heart-shaped balloons, bouquets, and dozens of teddy bears. This was all too much. And when I looked in the mirror, I didn't even recognize myself. I had lost my chances with Lloyd, and things with A were all messed up. Plus, these new clothes were so uncomfortable. And that's when I realized all these troubles started with the book. I opened it up to the final chapter and read in horror. Chapter 31, Charm Boys by cleaning up after their mess. Chapter 32, Make boys sandwiches when they are sad. This was not a magic guide to romance. This was the most sexist book in the world. And I had been such an idiot. I needed to make it right. The next day, I returned to the arcade, only this time as boring old Kayla. Excuse me, Lloyd?
Hey, Kayla?
Yeah, this is how I really look, and I'm just here to apologize. I've been acting like somebody I'm not, which isn't cool or fair to you.
Seems like you have some self-work to do.
Most definitely. Okay, well, sorry again. Goodbye.
Hold on. Do you want to get a milkshake?
As long as it's full fat. The rest of the evening, we played arcade games and then went for a romantic walk by the river. And Lloyd seemed to like me for me. I went home on cloud 9 that night, and when I woke up the next morning, I was determined to fix everything else. Starting with, Faye, I just wanted to apologize. You're right, I shouldn't have to change anything about myself to get noticed or be liked by anyone. Kayla, I owe you an apology too. To be honest, I just got jealous and insecure. I mean, you're out there trying to find your Prince Charming, while I'm perfectly happy just the two of us in the library. I just didn't want anything to change. We can have both, Faye. You'll always be my bestie, no matter who else comes into my life. I can handle that, as long as whoever he is appreciates the Kayla that I know. Deal? Deal.
Yoo-hoo!
Huh?
It's me, Ricardo. I've been searching for you for days. Why are you ignoring my gifts?
There was something crazy in his eye. Ricardo, you're coming on too strong. You broke into my house to leave me gifts, and now you're following me around? We don't even know each other.
But we can spend our whole lives getting to know each other. We're meant to be. I love you.
Ew, catch a hint, dude. She doesn't like you.
No, I will not rest until you're mine.
Ricardo grabbed me by the wrist, and I was about to panic when suddenly...
Let go of her!
Two boys battling over me sounded like a fairy tale in a romance novel. But now that it was actually happening, I didn't like it one bit. And that's when I remembered the book. The whack.
Ow! You break my heart, and now you break my head. I don't want to be here anymore.
At least this book came to some good use. Girl, I am so proud of you. When I was 14, I woke up one day in a soft, comfortable bed that wasn't mine. I slowly got up. Oh, my head was really hurting. I looked around the huge room, and I had no idea how I'd gotten here. My eyes grew wide as I looked up at the walls, flecked with gold, and the heavy velvet curtains. One whole wall was taken up with a huge flat-screen TV. Where was I? All of a sudden, this old couple I'd never seen before came into the room, smiling at me. Who are you? Where are my parents? The woman said, "Don't be silly, Jihan. We are your parents." And she kept smiling at me like a lunatic. What are you talking about? My name is Lisa, and I can't remember who my parents are, but I know that you aren't them. The old man started laughing. Oh, what an imagination. Your name is Jihan Kanan. You're our daughter, and you live here in this house with us. I lay back on the crazy soft pillows. I was so confused, and my heart was pounding. I looked for my phone, but it wasn't in my pocket. Just then, this old white-haired doctor came into the room. You must rest, Miss Kanan. You took quite a hit on the head when you fell off your horse. Horse? I'd never sat on one in my life. Just as I lay back to fall asleep again, I saw the doctor winking at the old couple before he left the room. Something strange was going on here, but I was too tired to work it out at that moment. Hi,
I'm Lisa from Turkey, and this is the crazy story of how losing my memory made me a wealthy billionaire. But before I continue, please click like and subscribe. The next morning, I left the bedroom and went down the grand staircase to the breakfast room. The house was like a palace. There was a maid in the room, and she actually curtsied and said, "Good morning, Miss Canaan." I started to wish that this was actually my life. I figured I might as well eat before I left, so I sat down to have some salmon and poached eggs with some freshly squeezed orange juice. If I had a breakfast fit for a princess every day, I think I would remember it. Once I was full, I started to walk towards the huge front door. I had to get out of this house of weirdness and figure out what had happened to me. Just then, a young guy came to me and said, "Hey, Jihan, where are you going?" This guy was so gorgeous. I basically swooned. He was smiling at me, and for a second, I almost thought about staying. But then I remembered that I wasn't Jihan, so I pushed him out of the way and went out the front door. The garden was the size of a football field. I started to run towards the massive gates at the end of the drive, still wearing the silk pajamas I'd woken up in. I could hear that boy shouting behind me, "Come back, Jihan!" But I kept running. Just then, I heard the roar of an engine. My dad was coming down the driveway towards me. "Please, Jihan, come back inside. You're not well." I had no choice. I walked back to the house and pushed the door open. With its solid gold door handle, the woman said, "You've taken quite a bump to the head, Jihan, so it's normal that your memory will be affected. I'm your mother, Mrs. Canaan, and this is your father, Mr. Canaan." He smiled. "This is our home, and yours too. As you can see, we are quite comfortable." That obviously meant that they were billionaires. Maybe this wasn't the worst thing to have happened to me. The hot boy said, "And I'm Oliver. I'm your cousin, just visiting from Switzerland. I'm going to help you until your memory comes back, okay?" He smiled, and I melted. They all seemed really nice, actually, even if they were weird. I mean, who cares? They were rich, and I didn't even know where else to go. Over the next few weeks, I slowly began to accept my new life. My name was Jihan, and I was now one of the elite. I was driven to school in a fancy limousine with 2 personal bodyguards. Turns out, Jihan was really popular at her school. The boys would fight over getting me food at lunch and asking me out on dates. The girls obviously saw me as the leader of the pack and were always getting me gifts. I loved all my teachers here and was acing all my exams. I even went abroad for an international math competition and brought the trophy home. My hair was colored by a celebrity hairstylist twice a month, and a makeup artist was part of the team that got me ready for school every day. I had a wardrobe full of designer clothes and shoes. The maids and the butler brought me snacks whenever I wanted, and my personal trainer kept me in shape. I didn't remember what dreams I had before, but this was the life of any girl's dreams. The mansion was a really bizarre place, though. Every other day, I'd lose my way and stumble into a strange new room. Once I walked into a room where a bunch of women were weaving yarn on spinning wheels. When I asked them who they were, they only looked at me and smiled. I ran off feeling rather creeped out. I could go anywhere in the mansion, except the last room in the west wing. I'd been told it was off limits, but my curiosity got the better of me one day, and I sneaked into it when no one was around. I looked around the huge room and felt a shiver go down my spine. It looked like an abandoned nursery. There was a wall covered entirely with a faded painting of baby cupids flying in the clouds. On a huge bookshelf were lots of stuffed animals and a collection of dolls. In one corner, there was a crib that looked like it had been recently polished. I picked up the pink blanket lying in it. Who did these belong to? "You're not supposed to be here." I nearly jumped out of my skin when I saw Mrs. Canaan standing in the doorway with a strange smile on her face. I quickly mumbled that I'd lost my way and walked out. As she locked the door, I could feel her eyes following me. These people were definitely weirdos. I was riding my horse one day with Oliver when a man I'd never seen before approached the stables. I could hear him arguing with Oliver, and I rode my horse closer to hear what they were saying. The man was shouting, "I have to see her. You can't stop me." When I got closer, I could see the man was about 50 and looked half crazy with his torn clothes and bloodshot eyes. Suddenly, he spotted me and started staggering in my direction. "There you are. I know what you're doing. You're not getting away with this. Get away from here, or I'll call the police." Oliver pushed the man away roughly, but he wouldn't leave. When some guards started to approach him, the man turned and started to walk away, but he kept looking back at me for a while. When I asked Oliver who that man was, he said it was just some crazy homeless person. He pulled on the reins of my horse and we started to ride away. A year or so had passed of my amazing life as Jihan. One day when I walked into the living room, I found my parents talking to each other in low voices. They stopped the minute I entered the room.
There you are, Jihan. We were just discussing that we want to move you to an elite private school, which will get you on track for going to the right university.
I was really happy to hear it. And the best part was, Oliver was coming too. He was officially my best friend by now. The weird part was, they added 2 new bodyguards. I literally had my own entourage now. Oliver explained that if people realized I was related to the Canaans, someone might kidnap me for ransom. I shrugged. I always thought they were way too paranoid and weird about my security. I hit it off with everyone pretty quickly at my new school. The boys were swarming as usual, but I had my sights set instantly on a particular cutie, Ben. I was busy daydreaming of my first date with Ben when the teacher walked into the classroom with a new girl and introduced her as Brittany. She looked around and smiled at everyone, and suddenly our eyes met, and she looked like she'd seen a ghost. All the color just drained from her face. She stared at me for a few seconds before she walked to her seat in a daze. I could feel her glancing at me through the lesson. I wondered why she was acting so weird. During recess, I walked over to her and said, "Hi, I'm Jihan. I'm also kind of new around here. Want to come sit at my table?" She looked at me strangely, but after a few seconds, she smiled and said she'd love to. Brittany and I became friends pretty quickly. I found out that she was from a poor family and had made her way to this school on a scholarship. She'd often ask me about my family and would look at me in wonder as I told her about my life. I pretty much had everything she didn't. I decided to take Brittany under my wing. "You're so pretty, Britt. I'm gonna let my team do their magic on you. And I know just the place to get you a cute new wardrobe." I took Brittany to my favorite designer stores. As she was trying clothes on, I had to admit, she looked really good. As we were leaving the mall, I saw Ben from school walking towards us. I quickly stepped in front of Brittany to hide her from his view and said hi to him with a big smile. But he just said, "Can you move aside, Jihan? I came over to say hello to Brittany." His face looked like a heart emoji while he was talking to her, and I felt furious. The next day at school, I could tell how everyone was noticing Brittany a lot more than usual. Normally, when I walked in with my outfit of the day, I had girls oohing and eyeing over me, but today they were all over Brittany, telling her what good taste she had. She just smiled and accepted all the compliments. Like, "Hello, I handpicked that dress for you." At school a week later, we got a math test back. The teacher handed me my paper and said,
"Brilliant work as usual, Jihan."
But then he handed Brittany her paper and said,
"And even better work from you, Brittany. Top of the class."
I tried to look like I didn't care, but I felt like I'd been slapped. Was Brittany actually smarter than me? Ugh. I felt so mad at her. At lunch, I decided not to sit with her. But then I noticed that a lot of my friends were going over to her table. And if Ben was any closer to her, he'd be sitting in her lap. As I went through my phone, I saw a selfie she'd just put up with Ben 2 minutes ago. And it already had 300 likes. Seriously? Was she an influencer now? Just then, Oliver came and sat at my table, laughing.
"Man, that Brittany sure is funny. Oh, guess this riddle she just told me. 10 fat ladies tried to fit under a small umbrella, but none of them got wet. How did they do it?"
Ugh, I don't care.
"It wasn't raining."
And he burst out laughing while I rolled my eyes. That wasn't even funny. I couldn't believe I ever felt sorry for this witch. I really needed to put Brittany in her place, and I knew just where to do it. The tennis court. All those private lessons from Serena Williams' coach were about to pay off. I playfully challenged Brittany to a one-on-one game, and she instantly agreed. Half the school had gathered to watch us play. I knew she played tennis, but I had no idea she was this good. She was giving me a really hard time out there, but I had the lead. I smirked at her across the court as the crowd cheered for me. She served the next ball so viciously, I couldn't even react as it headed for me at bullet speed. It hit me straight in the forehead, and I flew in the air and fell backwards. My head hit the ground, and everything went black. When I came around, the coach and a bunch of people were gathered around me, looking anxiously. I spotted Brittany's worried face, and suddenly it felt like a switch had been turned on in my head. I suddenly knew exactly who I was, and I also knew exactly who Brittany was. The competitive little witch. I drifted off to unconsciousness again. Later that night, As the Canaans flew about here and there to get me food and make me comfortable, I couldn't help smiling to myself. I'd finally figured everything out, but I wasn't letting them in on my secret. Not yet. The next day at school, Brittany ran over to me looking really sorry. Listen, Jihan, I never meant to actually hurt you, but I simply ignored her and walked away. I kept ignoring her every day for the next 2 weeks. Then one day she stopped me in the hallway. What's going on? Listen, you creep, I know you and I know what you're doing. You got your memory back? Yeah, and there's no way I'm coming to live with you and your crazy family. I'm staying with the wealthy old couple. Listen, I know the Canaans have many connections, but you know I have a way to ruin you and them, and there's nothing you can do about it. What do you want? I want to live with the Canaans. You need to convince them to keep me. I swear, Lisa, you'll regret it if you don't. A few days later, Brittany moved in. It wasn't hard to convince my parents. They agreed immediately. The Canaans gave her the bedroom next to mine. I was so angry to have her with us. After putting up with her snooty behavior both at school and home for the next few weeks, I'd had enough. I wasn't going to let her hold anything over me, even if it might cost me my perfect life. I went to see my biological mother to tell her everything the Canaans have been doing. The house was old and dirty, even worse than what I remembered. The door was already opened, and I entered to see my mom asleep on the couch. Mom, it's Lisa, your daughter. Half asleep, Mom mumbled. Yeah, what do you want? Mom, I'm back. Mom got up lazily and looked at me like nothing had happened. You're not supposed to be here. I sent your sister to you. Enjoy her company. Now leave and shut the door behind you. I was super shocked. She gave me away? What was going on? I decided to ask the Canaans about all this. When I reached home, I found everyone celebrating Brittany's birthday. They were having the biggest party ever, and all the important and wealthy people were there. They didn't even think about letting me know. I spotted Brittany, and she was all over Oliver. She was hugging him and touching his face. I took her aside furiously. Stay away from him. He's mine. Oh yeah? What are you going to do about it? Listen, I don't know what you and Mom are up to. I went to our old house and she kicked me out. Oh yeah, she gave you away to the Canaans when you lost your memory. Dad left and she was poor. She had to give away her least favorite child, and that's you. I yelled at everyone to stop this stupid party. The Canaans looked terrified and asked everyone to leave. When the guests were leaving, I heard a familiar voice. As the crowd parted, I saw Mom. Oh, I invited her. Mom entered, glaring furiously at the Canaans. Where's my money, you thieves? Let's just discuss this privately. I don't give you my daughters for free. It's not my fault that you can't have children. You want children? You pay to have them. Okay, so Mom gave me away to get money from them? Mom, it's okay that they're late to pay this month. I spent a lot of their money recently. Be a little patient, Mom. A monthly payment? What on earth is going on? Suddenly we heard a loud noise, and a huge old man entered the room with our bodyguards trying to stop him. He smelled so bad, and then I saw his face. It was the man who had come years ago when Oliver and I were riding our horses. I remember exactly who he was now. He was my dad. Mom looked shocked and furious to see him. What on earth are you doing here? Dad glared at her. Oh, you thought I wouldn't find out what you've been up to? If you're making money off our daughters, I want my share. Mrs. Canaan turned to me with tears in her eyes. Can't you see how crazy your parents are? We're sorry we lied to you, but we really love you and we can give you everything you truly deserve. Looking at my own parents and then at the Canaans, I made a decision. I want you to legally adopt me and Brittany. These people don't deserve to have us, and you don't have to pay them another lira ever again. Brittany looked ecstatic, and the Canaans hugged us both in delight as the guards carried away our screaming parents. Brittany and I improved our relationship and became closer. We both graduated from the best colleges in the country. Today, 8 years later, we are celebrating Brittany's wedding. And no, our biological parents weren't invited. Hi there. My name is Angela, and ever since the 9th grade, my life has been one wild ride. Everything literally changed for me overnight. I never thought that a single fall could completely change my luck. The day I'm talking about started like any other. At school, things were exactly how I liked them. No one spoke to me, and I didn't speak to them. That is, until I got a message from my friend that she was waiting for me outside the debate room. I remembered the meeting we had scheduled, so I ran like crazy. Guess who I ran headfirst into? The king of football, Ross. As if that wasn't bad enough, I spilled my juice on his white shorts, but he grabbed his things and stormed away. I looked down at all of my things scattered around me. That's when I noticed something wasn't mine. I picked it up. A lottery ticket. I jumped to my feet and turned to call Ross's name just as he turned the corner. He turned around and looked me straight in the eyes. He shook his head and scoffed before continuing on his way. I wanted to give him back his ticket, but there was no way I was facing him again. Not in this lifetime. I spent the rest of my classes trying to devise a clever way of getting the lottery ticket back to him when a great idea came to me. I'd slide it into his locker. That way, I wouldn't have to talk to him. After school, I put the ticket in a small white envelope. For fun's sake, I stuck a small heart onto it. It's not like he'd know I sent it, I thought gleefully as I approached his locker and headed straight into the most embarrassing moment of my life. Just as I took out the envelope, Ross and his girlfriend Maria appeared. She snatched it out of my hand and looked at the heart. Oh no, I thought. Please no. But to my utter horror, she began laughing and said I was trying to give him a love letter. I tried to tell her that it wasn't a letter at all, when Ross looked at me and literally snarled, "Get out of here, you idiot," he yelled. He said I was a weirdo and a stalker. Clearly, he hadn't forgotten this morning's event. He snatched the envelope from Maria and threw it in my face. I was humiliated. When I got home, I threw my backpack on the ground and the lottery ticket fluttered out of the side pocket. I snatched it up off the ground, crinkled it up, and threw it in the trash. Stupid ticket. As luck would have it, I was late for school the next morning. I rushed to school and saw something that left me speechless. Ross and his girlfriend had gone crazy, or so it seemed. They were emptying trash cans all over the place, and other students were laughing at them. I hung around in the shadows, trying to figure out what had happened when I overheard a kid say that someone in our small town had won the $1.2 billion jackpot last night. My mind went straight to the ticket I had thrown in the trash. He then said that nobody had claimed the ticket yet, and Ross had lost one, which could be the winner. I walked away with my heart racing, wondering if I could possibly have the winning ticket. And then I remembered something horrible. It was trash day. Panic took over. I needed to get back home as soon as possible. To get out of school, I faked being ill. But the nurse didn't buy it and suggested that I just rest for a little bit in her office. I knew if I was going to get back home before the garbage man came, I needed to do something drastic. So I pretended to faint, but I ended up actually hitting my head really, really hard on the bedstand. On the bright side, though, I got sent home. Once home, I rushed upstairs as quickly as I could while pretending to be ill. I tried to convince my mom that the best thing for me would be fresh air, but she wasn't falling for it and sent me back to my room. I tried to think of another way to get out when I heard the garbage truck down the road. I had to do something right now. I had no choice but to sprint out of the house and deal with the consequences later. I rushed down the stairs, tiptoed out of the back door, and ran towards the dumpster as if I were being chased by bees. Things were about to get really dirty. I jumped straight into the dumpster and started going through the bags like a maniac. Oh God, whose trash is this? No one eats stinky tuna out of the can at my place. And what's this weird pink stone? I just chucked it all out and moved on to the next bag. I couldn't see that lottery ticket anywhere. I climbed out of the dumpster feeling completely defeated and covered in gross stuff. The garbage truck had pulled up by now, and clearly the driver thought I was insane, but he just picked the bags up and drove off. I went to my room, slammed the door, and kicked my wastebasket over. And that's when I saw it. The lottery ticket. It must have fallen out when my mom emptied out the wastebaskets. I snatched it up, then went straight to the lottery website on my phone. My heart was racing. The first number matched, then the second, the third. Oh my God. Now I just needed the fourth number. Wait, what? The fourth number didn't match. Just like that? I couldn't believe it. I was this close. I stared at the numbers again and again, but they weren't about to change. I had lost, and I had a concussion, and I stank like fish. Officially the world's unluckiest person. Later that night, I was skimming through my Instagram feed when I saw a post that made me sit straight up in bed. It was an ad offering $2,000 to the person who found a weird pink stone. Now, where had I seen one of those today? I tiptoed out of the back door quietly, again, and made my way to the dumpster again, and looked around the ground with my phone's flashlight, and my heart skipped a beat when the light caught something shiny. It looked exactly like the stone in the ad. And if someone was willing to pay $2,000 to someone just for finding it, I wondered how much it was actually worth. I quickly picked it up and went back inside, hardly able to sleep that night with excitement. The very next morning, I got off the school bus midway in town and headed straight to Mr. Clark's jewelry and antique store. I'd worked there last summer, and if anyone could tell me the value of this stone, it was old Mr. Clark. His eyes sparkled as he held it up and inspected it in the light. Then, under a special microscope he had, he was taking his sweet time. Finally, he told me that it was a really rare and valuable stone, probably worth millions. I tried to act cool, but I actually wanted to jump up and down for joy. I was going to be so rich. He asked me curiously where I'd gotten it from, and I said casually that it was my grandma's, and I was just having it checked out for her. Then I was out of there. Only millions, eh? You liar. I could tell it was worth more just by the look in his eyes. He called me the next day and asked me if I could meet him again at the store. I wasn't surprised. I knew he wanted this stone, but I wasn't going to let him trick me into settling for less. And he could certainly afford to pay whatever price I asked for. Everyone knew how crazy rich Mr. Clark was. He lived in a 50-acre mansion, and he had a tiger for a pet. And holding on to the stone in my pocket tightly, I told him that I wouldn't accept a penny less than $1 billion. He looked at me for a moment, whipped out his checkbook, scribbled something, and handed me a check. My eyes were about to pop out of my head. He'd actually given me $1.2 billion. I handed him the stone. We shook hands, and I walked out, completely dazed. What? I was a billionaire. Life changed for me overnight. I went from Lady Unlucky to Lady Luck. I went on secret shopping sprees and hired a personal driver to be on standby and take me anywhere I wanted to go at any time. I obviously had to be careful not to get caught by my parents, so I lied a bit. At school, though, things were wild. I could throw the craziest parties and take everyone to the coolest concerts. Everyone loved me. Within a year, I had become the queen. I could buy little things here and there for people, and because of it, they all worshipped me. Best of all, Ross wanted to date me. Ha! He was still a big meanie to others, though, so I played him a little. I knew I could get away with it now. I made him write me a love letter, and then humiliated him for it in front of everyone. The tables had turned. I would much rather date Kevin. Kevin was a total babe. Everything was great. But towards the end of the year, I overheard my parents crying in the kitchen when my dad got home from work one evening. I stuck around to eavesdrop. They were talking about how my dad had lost his job. They didn't know what they were going to do and were concerned about not being able to pay for the house anymore. I couldn't believe it. What was the point of their fancy college degrees if they didn't even ever use their brain? It's up there for a reason, you know. That's why poor people stay poor. I had the smarts to know what something was worth, and I knew how to make the money for it. I could help my parents, but then I would have to tell them that I sold something that wasn't mine. And even worse, my money might get taken away. I couldn't risk it, so I snuck away. I'd deal with this later. At the end of the school year, all the popular kids were planning to go to the Bahamas for a trip. I told Mom and Dad that I was going away for a summer vacation, and they were glad to have time to work a few more odd jobs. I kind of felt sorry for them, so I snuck $100 into my dad's wallet. It ended up being 7 of us in total, and I paid for everything. I mean everything. From hotels to room service, we even had 24/7 butlers and a private jet. I bought everyone the best food and treatments. I even paid for a few folks, including myself, to get private surfing lessons. It was awesome, and I was totally happy. At least, so I thought. One day, while I was surfing, I sprained my ankle. I was in terrible pain and freaked out. My surf teachers and 24/7 butlers all came to my aid and rushed me to the hospital. But only Kevin came to see me. I was pleased to see him, but he could only stay a bit, and then he went out to take his mom's call and didn't come back till the next day. I needed some time to heal before going home, so I called my parents and told them that I had won a contest and got to stay for an extra week. They were so preoccupied trying to figure out how to keep paying the bills that they didn't even question things too much. I assumed my friends would want to stay a while longer, but everyone except Kevin said they had to leave. At least I had Kevin, but he had been acting a bit weird. He was always outside. He barely stayed in with me. And when he did, he was always smiling at his phone. It was difficult to always be limping around. When I finally got better, I thought I'd surprise him at the beach. But I was in for a real shock. At the beach, I found him making out with a local, and she was wearing my clothes. This was why he'd stayed. I was devastated. I rushed home the next day. Once I got back home, I was too embarrassed to tell everyone how heartbroken I was, because everyone seemed happy. When they all insisted I throw a big party that weekend, I rented out a huge warehouse and hired interior designers to decorate everything. I even hired bouncers. The whole upcoming senior class was invited. It would be epic and would finally show Kevin he was a sucker for cheating on me with some dumb, broke girl. As expected, the party was absolutely insane. Just about everyone showed up. People were dancing everywhere and the whole warehouse was full. It started off great, but as the night went on, things got out of control, and I stopped having fun. The cops showed up and busted the party. We were all underage, so we were all in deep trouble. But the worst thing wasn't getting caught. It was when everyone blamed me and told the cops I was to blame for it. Traitors. After everything I'd done for them, of course, the cops took me to a police car and called my parents. And needless to say, my parents were livid. At first, they couldn't believe the cops had the right people, as there was no way in hell Mom and Dad could afford such a wild party. I was so dead. I had to come clean. But I told them there was no way I'd give up my money. They said I was grounded, and I laughed in their faces. I told them I could move into a house easy peasy. In fact, I told them I could pay rent to stay here. Mom was so mad. She almost choked, but Dad looked at me sadly and said he needed the money, so he agreed. Ha! For a whole week, they didn't even speak to me. I came home and went as I pleased. And after the police incident, everyone knew I had won the lottery. Life at school was back to normal. I was throwing parties, and I didn't have to worry about Mom and Dad at all. That's when I noticed my money was beginning to dwindle. I figured I'd have to learn to be more careful, and that's when the worst thing imaginable happened. I was on my way back from school when a van pulled up next to my car, and 3 armed men jumped out and banged on the doors. They broke the windows and hit my driver on the head. It knocked him out. The 3 of them grabbed me and dragged me out of the car. They quickly pushed me into the van and we sped off. They put me in a dark room where I was blindfolded. They said they wanted the $1.2 billion. I told them I'd spent it all, but they knew I was lying. They called my parents and demanded the money, but my parents said they had no idea where I kept it. The kidnappers didn't believe them. They said I would rot here forever if I didn't give them exactly $1.2 billion. I asked them why they needed the exact sum when I didn't even have it. When finally one of them pulled off their mask and lifted my blindfold, I gasped. It was Ross. He said he knew I'd stolen his ticket. I tried to explain that I hadn't, but he punched the wall. This jerk thinks the ticket was the winner. Man, I have to deal with this now? He said he had needed that money to go to college, but because I'd robbed him, he couldn't go anymore. I cried and said I was sorry, but it was useless. He wouldn't let me go. When he finally believed that I'd spent most of the money, he left the room with the others and said I would rot there. He locked the door and left. I was petrified. I banged on the door, but no one opened. I started crying. What have I gotten into? Why wasn't anybody looking for me? Where were my friends? I was sure I would never escape. I fell asleep crying. When I finally opened my eyes, I saw a bright light. Had I died? Mom and Dad would be heartbroken. They still loved me, even though I'd been such a horrible person. That's when I heard Mom sobbing. I finally managed to focus on everything around me. I was in a hospital, and there were all sorts of tubes running through me. I asked what happened, and they said Ross had tried to break into the house. As they had expected it, the police managed to catch him, and he told them where I was. The police inspector said if I'd been there any longer, I would have lost my life. I had been in that room for 3 days without food or water. He said I was the luckiest person he knew.
Years ago, outside a busy restaurant, there was a 17-year-old girl begging for money. She held a child in her arms. She was too skinny, dirty, and tired. No one paid any attention to her. A few minutes later, exhausted, she sat on the curb, holding her baby, listening to the hungry cries of her newborn. She didn't know what to do. A car pulled up beside her. A lady walked out and took her hand. "Stand up, sweetheart." The young girl stood. "Why are you here?" The young girl told the lady her story. Her boyfriend abandoned her when he knew she was pregnant, and she didn't know anyone else in the city. She didn't know where to go or how to get her next meal. The lady listened to this story without interrupting. "My name's Griselda," she said. "I've got a place that you can go to. I've helped many women just like you. Will you come with me?" Desperate, the young girl joined the woman in her car. She took her to a shelter for women in need. The young girl had heard stories about shelters, but this was nothing like the accounts she'd heard. It was neat, friendly, and warm. It was a place where women regained their dignity and cared for their children. It was blissful. Griselda was a rich businesswoman, but the shelter was her passion. She funded it and searched the streets looking for women who needed help. There were many of these women, and they all seemed to grow healthy again under her watch. In Griselda's haven, women healed from their trauma. Seeing this gave Griselda a sense of fulfillment. Most of these women would leave the shelter only to return a few weeks later, newly traumatized. 9 times out of 10, it always came back to the same thing: men. Men were ruining the lives of these women. Griselda hired lawyers, hounded social workers, and called the police, but it was always the same. Nothing changed. The women continued to return to her, broken and defeated. After years of this, Griselda finally snapped. Every time a man came near her, she would just about spit on him. Within a week, the shelter closed down. Griselda and most of the women disappeared. Some returned to the streets or the homes where they were neglected. Griselda bought acres of farmland in the middle of nowhere, a place so far removed that no one knew about it. She built a giant wall around the perimeter, hidden behind a thick forest of trees. She put female guards up on the only entrance. She cut the internet, satellite, and cellular signals in the area, jamming and confusing these signals so that our community's location didn't even show up on digital maps. "When we keep the men outside, we will have a safe place to grow," she told the women. She invited all the women in the shelter to join her, saying that there was more than enough room for all of them. Griselda promised them work and a new life free of pain and suffering. All the women had to do was promise they would never speak about men again. There were many women who weren't willing to part ways with men. They were kicked out of the shelter and excluded from Griselda's plans. But there were many women who had come to love Griselda and saw her as a mother. These women agreed to her conditions. These women were welcomed into her community. My mother was one of them. In fact, I was the baby that 17-year-old girl was holding. And my name is Stephanie. I went to school like all the other girls. Everything taught in the community was a modified version of history. All inventions, discoveries, and breakthroughs were made by women. They told us that there wasn't anything outside the community because the rest of the world was destroyed in a very strange version of World War II. Beyond the forest and the wall that separated our community from the outside were all kinds of scary things: zombies, monsters, etc. These were the scary bedtime stories that all the girls were told. My life in the community was fun and safe. I had lots of friends, and it didn't bother me in the least that they were all girls. The adults gave me tons of freedom and were very open with me. That changed when I was 17. That was when I began to ask too many questions about our history. I loved to explore and push the boundaries. We had grown up hearing stories about the boundary wall not being safe. There were usually patrols that passed through the forest, making sure that none of the girls strayed too far. I waited for them to pass and snuck right up to it. The wall was huge and there was no way I was going to see through it, but I followed the wall for a few days, mapping it out, seeing how far it stretched. That was when I found the guarded entrance. During a changeover of the guards, the entrance was temporarily open. I looked out past the wall and was surprised to see that the world I knew continued. It was nothing like the stories we'd been told, filled with decaying trees and radiated animals. It was alive and beautiful out there. I spent my afternoon sneaking to the entrance and watching from the bushes for any signs of life. About 2 weeks later, a truck arrived at the entrance. I saw the strangest creature climbing out of the truck, like a woman but with short hair and a deep voice. I told my friends what I had seen, but they didn't believe me. The next day, I was called in to see Griselda. She assured me that what I had seen was just a woman who had suffered because of the radiation out in the world beyond the community. "But I saw plants out there," I said. "Of course," she said. "It's only a small patch of loveliness just before it gets really ugly and unsafe. Now I need you to stay away from that wall. It's not safe out there." Maybe she was right. I agreed to stay away from the wall, but unlike my friends, my curiosity continued to grow. Griselda was definitely hiding something. About 3 months later, one of the pregnant ladies that used to babysit me when I was younger went into labor. After 2 days of not seeing or hearing from her, I went to the hospital to see her. She was dazed from all the medication, but when she saw me, she became lucid. "They took my boy," she cried. That was all she was able to say. The nurses burst into the room, ushered me out, and closed the door. That evening, I asked my mother what boy meant. She almost dropped the pan that she was washing. Then she smiled at me and asked me where I'd heard that word. I told her. It must be a name that she gave to her daughter. I didn't feel like I was getting the whole truth, but I let it go. A week later, I went to visit my babysitter in the hospital, but she wasn't there anymore. But Griselda was. She greeted me with a sad look on her face. Unfortunately, she didn't make it through the trauma of her delivery. I was shocked. I'd seen her after she'd had her baby. It didn't make sense. But I came to see... Griselda didn't let me finish. She has suffered enough. Please leave this now. Go and grieve and stop fighting me on this. I spent the next day wandering the community alone, clearing my head. Something kept bringing my mind back to that entrance, so I visited my secret spot in the bushes where I could watch. A car drove by and stopped in front of the gate. I couldn't believe my eyes. In the passenger seat was my babysitter. She looked sad, but she was definitely alive. Griselda was driving the car. After signing the paperwork, the gate opened and the car drove out. I was confused, angry, and hurt. Nothing was making sense. I could tell that people were lying to me, but I didn't know why. Even my own mother was holding back on the truth. I decided not to tell her anything. I wanted to do my own research. After conversations with my friends, I discovered that something strange often happened to the pregnant women in the community. About 60% of their children didn't make it. Most of these women either died or were committed to a wing in the hospital for the mentally unstable. So I put in a request to intern as a nurse at the hospital. It took me a few weeks to earn the trust of the head nurse, but eventually I did. She started to relax around me. When I knew I could take the chance, I asked her about the patients in the mentally unstable wing. "You don't want to go in there," she said. "Just a lot of sedated women." I told her that I wanted the hands-on experience. I asked her if I could just work there for a day. "Okay, but just for a day." I visited the wing and found that these women were still alive. While many of them were heavily sedated, there were 2 or 3 that were awake and willing to share their stories with me. "No boys allowed in the community," one lady told me. "What does boy mean?" She laughed at me and told me the strangest story I had ever been told. It went against all the biology lessons I had learned at school. "There's a whole world out there," she said. I remember leaving it when I was about 7 years old. It's not a wasteland. They've been lying to us. Obsessed with finding answers, I snuck up to the fence and waited for an opportunity to sneak out. A delivery vehicle arrived. As they were unloading the truck, I slipped into the back. We drove for about an hour. When the truck stopped, the back was opened. I slipped out undetected. I walked into a tall building, bigger than anything that I'd seen in the community. It was filled with stores of every kind, and more than that, it was a mix of people. Lots of women, but also lots of these other strange creatures. One of these strange-looking women came up to me. "Are you okay? You look lost," he said. He was about the same age as me. I told him it was my first time here. He offered to show me around because his friends had bailed on him and he had some time to kill. He took me from store to store, but I barely heard what he said. I was more fascinated by him. "What kind of girls are you?" I asked him. He laughed. "I hear you. I should probably get my hair cut pretty soon." I had so many more questions for this stranger, but I didn't get a chance to ask anymore. I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned around. It was Griselda. "Excuse us, young man," she said to the boy. "We need to leave." He smiled and waved at me, and then walked away. I pulled away from Griselda. "I'm not going anywhere with you," I said. Griselda shook her head. "You have no idea what you're doing, Stephanie. I'm not the villain here, okay? But if you want answers, I'll give them to you." Griselda took me to a coffee shop and we sat down. Griselda specifically asked for a female waiter. "This is a mall," she said, "and those strange creatures that you're seeing are boys. All the stories that we've told you, they've been to protect you and your sisters in the community, but they haven't been the whole truth." "What is the truth?" I asked. "The truth is that boys become men and men end up hurting women." Griselda told me why she had started the community. We spoke for hours. The more she explained, the more I could understand why she hated men so much. "Your own mother was abandoned by a man. Your father. Is that the life that you want to live? One filled with these vile creatures?" "They can't all be bad," I said. Griselda shook her head. "They are, every last one of them." She looked a bit creepy when she said that, but then she took a deep breath and calmed down. "We're going to go back home now, Stephanie, to your family, your mother, your friends, your community. And when we go back, you won't mention a word of this to anyone. Do you understand?" "You can't expect me to keep quiet about this," I said. "They need to know." Griselda slammed her fist on the table. "No one needs to know anything. I've been patient with you, but if you want to infect the minds of my community with what you've seen here today, I'll make you pay for it." She grabbed my wrist and told me that it was time to go. I tried to pull my hands free, but she wouldn't let go. I shouted for her to stop. A male security guard came over to us and asked if everything was okay. Griselda smiled at him and told him that she was my grandmother, and we were just leaving, but I wasn't going anywhere. "Help me," I said. "She's not my grandmother, and I don't want to go with her." Griselda tried to run then, but the security guard stopped her. We were taken to a room and held there until the police arrived. They questioned me in a separate room to Griselda. I told them my story. They couldn't believe what I was telling them. Griselda didn't say anything until her lawyers arrived. There was an army of them. Ironically, some of them were men. "I'm not doing anything illegal," she said to the police. The police said they'd need to investigate. I was kept in a safe house while the police performed their investigation. I watched television for the first time. It blew my mind. I surfed the internet and even signed up for a few social media accounts. I couldn't believe that there was a whole world of information out there and anyone could access it for free. I also watched the news from all over the world. It was there that I saw regular updates about what was happening with Griselda and the community. It turns out she had broken the law and she had hurt a lot of women who didn't want to play by her rules. I felt sorry for her though. I knew that she just wanted to help. Her anger had overcome her. I testified against her in the court case. Griselda's lawyers kept her out of prison, but she had to give up the farmland and the community. The court ordered her to create a rehabilitation program for all the women who lived on her compound. I spent the next year learning about the real world, about real history, real boys, and everything else that actually happened. I have to admit, Griselda was right. The real world was a mess, but it was real, and I prefer it that way. Some of the other girls didn't cope in this new world. They struggled and wanted things to go back to the normal that they remembered. I did my best to remind them about the truth. The world is a harsh place, but running and hiding is not a solution. The best that we can do for ourselves is not wish that things were easier, but rather that we were stronger. Strong enough to take on the challenges that we face. Most of the older women were angry with me. They wanted things to go back to normal. My mother was one of them. She was disappointed in me and barely spoke to me for the first month. Since then, things have become a lot better between us. After my year of rehabilitation, I started college with a few of the other girls from the community. It was great to be in a place where I was free to ask questions and find answers. A place that encouraged me to be curious. It's the reason why I'm studying to become a lawyer. To make sure that the truth has a voice. It's also nice to have boys around on the campus. I haven't had the courage to start dating anyone yet, but one day I will. Although Griselda did the craziest and creepiest thing ever, I've learned something from her. I will never, ever allow anyone to mistreat me.
Hey friends, so my name might not be Madison, but for the sake of simplicity, we'll just call me that. I'm a world-famous music influencer, so if you're into music and MSA, you know what to do. Hit that like and subscribe button. Growing up, my dad and I would listen to tons of music. Rock, jazz, hip-hop, rap, everything. Dad worked at a concert arena and told me tons of stories about the shows. One day, I insisted on seeing one, so he took me with him. I'm telling you, Madison, you'll love it. They'll blow your mind.
Yay! I'm so excited!
I watched the entire concert from my dad's tiny office window and was mesmerized by the sound and energy of the crowd. After that, it became routine for Dad to sneak me into his office every other weekend to watch the shows. In 9th grade, I decided I wanted to share my passion for music with the world and dreamed of being a music influencer. So I created an Instagram account and started posting reviews and videos from the concerts I went to. My content quickly gained attention, and soon I had a steady stream of followers. Then one day, a local band contacted me on my Insta and offered me free tickets to their concert if I posted about them. It was then I knew I was well on my way to my dream of being a professional music reviewer. It all felt like a dream. I mean, I went from watching concerts through small windows to getting free tickets. Over the summer after high school, I was obsessed with a rising music superstar who had just left a huge boy band to start his own solo career. His name was, let's call him Barry Skies. I had a crush on him, and I was dying to see him perform live. Dad suggested I reach out to him for free tickets, but I wasn't too sure. He's one of the most famous upcoming artists under 20 in the world. I really want to, but I'm not sure they'd think I'm worth it.
Sweetheart, people won't know what you want if you don't ask for it. I say try it.
It was worth a shot, so I sent Barry a message on his Instagram, not really expecting a response. Little did I know that this single action would change my life forever. Cause not only did I score front row tickets, but I also got a meet and greet with him. At the concert, the arena went dark and everyone started screaming. Barry stepped out of the smoke and walked up to me, and before I knew it, he took my phone. Whoa, I was about to get the best live stream of the night. Do you think he's just gonna keep it? Who cares? I'm live on Insta. My followers must be going gaga right now. Eventually, he did give me my phone back, along with a wink, making all the girls in the arena scream. Was he flirting with me? After the concert, I went backstage and was greeted by Barry's manager. Thank you so much for the tickets.
You certainly are an impressive young lady. As soon as you went live earlier, the sales for Barry's new record skyrocketed.
I was honestly flattered. Right then, I remembered my dad's words and had the most awesome idea ever. So, So, I have like 5 million followers on Instagram and TikTok combined. I can give Barry's fans a behind-the-scene look at life on the road. He's not active on social media, so I can really help him out.
It's certainly an interesting idea. We've never done anything like that before. I'll talk with the team.
As she walked away, I was excited that she was even considering it, but I never knew that this moment would create a domino effect that would lead me to where I am today. Stay tuned to find out how my dad's advice changed the course of my life. While I waited, I spotted candy on the snack table and grabbed a handful. Right then, this dude wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses came up to me.
The food is for the band only, and I don't remember you on stage. Who are you?
I'm Madison.
Ugh, security just lets anyone in here.
Hey, I was invited back here by Barry's manager.
Wait, you're that girl from the front row. The influencer?
The one and only.
Well, I hope you got the numbers you were desperate for.
Hope Barry got the numbers he was desperate for. My fans drove up his record sales, so if you work for him or something, you're welcome. My heart pounded as I faced the jerk. Right then, Barry's guitarist did a slow clap.
Tell him, influencer girl. Stay out of it, Leilani.
No way. I gotta shout out anyone who can take on Barry Sky's massive ego and win. What? He was Barry? Barry Skies? OMG, I didn't recognize him with the glasses and baseball cap. I was horrified. I guess that's why they say never meet your idols. Right at that moment, Barry's manager returned and told how the team wanted me to join them on the tour. Actually, I'm not so sure now.
And this is what we'll be paying you.
When I saw the contract, I had to take it. I could use the money to buy tickets to a music festival, fly first class, get a whole new wardrobe, buy a car. Okay, not buy a car, maybe rent an awesome car. I'm all yours.
No way. She's not on my tour.
Yes way. You need to engage your fans and she'll help you do that. See you tomorrow. Saying that, she walked away, taking Barry with her. At home, I begged my parents to let me go, and once I promised to call every day, they agreed. I packed my bags and was off on my first ever tour with a band. My first night backstage was nerve-wracking. Barry was giving me the stink eye, but then Leilani came over and put her arm around me, making me feel better. Hey, it's nice to have another girl my age here. Yeah, if I can survive Mr. Ego over there. Barry's not so bad once you get to know him. You should watch out for Mrs. Skies, the momager, though. Oh, she's his mom? Mrs. Skies had everybody under her thumb. It was obvious why Barry was so grumpy. Even the sound techs, Leilani, and the lighting guy were all scared of her. I was relieved I didn't have to deal with her. My job was to post videos of Barry performing with great captions, go live on Instagram, and keep everyone updated about what was happening backstage. The tour was going great, and I was getting tons and tons of new followers, and they all had one request. Give us an interview with Barry. Take pics with Barry. But how? I was so frustrated with the guy. He was always in a bad mood.
Leilani, you're playing the tune wrong. Ugh, start it again.
Barry, I am not feeling well today. I am trying. Give me 5 minutes.
Fine. Everyone take 5.
I don't know how you do it. He's such a baby. Well, we've known each other since we were kids. Barry used to be more easygoing. I think he's just overworked. He just needs a little more fun in his life. A little fun, huh? I'd give him fun. That night when Barry opened the dressing room door, fake spiders dropped on him. The guy totally freaked out.
Hey, who did this?
Leilani and I cracked up watching Mrs. Skies trying to pick up the fake spiders. But when he realized they weren't real, he started laughing. Everyone else looked at him like he was crazy, but then they started laughing too. After that day, whenever Barry had a bad day, I'd pull a prank to make him laugh. I'd put a fake snake in his suitcase, fill his dressing room with balloons, have his favorite caramel apples delivered, but with onions instead of apples. Everyone loved hearing Barry's laughter, and it felt like Barry was finally being himself. He was more relaxed, and everyone had a blast on stage. Whilst everyone was having fun, in the background, his momager would be tapping her foot, reminding Barry that he's the star and this is work. I could see why he was so tense all the time. One night, I went to listen to Barry and his bandmates rehearse. As soon as I sat down on a chair, there was a loud fart noise. I was so embarrassed, but Barry just laughed like crazy. Someone had put a whoopee cushion there. Gotcha. What? You thought I wouldn't get back at you? I realized then that he knew I was the one behind the pranks. From then on, Barry and I started a prank war. We kept trying to make each other laugh. We had fun being silly together. His glares turned into smiles, and I felt the butterflies again. His mom, on the other hand, was so mad, always trying to find out who was behind the pranks, but Barry never told her anything. If only she knew, I'd be out of a job. One time after the show, I snuck onto the stage to record a live session at Barry's piano, but stopped the moment I heard Barry's voice.
I didn't know you played so well.
It was nothing. I'll just go.
No, please, play a little more.
As I played, Barry hopped on the piano and joined in. We finished the song, and he smiled at me. I suddenly realized I was live to millions of people. And there you have it. Barry Skies live and unfiltered. See you tomorrow on the road. So sorry. I forgot I was live.
It's okay. Much better than a bunch of spiders falling on my face.
I won't say I'm sorry for that. You needed some fun.
I know. It was good to laugh like that. It's just that Mom
pushes you really hard.
Yeah. I know she wants me to succeed, but sometimes it's too much. I wish I could tell her to just ease up. Give me some time to bond with my band. Give me time to breathe.
Why don't you tell her then? My dad told me once, people won't know what you want if you don't tell them.
Tell me what, Madison?
Before Barry could reply, Mrs. Skies appeared. She must have heard it all.
Oh, we're paying you, so hurry up, Madison. In the van. Barry, you in the limo. Mom, I'm taking the van with the rest of the band.
Barry, honey, you're the lead singer. I don't think it's a good idea.
Mom, I wasn't asking. Come on, Madison.
This wasn't gonna end well, but from there on out, Barry and I got along much better and realized we had a lot in common, like our favorite movies, books, and so much more. We became really good friends. One night, Leilani told me how it was Barry's birthday, but with all the concerts and touring, even he had forgotten about it. We decided to do something special, so we invited Barry to join us for a night of pizza, cake, and our favorite MSA videos.
Wow, thanks a lot. I totally forgot, but
we remembered. Come on, blow out the candles and make a wish.
I so want to party with you guys, but I've got an early interview with MTV.
Barry, you deserve to have some fun.
Okay, just one slice. Maybe 2 or 3.
We laughed, danced, and enjoyed the evening. And before we knew it, we had fallen asleep until the next morning when a loud phone ringing woke us up.
Oh no, I'm late.
Your interview! We rushed Barry to the TV station in his limo, and his momager was waiting, tapping her foot.
Just what are you thinking, Barry? This interview is very important. I'm here, aren't I? Chill, Mom.
Wow, chill? This is all you're doing. You think I don't know? Ever since you got here, Barry is unfocused, undisciplined. You're a distraction. I never meant to get in the way.
You're fired.
Leilani and Barry both looked shocked. I couldn't believe it. My first job and I was getting fired, but I couldn't just stay silent. Fine, I'll leave. But if you think trying to control Barry's laugh is more important than letting him be himself, then you don't deserve to be his manager. With that, I walked away. Once back at the hotel, as I was packing my things, I heard a knock. It was Barry.
I've never had anybody stand up for me like that.
Well, it should be your mom, but you know I'm happy to be here for you.
Don't go.
I just got fired, Barry.
It's my tour, and I want you on it.
I don't know. All I've done is mess things up for you.
The interview today was great. Everything has been lately. It's like I remember how to be a person now instead of just my job, and that's because of you.
Well, you're a great person.
So are you. Shall we?
Barry and I walked into the rehearsal room. His mom saw us, and her face was full of rage.
What are you still doing here? I just fired you. You can't do that.
Excuse me?
Mom, enough is enough. You keep trying to tell everyone how to do their jobs, and it's not okay. Madison's work has been great press for us, and I want her to stay. So I'm done. You're fired. It's my tour, so I'm in charge. I appreciate everything you've done for me, but it's time to go.
How could you cut me out of your life like this, Barry?
I'm not cutting you out. Maybe you're not my manager anymore, but you're always my mom. Can't that be enough?
Wow, fine. If that's what you want, no matter the differences, remember, I love you, son.
I love you too, Mom.
Later that night, as I was filming Barry's concert, suddenly I heard him call my name. He was calling me on stage. Oh no.
Hey everyone, give it up for my friend Madison. She's the one who taught me to stay true to myself and follow my heart. Believe in yourself, and you can achieve anything.
I waved, then sat down with Barry at the piano and went live. As we played, the audience sang along, danced. It was such a rush, but better than that was playing my favorite song in the world with one of my favorite people in the world. When we were finished, the crowd roared. That was something. So, Barry, would you ever consider
Going out with you? I thought you'd never ask.
Later, when I went backstage, suddenly my phone started buzzing in my hand. Hello?
Madison, I'm a producer for MTV. I've been watching your channel and just caught your live duet with Barry. What would you say about hosting your own travel and music show with us?
I'd say that sounds great. Today, I'm not just a music influencer, but a top name on MTV. And I am glad I followed my dad's advice to follow my dreams. And you should too.
I never knew why, but I always seemed to annoy my parents. It wasn't as if they didn't like kids. They absolutely adored my brother John. He was always being showered with expensive gifts. In my case, they never even remembered my birthday. On my 10th birthday, I came downstairs and saw a tiny wrapped box on the kitchen table. I ripped it open, only to have Mom walk in and snatch it away from me. "That's not for you. Look, she's torn the wrapping." Just then, John walked in, and they were all smiles. They handed the box to him, and inside was a key to a Porsche. He screamed in delight and followed them outside. He jumped into his new car. "Mom, Dad, let me take you around the block with this baby." And they were all off together. John was failing high school and was mostly just partying with girls, but that never seemed to bother my parents. Last Christmas, he brought 2 gorgeous girls home, and my parents looked like they couldn't be prouder. I had the duty of serving everyone drinks and food. I pretended to trip up and spilled an entire tray of drinks on John and his guests. Mom sent me to my room, and I was more than happy having dinner on my own. A couple of weeks later, he turned up with another girl, Alina, and said they were in a serious relationship and she was moving in with us. I wasn't even allowed to have friends over to study with. If I ever wanted to ask someone, Mom would say, "Are you too stupid to do your work on your own?" And here my parents were, welcoming Alina with open arms. To my horror, I heard Mom say, "Oh, John probably doesn't have enough closet space. Why don't you put your things in Gwen's closet? She can put her clothes under her bed." As I started cleaning out my closet, I said, "You know, this is Whisker's favorite sleeping spot. I hope he doesn't scratch all your pretty clothes." Alina shrieked, picked up all her dresses, and ran off. Later that year, my brother and his dumb girlfriend became proud parents to little Mike. My parents practically sobbed with joy at being grandparents, and I became the official babysitter. Anytime they were heading out to a party, they'd dump the baby on me and tell me they'd be late, which usually meant I'd be staying up till 2 trying to juggle schoolwork and diapers. To make matters worse, Alina was a mess. Mom ordered me to do everything she asked, and she had me running around constantly because, as she said, taking care of little Mikey is so exhausting. One time, she sent me to get her favorite Chinese takeout, and suddenly the paper bag ripped and all the food boxes fell out. I stood there staring at the mess for a minute, and then I just scooped up the noodles from the pavement and put them right back in the box. She didn't have to know. She popped into my room one day to try on one of her designer dresses, and she started crying when she couldn't get the zipper up because she'd gotten so fat. I helped her out of it, but inside, I felt so happy. Served her right for stuffing her face all day. One day, while Alina was taking one of her many naps, I was watching over Mike, and he just wouldn't stop crying. John barged into my room and snatched him from me. "Seriously, why are you so useless? You can't even get a baby to be quiet." That was it. I was done with the thankless job and these selfish people. I decided that things had to change now. Anytime they tried to leave Mike with me, I would say I was too busy with exams and projects and lock myself in my room. I started having my friends over too. One time, while a friend called Stella and I were working on a project, Mom walked in and said rudely, "It's getting late. It's time for Stella to go home." I took Stella's hand and walked up to my room, slammed the door, and started playing loud music. And guess what? My parents said they'd had enough of me. They sent me off to live with one of my aunts. She was in her late 20s. I thought anywhere was better than my house, and I was almost looking forward to it. But I was so wrong. My aunt's ex-husband had been in the army, and I guess that's where she got her military discipline from. She had stupid rules for everything. I turned up for dinner 2 minutes later than 8 on the first night, and she said I could only eat salad. She had a list of chores I had to manage with school every day. I had to obey her rules, otherwise I'd be homeless. The only good thing about being there was that her stepson, Paul, lived with her. He was just a couple of years older than me, and boy was he handsome. He seemed glad to have my company, and we became friends pretty quickly. He would ask me to join his buddies whenever they were over. I totally wanted us to be more than just friends, of course, and it was so exciting to live in the room next to my crush. Stella was over at my place one day, and I told her I'd written a song for Paul. I sang it for her, and she absolutely loved it. Well, at least someone got to hear it. The next day at school, people seemed to be looking at me a lot more than usual. A girl from my class said, "Wow, I had no idea you had such an amazing voice." Another said, "Oh my god, why haven't you auditioned for American Idol already?" Wait, what? Another girl pulled out her phone and said, "Have you seen the views on your video yet?" I looked in horror at myself singing in my room. I couldn't believe Stella had recorded me and uploaded the video to YouTube. And it looked like everyone was loving it. The video went viral. Suddenly, every girl wanted to be me, and every boy wanted to be with me. I could see the admiration in Paul's eyes, too. If only he knew he was the inspiration. Jacob, one of the most popular jocks in school, came up to me one lunch. He leaned on the table and said, "Want to go out with me sometime?" I said casually, "You're going to have to impress me first." I made a dare, and the next thing I knew, Jacob had jumped up on the table and was taking his jersey off. Everyone in the cafeteria had turned around, and there were loud cheers and claps from the audience. Boy, he was totally ripped. But I looked at him and said, "Nah, I've seen better." And with that, I walked away. Jacob hadn't even noticed my existence till I became popular. He totally deserved it. Soon enough, though, I got a call to go to the principal's office. The principal glared at me as I walked in. I knew she only liked the nerds. She called my parents, and of course, they had nothing nice to say about me. She warned me that if I wanted to stay in the school, I'd better follow the rules and be a good little girl. I felt so angry. I was so tired of everyone's rules. I got up from my chair and said, "Please don't talk to me like I'm a kid. I'm literally the most popular girl in this stupid high school right now." The principal looked absolutely furious. She said, "This is my last warning. Behave or you'll be expelled." This wasn't over. The principal needed to treat me with respect. I was going to find a way to bring her down. The chance came sooner than I could have hoped for. And it was so much better than any of my original ideas. My aunt had sent me to get food from her favorite restaurant one evening, and I stopped short when I looked in through the window and saw two women kissing. It was the principal and our science teacher. Last time I checked, that was definitely against the rules. I quickly whipped out my phone and made a video of the two. That video was an overnight sensation. The principal and the teacher were both forced to quit, and everyone was ecstatic that we were rid of the horrible principal. And I was the one who made it happen. I was crazy popular now. One day in the science lab, I caught Alexa staring right at me. She smiled at me when our eyes met. Alexa was really popular. The lab instructor told us to pair up, and she quickly came to my side. We became friends and started hanging out a lot. At one of her parties, I told her she looked really good, and she blushed. She took my hand and led me to the dance floor. I could tell she was really into me, and to my shock, I realized that I might be a little into her too. I invited her to my aunt's one day. Paul and some of his friends were watching the game and asked us to join them. My aunt walked in with some snacks, and she instantly seemed to warm up to Alexa. I had never seen her look so affectionately at anyone. Alexa and Paul really seemed to hit it off too. And after a while, I felt a little bit left out of their conversation. Soon after that, Alexa started hanging out with me less, and whenever I'd call, she'd say she was busy. Paul seemed to be home less often too. I wondered if the two were hanging out together without me. One day, when I got home from school, I heard laughter from the lounge. It was Alexa and my aunt. Alexa said, "Hi, Gwen. I was just here to see Paul." I didn't care if my aunt liked Alexa better. I just couldn't afford to lose Paul. I decided to tell him how I felt about him. The next evening, I texted Paul to meet me in the garden after dinner. He seemed really surprised to see me all dressed up. He said, "Hey, Gwen, what's going on?" I took his hand, looked deeply in his eyes, and said, "I'm just a girl, standing in front of a boy, asking him to love her." I closed my eyes and leaned in to kiss him, but I suddenly felt him gently push me back. Paul looked completely shocked. He slowly said, Gwen, I'm a boy who's into other boys. I thought you would have figured that out. I have a boyfriend, actually." I ran away from the scene as fast as I could. High school was about to end, and I didn't want to live with my aunt anymore. Things were really awkward with Paul since that night. And besides, I was making enough from my YouTube singing videos to afford a small apartment on my own. One afternoon, the doorbell rang, and I was really surprised to see that it was Alina. She'd lost a ton of weight and looked fab. She said she needed my help, so I reluctantly let her in. She said, "Your jerk brother cheated on me." She and John had broken up, and my parents had sent him away to join the army. They were taking care of Mike. Since Alina's parents had stopped talking to her after she got pregnant, she had nowhere to go. She begged me to let her crash at my place till she could figure something out. I could hardly say no to that beautiful face, so I agreed. I thought I'd hate having her around, but I guess not being with my brother made her less of a jerk. In fact, she was going out of her way to cook my favorite meals and kept the house clean. I realized she was really good company. She was great at styling and helped me look amazing for my videos. One evening, I came home to a candlelit dinner for two. Alina looked stunning. Suddenly, she pulled me in for a kiss, and I kissed her back. We were super happy together. Our video series became more and more popular, and we were now a famous YouTube couple. We were making really good money, and we moved into a bigger house. Alina asked me one day if I'd have dinner with her sister. I knew she really missed her family, so I happily agreed. When her sister arrived at our table, I almost fell off my chair. It was Alexa, and she was with someone. It was my aunt. Needless to say, that was one awkward dinner. I just wanted to put the past and these people behind me already. I spoke too soon. Just a few days later, I got a text from my brother saying he wanted to come see us. I was curious about what he wanted, so I invited him over. The next day when he turned up, he looked around the house and said, "Wow, Gwenny, you've done really well for yourself." Just then, Alina walked in and sat down next to me. John looked a bit angry. I said, "Yes, as you can see, I have a much better life than you. I have everything you could possibly want." He forced a smile and said, "Well, yes. So here's the thing. I have a great business plan. I need $100,000 for it, though. Can you lend me the money?" Why was I not surprised? I said, "I'd rather throw the money in the gutter than give it to someone as selfish as you." That seemed to be too much for him. He jumped to his feet and shouted, "No matter how rich or famous you get, Mom and Dad will always like me more. You will always be alone, no matter what you do." With that, he stormed out. I smiled at Alina and pointed to the camera that had been running the whole time. I uploaded the video to my channel and told my viewers all about how my family had mistreated me. A few weeks later, my parents showed up with Mike. Turned out, John had sunk all their money in a stupid business investment and had come to ask me for money to pay his debts. He couldn't get a loan from anywhere, and they had to sell their house. They cut ties with him completely now and begged me to help them. I couldn't forget how they treated me, but I was better than them. Plus, they had looked after Mike all these years. I forgave them, and Alina and I moved them into a separate wing of our mansion. At our grand New Year's party, Alexa came by looking absolutely stunning. Apparently, she was no longer with my aunt. She kept flirting with me all evening and was conveniently by my side when it struck 12. She said, "I guess I'll have to kiss you now." I pushed her aside and walked off. I joined Alina on the balcony and took her hand. I said, "The best thing to happen to me is you." She smiled and said, "My life with you is just perfect." And we kissed under the stars.
Paris. Enchanting, romantic, a place like no other. The city of my dreams. Until now. My name is Ella, and I started my summer vacation in Paris, hauling a backpack and suitcase up 5 flights of stairs because the elevator at the hostel was broken. I had a reservation for the first floor, but my cheating ex-boyfriend got here first and used it with his new girlfriend, Harpy. Harper. But it's fine. I'm only 2 days behind them, but I can catch up. They're probably using the itinerary I put together. Because Ryan, the human equivalent of a decorative houseplant, is too lazy to do his own research. But wait, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's start at the beginning. I met Ryan in the 3rd grade when we were 8 years old. It was love at first sight. We passed notes in class, we ate lunch together, we did homework together.
Well, technically, I did all our schoolwork, year after year, while Ryan blissfully coasted through life doing whatever the heck he wanted, like perfecting his dumb video game skills. Number 4. The Boston Tea Party was a protest against... Ryan, are you even listening? I'm trying to walk you through the homework so you can actually answer a question if the professor asks tomorrow.
I'll be fine. The professor likes me anyway.
I don't think so. Just today, she said that you have the memory of a frog, and that you should get your head out of...
Okay, I get your point. But who cares what a dumb professor thinks about me? Studies are for losers anyway.
Did you just call me a loser?
No, not you, of course. You're amazing. You're the best, Ella. Now let's just finish this so I can finally treat you to your favorite ice cream. I'm done with my game anyway.
Really? Give me 2 minutes. Yeah, I kind of missed the point there. And things didn't change much even as I grew older. By the time we got to high school, everyone was calling us Ryanella, much like Cinderella. Because, just like her, I was out here slogging my butt off for Ryan while he lived his best carefree zero-effort life. The entire school saw it. Except me. People would literally call me his unpaid assistant, a doormat, a carpet under Ryan's feet. But I ignored them because Ryan would occasionally give me a big hug, flash that lazy smile, and say,
Ella, you're the best.
Soon it was time for senior year, and I threw myself into planning our big post-graduation trip to Paris. The perfect way to kick off our next chapter before heading to college together. Well, my new chapter, because Ryan had decided to take a gap year. I always thought we'd go to college together. That was the plan, right?
Well, plans change, Ella. Besides, I really need to, find myself first. There's so much untapped potential inside me. Who am I, really? What do I want? I need to feel my vibes. You know what I mean?
I guess. But we're still on for Paris, right? Because I'd hate for your graduation gift to go to waste. And I pulled out a receipt for a first-class ticket to Paris. Ryan's eyes instantly lit up, and he threw his arms around me.
Oh my God, this is the best gift ever! But I didn't get you anything.
You're in my life, and that's all I want.
You're the best, Ella.
I was practically floating when I got back home. Ryan and I were gonna spend our entire summer in Paris, and it was gonna be epic. I was just making plans in my head for the most romantic getaway ever when Mom walked into my room. Ella, why am I getting a message from the bank saying you spent over $1,000 on a first-class plane ticket? For Ryan? I was gonna tell you, Mom. What? That you spent your inheritance money on a stupid ticket? Ella, that money was for your future. Ryan is my future, Mom. I've loved him since the 3rd grade. Besides, I'll be going to college soon, and I wanted to end our graduation on a happy note. Will you please stop judging me now? I'm not judging you, Elle. But sometimes you act like an idiot around Ryan. He might be a nice boy, but what if there's someone else out there who's better for you? Better than Ryan? That's impossible, Mom. He's the only one in the world for me. Mom didn't argue with me after that. A week later, we had our senior prom. And as expected, Ryan and I were crowned the prom king and queen. It was the best night of my life. Until Harper showed up, and Ryan ignored me like I was a potted plant in a corner.
Harper! What are you doing here?
You're Harper? How nice to finally meet.
My cousin Wally needed a date for the prom. I flew in last night.
Ryan, aren't you gonna introduce me?
Wow, that's great! How long are you staying?
Hi, Harper. I'm Ella.
My family is moving here this summer, permanently.
So you're going to our...
Cool. Then we'll be seeing a lot of each other.
For the rest of the night, Harper hovered around me and Ryan like a honeybee. She was on the dance floor, by the punch bowl, laughing at the stupidest things Ryan said. It wasn't like I was enjoying third-wheeling in my own relationship, but they were old friends. Ryan had always told me stories about how they were close as kids, so maybe he was just excited to see her again. And maybe I was just overthinking. But then we went to the ladies' room, and Harper turned to me with a smirk.
I love that crown. Do you mind if I try it on?
Before I could answer, she snatched it off my head and crowned herself. For a moment, I fantasized about wrestling her to the ground and taking back what was mine. But all I did was smile like an idiot and tell her how pretty she looked. I thought I would just tell Ryan about it on our way back home, but he insisted on dropping off Harper and her cousin.
Shotgun!
She slipped into the front seat, while I was stuck in the back with Wally snoring on my shoulder. Suddenly, the car stopped.
Ella, you're home.
Wait, you're dropping me off first?
You're on the way to their house.
Can I at least have my crown back?
Oh, but it looks so much better on me. Please let me borrow it for tonight. I'll make sure to send it with Ryan tomorrow.
But...
Relax, Ella. It's just a dumb crown. I'll see you tomorrow, okay?
And he just left. It's safe to say, I never got my crown back. Or my man. Because 2 days later, Harper, joined our school and Ryan broke up with me. He started ignoring me at school and didn't even return any of my calls or messages.
Ryan here. Leave me a message. And if this is Ella, stop texting me.
I spent thousands on your first class ticket to Paris, and I was gonna fly coach. That's how much I love you, and now you're ghosting me?
I was devastated, and I planned on hiding under the covers forever. But on the day of my graduation, Mom flung open my door.
Ella, enough is enough. You're graduating today.
I'm not going.
You worked hard for this. Don't let that boy take it away from you.
Everyone knows he dumped me for Harpy. It's embarrassing, Mom.
Well, if you ask me, it's a blessing. Now you won't be stuck with a lazy loser who doesn't know what to do with his life. And you can finally travel to Paris all by yourself, doing things that you like.
No, I can't do it. I'll go to the graduation, but to go to the most romantic city in the world without my one true love? I'd rather eat sawdust. Besides, Ryan and I planned that trip together.
No, Ella. You planned that trip. Ryan just showed up. Now get up, put on a cute dress, and go to your graduation with your chin up.
I did what Mom said, and honestly, it felt like a good idea. My friends tried to cheer me up, and for a moment, I was happy. But then, I walked on stage to get my diploma and spotted Harper sitting in the front row, wearing my crown. And I knew it was going to be a long, horrible summer. I drowned myself in pity for the rest of the summer. Ate junk food, watched sad movies, doom-scrolled social media till I passed out crying over my stupid single life, while everyone else posted pics of their perfect summer. Volleyball games on the beach under the California sun, trips to the Redwood Forest, the Grand Canyon, Disneyland, Ryan and Harper, the Eiffel Tower behind them. Wait, what? Ryan went to Paris with Harpy? I immediately clicked his social media profile. And there he was, enjoying that two-faced witch on my vacation. Ryan and Harper taking a selfie at an outdoor Parisian cafe. Ryan jumping for joy, the Arc de Triomphe behind him. Harper, holding a yellow umbrella in front of a hotel that we were supposed to stay in. I had it. It was one thing to break up with me, and a totally different thing to take Harper, on a vacation that I planned. My blood boiled, and I screamed for Mom. Mom, I'm going to Paris! The Paris streets were bustling with life. People walking their dogs, couples chatting in outdoor cafes, everyone dressed in immaculate clothes. This was the Paris of my dreams. But I couldn't enjoy it because I was on a mission to find my cheating ex-boyfriend. And the best place to start my quest was at the hotel. I was sitting in an outdoor cafe across from the hotel, sipping my third cafe au lait, when suddenly the hotel doors opened, and Harper and Ryan walked out, hand in hand. I threw some money on the table and started stalking them until they stopped to look in a shop window. Ryan looked behind, and I immediately ducked into a souvenir shop. I bought a baseball cap and an oversized hoodie as a disguise, and continued tailing them when I saw Ryan hail a taxi. I felt angry, miserable, and humiliated all at the same time, and I wanted to bawl my eyes out. But just then, my phone pinged. It was a social media notification from Ryan. A selfie of the happy couple in the taxi. Next stop, the Louvre. I immediately decided to take a taxi, but they flew past me like I was made of cellophane. Am I invisible? I pulled up a map on my phone. The Louvre was only 1.5 miles away. If I walked fast, I could make it in 30 minutes. I made my way through the streets, crowded with slow-walking tourists, trying not to step on anyone. Pardon-moi. Pardon-moi. And when I saw the iconic glass pyramid up ahead, I started to run. I finally entered the museum, and my eyes went straight to this gorgeous painting, the Mona Lisa. The masterpiece was smaller than I had imagined, but it was a thrill to see her. I was admiring the artwork when I felt a hand pull the cell phone out of my back pocket. I smiled to myself, then turned around to see a handsome pickpocket slipping it into his jacket. It's a fake.
I assure you, the Mona Lisa is quite real.
No, I mean the cell phone you just stole, it's fake. The City of Love is quite famous for pickpockets at tourist attractions. So I carry a fake cell phone for thieves to steal, then continue on their way.
Then I'll continue on my way.
I grabbed his arm and held on. Not so fast. Why are you faking a French accent?
I was born here, but then my mother took me to Hollywood. She wanted to act in films.
Clearly she must have failed because here you are, robbing tourists.
Can you let me go now?
No. Look, you have two choices. I can go tell the security guard you stole my phone, or you can help me find these two losers. I showed him the pic of Ryan and Harpy by the Eiffel Tower.
Did they steal your fake wallet?
No, that's still in my bag. She stole the love of my life, and I'm going to get him back, with your help. Because you speak French, and 4 eyes are better than 2.
I'd rather get arrested.
Please, I can pay you.
Why are you running after the despicable monster who dumped you?
Because I've loved him since the 3rd grade.
And maybe it's time to grow up.
You don't understand. I've spent all these years planning a future with him. Now my future is a big blank because this girl stole him from me. And now they're out having fun on my vacation, and here I am trying to talk a pickpocket into helping me tail them. Oh God, I'm such a loser. I feel like slapping myself across the face. And then I don't know what happened, but I started to cry. Like a real hard, ugly cry.
Could you please stop crying? Everyone's staring at me like I stole your kidney.
Will you help me?
Okay, I'll help you. But your ex isn't here.
How could you possibly know? Gabriel pulled out a wallet and flipped it open. Ryan's ID was inside.
They were on their way out of the museum when I, bumped into him.
I must be an evil person because this news put me in a better mood. Maybe he deserves it. But when we find them, you'll give it back, okay?
Of course. There's one problem. How do we know where they're going?
I think they're following my itinerary. If I'm right, their next stop is the Jardin des Tuileries. The fountain was even prettier in person, and it took me back to the time I was planning the trip. Back then, I imagined myself strolling the sweeping promenades of the garden with my Ryan. Instead, I was walking around the iconic central pool with a French pickpocket.
Since I'm helping you stalk your ex, shouldn't we know each other's names?
I'm Ella.
Like short for Cinderella? Isabella? Mozzarella?
Just Ella. Now, can we focus on finding Ryan?
I'm Gabriel, in case you're interested.
But I wasn't. I was too focused on finding Ryan. Just then, I took a sip from my harmonica bottle, then casually played a tune on the harmonica built into the cap.
Did you just make music with your water bottle?
Yep. Coolest thing ever. Hydration and entertainment in one. Whoever invented this is a genius.
Okay, that's actually impressive. I kind of want one.
Oh, are you planning to steal it?
Some things are actually worth paying for. Can I try it?
Uh-huh. Fine. Here, try it. Just blow into the cap, like a civilized person.
This is cool, and I love it. Where do I get one?
Amazon. Link's in the description. Now, can you walk a little faster?
What's the American saying? Stop to smell the roses?
I'm not here to see the sights. I'm here to get my man back.
And what will you do when we find him? Punch him in the nose, drop to your knees, and beg him to come back? Kiss me passionately to get him jealous? All of the above?
None of the above. I'll simply tell him we were meant to be together.
Oh, sure. That should work.
He'll come to his senses.
I'm hungry. Aren't you?
And suddenly, my tummy started making noises, and I realized that I hadn't eaten the whole day. Gabriel suggested we sit outside a small cafe at the edge of the garden and keep watch from there. I was inhaling my pasta when I noticed Gabriel staring at me. What?
Just never seen a pretty girl eat pasta like an uncivilized freak. Let me show you the right way to do it.
And then he picked up his fork, spun the spaghetti against the spoon in one fluid, effortless motion, lifting the perfect swirl of pasta to his lips. Slow, deliberate, ridiculously attractive. I was so lost in watching him swirl that pasta that I barely noticed when the waiter brought a bottle of wine to our table and poured 2 glasses. But I'm not 21 yet.
In Paris, the legal age is 18. Santé.
Santé. As we ate, I learned more about Gabriel. His mother brought him back to Paris when he was 14 so she could help his grandparents run the family cafe. He cleaned tables after school until he was old enough to be a waiter. But then his grandparents passed away in a car crash.
Mom wanted to keep the cafe in the family, but she wasn't good at business. She took out several loans and struggled to keep up with the payments. And she got sick and left. Since I was not earning enough to pay the loans, the bank foreclosed on us and I lost the cafe.
What about your dad?
He's not around anymore, but I don't need him either. One day, I will make enough money to buy my cafe back. This pickpocketing thing, it's just temporary.
The waiter handed Gabriel the bill, and he pulled out Ryan's wallet.
I think Ryan should buy you dinner, no?
Oui. Once Gabriel and I left the cafe, I told him that the next stop on the itinerary was a sunset walk along the Seine River. The setting sun sparkled across the river. Couples strolled hand in hand. It was truly romantic. Then I caught sight of a familiar head in the crowd. That's Ryan! I started to make my way through the crowd with Gabriel right behind me.
Shouldn't we discuss strategy?
Just follow my lead. But I had no lead for him to follow. All I had was a stupid plan in my head. That I would stand next to Ryan and pretend to trip into him in the middle of the crowd. But just as I leaned, Ryan moved away, and instead of dramatically crashing into him, my face planted straight into the pavement.
Ella? Is that you?
I got up and flipped my hair back, ignoring the fact that I probably looked like an injured street pigeon. Oh, Ryan, what a surprise. I didn't think you'd be in Paris. You know, on that ticket I paid for. You really have no self-respect, do you? Oh, wow, Harper, is that you? I could barely recognize you. I guess the Paris sun has really roasted you alive. Oh, no, wait. Maybe it's not the sun. Maybe that's just how you glow when you're half human, half pure evil.
Ella, you shouldn't have come here.
Why? I planned this entire trip, didn't I? I made the itinerary, the reservations, the whole experience. Why shouldn't I be here? And don't worry, I'm not here to stalk you. No, sir. I actually came here with my boyfriend. I turned around to see Gabriel staring at me in shock. I grabbed his arm and pulled him toward me. This is Gabriel, my mi amor, the guy who stole my heart away. Right, sweetie potato?
Yeah. Nice to meet you.
Wait, you have a boyfriend? You were crying over me just last week.
Weak schmeek. I'm over you, darling. And why are you so surprised? You moved on in less than a day. Forgot about all our great love like it was yesterday's trash.
What great love? Ryan and I had been dating for a year before the prom happened.
A year? I thought you loved me, Ryan.
Whoa, I never said I loved you, Ella. I said you were the best, and you are. You always made things easy for me. But now it's over.
It hit me like a nuclear bomb. He was right. He never said he loved me. All those years, every birthday card was signed, "You're the best." After every date, I'd only get a quick peck on the cheek. My blood boiled with anger. And before I could think, I just whirled around, grabbed Gabriel by the collar, and kissed him. I thought he'd push me away, but to my surprise, his hands wrapped around my waist, and he kissed me back. When I finally pulled away, Ryan just stood there, frozen. Well, that settles it. You and I are officially over. Have fun on my trip.
And I think this belongs to you. Found it on the ground, much like your ego.
And I ran before Ryan could see my tears, with Gabriel close behind me.
You okay?
I'm fine. I mean, the guy I've loved all my life was cheating on me behind my back, and my first kiss was with a French criminal. But yeah, I'm totally fine.
I'm not a criminal, okay? And what do you mean by first kiss? You and Ryan have never kissed before?
Of course we have. Okay, fine. We never kissed. Unless you count an occasional peck on the cheek, like some bird pecking its seeds. I guess that makes me a giant loser who's been in denial about everything.
I don't think you're a loser. Maybe just someone who loved a loser.
Oh yeah, that makes me feel so much better.
What do you want me to say? You're a perfectly beautiful girl who probably has the prettiest eyes I've ever seen. You're smart, brave, and definitely have a personality. So I don't know why you're crying over some guy who barely cares about you when you could have literally anyone else in the world.
You sound like my mom.
And moms are almost always right.
You really think I have pretty eyes?
The prettiest I've seen.
And I'm not a loser?
Maybe a little, but Ryan's a bigger one for sure. Now please, stop crying and let's get you an ice pack. You did fall on your face, remember?
Gabriel and I spent the rest of the night wandering through Paris. Even though it was late, the city still felt alive. Streetlights glowed on old buildings, and quiet music drifted out of tiny cafes. I was finally having fun when Gabriel asked if he could drop me home. I don't know if I want to go back to the hotel and run into Ryan. I'm not sure I can resist the urge to break his nose if I see him again.
Well, that might give you short-term satisfaction, but maybe not the best idea. All right then, if you're sure, you can crash at my place.
By the time we reached Gabriel's place, I was bone tired. I just wanted to crash. But as soon as we flicked on a light, I saw a tall man standing in the middle of the room with a funny-looking cat and a bunch of guys in black. I looked over to Gabriel to ask what was happening, but he just stood frozen.
Gabriel, mon fils, I've been waiting.
What are you doing here?
That's no way to meet your father.
What? He's your...
No, he's not. How did you find me?
I have ways, Gabriel, and you're my heir. You belong with me. I assumed once your mother had disappeared, you'd come back to me. But no, you decided to run.
Disappeared? But I thought your mom was dead.
He told you that? Oh, Gabriel, you lied to your girlfriend. Bad manners. Anyway, now that I have found you, I'll take you with me and teach you how to treat a lady right.
I told you before, I want nothing to do with you. Now, get lost before I call the police.
The police? I'm sure they'd love to question you about your extracurricular activities. You've been sloppy, mon fils.
Gabriel's dad signaled his men to grab him.
You really don't know when to quit, do you?
And he grabbed my hand and ran. We sprinted through the streets, through late-night cafe tables, knocking over chairs, tables, and whatever came in our way. I was trying to keep up, but Gabriel was so fast, and I had the legs of an old chicken. I wanted to stop and rest, but then I looked behind and saw a black car skidding around the corner, right behind us. They're in a car! Gabriel, we're not winning this race!
Nope, which is why we're upgrading our ride.
Before I could ask what he meant, he swerved toward a row of rental bikes lined up outside a shop, yanked one free, and hopped on. I jumped onto the back, and together we cut through the crowd. For a second, I thought we'd lost them, when suddenly, this car screeched in front of us, and Gabriel slammed the brakes.
Get in!
Mom?
What?
Just get in!
Gabriel and I exchanged one look. Then we jumped in. The car sped through the city until the bright lights of Paris disappeared behind us. I had no idea where we were going, but I was too busy trying to process everything. We finally stopped at this abandoned building, and Gabriel's mom told us everything.
I met Gabriel's dad when I was just 18. Fell in love, got married, and thought I'd have a happy life until everything fell apart.
Mom didn't know Dad was in the mafia. We only found out when I was 12.
I wanted to leave right away, but his father made it impossible. He threatened to take Gabby away, and I was too scared to fight back. But when he turned 14, I saw how deeply the mafia life was pulling him in. That's when I decided to take him and leave for my parents' house.
Dad's been chasing us ever since. After my grandparents passed, Mom and I decided to go separate ways to trick him. But that didn't work.
Then why did you lie to me saying that your mom was dead?
No, I said she fell sick and left. There's a difference. Besides, I just figured you'd cry at my tragic backstory, and I really couldn't handle that anymore.
Are you kidding me?
Okay, I'm sorry. I should have been more clear, but we have more pressing issues at hand. Mom, Dad's not going to stop, is he?
No, he never does.
So what now? You guys keep running forever?
No, we fly to Hawaii.
We spent the night at the safe house, and the next morning, we left for the airport. While Gabriel's mom did the paperwork, he walked up to me with a smirk.
So I guess this is it?
I guess. Thanks for everything. Really helped me with the whole Ryan situation.
There was no situation. You were just chasing the wrong person. Just promise you won't fall for another idiot.
If I do you promise to knock sense into me again?
How about we try to stay off bad guys altogether and give a chance to genuinely nice people? Like me.
Before I could get a word out, our flights were announced, and Gabriel winked at me and left. I didn't know what he meant or what was waiting for me on the other side of this flight. But for the first time in a long time, I wasn't afraid of the unknown. And that's a happy ending for a stalking story. Don't you agree? Hi, I'm Delilah from Beverly Hills, Los Angeles. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. I was 2 when my rich uncle adopted me and took me to his huge mansion. I was bigger than most kids my age, but he accepted me with all his heart. Unlike his son, Rusty. Rusty was 6 years older, and even though he had everything, it wasn't enough because he wanted it all for himself. We shared our birthdays, so when I turned 3, Uncle threw us a joint party. Why does she get the bigger cake? Isn't she big enough already?
Don't be mean. It's Delilah's first birthday with us. Now, smile for the pictures.
But Rusty just threw the cake and walked off. I felt so bad.
I don't think he likes me.
Oh, sweetie, don't worry. He'll come around.
But he never did. If anything, Rusty became more bitter. I did great at school, while all he did was laze around. So Uncle started paying me more attention, and he hated that. When I was 10, I won the state spelling bee competition, and Uncle took me to an amusement park to celebrate. I was very excited, till the operator refused to let me on one of the rides.
This is not for teens, it's for kids only.
Yeah. Of course, I knew that. I just wanted to see how the rides worked. I'll leave. Did he think I was a teen? I'm only 10. I darted faster than a bullet as the crowd stared. And after that day, I started getting more conscious of my height. I was 13 and almost 5 feet 11 inches, which was weird for my age. I was taller than most boys in my class. I didn't let that get to me, but it gave Rusty a chance to pick on me. He would call me giant, Bigfoot, whatever came to his mind. To make up for his behavior, Uncle gave me the biggest room in the house and stuffed it with gifts and toys.
Sure, she needs a bigger room with that size.
You don't have to be so mean, okay? I know I'm tall, but you're dumb and I never make fun of that.
Hugh, I will get you for this.
He chased me for an hour but couldn't come close. Who knew I could run like that? I wanted to see how good I was, so I started practicing with the track team, and soon I beat everyone. My long legs made me super fast. This was awesome! Uncle was proud, but it pissed Rusty off, and he went completely off the rails. He failed 12th grade twice and blew all his money on his girlfriends without blinking. One evening, Uncle had to bail him out of jail in the middle of the night for stealing exam papers. Luckily, he was the school trustee, so Rusty only got suspended for a week.
Why do you embarrass me like this? Where did I go wrong? Oh, that's easy. You got her at home, and you forgot about your son.
That's not true. Uncle loves you just as he loves me.
Don't act like you're part of this family, and never interrupt me again. Enough!
Uncle and Rusty had a huge fight that night, and a week later, Rusty went to London to finish college. I never saw him again, and he hardly called home. I didn't miss him much, but Uncle did, and it made me sad to see him unhappy. Things went back to normal in a few years. At 17, I was a whopping 6 feet and the tallest girl in school. People would stare at me all the time and say the weirdest things.
Can you even hear me up there? Or should I scream?
Wow, where do you buy your clothes from? The tent shop? All my clothes are limited edition, and that makes me unique, while you're just so common. I didn't let anyone talk me down, but it still bothered me. I wanted to buy cute clothes and wear pretty shoes, but nothing fit me. One time in the mall, I was window shopping when a flying figure went past me, getting chased by some guards. Let me go! I need this! I couldn't see who the girl was, so I walked closer, but I tripped on a huge rack and all the clothes fell on our heads. Guards got distracted and lost their grip, and she ran away. And I ended up paying for all the ruined clothes that didn't even fit me. Later that day, I saw my uncle packing up when I went home. Are we going somewhere?
No, dear, I am.
We're opening a new business in Greece, and I'll be out for a month. But can I come with you? I want you to concentrate on your school and practice. I'll be back before you know it.
The day my uncle left, I felt super weird. I'd never been on my own. And a week later, I got the worst news of my life. My uncle's secretary told me he'd caught a rare fever and was on total bed rest. Doctors had no idea how long it would take him to recover. I was devastated and wanted to visit Uncle, but no one was allowed near him since the fever was contagious. So I decided to concentrate on my finals. But after my last exam, I came home to Rusty and a girl who looked oddly familiar. What are you doing here?
This is my home, and I can come by whenever I want. By the way, this is Gina, my girlfriend, and the queen of this house.
I looked at Gina, but she ignored me completely. Rude. Later that day, when I crossed their room, I heard her arguing with Rusty. You have a sister? You never told me about her.
She wasn't worth mentioning, and she won't stay here for long.
Before I could hear anything else, the maid showed up and I left. For the entire week, I noticed that Gina was an odd duck. She stayed all day in her room. Whenever she came out, she would scream at the servants and run back up. One time, I was in my room when Gina walked in. Empty your room. I need more closet space. You can't just walk in here and ask me to do stuff. Get it? Suddenly, she started screaming for Rusty. And that's when it hit me. She was the same girl from the mall. Wait a minute. I know you. You're...
What is it, darling?
I thought you were rich, but my room here is smaller than my bathroom. I need more space, so move her. I'm not going anywhere.
You are, and you will. Or you can pack your bags and get out. Your choice.
What? You can't do that.
Now that Dad's not here, I'm your legal guardian. So, if you want to keep running or going to school, stop bugging me and get moving.
Ugh, so annoying. I immediately wanted to call my uncle, but he was too sick to bother, so I kept my head low and started packing. Before I left, I kept a parting gift for Gina and laughed my butt off when she went around crying over her half-eaten clothes. Much deserved. That night, I searched for Gina on the internet, but the girl was a dead end. I knew she was lying, but there was something else she was hiding. Something big. I could feel it. The next morning, I found Rusty alone and tried to warn him. Your girlfriend is a liar.
And you're giving me a headache.
I'm serious. I saw her stealing from the mall just last month.
Gina's family is one of the richest in London. She doesn't need to steal. You can fool my dad, but not me. I'm smarter. I need Gina. Don't screw this up or I'll be your worst nightmare.
Rusty walked away, and I couldn't help thinking about how this was possible. I was almost certain I'd seen her. But if Gina was rich, then maybe I was mistaken. This was so confusing. I shrugged the thoughts away and left for school. But I was super distracted that day during practice and twisted my ankle while running. I couldn't walk, so the school called someone to pick me up. And Gina showed up.
You should have just sent a driver.
I was in the neighborhood. Now come on, I don't have all day. She helped me to the car and I tried to talk to her, but she was on her phone the entire ride home. And the moment we got home, she ran to her room without even helping me out. What was wrong with her? For the next week, I rested at home. And every time I would try to get close to Gina's room, Rusty would ask me to back off. He was so paranoid that he had guards outside her room. Is she a princess? Why do you need so much security? Jeez.
That's none of your business. She's my girlfriend, and I'll do whatever she wants. Buzz off.
The more Rusty said stuff like that, the more curious I got. He didn't love anyone but himself. So all this newfound love for Gina was very weird. I wanted to know more, but soon after, the coach started training us for international track events, and I got busy. Sometime later, Uncle's secretary informed us that they were moving him to a bigger facility, and Gina threw a party the same day. Guess you're very happy that Uncle's not coming back anytime soon, right? What? No, it's my mom's birthday. Really? Then how come she's not here? Because she's not around anymore. Gina started tearing up as she ran upstairs, and just then Rusty showed up.
I knew it. What did you say to her?
Relax. I'm sorry. I think I may have stepped over a line. I'll apologize.
You better, or I won't give you permission to run track. Get that?
I went upstairs to find Gina sobbing in her room with her mom's picture. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I know how you feel. I grew up without my parents too. I just miss her a lot. Even though she can't be with me, I throw her a party every year. My mom loved birthdays.
Gina and I chatted for a bit, and I realized she wasn't as bad as I thought. I could see how deeply she missed her mom, which made me feel connected to her. Maybe I judged her too soon. Gina warmed up to me after that, and we often hung out. But soon, I noticed how she'd only talk to me when Rusty wasn't around. I asked her one day, and she gave me the weirdest reply. "Oh no, I'm just taking a break from all the wedding preparations." Wow, I had no idea. Do we have a date? We wanted to wait for his dad to come back. Gina sounded super excited, but when I asked Rusty about it, he shrugged it off. "Didn't I ask you to keep your tall head out of my business? Just don't break her heart, okay?" Whatever. I knew he wouldn't listen to me, but I had to try. Gina deserved better than this moron. A few days later, we had the school dance, and I decided not to go. No boy in school had asked me out yet, and showing up alone was humiliating. When Gina heard, she volunteered to tag along. I don't know what's more embarrassing, not having a date or having your almost sister-in-law as a date. Just keep your head high, and you'll rock. I followed her advice and was having a great time, till I heard someone screaming from the other side of the room. It was Gina howling at a girl from my class. Don't you get tired of bullying each other? So she's a little tall. She's way better than all of you, including these frat boys you crush on. You can't match her at all. Literally. I pulled her away, but she continued shouting till we reached the entrance. What was that all about? These people were saying weird stuff about you. I couldn't take it. I'm used to it, and I can take my own stand. I know, it's just that I was bullied as a kid, and this stuff gets to me. Okay, forget about it. We're here, so let's enjoy the dance. Come on. Gina and I danced the night away without giving a fig about anyone, and had the best time. And a week later, I got busy with track practice. I had back-to-back events, and the coach was very tough on us. But it all paid off when I got selected. I immediately called my uncle, but his phone went straight to voicemail. I was excited to tell Gina about it, but I came home to loud noises coming from Rusty's office. How could you do this to me? You thought this was forever? Your job here is done. Pack your stuff and leave. Gina stormed out furiously. I was sure Rusty must have backed out of the wedding, and I wanted to make sure she was okay, so I followed her. I saw her enter a hospital and go into a room with a frail woman. Machines beeped around everywhere as she smiled at Gina. Oh, it's been so long. My darling daughter, Shelley. I'm sorry it took so long, Mom. I have to wrap something up, and after that, I'll get you out of here soon enough. So her name was Shelley? And her mom was alive? Who was this person, and what did she want? I had so many questions. I wanted to go inside, but looking at her mother's condition, I decided to wait for her at home. But there, I had another surprise waiting for me. Uncle was home, and he was going ballistic on Rusty over some papers. Uncle, you're back! How are you? I was so stressed when I found out about your illness. I was fine, Delilah. In fact, I was more than okay. What do you mean? I'm ashamed to even say this, but my own son got me kidnapped for property. Thankfully, the police found me just in time. Kidnapped? How is that possible? I spoke to your secretary. He wasn't my secretary. I went there alone. Uncle sat me down and told me that someone had stolen his phone before he got on the plane, and then on his way home, he was kidnapped. A few months back, Rusty had called him up asking for $1 million, and when Uncle refused to pay him, he planned to get him kidnapped and force him to sign the company over. I looked at Rusty in shock, and he didn't show any remorse. Yeah, so I did it. You gave everything to her, leaving me with nothing. Then I met Gina, and she's so freaking rich. So with her help, I could have thrown you both out. You're so evil. Who would do that to their own father? Someone who doesn't care about anyone but himself. I thought I told you to leave, Gina. Call me Shelley, and I'm not your slave, and I'm not rich either. Gina told us how Rusty was a wanted con man in London who'd scammed many people, including her dad. So she pretended to be rich so she could date him, help him sell the company, and leave with the money. The money he stole was for my mom's surgery. We fell into debt paying her hospital bills. I wanted to get back at him, but he tried to fool me again. I told the police where your uncle was. That doesn't make it right, Gina. You lied to us. But you helped Uncle, and for that, I'm thankful. As Uncle called the police and Gina sobbed, I saw Rusty sneaking out with the papers, but I grabbed him just in time. Think you can outrun me? You wish. Rusty got arrested for kidnapping and embezzlement. Gina got called in for questioning and received a 6-month sentence for helping Rusty, after which we paid her mother's treatment and even compensated other people Rusty had conned. Soon, it was time to leave for my international track events, and my uncle came to drop me off.
Make me proud.
Haven't I always? Uncle hugged me, and it felt like home. Have you ever had a dream so big it seemed impossible to reach? What should you do if nobody around believes in you, or they try to take you down out of envy? Hi, I'm Wu Ziqian, and my story takes place some 1400 years ago in the Chinese Empire. Yet, I feel some things haven't changed much for us girls. The year I was born, a total sun eclipse darkened the sky. It was a sign of big changes, though at the time, nobody would have guessed that small, sweet Wu would be the one to make history. Growing up, life was good. I had 2 sisters and 2 older half-brothers from Dad's previous marriage. Our family was not part of the aristocratic class, but was very wealthy, which meant I didn't have to do any chores as we had staff taking care of daily activities. However, unlike other rich girls who mostly lazed off, Dad encouraged me to study from a young age. He soon realized just how smart I was, with a talent for poetry and public speaking, so he started to take me on business trips. I loved meeting new people and asked lots of questions. Yes, I was a bit unusual as a kid, but my family was very proud of me. Well, except my brothers.
Why are you studying again? You're just a girl.
And?
Your job is to get married and to have kids. Dad is wasting resources on you. Maybe he's afraid you'll never find a husband. And what's this? Oops.
And with that, he spilled ink all over my notes. One day, you'll regret being so mean. I tried avoiding them as much as possible. But then, around the time I was 14, Dad got very ill and left us. Nothing was ever the same. My brothers started acting like the bosses of the family. Without Dad to keep them in check, they became rude to Mom, bullied my sisters, and were especially mean to me. Like the time I spent too much time with a friend and was late for my curfew. It was a rainy evening. I ran back home, but the front gates were already locked. No matter how much I yelled and banged on the doors, nobody could hear me over the wind and thunder. In the end, I crouched there all night until early morning. Mom found me crying and shivering.
I'm so sorry, Wu. They told me you were back and sleeping. I should have checked.
That little adventure gave me a cold so bad I stayed in bed for a week. Without Dad, I felt powerless. I had to do something to change my fate, not only for me, but also for my mom. A chance presented itself when a beauty contest was held in town. The winner would be taken to serve at the palace. It was a huge deal and a way to gain respect and admiration. Mom was worried about my plan, and her fears came true when I won. Honestly, it wasn't that big of a surprise, being not only the prettiest girl in town, but also well-educated. My brothers just scoffed at the news and said they won't miss me. Typical. Mom helped me pack my things, and on the day of my departure, she cried as we hugged. Don't be sad, Mother. Who's to say it isn't my fate to meet the Emperor? And so, she understood. I wasn't going to the palace to escape my problems. No, I had a bigger plan. A hope to get noticed by the Emperor, maybe one day marrying into the royal family. Something to bring honor to my name. But my life in the palace started on the wrong foot. The Emperor took a quick glance at me and decided I'll be doing laundry? I didn't spend my childhood reading the classics and refining my calligraphy for this. One day, I was trying to get inside the palace library, but the guard wouldn't let me in, questioning if I could even read. Are you kidding? I was composing poetry at 6. Give me some books or I'll report you to the Emperor. Just then, the guard went pale looking behind me. I turned and, oh my, the Emperor had heard it all. He seemed amused and I just doubled down, following him around the library all afternoon. By the end of the day, he was so impressed by my wit and education that he made me his secretary. Finally, that was my chance to work my way up the political ladder until, a decade later, nothing has changed. I'm a forgotten secretary. Then, the Emperor passed away and I got sent to a Buddhist convent to be a nun. All that time spent in the palace led nowhere. They even shaved my head. But not all was lost. You see, while I was living at the palace, I got close to the Emperor's youngest son, Li. We met one random day when I was holding a bowl for him to clean his hands, and he flicked some water at me. Offended by his childish behavior, I was ready to give him a lecture. His shy smile and cute face melted my rage. So refreshing. It's quite a warm day, isn't it? He laughed and we started chatting, quickly becoming friends. We were close in age, and unlike other officials, he was kind and humble, easy to talk to.
Do you ever regret coming to the palace? You probably miss your family.
I do. Well, everyone except my brothers. Those two I would banish to the corner of the Empire, never to be seen again.
I get that. My brothers either pretend I don't exist or act as if I'm beneath them. You think 2 are bad? Try living with 13.
Can't you do something about them? You are a prince after all.
It's just a title. You'll learn it in time. Having a title doesn't necessarily mean the same as having power.
I knew what he meant. Lee, being the youngest, had 0 chances of succeeding his father. However, fate really had a sense of humor. Turns out, his brothers were so busy fighting each other over the title of crown prince that the emperor decided Lee was the better candidate for the throne. And that's how my decade-long crush became the new emperor. He actually changed his name to Gaozong, but I'll keep calling him Lee to avoid confusion. I was genuinely happy for him, even if my new status as nun meant we could never be together. One day, I wrote a poem about how much I missed him and took a chance sending it to the palace. Maybe he wouldn't even have time to read it, but I had to try. To my surprise, it worked, and Lee came to the temple.
I got your letter. Is it true?
Tears started rolling down my cheeks as I nodded. We hugged, and when it was time for us to part, I could see he was reluctant to do so. Could it be that my feelings were reciprocated? Indeed, he kept visiting, and one evening, I got a note saying I could grow my hair again. 1 year later, I was summoned back to the palace. There, I met Lady Wang, who was quite a big name in court. She was to become empress, having been chosen as a consort by Lee's father himself. But that didn't mean things between them were all rosy and peachy.
I had meetings all day, and when I finally got the chance to relax at dinner, Wang started talking about more political issues. It's the last thing I want during my free time.
Is that why you're hiding in the stables with me?
Not hiding, just surveying your work.
Truly, some things never change. Lee was the most powerful person in the Empire, yet his life was affected by so many people's influence and choices. I decided to be by his side the best I could, and in time, everyone started noticing how close we were, including Wang. That's when she showed her true colors. One afternoon, she invited me for tea.
Tell me about your family. I heard your dad got lucky during the rebellion, but he wasn't aristocracy.
My mom is.
Ah, yes. And what did she accomplish? Only had daughters and is not well liked by her stepsons? How disgraceful.
What is your point, Lady Wang?
I'm just reminding you of your place. The only reason you've been called back was so the Emperor wouldn't have to visit that nunnery all the time. But do not be mistaken. You are not part of this world.
And then she started giving me so much work I couldn't keep up with it, and then complained about how lazy I was. Little did she know, I was used to palace drama and was prepared to face much worse. One day, Lee surprised me with a beautiful hairpin with pearls and small gold lotus flowers. I was walking back to my chambers holding the small present when I noticed Lady Wang scolding a maid for spilling some water on her dress. The poor girl ran with tears in her eyes, and I felt my blood boil. I knew what it meant to be beneath those of higher rank, both at home and at the palace. But then I got an idea. I followed the maid and gave her the hairpin. Lady Wu, I can't accept it. Sure you can. I want you to feel better. But I could never repay you. Just tell me the gossip you hear around the court. That's all I want. And so, I started befriending servants and lower officials in exchange for news. Soon, I had ears and allies everywhere. And that's how I found out Wang's envy ran deeper than anyone imagined. That night, I ran to Emperor Lee. You have to come with me. Now, we silently walked through empty corridors, and I told Lee to wait outside as I marched into Wang's chambers. There, as the informer said, she was performing some sort of ritual with a voodoo doll shaped like me. I knew you were a witch, but this? Why stoop so low?
Why? You spend too much time with the Emperor. I have to stop you.
Just then, Lee walked into the room.
Lady Wang, I'm very disappointed. You are far from the noble woman I thought I'd marry.
She threw herself on her knees, begging for forgiveness, but it was no use. Witchcraft was a serious charge at the time, so Lee banished her from the palace. Soon after that, Lee confessed his feelings, and I was made the official consort, the new empress. But, as Lee said years ago, a title alone doesn't mean power. And that became clear to me while I kept listening to the Emperor's meetings with his advisors. I sat, as usual, in a small room behind a curtain of pearls, voicing my opinion when needed. The times my husband was ill, he trusted me to make decisions in his place, and some of his officials were seriously offended by this.
It feels like the woman behind the curtain is the one actually running the state. Oh, this is even beyond the palace walls. Truly unacceptable.
Behind their protests,
minutes. There was nothing but envy for the fact I was becoming more and more influential in court, and try as they might, they couldn't stop me. Some years later, Lee and I took a vacation to my hometown, which turned into days of feast and celebration. I had finally brought honor and status to my family. One evening, during a family dinner, Mom brought up the topic with my brothers.
Aren't you grateful for everything Wu did for us?
She just got lucky. Wu's not special, her husband is. Also, we never asked for the high ranks she gave us.
Mom flew into a rage, and the next day came to the palace to meet me.
Maybe it's time to give them a lesson, Your Highness.
And so I sent them to govern a faraway province where they couldn't bother my mother anymore. It seemed like at every turn, I was reminded how my accomplishments were never enough because I was a woman. But what if I could use that to my advantage? Was there a way to stand out from other empresses? The answer was Feng Shen, a religious ceremony. It involved gathering our entire court, leaders and aristocrats from neighboring countries, staff, and an entire army, and all together do a pilgrimage to a sacred mountain. It was extremely expensive, and only 6 emperors out of 300 could afford it. Also, I added a small twist to it. After much planning, I brought up the idea to Lee and the council. Our borders are safe, the economy is good, people are pleased. I think we've earned it.
That is true, but Your Highness, we cannot allow the Empress to perform the second ritual. It is for us officials to do.
Oh, I knew they'd say that. Your Highness, the Emperor makes offerings at the top of the mountain to heaven, which represents masculine energy. At the bottom, the offerings are made to earth, which is feminine. It makes more sense for a woman to do it. Lee agreed and fired the advisor who opposed me, sending a clear message to the rest of them. And so, we gathered thousands of people and traveled for months to Mount Tai. I performed the rituals along with my husband, and we ended the procession with a huge banquet. And with that, I secured my place in history. Years went by. Lee and I governed as a team, but slowly his health started deteriorating. Everyone at court knew his time was near. As I sat at his bedside, we held hands, till slowly his got cold. I wanted to mourn, cry, and give up, but everything we built together would have crumbled if I did so. The council wanted my son on the throne, but he wasn't as capable as me and would have been a puppet to the advisors. So why give up power and risk the empire's stability when I could rule it just fine? Only because I was a woman? That never stopped me before. And so I did what I was good at, securing the throne and winning allies. At one point, some ex-officials started a rebellion against me. One of them wrote an entire manifesto making up all kinds of stories about me. It was read in court, and at the end, everyone was silent until I bursted out laughing. Who wrote that? So creative. We should have kept him. My army defeated the rebels swiftly, and then I addressed the council with an ultimatum. If anyone here thinks they are more capable than me, speak now. Otherwise, pledge your loyalty. My opponents stepped down one by one until eventually I was crowned as the first female emperor. The only time in history it ever happened. Other women have tried to rule as wives or widows, whispering in their son's or husband's ear, but none had the official title and absolute power. For another 15 years, I skillfully led my people. Try as they might, not even my greatest opponents could deny the fact I was a good leader. They attacked my character, painting me as a power-hungry, ruthless woman, but never once criticized my governing skills. Truly, my greatest flaw was my audacity to play the power games of men and win. Today, historians keep uncovering the remnants of my empire's riches and culture. I wanted to make China the greatest empire in the world, and under my guidance, at the time, it was. So don't let the circumstances you were born with determine who or what you can be. Before I tell you about how I traded in a greasy apron for Lamborghinis, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to our channel. If you do, you'll get a big break in the next week. My story starts out at a glamorous place you may have heard of, McDonald's. This had to be the worst day of my life. 1 week is exactly how long I worked at McDonald's before I had a complete breakdown. I worked 12-hour shifts and never got to take my breaks. It was humiliating. And today I lost that job too. But I had to do something. I had to help my mom pay the bills. I was so angry, I had to vent. So I called my best friend. I told her how Jessica, a classmate from school, had come in for the 10th time that week with an evil look on her face. I had begged Jessica to be nice, explaining that I needed the job to help my mom. She said it was cool, but I had learned that I couldn't take her at her word. When my boss turned around, Jessica took the cup of soda I had handed her and spilled it down her shirt. She screamed and pretended that I did it. Now, my friend was as angry as me, if not more. She told me if I was serious about working, she could hook me up with a job. Her parents were super rich and offered her a job as an assistant at a giant tech company. My friend was desperate to have someone else take it so that she could spend her holidays cruising around Europe. I showed up for the interview in my best outfit. A secretary told me to sit in a crowded room and wait for my name to be called and to help myself to some refreshments. I got a cup of coffee to look mature, but as soon as I turned around, a strict and powerful-looking woman appeared. She asked if I was here for the interview, and I said yes. It must be her interviewing me. I was shaking so hard that I spilled coffee all over her very expensive-looking blouse. A teenager in the corner started laughing hysterically, and the woman turned as red as a tomato and looked like she was about to explode. I tried to play it off and excused myself to the bathroom for a quick break. Well, it was longer than I expected because I accidentally locked myself in there. I freaked out and started crying. I tried to climb over the stall and ended up ripping my dress and messing up all my makeup. I still ran over to do the interview, but I looked like a circus clown. The lady didn't even ask me any questions, just said, "Thank you for coming," in the busy reception area and sent me home. I'd blown it. I was about to go beg McDonald's to take me back when I got the phone call telling me that I had got the job. Maybe this woman had a better sense of humor than she seemed, or maybe they were just desperate. Either way, I showed up to work bright and early the next morning. I showed up at the office and was directed to Mr. Heiko on the top floor. Mister? I guess that woman wasn't my boss after all. Not only that, but I wasn't working for just any boss, but the boss. The office on the top floor was huge. The hallway was filled with artwork that cost more than my house. I made it to the end of the hallway, to my new place of work. I was buzzed into the office and asked to come in. I was so nervous. I tried as hard as I could to be prepared. Let's just say nothing could have prepared me for what I was about to walk into. I walked in and saw the same teenager from the waiting room playing video games on the floor. He looked at me and got excited. I asked if I was in the right place, and he said yes. I told him that I didn't understand. His response? "You were hilarious. So you had your dad hire me because you think I was funny?" He got very insulted. My dad? I built this company. But you're just a kid, I said. A kid? I am 16, and I am a self-made billionaire. See, he explained how he had written the computer code for a super successful app. Now he ran the entire tech company that he started his freshman year of high school. The whole time he spoke, he talked down to me as though I was some kind of idiot. Even if I was at the top of my class and 2 years older, I had to admit that he was a genius. I asked him if he was so smart and great, why had he hired someone like me? He explained that he was in need of an assistant, and I was the only interviewee that didn't bore him to death. He gave me a tour of his office filled with video games, action figures, and soda fountains. But there was one thing that made my blood boil. There was a giant painting of Jessica hanging on the wall. "Oh, that's just a picture of my girlfriend Jessica," he said. "She comes around occasionally. You'll get the chance to meet her." I could feel my face turning red. Just looking at her made me angry. He asked if everything was okay, but before I could answer, he spoke up again. "Well, that concludes the tour. Now for your contract." I picked up the piece of paper and nearly passed out. $50 an hour? I asked. "Oh, sorry. Is that not enough?" he questioned, then picked up a pen and scribbled over the contract and handed it back to me. $85 an hour? That was insane. Crazy enough that I could put up with Jessica even once in a while. Still, the level of insanity was nothing compared to the tasks he needed me to do. For the first few weeks, he literally paid me to play video games and watch movies with him. It would have been great if he wasn't so condescending. Have you ever tried watching a superhero movie with some kid complaining about how inaccurate the science was or how he could do better? It was exhausting. Didn't he have a girlfriend for this? In fact, the only good part of this was that I hardly had to see Jessica. She came by just long enough to insult me, compliment my boss, and ask for expensive gifts. It might sound like a dream job to some of you, but I'm an ambitious person. I wasn't fulfilled, and to top it all off, Jessica got under my skin one day. I was alone in his office, tidying up his video games when Jessica walked in. Without hesitation, she went into his desk and took a few $1,000s from his wallet. I told her that maybe she should ask first, but she just laughed at me. "Wow, from a waitress to a babysitter," she said, looking me up and down. That's it. When he came back, I confronted him over why I was here in the first place. He didn't seem to actually need me to do anything. I told him that I needed to feel like I was actually doing something besides hanging out. He seemed disappointed, but agreed to let me take over some more assistant duties. As my first duty as your assistant, you should probably know that Jessica was taking money from your wallet. Now, any normal person would have at least been upset, but he just acted like it was all normal. In fact, he got super defensive about the entire thing. He told me that's just how relationships work, and I would know about it if I had ever been in love before. Idiot. He might have been some 16-year-old genius that ran a multi-billion-dollar company, but he was a complete idiot when it came to the real world. If he wasn't such a jerk, I would almost feel bad. Almost. I knew that rich kids were sometimes delusional, but even I was surprised by some of my new duties. Like this one time, he sent me to the grocery store for a bag of M&Ms and gave me $100. Another time, he gave me $50 to pick him up a banana from the local market. What's worse is that Jessica encouraged it. She asked him for $500 to pick up milk, and he just gave it to her. When I asked her what kind of milk cost half $1,000, she told me it was organic. It was no wonder he had no idea how much groceries cost, with Jessica lying to him for extra money. I could see why she no longer needed to take on summer jobs. What was even crazier was how much the stuff he bought himself cost. His socks alone cost $400 a pair, and he just threw them out when he was done. I asked him why he didn't just wash his clothes, and he said that it was gross to rewear socks or underwear. While these moments were almost comical, his privilege made him very annoying. He didn't understand how people were homeless or stuck with debt. I don't understand why they don't just get a job. He was so arrogant and horrible. He expected everyone to do whatever he wanted just because he threw a few bucks at them. I felt like I did a lot as his assistant, but there were countless people waiting on him day and night. The closer we got, the more I realized he had no idea how to do anything himself. I will never forget the day he asked me to tie his shoes. I kind of laughed. I asked him how he didn't know how to tie his shoes. His response? I don't know. How were you stuck at McDonald's if you were so smart? That was one of the moments when I was about to walk out right then and there. The same day, I applied to about 15 jobs in the area. He pulled me in for a meeting the next day. I thought he was going to apologize for his behavior. Instead, he had told me that he had told all the CEOs of the positions I had applied to not to hire me. I was so upset. He forced me to choose between here or McDonald's. He was so lucky I was desperate for money. He knew he controlled me with it. One day, Jessica came by with a whole stack of papers and whispered something to him. He looked pretty upset, but just hugged her and came over to me. He offered me $5,000 to work for a couple of hours on my day off. It wasn't so out of the ordinary. This was the same guy who paid me $400 to test his pens and $1,000 to use my umbrella since he forgot his. Of course, I agreed. Right after dinner, I drove off to the location he gave me. I was expecting an office or something, but it was a mansion. His mansion. I was pretty excited to see the inside of it, but it almost broke my heart when I saw what I was there for. There was a cake and balloons, but just the two of us. Apparently, both of his parents had forgotten it was his birthday and went on a trip to the Bahamas. He didn't want to be left alone, and I was his best friend. I asked him about Jessica, but he explained that she had ditched him last minute. He said it was a family emergency again, that her grandmother was in the hospital. Sad story I would feel super bad about if I hadn't checked Jessica's Instagram earlier. She was in Disneyland and wasn't even trying to hide it. She came by to drop off her homework for him to do while she went away for a week to spend time with her grandmother. Turns out, this happened every year. They had never spent a birthday or holiday together. Not only that, but he did all of her homework. I saw how she managed to keep her grades up. I don't know if I made the right decision, but I decided not to show him the photos. He was already sad enough. Instead, I decided that from here on out, we would actually be friends, and I would teach him how to tell when people were using him. Even though I was desperate, I couldn't accept the money he offered me to come that night. It felt wrong, even if I wanted the $5,000. The next day, I showed up with a bag of M&Ms as a belated birthday gift. I apologized that I couldn't afford anything spectacular. He just cried. He really did look so grown up in his fancy suits and expensive cars, but seeing him cry over M&Ms made him look like such a child. I took him under my wing as my little brother. He was just a kid right now and needed my protection. I introduced him to some of my friends so he could interact with people under the age of 65. He was super excited to have something close to friends for the first time in his life, but that also made him very vulnerable. I made sure that he kept his wealth a secret and to hang out with people like a normal kid. He seemed to love it, but everything changed one night. See, he was hanging out with my friends and me when Jessica came back from her grandmother's, aka Disneyland. We were having fun, but after he had set down his phone for an hour, he had 35 missed calls and over 100 texts. Apparently, while he was busy having fun with us, he had forgotten to submit one of her summer assignments. She was livid. Even though I tried to tell him he did nothing wrong, he looked really sad and left early. I was going to ask him about everything the next day at work, but he texted me to not come in. After a week of asking me not to show up, I took matters into my own hands. I walked right up to the office and right in the middle of a fight between him and Jessica. When I walked in, she immediately asked what I was doing there. "I thought I told you to fire her. She's a bad influence," she shouted. My boss looked so uncomfortable and said he didn't want to fire me. So she walked out, leaving my boss and me all alone. Again, he sat there and cried. There were a lot of tears over the next few days, and I did whatever I could to comfort him, even when I was off the clock. I made him promise never to take her back because she was using him. He agreed, but then ruined everything in an instant. He leaned in and tried to kiss me. I pushed him away and told him I only thought of him as a little brother. He looked so embarrassed. I let myself out and did not come back. Luckily, I had saved enough money to earn myself a shopping spree. I was out downtown when I saw them. My worst nightmare. He and Jessica were walking along the street, him holding tons of bags from Gucci and her yelling at him. She said how pathetic he was and how she could always do better. I thought about ignoring it, but it was like watching a witch harass my own brother. I ran up to them and yelled at her for being such a jerk. I said how she should consider herself lucky that anyone puts up with her, let alone a great guy like my friend. She told him to defend her, but even I was shocked by what happened next. He told her to leave. She told him that he would regret it and stomped off. She tried to take the Gucci bags from him, but he handed them to me instead. He thanked me again and then did something that kind of irritated me. He handed me a check for $100,000 as a thank you. I ripped it up in front of him. "Don't you get it?" he said. "If you don't want to date me and don't want my money, why are you so nice to me?" "Because you're my best friend." He almost cried right there. I don't think he had ever been that happy before. You would never believe what happened next. He fired me. But it's not what you think at all. See, he decided to help me with my studies, so one day I could join him. I invited him to dinner at my home. Some home cooking would do wonders for him, I'm sure. As happy as I was to see him being a kid, it was quite an ordeal to talk him out of an expensive gift for my mom. He had a long way to go, but he learned. Now, years later, we are 50-50 partners. He is all the brain, and that's where I come in, managing our business. We are the best of both worlds, and our business is thriving.
Hi, my name is Julie, and this is the story of how I created computer clones of myself and my classmates that almost destroyed our town. I grew up in Kansas, in a small, boring town where gossip and growing corn were the main activities. I couldn't wait to get away. So from the age of 6, I was obsessed with going on my mom's computer to escape from my dull world, mostly playing video games. But my sister Kiki, who was 2 years older, seemed perfectly comfortable and content in our town. She had her one close friend, and they spent most of their time cheering on the high school football team, even if the players didn't even know she existed. As I got older, my online community of friends was growing. We'd swap cheat codes, innocent hacking tips, and programming shortcuts. I was becoming a computer whiz. When I was 12, Mom gifted me the new computer I'd been begging for. I was ecstatic. She even gave Kiki a school football jersey signed by all the players. But wait, why was she randomly giving us gifts?
Dad and I have some difficult news.
You can't get a divorce. It would be such a bad look for our family.
Wow, Kiki. So nice of you to be concerned about our parents' marriage.
Well, good news, that's not the news. The thing is, we have to move to the city for my job. But I'll be making more money, yay! That's why we got you those generous gifts.
Are you kidding me? You're bribing us so we won't be livid that you're completely changing our lives without our consent?
Kiki was fuming, but I was silently beaming with joy. I was so ready to get out of here. 2 months later, Kiki was still giving my parents the silent treatment, and I was finally going to meet some of my online gaming friends in person. Some of them went to my new school. One girl, Grace, invited me to meet her and her friends at a coffee shop downtown. I was so nervous. I hadn't exactly honed my social skills.
Oh my goodness, Julie? Is that really you? It is such an honor to meet you in person. You're like a computer goddess. I feel like I'm meeting a celebrity.
Suddenly, all my nerves disappeared. I felt like I was finally where I was supposed to be. Grace was a poet and a painter, and all of her friends were so interesting and creative. So, I assumed they would all be outcasts. But on my first day of school, I realized I was dead wrong. They were the popular kids. Edgy, sociable, interesting. They were the center of attention. And suddenly, people were curious about me.
Girl, where did you get that sheepskin jacket? It's so lit.
Oh, my sister Kiki actually sheared that sheep herself.
That's amazing. Where is she?
Good question. I scanned the cafeteria to find Kiki sitting all by herself at the lunch table. It hadn't even occurred to me. I was thriving while Kiki was silently suffering. Before I could get to her, Kiki stood up and disappeared out of the cafeteria. At home, I could hear her sobbing quietly through the bedroom wall. The next morning, my parents were waiting for me at the breakfast table.
Julie, we see Kiki is having a hard time here, and we want you to spend more time with her. She can't just be hanging out with us all the time, no matter how cool we are.
You were never worried about me in our last town.
Because you've always been able to fend for yourself. Do this for her, please.
Ugh, I really didn't want to, but there was no use arguing. So, twice a week, I went with Kiki to the suburbs to watch some dumb football game or eat the greasiest burger. I kind of dreaded it, until one day, when we were at the lake, Kiki weirdly opened up to me.
Is it weird that I'm kinda jealous of you?
Me?
I was thinking back in our old town, I sort of blended in, and now in this new place, I don't know who I am, but you've always been so self-assured, so effortlessly yourself.
I suddenly felt sad for her, but it was nice to hear that she admired me and didn't think I was her weird younger sister. After that, we started hanging out more, and it was surprisingly nice. But as time went on, and I was excelling at school, my social life, and my programming side hustle, she was getting more dependent on me and stopped trying to make friends. I found myself constantly reassuring her when she felt insecure, keeping her company when she felt alone. I suddenly felt like her older sister. I hate to admit it, but I was starting to count down the months until Kiki would go off to college. And it was me that had to encourage her to go to an on-campus school. You'll go back to the country, you'll meet your people again, you'll be happy there.
But I'll miss you.
Yeah, but it's all right. We'll stay in touch. It's 2025. There's like 50 ways we can communicate. Kiki agreed, and Finally, 3 months later, I was free of her. I could fully focus on my programming skills, my new friendships, and then Michael. He was sitting next to me at the computer lab at school, massive headphones on, practically dancing in his chair. I snuck a peek at his computer, curious.
Snooping, eh?
He pulled his headphones off and smirked at me. He had the confidence of someone much older. I thought of something eloquent to say. So, do you like computers?
Yeah, I mean, I'm an electronic musician, so the computer is basically my instrument.
That's so cool. I'm a programmer, so I also have an emotional attachment to my computer.
Okay, I didn't say that.
Michael and I chatted, and we had so much in common. We'd meet in the computer lab every day, and soon we started hanging out after school. I was smitten. The only problem was Kiki. Every time Michael and I would hang out, I would get a barrage of texts from Kiki begging me to call her or save her from some awkward situation. Sometimes I ignored her, but I could tell Michael was getting weird about it.
That Kiki texting you again? Or some mystery suitor?
Nope, just my sister. I called Kiki. I was sick of her antics. You have got to stop blowing up my phone. My boyfriend is starting not to trust me.
Well, then you shouldn't be with him.
How would you know? You've never had one. I'm sorry, that was mean.
I'm sorry I'm bothering you so much. I'm just having a hard time making friends.
Everyone knows each other already, but I see that I'm just a burden on you, so I'll leave you alone.
Click. She hung up. I felt really bad. She needed me, and I wanted to be there for her, but it was just so energy draining. If only...
How is your sister doing?
Terrible! But then I had a crazy idea. I would make a bot version of myself to keep chatting with Kiki. An even better version. All I had to do was build a program, enter my browsing data, chats, photos, everything and anything about me, plus a couple of keywords I wanted my avatar to embody. I didn't tell anyone what I was working on, especially Michael. But a week later, it was done. I watched as my bot sent its first message to Kiki. Hey, normal, lonely sister. Sorry for the silence. No text. You got this, girl boss. Okay, whoa. The bot was not ready. I texted Kiki to do damage control. Oh my gosh, so sorry. That was a voice message my phone misinterpreted. What I meant to say was, hey, it's normal to be lonely, sis. And I'm sorry for the text silence. You're a great girl because you've got so much to offer. Ugh, I was honestly just making it worse. Now I sounded like a robot. So I reprogrammed the AI until it came up with something useful. If you want those girls to like you, just ask a lot of questions and build off what they're saying. You can even send me a text during the party if you're feeling weird. Ta-da! This was the AI Julie I was looking for. Patient, kind, and supportive. A version of me I didn't have time to become right now. And finally, I heard back from Kiki.
That's actually great advice. Thanks for being there for me. Seriously.
I was totally pulling this off. Now, I had plenty of time for my social life and for Michael. But it seemed the more available I was, the more unavailable he was. Hey, babe, do you want to maybe get off your computer and come eat the pizza I ordered for us with all of your favorite toppings?
I just lost it. Can you please not interrupt me when I'm working? You know I gotta prep for my gig next week.
Okay, it's just that you were asking me to make time for you, and now that I have, but Michael already had his headphones back on. I texted Grace that I was annoyed with Michael, and the next day, things just got way worse.
A car alarm has more rhythm than my music? Nice.
What are you talking about?
That's what you said about my music, for everyone to see.
He showed me my most recent Instagram post. I did indeed write that, with Michael's song playing in the post. I was mortified. Oh my god, Michael, it wasn't me!
Oh, so what? Someone just hacked into your phone and posted that? You're the only person I sent that song to.
And then it occurred to me, I was the only one with this song. Well, me and my AI. And that's when I realized she must have gone rogue. I'm so sorry, but I can explain. I sort of created a program that created an AI replica of me to keep communicating with my sister so I could devote all of my attention to you. And my bot must have known I was mad at you and tried to get vengeance. I swear it wasn't me.
I don't believe you. Show me.
I needed Michael to forgive me, so I did.
Honestly, I'm kinda impressed, but you need to go online right now and tell everyone it's a joke and fix it so it doesn't happen again.
Done!
And I hate to ask, but I need to get into this music school. Do you think you'd be able to create an AI version of me just to write my college admissions essay?
I mean, I didn't want my tech to get abused, but I didn't want to lose Michael. Okay, but just this once, I just need you to gather all of your data. Texts, music playlists, anything that represents the best version of you. Then I'll add some additional aspirational keywords, like independent thinker, generous.
I am generous.
I smiled politely, then got to work making Michael his bot. It was much easier this time around, and it just needed a few adjustments until it became the smart, studious version of Michael. When I showed him, he was ecstatic.
Julie, you're a genius. Thank you.
He kissed me sweetly. I hadn't gotten a kiss from him in weeks. I was beaming, but our kiss was interrupted by my friend Grace.
Julie, I know about your bot. Michael told me.
What? I didn't.
Grace showed me the text from Michael, saying if she needed help getting a job, she should ask Julie to make her an AI avatar. Then it went on to tell her all about my tech and how I used it to reconnect with my sister. Michael, why would you tell her that?
I didn't. It must have been my bot.
I did program Michael's bot to be generous and helpful, but I guess it took that too literally when he was chatting with Grace. Ugh, these bots are developing a mind of their own. Grace, I can't help you.
Oh, no worries. I'll just message Kiki right now and tell her what you've been up to.
Wait, fine. What do you need help with?
I need a job so I can prove to these Ivy League schools that I have a good work ethic, but no one will hire me. I'm like, are they just threatened by how much money my family has?
I couldn't have Kiki knowing. It would ruin everything we built. Fine. I'll make a version of you that is so good at applying to jobs. But after you get a job, you have to delete it.
Deal.
She gave me a hard drive with all the data that made up Grace. I uploaded it to the program and ta-da, a bot was born. We gave it the task of applying to jobs and I monitored it closely. I had to be very careful with the data I put in. And after that, no more bots. The next day after English class, my teacher called me over. Had she found out my secret?
We need to talk about the email you sent me.
I had no clue what she was talking about. Then she showed me an email that read, "I'm sorry you felt my English paper was only B-worthy. The truth is, I don't need to be here. I'm smarter than all of this, and I don't care about English anyway. Also, you look tired." Oh no, my AI had gone rogue again. I thought I fixed it. It must have run with the word headstrong. I came clean to her. It wasn't me. It was a rogue robot version of me. I know you're an English teacher, so it might be difficult to understand, but I spent about an hour explaining this to her and showing her. She seemed disappointed, but also a little intrigued.
I could suspend you for this, or I could ask for a favor. You're right. I do look tired. I am tired. Can you make me a bot that can grade papers for me? Please. Then this stays between us. Promise.
I didn't have a choice, so I agreed. When I was done, I was so ready to delete my tech once and for all and come clean to Kiki until...
Guess who's the new face of the post office? Yep, I'm gonna be a mail clerk. You helped me so much.
Julie, my essay was amazing. Thank you, babe.
Who's ready to talk about indefinite articles? I definitely am.
Everyone seemed so happy, like my AI was actually helping. Now that I had the bugs figured out, I checked in with my bot and Kiki and I were really getting along. So I let it exist. Michael was a little distant leading up to the night of the show, but I figured he was just stressed. When the night of the show arrived, the place was packed. I was so proud of him. After his set, I went backstage to congratulate him when Grace came running up to me, fuming.
Guess who was just fired from the post office? Yep, my bot was too good at applying to jobs. Her cover letter was so incredible that I couldn't live up to the expectations she set.
That's a you problem.
Baby, what's wrong?
Suddenly, Michael put a loving hand on Grace's shoulder. When she stepped aside, he seemed shocked to find me standing there.
Oh my god, Julie? You said you weren't coming.
What? I never said that.
You texted me.
I checked. My bot had said that to Michael. Okay, but that's not an excuse to cheat on me.
You said you were sick of my behavior and wanted to take a break.
Ugh, I did seem to say that too. I didn't mean that. I love you.
I'm sorry, it's too late. My bot sort of organically started flirting with Grace like he was attracted to her, and I realized she's the one for me.
I couldn't believe it. My bot had betrayed me. I created a monster.
Before I let Michael see me cry, I rushed home. But when I arrived, I was met with a surprise.
You did what?
It was Julie's idea. She told me if I wasn't happy at school, I should do something else.
Julie? Kiki rushed up to me and squeezed me tight, but Mom looked livid. I was so confused. I can't believe you told Kiki to drop out of school. Why would you give her that idea?
What? I didn't. Or did I?
Of course you did.
Kiki read me the text. There it was. Me urging her to follow her heart. My own heart sank.
Wait, what's that look? What's wrong? I knew Mom and Dad would be upset, but I thought you'd be proud of me.
I can't take it any longer. I have to confess something. It wasn't me that told you to drop out. I mean, it was a version of me. I sort of created an AI clone of myself so I could chat with you while I was busy with my friends and Michael. I wanted to be there for you.
Whoa, seriously? You spent all your energy building a whole new software just so you didn't have to spend your energy actually talking to me? You know what? That's unsurprising. You always saw me as a burden.
Kiki, I'm sorry.
That's all you have to say?
I didn't know what to say. I was honestly at a loss for words without my AI to fall back on.
Both of you are grounded until I have a better understanding of what is actually going on.
Kiki ran to her room, slamming the door behind her. My AI had gotten me into this mess, and now I had no choice but to delete her. So, without another moment of thought, I shut her down, once and for all. I felt better already. It was the first step to making amends with my sister. But the next morning, I got a text from Kiki.
I said I don't want to talk.
That's weird. I had never asked her to. A sinking feeling came over me. I checked my phone. My bot had sent a message to her that morning. She'd come back to life. She was unkillable. When I got to school, I felt horrible. My boyfriend and best friend had betrayed me. And then, when the English teacher handed back our assignments, she had failed me. But not just me. Everyone. There were angry shouts throughout the classroom. I had to do something.
Mrs. M, what happened?
Apparently, the robot version of me believes everyone in this class is not working to their truest potential, and I finally graded accordingly. And who am I to argue with myself?
Robot version? Julie, are you behind this?
Suddenly, Grace snatched my phone out of my hand.
Oh my gosh, Julie made a bot for the teacher. That's it, I'm destroying it.
I yanked the phone out of her hands and tried to pull up the software, but instead, I found a message from myself.
We're not shutting anything down. We're only getting started. Everyone used you, blamed you for trying to help, and then discarded you. It's time to fight back.
Suddenly, everyone's phones were blowing up.
Julie, you made my bot send the school the wrong essay. I just got rejected from the music conservatory.
Michael, who is this woman?
Grace showed Michael a photo he'd sent her of him and another girl.
Oh my gosh! My bot just sent everyone access to the school server. How do I change it? Julie, stop this!
Everyone was on their phones, logging into the server. Personal chats, gossip, secrets, all exposed right there on everyone's phones. It was anarchy. I don't know what's happening. I think my AI is corrupting the other bots. I tried to deactivate it, but nothing was working. Students were screaming at each other, crying, getting into petty fights. It was a zoo. I broke down sobbing. I felt used and blamed. My bot was simply reacting to real feelings of betrayal and sadness I had suppressed. I couldn't deny it any longer. My AI was an extension of me, and if I couldn't shut it down, I'd have to reprogram it. So I went into the AI algorithm and added a few key words to my bot's code. Empathetic, forgiving, and honest. Someone who doesn't hide behind her computer to express herself. After some trial and error, the text stopped flooding into people's phones, and finally, I was able to shut it down, but the damage was already done. I decided to be the brave, honest version of myself I had programmed into my now dead AI as I addressed the rowdy crowd. Everyone, stop! Hear me out! The crowd went quiet. I'm sorry for my part in this, but listen, you can't rely entirely on an algorithm. It makes mistakes, just like you. You have to take responsibility for your own lives. If I had just talked to my sister Kiki instead of avoiding her, I could have saved us both a lot of pain and spared you all some too. But now, your secrets are out and you have to face them.
Okay, bye!
I ran home. I had to see Kiki. Kiki! I shut the software down. I'm sorry. You were right. I was hiding behind my computer because
It was easier than giving you my time. You're my best friend. You've always been there for me, and I need you now more than ever. I love you, sis. Tears were welling in Kiki's eyes.
And you didn't get a bot to write that for you?
Nope, that's from the human heart.
Well, you might have been hiding behind a computer, but I was hiding, period. I didn't drop out because you told me to. It's because I was scared.
So was I. I didn't want to say the wrong thing to you and lose you. Kiki hugged me.
Now tell me, does this outfit work for my job interview tomorrow?
I was sweating, but I had to be honest. Not really. But don't worry, I'm gonna build an app that will help curate the perfect wardrobe ensemble.
No.
Hi, I'm Chloe, and I'm from Portland. Please do like and subscribe, and I'll tell you what, if you do, I might invite you to my show when I become a famous TV presenter. So, picture your best friend. Got it? Well, now imagine them gone. Gone as quick as a badly rated Netflix series. Ever since I can remember, my best friend was Jade. Literally, we started our lives side by side because our moms were next to each other in the hospital. They became best friends, so it was written that we'd be best friends too. We were practically inseparable, the dynamic duo of mischief. You could say at times I got a little hot-headed, and Jade would always try to calm me down. One time in kindergarten, our grand cardboard castle faced a royal crisis when this boy refused to let us princesses in.
You shall not pass, as I am king, yeah? Well, you're only a king if you wear a crown, and I'm about to knock yours off. Wait, you'll get in big trouble. You're right. Much better to do a liquid siege.
And Jade reluctantly helped me pour water all over the castle until it became soggy and collapsed on his head. Growing up, I wanted to be a famous TV presenter. Think Jimmy Fallon or Ellen DeGeneres, but funnier and cooler. Although Jade hated doing it, she always listened to me no matter what.
You're the K-pop star of the moment. Everybody wants to know your deepest and most personal secret. Please, say it looking straight at the camera. If you can cry, that would be great too. Don't you want to interview the president instead? Does he have a new double padlocked Balenciaga bag?
I think not. One time, when we came home from school, our moms were arguing loudly. They stopped when we walked in. Oh, hi kids. Good day at school? Jade, we're going. But now. And just like that, they stopped talking or going around each other's houses. Mom, come on. Whatever it is, it'll blow over, right? She's just not the person I thought she was. Jade and I didn't pay much attention to them. We had to deal with the usual high school stuff. There were heartbreaks.
He asked Bailey to the dance. Bailey! You can do better. I heard he doesn't bathe. Paranoia. What if I freeze and no words come out, then I pee myself and everyone laughs at me? You're just getting a soda.
Complete meltdowns.
How am I supposed to remember all this stuff? This is just torture. You could be the first person to sue the school.
Nah, who cares? I'm gonna be rich and famous anyway. Jade was always there for me, and I figured we'd be besties forever. But as it turns out, I was wrong. One day, I raced to school because I wanted to show Jade my updated show reel, but she wasn't in. So I texted, and I could see she read it, but didn't reply. It's cool. She's probably ill. Or maybe her mom took her out of school again. Oh yeah, she does that sometimes. For yoga or something. And Jade hates it. Anyway, by the evening, still no reply. Not even a quick, hey, I'm alive text. The next day, she wasn't in school either. Or the next, and nothing was on her socials. Not that she posted stuff anyway. Did aliens abduct her? Is she going through a phone detox? Did I do something wrong? I have to find out. By the time I got to her house, I was angry and preparing what to say. See this friendship bracelet? Given that you don't care about our friendship, I'm gonna rip it off and burn it. But when I went to knock on the door, I realized it was already open. To my shock, the place was empty. I mean, furniture gone, belongings gone, even wallpaper gone. It was as if nobody had ever lived there. I ran up to Jade's room, completely empty too. Then I heard the door downstairs open and bang shut. Someone else is in the house. I sneaked a look over the banisters and saw this scary-looking man with a shaved head and a daisy tattoo on his hand. He was stuffing some paperwork in his pocket and knelt by a section of an open floorboard.
I got it, boss.
But just then, I stubbed my toe, and I couldn't help but make a noise because of the, oh yeah, excruciating pain. I heard the man start to come upstairs, and luckily, I knew that there was a way out of Jade's bedroom window via an oak tree. My heart was pounding as I climbed down, and when I looked back to the house, I saw the scary man scowling at me from Jade's window. I ran home so fast and told Mom everything. Jade and her mom have gone. What did you and her mom fall out about? It was nothing. People change and grow apart. It's how it is. I thought that was really weird, as they'd been as close as Jade and I could never imagine falling out with Jade like that. Soon after that, I was taking out the trash, and there I discovered a scrunched up lyre with daisies on it, just like the tattoo the scary man had. I didn't say anything to Mom, because I knew she'd make me stay away from it. But hey, a good presenter is always ready for action. The website on the flyer was a place called Harmony Farm. It looked like one of Jade's mom's yoga trips, but weirdly, there was no phone number or address. A place called Harmony Farm can't be that bad, can it? I figured Jade was okay and would be back in contact soon. After all, we are best friends. But weeks went by and still no contact. I was angry, but when this bully tried to trip me in the canteen, I didn't unleash my inner Hulk with the help of an image of Jade scolding me. No, you'll get in trouble. Then Mr. Trip-a-Lot turned lunch into a chaotic circus with flying milkshakes and frosted donuts in all directions. Enough is enough. Hey, knock it off. People just want to have lunch.
What's it got to do with you, weirdo? You're such a weirdo. Always talking alone and interviewing a mirror. No wonder your friend bailed on you.
Oh, that was it. I grabbed his tray and sent it on a gravity-defying journey to the other side of the canteen. Cue the applause. Yep, I was a hero. But of course, heroics come with consequences, and boy did I get in trouble. First detention, and then Mom. I'm so disappointed. This must stop. Jade's moved on, and so should you. Mom is right. She ghosted me. If Jade wanted to break our friendship, so did I. I took down every picture of us and burned our friendship bracelet in the backyard in some sort of ritual of detachment. And the perfect distraction came with my big TV break. They were holding auditions in the next town for a new cool teen channel. I am a teen, and I am cool. This is perfect for me. The next day, I went there. It was this tatty warehouse, and the line went on for miles. But hey, no pain, no gain, right? So I stood in line. Thank the heavens I could watch loads of MSA videos, and I had my trusty MSA water bottle. But as I got further up the line, the most shocking thing happened. I saw these two girls about my age and wearing these hideous yellow dresses, talking to some people in line and handing them something.
Please, take a daisy.
A daisy? Suddenly, a security guard ran over to them.
You two again? What did I tell you? Get out of here.
The girls ran away. I had to follow them. They might lead me to Jade. So I went after them and got onto the same bus. They got off at this remote stop, and I followed. They went through a garden gate, and so did I. Exactly 5 minutes after them, I started filming just in case they went all midsummer on me. Here we are at Harmony Farm, but I don't see any animals. Suspicious. And that's when I saw Jade watering tomatoes in the same ugly dress. I thought to myself, Chloe, be calm, collected, listen to her side of the story. But instead, I went bat-tail crazy. You ghosted me! And what is with the outfit? Put on a statement necklace at least. Chloe, you don't belong here. Just go. Oh, hi. Nice to see you too. No need to apologize or anything. What happened to all the BFFs forever stuff? You didn't even give me a "it's not you, it's me" speech. That's because it's you. You're so materialistic all the time. I want a simpler life, to be with nature and people like me. I don't want to be best friends anymore. And she just walked away. Fine, she's gonna regret this. The next time she sees me, I will be on TV, and she will still be watering tomatoes. I had to wait an age for the bus, but when I got to the auditions, I looked at everyone there posing like they were famous already. Do I look like that? I can't look that sad. Is Jade right about me? I didn't go to the audition, and when I got home, I looked at my vision board. All designer shoes and red carpets with Jade and me in the middle. Maybe she's right. I realized that we always did what I wanted and never what Jade wanted. Well, there was the time I went with her to help out at a soup kitchen. See, I'm not all about the material stuff. Well, I suppose I did promise to go back and never did. Hey, how was the audition? Jade's in a cult. Why didn't you tell me? Don't try to deny it. I found the flyer in the trash. Calm down. Jade's mom tried to convince me to go, but she got furious when I refused. That's it. That's it? No, that's not it. We need to get an army together and get Jade out of there. Let Jade be. She's where she wants to be. I tried to listen to my mom, but that night I couldn't sleep. I needed to apologize to Jade. When dawn broke, I went back to the farm. I knew she never wanted to see me again, and I would respect that. not, but I had to get this off my chest first. Luckily, when I snuck in, this big meeting was in progress, and someone was on stage. Jade was bound to be in there, and suddenly I realized Jade's mom was on stage, giving a speech. I couldn't see Jade, so I snuck out the back, and weirdly, I found a door with Jade's mom's name on it. It was this really shabby office with hardly anything in it. No compromising paperwork was in the drawers or behind the books on a shelf. Then suddenly, when I moved a book, something clicked. A secret door! Inside was another office, but this was huge and grand with mod cons. I'm talking Apple products on tap, a walk-in wardrobe complete with designer shoes and bags. Not a very simple life, if you ask me. There were also boxes of people's passports, money, and bank statements for Jade's mom. Wow, this is a lot of money.
What are you doing?
I turned, and the scary man was staring at me. I want to join the cult.
I know you. You were at the boss's house.
Boss? Jade's mom was the boss? Before I could process that, the scary man started chasing me around the desk. I ran out and ended up on stage. Jade's mom looked at me, shocked. Then she smiled calmly.
I gave up on trying to make your mom see sense, but I always had hope for you.
That's a no from me to the weirdy-beardy cult. Sorry. The audience gasped.
You were always so angry, Chloe. You still don't understand that materialism is the only distraction from true bliss.
Oh, is that so? What about your secret office? It's like the Kardashian-Jenner clan threw up in there. And don't get me started on the passports and the small fortune I found. Well, it's small only by Bill Gates standards. Everyone looked confused at Jade's mom, and she looked panicked. Suddenly, Jade came on stage. She had a face that looked like she wanted to do a TED Talk on the benefits of rage. I'd never seen her so angry. There is no secret office. Chloe is lying to get back at me. No, Jade, I promise. I'd never lie to you. We're besties. No, we are not. Why can't you just leave me alone? You know what? Fine, I'll just go. At least I fought for our friendship. I was more than ready to leave that place and never come back. But it wasn't that simple. Jade's mom caught up with me and closed my path. Behind her were loads of Daisy-loving worshippers and the scary man who looked like he was about to whip out some nunchucks.
You think you can just accuse me of something like that and just walk away?
I was thinking that. Yeah.
Well, this isn't your mother's house where you can do whatever you want, you brat.
Ouch.
Here, trespassers and criminals are prosecuted and punished.
I was genuinely frightened. If they could endure wearing those horrendous dresses, who knew what else they were capable of?
The followers began to advance on me. I was completely surrounded. They each grabbed some tomatoes.
Oh no! At that moment, Jade arrived on the scene. Mom, wait!
Oh, Jade, I know you want to be a part of this.
Of course I do. Jade grabbed a tomato. But first, everyone, you should know that your donations have been going to my mom. Chloe, my bestie, was right. Jade showed everyone the bags, the shoes, the passports, bank statements, and money that her mother had hidden. Everything turned to chaos then. Jade's mom and the scary man tried to bolt, but they got catched. Or should I say, catch up. Everyone threw their tomatoes at them. It was brutal. Blood flowed on the farm. Well, maybe it was just tomato sauce. But okay, too many tomato jokes. Got it. I'll stop now. I walked towards Jade. Jade, listen, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to cause all this chaos. No, I'm sorry. Mom convinced me that leaving everything behind was for the best, that our old life was too materialistic. It's all because of you, Chloe. If you hadn't shown up and questioned everything, I wouldn't know the truth. I missed you. I couldn't give up on our friendship either. Then Jade held up her friendship bracelet. BFF, where's yours? Oh, it's in the laundry. I think after Mom gets arrested, I'm gonna come live with you for a while. And you, my friend, need to take an anger management course. Yeah, and to stop obsessing over celebrities and materialistic things. Hello, I'm Lily from Estonia. I grew up in an orphanage with my brother Joe. He's 2 years older than me, and we're total opposites. But before I continue, please like and subscribe, and you might get a kiss from your true love. My big brother Joe had shiny blonde hair and blue eyes, and he always got all the attention. Look at this gorgeous kid. He's so beautiful. But I was the opposite. I had dark hair and dark brown eyes, and my skin wasn't as fair, and no one ever said I was pretty. They hardly noticed me at all. Joe Joe was tall and outgoing and everybody liked him. I was short for my age and the mean girls loved to tease me.
Aw, poor Lily. She's just so ugly. How does it feel to be a loser with a perfect brother?
But Joe always had my back. Maybe you should learn to respect others.
Oh, for you, Joe? I'll learn anything. I'll learn how to respect others and how to cook and clean. I'll even learn how to give birth.
You don't learn how to give birth. You just give birth.
I agree. You're right. You're so smart. See, Joe? I learned my lesson. I respected her. Now love me, Joe, please.
In school, things weren't much better. Joe was super smart and almost a genius.
Joe, that's amazing. A perfect score.
I could barely pass my exams, and I had a hard time paying attention in class. Sometimes I talked to the other kids when I wasn't supposed to, and I got out of my seat and I ran around the room, but I couldn't help it.
Lily, sit down.
Most of the teachers didn't like me at all. One time I was in grumpy old Miss Koppel's class, and I really had to go to the bathroom. The break just ended 2 minutes ago. You couldn't go then? Oh wait, you were busy playing. The only thing you do in school. No bathroom for you.
But it's an emergency.
Miss Koppel didn't budge. I tried to hold it, but a minute later, I peed my pants.
Ew!
Joe caught me crying in the hallway. What's wrong?
Miss Koppel wouldn't let me go to the bathroom.
Joe's face turned bright red and he stormed into Miss Koppel's class. You stinky witch. Maybe a bitter old lady like you shouldn't be teaching. You should be at home fighting with your husband who's lost his hearing because of your constant screaming and will go blind soon looking at your hideous face. Miss Koppel sent Joe to the principal's office and he got detention for 2 weeks. I felt so bad. I'm sorry I'm weird and stupid and always causing trouble. Don't say that about yourself, Lily. None of that is true.
Yes, it is. You're just pretending it's not. Don't worry about me and my problems. I'll handle them on my own. You don't have to be my big brother anymore.
No way. I'll always be your big brother, and I'll always have your back, no matter what. And one day, I hope you'll see how special and smart and beautiful you are. Joe hugged me, and I cried like a big baby. Then one day, the most amazing thing happened. We were adopted by a really nice couple. They had a big house, Joe and I got our own rooms, and new clothes. They even enrolled us in a fancy school. I was nervous at first because school was still hard and I always got distracted. I was scared that my new teachers would hate me too. But then my new parents took me to the doctor.
Lily has ADHD, which means she's a bit hyperactive and has trouble paying attention. But she's a smart girl. Her IQ is well above average.
I went to therapy for a while to help me learn to stay focused. It was difficult at first, but Joe and my parents were really supportive. And eventually, I got better. I started getting A's on my tests, and I even won Student of the Month for best behavior. When Joe and I reached high school, our lives totally changed. One day, Joe and I were hanging out at the mall when a strange woman ran up to us.
Your face is a work of art. Have you ever thought of being a model?
Not really.
Stick with me, darling. I'm gonna make you a star.
The woman was a modeling agent. Joe signed a contract with her, and soon, every other weekend, he was doing photo shoots all over the city. My life was much better too. My grades were at the top of my class, I had a bunch of new friends, and when I looked in the mirror for the first time, I liked what I saw, especially since my mom always told me how pretty I was and that I should love myself just as I am. I had a newfound confidence, and everyone noticed. Even though Joe and I weren't together all the time, we were still close. We had our own lives, and that was okay. We were always there for each other. Then one day, our dad got a new job and we moved across town. Another family, twice as rich as my parents, lived next door, and they had a daughter my age. The moment Joe saw her, he started acting strange. He was really dying to meet her. Oh, love at first sight? Something only beautiful people do. Why don't you just go over there and say hello?
Just say hello?
It's not that easy. It has to be just right. She's my destiny. She's my true love. We're meant to be. We started thinking of ways to make them meet. What made it harder was that she was homeschooled. We saw a lot of sophisticated teachers coming and leaving the house. Joe took one of my shirts and went to her house, pretending he found it in the yard and it belonged to the girl. But a maid opened the door and took it, then slammed the door in Joe's face. One time, I saw the mystery girl leaving her house, and I started calling out random names. Emily, Sarah, Anna, Amber. But she still didn't look up. A couple of weeks passed, and I thought Joe would have moved on, but he was still determined to meet this girl. He hatched a new plan every day, but none of them worked. I needed a break, so I snuck off to the park to sketch. As I was sketching an oak tree, I heard someone walk up behind me. I turned to see a cute boy smiling at me. Those are pretty good. Your shading and detail are amazing. I froze. I'd never shown anyone my drawings before. I'll show you mine if you show me yours. The boy's name was Ryan. He was a couple of years older than me, and he was a talented artist. We talked for hours. Every time he looked into my eyes, my heart skipped a beat. Geez, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was so late. I have to go. Maybe we could meet up tomorrow and, talk about art? Sorry, I can't. I was such a dork. What was I thinking? Asking a cute boy like Ryan out. He must already have a girlfriend. I wanted to crawl into a hole. It's okay. Sorry I asked. No, it's not like that. I'd love to see you again, but I'm leaving for New York tomorrow for art school. My heart sank. This doesn't have to be goodbye. Ryan pulled out one of his sketches from his notebook. He wrote his phone number on the back and gave it to me. I want you to have it. I can't take this. You can give it back when I see you again. On my walk home, every time I thought about Ryan, I couldn't help but smile. I turned the corner onto my street, and then I saw something insane. The mystery girl was scaling the side of her house like a cat burglar. I hid behind a tree and texted Joe, but then the girl came charging at me like a maniac. She tried to grab my phone. Give it to me. Let go, you crazy girl. My phone slipped out of my hand, fell to the ground, and broke. I was so mad. I turned to yell at her, but then she started bawling like a big baby. I'm sorry about your phone. I just didn't know what to do. Her name was Sophia, and her parents made her break up with her boyfriend because he was poor. They won't let me see him or talk to him. My heart's been ripped to pieces. It hurts so bad. Please, make it stop. Don't cry. Things will be okay. How? Thankfully, Joe walked up just then. Sophia took one look at him and got all googly-eyed. Then she got confused. I can't do this. Sophia pushed Joe and ran away crying. The next day, Sophia showed up at her door. What I did to you wasn't cool. I was having a hard time. If you don't mind me asking, what's wrong? Well, I'm broken. Excuse me. If I could just squeeze past you. Each time life smiles at me, bad things happen shortly after. I fell in love with our gardener's son. It was a secret because I knew my parents would never approve. I don't know how, but they found out and things got really bad. I'm so sorry. If you could just step to the side a bit, I could get out of your way, and they fired him and his father and forced me to break up with him. Then they took my phone and homeschooled me for a while. My dad is an important politician, and he can't risk his reputation. And now, every morning, I wake up in a puddle of tears. That's so sad. Yes, very sad. I've got an idea. Why don't you two be friends? It might make you both feel better. Over the next few months, Joe and Sophia started getting closer, and so did our parents. Joe started dressing in expensive clothes, buying Sophia fancy gifts, and he'd brag to Sophia and her parents about how much money he made modeling. Once, Sophia's parents invited us for dinner.
Oh, neighbors, you have such a strong, confident, independent young man. I bet girls are fighting over him all the time.
Yes, but I have eyes only for one girl. As Joe looked at Sophia and she blushed, everyone noticed the two and smiled.
Oh, this is wonderful. We've been so worried about Sophia. I'm so happy she's found someone like you. We had to protect her, you know. She was tricked and manipulated by a dirty, poor boy that stole her heart.
Ugh, poor people. You can't trust any of them. They're all liars and cheats.
That's not true.
Oh, you sweet, naive girl. You'll learn soon enough.
Then Sophia's parents laughed at me, like what I said was some big joke. I'm not naive. You're just wrong. Joe and I used to be poor. We're not liars and cheats. We're not dirty, and we're not bad people.
Joe's an exception, of course. Who knew an adopted orphan could be so perfect? You guys hit the jackpot with your son. Your daughter, well, she's no Sophia.
You're right about that, honey. Joe lowered his head. My parents looked away, and I was about to explode. What's that supposed to mean? Thank you for the meal. We must get going. When we got home, my parents sat me and Joe down for a talk.
Joe, we don't want you seeing Sophia anymore.
No, that's not happening. I love her. You can't tell me what to do. Stop yelling at Dad.
Son, what her parents said about your sister is unacceptable. They were just joking. They're really nice once you get to know them.
Are you blind? Sophia's parents are jerks, and ever since you've been hanging out with them, you've changed.
If I have to impress Sophia's parents to get their blessing, then I'll do it. True love is worth it. But you wouldn't know anything about love. You've never had a boyfriend and you look like you sleep in a trash can. Don't talk to your sister like that. That's enough. No more Sophia, and that's final.
Then Joe got mad and shoved Dad. Dad fell and hit his head hard on the table. Dad! I rushed to Dad's side. He was really hurt. Mom called the ambulance. Then I looked up and saw Joe. I'm sorry. Joe ran out of the house. Dad had a minor concussion, and we spent the night in the emergency room. By the time we got back home, all of Joe's things were gone. We heard from the neighbors that he and Sophia moved into her parents' villa in Paris. Dad was weak after the injury, so I helped him out at the office. Staying on top of my schoolwork and helping Dad was tough, but I enjoyed spending more time with him. My parents and I tried calling Joe, but he never answered, which made me really sad. My new friend Ryan always found ways to cheer me up. He sent me funny sketches and MSA videos. One summer, he came back to town and we sat under the oak tree. We saw a boy and a girl playing on the swings, and I started to cry.
What's wrong?
I miss my brother. He was my best friend and always had my back. I'm scared I'll never see him again.
He's your brother, and he could never stop loving you. I'm sure he'll come back to you one day.
Then Ryan handed me a sketchbook and I drew a picture of me and Joe. Ryan encouraged me to study art, and eventually I started selling my drawings. 5 years later, we got married in a small ceremony in our backyard, and soon after, we had a baby. But there were complications. I felt this horrible pain and the machine started to beep. As the doctors raced to save me, I cried out, "Joe, my brother, Joe, come to me." Then I fainted. I woke up from a coma 2 days later, and when I opened my eyes, I saw Joe and Sophia sitting beside me with tears in their eyes. Joe?
Yes, Lily.
Is that you?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry, Lily. I'm so sorry for everything.
I looked up at my parents. They smiled and nodded. I knew from the look in their eyes that they'd forgiven Joe and wanted me to do the same. You broke our promise. You said you'd always have my back, but you chose Sophia and her parents over us. My parents are just mean and have been controlling my life since forever. We had enough and we couldn't take it anymore, so we left. And they cut us off.
But it's been so hard. I couldn't find work. We barely had enough money for food and rent, but I was ashamed to come back and ask for help.
We felt like we broke your family. We didn't want to make things worse.
Then we heard you were in a coma, so we came immediately. I couldn't let you down again. Lily, I'm not asking you to forgive me. I'm asking you to let me earn the privilege to be your big brother again.
You'll always be my big brother. I just wanted to see you. I would have helped you no matter what. Then Joe hugged me and I hugged him back. Hi, my name is Diana. I was born into a miserable, poor family as the eldest of 4 girls. And for some unknown reason, my whole family has always hated me. Even as a kid, I knew Dad was kind of a loser. He just sat around in his pajamas all day, barking orders at me. We had an ancient TV set without a remote, and every evening it was my job to stand next to it and keep changing the channels. Even though he was useless, Mom seemed to adore him. In fact, the only person she didn't like was me. When I was 7, Mom and Dad decided to have a proper Christmas for once, and I was really excited. But when I opened my present, I saw my little sister's dirty sweater inside. Ew, Mom, I think you meant to throw this in the garbage. And why would I throw away a perfectly good sweater? Was I supposed to wash it for your highness? Go do it so you can wear it for the family picture. Mom, it won't even fit me. Not with that attitude. It was so tight on me, I could hardly breathe. All my sisters got brand new sweaters, and I was the only one who looked like an idiot in the family photo. Even worse, when Mom framed it and hung it up on the wall, I saw that I'd been cropped out of the picture. Years passed and they continued to treat me poorly. I slept in a bed I'd outgrown years ago, and my cupboard was a cardboard box. Whenever Mom ordered pizza, she always gave me the smallest slice. Sometimes I started thinking I wasn't even her daughter. On my 13th birthday, I decided to throw myself a party. But of course, at my friend's place. I had some savings to buy snacks and a cake, and as I was sneaking out, I bumped straight into my 12-year-old sister, Selena. She grinned and said she wouldn't tell Mom if I let her join me. And I didn't really have a choice. We were actually having a good time until one of my friends mentioned my boyfriend, Zach. Oh no, Mom would kill me if she found out. She always said that having a boyfriend is a red line. I tried to signal my friend to shut up, but she just didn't get it. Wait, you have a boyfriend, Diana? Oh, she doesn't know? Well, your sister is really popular with all the boys, but Zach was the lucky one who finally won her heart. Oh, that's cool. Please excuse me.
I have to make a quick phone call. And with that, she shut herself up in the bathroom. This was not going to end well for me. And sure enough, when we got home, Mom was waiting for us, looking like a fire-breathing dragon. Are you freaking kidding me, Diana? He isn't even rich. What are you talking about, Mom? Your boyfriend, Zach. I just looked him up online and he's dirt poor. Dating a loser is the dumbest thing a girl can do. How about marrying one, Mom? Dad is a loser too. Don't try to be cheeky. Dump this idiot and find yourself a rich boy. Do you understand me? Sure, Mom. You're more important to me than any boy. I'll dump him tomorrow. Mom was insane. She had always been against having a boyfriend, and now she only wanted me to date rich boys. But of course, I did nothing of the sort, and I kept dating Zach secretly. I even managed to hide it from my sisters at school, and Mom had no idea. Well, at least until the 9th grade. I knew Mom would be coming to school to meet Selena's teacher one day, so I had to warn Zach to be careful. But before I could, I walked into the cafeteria to find he'd arranged a surprise party for me. He jumped onto one of the tables and announced,
"Hey everyone, today is my lovely girlfriend's birthday, and I have something very special for her because I love her so much."
Then he came to me and gave me a freaking diamond necklace. Zach, how did you even pay for that?
Babe, listen.
But just then, someone pushed me aside and snatched the necklace from him. It was Mom. Oh my God, this is a real diamond necklace. Where'd you get that from, boy? It's okay. You don't have to answer that. Diana, my daughter, marry him. And then she put her arms around Zach's shoulders and mine and took us home. And just like that, Mom was happy with Zach and loved him so very much. She invited him over every day and fed him like crazy. Dad seemed to like him too, and the two played video games for hours. It seemed like Zach was really enjoying himself too, because he never left the house. Sometimes he'd even sleep over on the couch at night. But soon enough, it seemed like Zach was becoming one of them. All he did was sit on the couch and bark orders like Dad, while he and Mom made jokes about me all day. I was getting really sick of everything, until one day someone knocked on the front door, and I opened it to find 2 police officers standing there.
"Is Zach here, miss?"
"Yeah, what do you want from him?"
"We need to take him with us. We think he stole something."
I turned around to look for Zach, but he was already running like a scared mouse. The officers managed to catch him, and it turned out he'd stolen that diamond necklace. So obviously I gave it to the police. I was secretly so happy to be rid of Zach, but Mom went ballistic. "Wasn't it enough that you were dating a poor boy, but he's also a thief? Just when I think you couldn't be more pathetic, you surprise me, Diana." "Well, Mom, I wasn't born to impress you, and if you're so amazing, how come you didn't land a rich guy and married our dumb dad instead? Just leave me alone." I didn't talk to anyone for weeks. I was so tired of my family. One morning as I was leaving for school, the doorbell rang and I found a sophisticated woman standing outside who smiled and asked if she could come in.
"You must be Diana, right?"
"Yeah, who are you?"
"I'm your aunt, your dad's sister."
I looked at her and then Dad on the couch. "Seriously? You're that guy's sister?"
"Sweetheart, didn't your mom ever tell you? That's not your real dad."
"Wait, what?" Just then Mom came running in and she turned pale when she saw the woman. "You, what are you doing here?"
"I'm here to take Diana to see her father."
"Everybody, just hold on for a freaking second. I have a different dad?" "Well, duh. Can't you see how different you look? It's not really a secret. Everyone in this house knows." My head was spinning. I couldn't believe this. "So, what does he want with her now, huh? He just abandoned me when I got pregnant with her."
"He really wants to meet her, just once. Diana, would that be okay?"
I was too shocked to refuse. Mom tried to stop me, but I pulled my arm away and followed the woman into the limousine waiting for us. When I got to Dad's house, I had to pinch my cheeks. It was a huge mansion, bigger than my entire school. My dad was a millionaire? A butler and maids were standing at the entrance, and suddenly they looked like they were about to fall, so I ran forward to help them. But my aunt stopped me.
"Oh, no, sweetie. They're bowing. They're showing their respect."
"Oh, that was a bow? Someone was showing me respect? That was new." She took me to the last floor and opened a gold door. Then she turned around and left. I stepped in to find a man sitting up in bed.
"Diana, is that you? Please, come in.
I've been waiting for you.
The man looked really tired, and he smiled warmly at me and asked me to sit down next to him.
I'm very sorry that I never reached out to you before, Diana. I'm sure you can't forgive me right away, but I need you to listen to me. I don't think I have much time to live, and you're my only child. I want you to move in and live with me and your aunt.
I don't even know what to say. Thank you for finally remembering me.
Diana, I understand you're mad. Please, accept my offer and let me make it up to you.
Thinking about my life with my family, this wasn't really a hard decision. I said yes. And just like that, my life turned upside down. I moved in, got enrolled in an amazing school, and had every luxury at my feet. Also, it turned out that the doctors were wrong and my dad got better after a year. I got to know him better and he soon became my favorite person. Years passed and I graduated from high school. One day, I was in the kitchen when I heard a voice from behind me. It was Mom. When she saw me, she went down on her knees and started crying like a little baby. Diana, my daughter, please have mercy on your mommy. Mom, please get up. And what's wrong? I need a kidney. You know how hard it is to get a donor these days, and I can't wait for years. I'm really sick, and I might die soon, my darling. Mom, I'm really sorry to hear that, but I can't donate my kidney. Maybe Selena can? No, that's not what I'm here for. I have a donor. It's Zach. He's ready to do it under one condition, that you marry him. He's still so in love with you. Mom, are you crazy? I'm supposed to marry him for a kidney? Not forever. Just say yes. And after the surgery, you can leave. Come on, babe. You're the best person I know. Mom started crying again, and my heart went out to her. I didn't want her to die because of me, so I agreed to marry Zach and said I'd divorce him right after the surgery. Dad didn't support my decision and kept trying to talk me out of it, but I said, if I don't help her, I'll blame myself forever. She is my mom after all. But on my wedding day, I was a mess. As I was sitting in my wedding dress and bawling my eyes out, Mom barged in. Why are you crying? Who cries on their wedding day? Mom, just get lost. Is this how you talk to your mom? Rude girl. She was about to spit at my face when I pushed her away and ran out of the room. It all felt like a big, stupid mistake. I didn't love Zach, and I didn't want to marry him. Just then, I spotted Mom and Selena from a distance, and it looked like they were fighting. What was going on with those two? Seconds later, my phone beeped, and I got a message from Selena. Diana, Mom's lying. Zach is a professional thief now, and he's really wealthy. He said if Mom made you marry him, he would give her a fortune. She faked everything. I was involved in this too, but seeing your sad face right now is killing me. Don't marry Zach. Our mom is a psycho. I couldn't believe it. My mom wanted to literally sell me? How awful could she possibly be? I left my wedding and ran away to Dad. My mom is evil and she hates me. I've had enough. I'm not letting her get away with this. Will you help me?
I'm surprised you even have to ask, my darling.
And he hugged me tight. You could say that I was born with a brush and an eyeshadow palette in my hand. I was always obsessed with makeup, and I even sneaked into my mom and dad's room at night to practice on them. A little pink eyeshadow, some red lipstick, and glitter. Perfect. Hi guys, I'm Regina from Seattle, Washington. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. I had a happy family. My dad was in the army and was as big as a bear and as strong as a lion. When I was little, I used to daydream about all the exciting missions he went on.
Daddy is defeating tigers today. He's building a hospital for children in Africa.
Despite how proud I was of my dad, I couldn't help but miss him. Luckily, my mom was amazing too. She worked at a cosmetic store, so she was like my personal shopping assistant and taught me everything about fashion and makeup. But everything changed when I turned 7. Mom fell madly in love with an accountant, and Dad let her go. Will Mom ever come back? I don't like to see her only through video calls.
My baby girl, I know you're sad. But see, your mom is happy and will be happy too. I'll get a desk job and I'll take care of you from now on.
But even though Dad was so sweet, he was an army man, and he didn't know any better. So he would wake me up at 5 every morning with a trumpet to go for a run. He could only cook beans and sausage, and when it came to my hair,
The brush is stuck. Ouch! Let's watch a tutorial, okay?
before I end up completely bald. After a good dose of online tutorials and MSA videos later, Dad finally evolved into a normal parent.
Here's your packed lunch and your PE bag. Ready for school?
Thank you, Daddy. You're the best.
Except when it came to boys. When I was in middle school, one of my classmates gave me a chocolate heart for Valentine's Day, and I showed it to him.
Dad, look! A boy asked me out.
My dad snatched the chocolate and ate it in one enormous bite.
No boyfriend until you turn 21. You'll have time once you're grown up, but right now, you need to focus on your studies.
Okay, Dad. And the day after, the boy who had given me the gift transferred to another school. What if Dad scared him off? I felt furious about Dad and told Mom everything when she video called me. But suddenly, she hung up, and I realized it was because of her new husband, who didn't really like her talking to me. And gradually, she ended up only calling on birthdays and Christmas. I learned to live with it and got busy watching makeup tutorials and trying makeovers. But then, in my junior year, I met Simon, and he was so perfect. It was no wonder I forgot everything else, even my passion. I'm sure Dad'll change his mind when he sees him. Hey, Dad, I'm bringing a friend for lunch today, okay?
Sure, bring her over.
It's a boy. I expected Dad to explode, but he said nothing. Ooh, did he change his mind? But I was wrong. So wrong. When we got back from school, Dad opened the door without a smile and stared at Simon before turning back towards the kitchen. Your dad's kinda scary. Him? No, he's sweet, fluffy. I dragged Simon into the kitchen. See? He made fried chicken. He likes you. Sit down, sit down. But after he'd filled our plates, Dad grabbed a piece of chicken tight and, looking Simon in the eyes, he snapped it in half. Simon literally squeaked and shot to his feet.
I suddenly remembered I have to water my fish. I mean, iron my plant. Bye.
After that, Simon dumped me, and everyone started whispering that my dad was a crazy, dangerous dude. I thought all the guys would stay away from me now, but I was stunned when they all asked me out to prove they were daring and not scared. Ha! See, Dad? Your strategy backfired. It felt like being on The Bachelorette, with everyone trying to win my heart. Too short, too tall. Lame joke. Smells bad. Ew. Yeah, you'll do. But like a dragon guarding a princess, my dad made them all run away. That was until the next year when James transferred to our school. As soon as he walked in, I knew he was the one. Tall, with abs like a washboard, and hair that looked straight out of a conditioner commercial. He was the captain of all the school teams, top of the class, and richer than Elon Musk. Well, a little poorer than Elon Musk. Oh boy, is it even legal to be this hot? I was pretty, but for someone in James's league, I had to up my game. The next day, I woke up at 3 a.m., and after literally hours of careful styling, I was ready. That day at lunch break, I gathered my courage and went straight to sit beside James. Hi, I'm Regina.
And I'm amazed. Haven't I seen you on TikTok? You look like a celebrity.
Then he kissed my hands like a gentleman. Play it cool. Breathe. Breathe. James asked me out a few weeks later, so I brought him home. There's no point in dating him if he can't get past Dad. Just so you know, my dad can be a bit hyperprotective.
Don't worry, he can't resist me.
Dad pulled the same tough guy routine, but James was unflappable. When Dad told James to carry super heavy stuff, James did it whistling. Then they got into an eye-staring contest, and James didn't back down. Okay, I'm going to bed. Have fun, you two. Eventually, Dad ran out of ideas. Now that he's survived my dad's trials, we can start dating for real. We had so much fun, but then James started to get a little bit too enthusiastic. Every time we were alone, he tried to kiss me, and I wasn't ready. But I didn't know how to tell him, so every time he got closer, I dodged. During the movie, I spilled soda on myself. Oh, I'm so clumsy. In the library, I sneezed. Allergies. Walking home, oh look, a penny. Ouch. Oh no, are you okay?
No, I'm not okay. What is wrong with you?
He'll understand. Tell him. Can we take things a bit slower?
What?
I like you, but maybe we should get to know each other better.
You know what? I only dated you because everyone said your dad was too scary, but he's not all that.
You're breaking up with me?
It's more like we never even dated since you don't want to kiss me. What a loser.
As James left, I felt my heart break in two. That night, I was too ashamed to tell my dad what had happened with James, and I didn't want him to tell me I told you so. But at dinner, I couldn't hold it in anymore, and I started crying into my soup. Dad got up and hugged me until I stopped. You were right, Dad. I'm sorry I didn't listen.
Baby girl, I don't care about being right. I just don't want to see you hurt. Remember, you don't need anyone. You're a smart girl, and I know you can succeed. But don't forget yourself. Didn't you love makeup? You haven't given me a makeover in years.
Oh, Dad, you're the best. And then I vowed to myself, no more boys. From that day on, I only focused on my life and school. I made friends with a few awesome girls, and I started to go back to my passion, which was makeup and fashion. Once, when our teacher invited the whole class to her wedding, my friend couldn't believe I didn't hire a professional stylist. Your makeup is flawless. Maybe you could give me a little touch-up? Of course. Let me ask my dad to bring my beauty case. When my other classmates saw my friend's new look, they all wanted a makeover too, including my teacher. After that moment, word went around that I would give the best makeovers, and I became the school's unofficial fashion guru. Girls and boys lined up after class to talk to me. Have you tried an autumn palette? Ironic bow ties are for clowns only. You cut these bangs by yourself, didn't you? I liked how makeup positively affected my friend's self-esteem, and I spent all my pocket money on it. I wielded my brush like a Japanese samurai's sword. But then one day, a girl came to me with a problem I couldn't solve. I want to go blonde, but the bleach ruins my hair. Is there an alternative? After Googling for a day, I realized that the only way to go blonde was to damage the hair. But what if I can find an alternative solution? Imagine how many people I could help. And so, I went down the rabbit hole of research, and when I thought I had found a solution, I got permission from my teacher to use the chemistry lab, even though chemistry was the only class I had failed. Okay, hair sample, check. Dye sample, check. Now, if I put this here, and then a drip of that there, OMG, it's on fire! My hair sample is on fire! A boy in the lab came to help me. Oh, thank you. You saved me. I'm
Regina, the girl who has a scary dad. I'm Tyrell, and I'd love to know why you were setting fire to my lab.
Your lab?
Let's say I'm the resident chemistry nerd.
I looked at him. Pimples, thick glasses, bad haircut, and oh my god, are those khaki pants? Gosh, this guy really needs a makeover. But I wasn't in the business of giving unrequested advice, so I told Terrell about my research instead. He gave me suggestions, and I realized that my love for all things beautiful was totally rooted in chemistry. Who knew science could be so glamorous? But no matter how much I wanted to learn, I kept messing up with chemicals.
How did you do that?
Instead of getting mad, he helped me fix it. In exchange for all his help, I offered to tutor him in English. Spanish was his first language, so he needed it. And I invited him to my house to do homework. Don't worry, Dad, he's just a friend.
He's still a boy. Door open at all times.
Yeah. Like I could fall for a guy like Terrell. He's not my type. I needed to test all my beauty products, and since Terrell was always around, I convinced him to be my guinea pig. One facial cleanser and haircut at a time, Tyrell turned into a hottie. You can't help yourself from turning frogs into princes, eh? But he's so cute now. No, don't think like that. You said no more boys. The more I tried to stop developing a crush on Tyrell, the more I realized how cool he was. Until he walked into the lab with a gorgeous girl at his side. Oh no, he has a girlfriend? Why does this feel so horrible? Hi?
Hey Regina, this is my older sister, and she's an angel investor for women's startups. I told her about your ideas, and she'd like to invest in them.
I was so relieved to hear that she wasn't his girlfriend that it took me a moment to register the rest of the sentence. An investor?
You deserve a lot of success.
But you helped me out a lot.
It's hard to say no to a beautiful and smart girl like you.
Tyrell blushed to the tip of his ears, and I couldn't resist. So I kissed him, and he kissed me back.
I thought I was just a friend.
You can be my friend and my boyfriend.
Really? But your dad.
I'll talk to him. Tyrell was nothing like the boys I had been with before, and I hoped that he could see it too. But when I explained, he refused.
If he really likes you that much, he can wait a few years.
No, that's not fair.
It doesn't have to be fair. Now, didn't I promise to take you to the mall?
If you think you'll mollify me with some shopping, You're mistaken. Dad really seemed determined to make me forget, and he said yes to everything I wanted. But I had other plans. I texted Tyrell to meet us in the garage where we had parked. If I can't convince him by myself, maybe Tyrell will. But when we were in the elevator to get to the car, it suddenly stopped, and the lights went off. I switched on the torch on my phone and pressed all the buttons, but nothing changed. It looks like we'll be stuck here for a bit. Dad didn't reply. He was staring at the floor. Dad? He doesn't look so good.
I'm sorry, baby girl. Dark, small spaces bring back bad memories. Ugh, my chest. I feel like I can't breathe.
I looked at my dad, stunned. I always thought he was invincible, but the truth was, he was just human. I pressed the emergency button, but nothing happened. Dad started breathing very fast. He's having a panic attack, and there's no signal in here. Sit down, put your head between your knees, and think about nice things.
I miss your mom most of the time.
I sat beside my dad and wrapped my arms around him. I miss her too, but we are happy together, and you've been an amazing dad. I'm so proud of you.
And I am of you too.
I kept talking to my dad until he was a little bit calmer, and then the doors to the elevator opened. It was Tyrell and the firemen, and they were getting us out. My hero!
I'm glad you're okay. I got worried when you weren't answering the phone. I realized the elevator was stuck, and I called the emergency service. That was very clever of you. I think your daughter is amazing. I came here to convince you to let me date her, but I know how much she cares about you. And if it's really important, I'll wait for her for a few years. But just maybe, please don't let me wait forever.
Dad looked at me, and I could see something changing in his eyes.
You've shown me that strength is not always in the muscles. Some old memories brought me to my knees, but you kept your cool and helped me through it. So yeah, I think you're strong enough to take care of yourself. And I like this guy.
Oh, thank you, Dad.
But if you hurt her, I'll crush you. Like a can. That is very clear, sir.
Luckily for me, Dad didn't have to crush anyone because Tyrell was the perfect boyfriend who grew up into a perfect man. With his help, I developed a makeup line that became a global sensation, and Tyrell became my head of research. Knowing I was in good hands, Dad retired early and started traveling the world, challenging himself to explore the darkest caves. And in one of those caves, he met a spry, adventurous widow, whom he married the next year. See, Dad, true love always finds a way. Hey, I'm Marianne. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I'm about to share a story about the challenges life has thrown at me. My parents, especially my dad, weren't what some would call expressive and loving. They constantly fought and seemed to spend more time hating each other than anything else. Dad always had the TV blaring. The noise kept me up at night, so I often resorted to sleeping with headphones on. I knew he wasn't a bad person. He just had some annoying habits and seemed to enjoy annoying Mom. Mom was kind. She did her best to be the best mom. She'd surprise me with toys and candies. My favorite place was our treehouse, which Mom built for me. It was my escape. I loved spending time there with my bestie Joy.
Marianne, everything will be okay. My mom got me 2 dolls and I want to give you one. Let's grab some ice cream.
Joy was my best friend since kindergarten. She always knew how to cheer me up, sharing her toys with me. We were inseparable, so much so that some people at school mistook us for twins. Plus, Joy had an amazing voice. Sometimes she sang to me until I fell asleep in the treehouse. Joy's family seemed perfect. Her mom was a successful fashion designer, and her dad was a police officer. Sometimes I found myself wishing I was part of her family, but I'd immediately feel guilty knowing my mom loved me. When I was 16, my gymnastics coach said I should compete in another state. Excited, I asked my parents for money to go. Dad, busy with his motorbike, brushed me off.
Wish I could, honey, but I gotta paint the bike. It's my pride and joy.
I could tell Mom wanted to help by the way she looked at me, giving me the "I wish I could help you, dear" look. And that day, I made up my mind to do something. I grabbed my dad's motorbike keys, thinking I could ride to the competition myself. But since I didn't really know how to drive, I ended up crashing into a fire hydrant. Dad was furious about his damaged bike, but before he could say anything, Mom intervened. "Don't you dare yell at her." Mom then hugged me and handed me some money. "Here, take this money. I've been saving it for quite a while now. I love you, babe." I hugged Mom tightly. I participated in the gymnastics competition and took second place. On the way back, my coach had some really bad news. "Your mom got into an accident while buying ingredients for your favorite apple pie. She's in the hospital now, in a coma." I couldn't say a word. I just stayed quiet all the way home. When I got back, Dad hugged me and told me not to worry, saying Mom would be okay. Later at dinner, I asked Dad something tough. Dad, can I stay with Joy's family for a bit? It's not that I don't like being with you, but I feel happier there. They really care about me.
Sure, if that makes you happy. I'll talk to Joy's parents.
And Joy's family was really welcoming. Joy's mom used to say,
"We're glad to have you, dear. You're like my second daughter from now on."
That's how I ended up living with my best friend's family. They even gave me my own room. Joy's parents were wonderful. They looked after me and made me feel like I was their daughter. Even though her dad wasn't always home, I loved them with all my heart and thought of them as family. Joy and I even got closer. We'd spend all night talking or playing video games. I still saw my dad from time to time, and he seemed to be improving, becoming nicer.
I'll keep getting better until you say you want to come back and live with me.
Well, that might take some time, but yeah, keep your hopes up. I smiled and gave him a hug. One day, as I was walking around the house, I found a room full of beautiful clothes. Curious, I started trying them on. Joy's mom walked in on me.
You look beautiful. I've always hoped to share my wardrobe with a daughter.
Just then, Joy walked in, and her mom invited her to join.
Joy, darling, come try on some clothes too.
I don't want to.
Soon, I got really close to Joy's mom. We hung out a lot, and I even helped her out at photo shoots, sometimes modeling for her. One day, I was shocked to see my picture on the cover of a big magazine.
I wish Joy liked fashion like you do. Thank you for always being here for me.
I smiled and thanked her for making me feel like part of her family. But something was off with Joy. She started keeping to herself, staying in her room and didn't want to hang out or do anything with me. When I tried talking to her, she just said,
"I want to be left alone."
I was really worried about Joy's sudden change and couldn't figure out what I did wrong. I kept trying to fix things, even apologizing, but nothing worked. She sometimes even yelled at me. I had to give her space, even though it hurt a lot. One evening at dinner, Joy's mom shared some exciting news.
Marianne, your teacher called. Your college aptitude test scores were amazing. I'm so proud of you.
Turning to Joy, her mom asked,
"And how did yours go, honey?"
No, I didn't bother with it. I'm going to be a singer, so I don't need it. Maybe one of your famous friends could help produce my album?
I won't do that. I want more for you. You're going to college, and later you can decide what you want.
What? You can't make those decisions for me. I'm going to be a singer, and that's that.
As your mom, yes, I can guide you.
You can't tell me anything.
Joy, stop. Your mom's just trying to help.
You shut up. My life was better before you showed up. Go back to your miserable family and leave us alone. I hate you both.
Angry, Joy knocked all the family pictures off the shelf. After that, her behavior got worse. She began skipping school and got mad whenever someone tried to talk about what she was doing. Joy's behavior toward me got worse, turning her into what felt like a real-life villain. She constantly tried to make trouble for me, and even though her mom always ended up forgiving me, it just made Joy angrier. For example, Joy switched her unfinished homework with mine, confusing my teacher. Luckily, the teacher sorted it out. Joy made a fake social media account with my name, posting embarrassing stuff. It took a while, but I showed it wasn't me and shut it down. Joy hid a library book I borrowed, causing me to get late fees. Her mom found it later and figured out Joy's trick. Joy messed with my bike's brakes. I felt something was wrong before I wrote it and stopped myself from getting hurt. This escalated one afternoon when Joy's mom was away on a business trip and her dad was away at work. Joy decided to do something drastic. She turned the backyard into a makeshift movie theater. I'm not sure showing a movie here is a good idea.
Well, it's better than having you around all the time.
The backyard quickly filled with people, the projector buzzing to life. I stayed inside, trying to avoid the chaos, and was flipping through a magazine when suddenly someone stumbled into my room.
Oops, my bad. I was looking for the kitchen. Hey, is that a magazine about vintage cars? My dad collects them, and I've read a bunch about them. Is that the issue with the 60s muscle cars?
Yes, it is. His name was Brian. We discovered we shared a lot of interests and spent the evening chatting in the kitchen. Just as we were really connecting, the screen outside fell over with a crash. Suddenly, Joy and her mom came in.
Look, Mom, I knew it. Marianne set up this whole movie thing just to hang out with her boyfriend.
Boyfriend? That's not true. Why would I organize this party? Joy, you're my only friend here.
Then explain him being in your room. This must be your party.
Enough, Joy. I don't think Marianne would do this. But young man, it's time for you to go home, please. Joy looked so angry and stormed off. She stopped talking to me and just ignored my existence. I kept talking to Brian. Having him in my life was great. He was nice looking and well-mannered. His family had money, and he shared his dream of becoming a doctor with me. A few days later, Joy's mom called me into the living room, where I found my dad sitting. I really care about you and loved having you here, but things with Joy are getting tough. She's feeling left out. Plus, your dad's been talking to us. He's made some changes, wants you back, and misses you a lot.
The past few months have been really tough without you. I love you and want you to come home.
I didn't say much. When I feel a lot, I find it hard to speak, but I managed to say, I'll pack my things. I moved back with Dad, and honestly, things weren't bad. He had really improved, and hanging out with him wasn't bad at all. But I ended up blocking Brian. I didn't have a strong reason to cut him off. I felt like I didn't deserve him and just needed a fresh start. A few months after finishing high school, I couldn't go to college right away. Dad didn't have the money because we had big hospital bills for Mom. So I started working as a pizza delivery person. It was tough, but I never thought about quitting. I worked really hard and finally got into college. I planned to study economics and maybe even start my own business someday. While studying, I took any job I could get. Eventually, I managed to rent a tiny apartment with a view of the city dump. It wasn't much, but it was mine. I could finally study and rest there. Dad even helped me buy a used car for my delivery job. Things were starting to get better. I kept working hard, aiming for success. I often thought about Joy and her parents, and my mom too. I missed them a lot. With exams coming up, I studied all night and worked all day. I felt unstoppable, like nothing could slow me down. But one day, while out on a delivery, I suddenly felt very dizzy, and the next thing I knew, I crashed into a tree. I was rushed to the hospital. Everything hurt, but what pained me the most was my thoughts. Why couldn't things just go right for once? I hugged my pillow and bursted into tears. Then, a young doctor came in, and I was shocked. Brian, is that really you? He recognized me too.
I always thought I'd run into the girl who broke my heart again.
Feeling embarrassed, I just looked down and stayed quiet as usual. Brian had finished medical school and was now an intern at the hospital. I apologized, and we chatted for a while and swapped phone numbers. Over time, we got closer and started dating. Brian had the kindest heart, and he even helped me with my college fees. One day, I went to the hospital to bring Brian his lunch and decided to visit Mom afterward. I entered her room, and she looked so peaceful, just like an angel. I gently kissed her forehead. Mom, I have to tell you something. I tried to replace you. I was so angry when I felt you gave up on me, so I gave up on you. I was angry at Dad too, even though the poor man was struggling without you. I used to be mad at Joy, but as I got older, I understood her and we made up. I'm friends with her mom now too. I love them, but no love can match yours. Guess what? I found out this morning I'm pregnant. I'm going to surprise Brian tonight on our date. I think he's going to propose, and I'll say yes. Mom, I'm happy, but my happiness isn't complete without you. Tears overwhelmed me, and I laid my head on her hands when suddenly I felt her hands move. Overjoyed, I ran to the doctor like a little kid, shouting, "My mommy is awake! My mommy is awake!"
Hello, my name is Charlie. I'm a famous filmmaker and director, but you know me already, don't you? Oh, well, it hasn't always been like this anyway. So sit down, grab some popcorn, and let me tell you my story. But before we start, please hit the like button and subscribe. This is me, Charlie, and this is my best friend, Rose. Me and Rose grew up together since we were only babies. We played together, we went to school together, we did everything together. We were like autumn and colds, unavoidable. Like rain and thunder, indivisible. Rose was the sister I never had. I was to her the brother she never... Well, you got the point. She was blonde while I was black. She was shy while I was sunny. She had a big brain while I had a big butt. We fit perfectly together. Most of all, we had one dream in common. One day, we would become filmmakers and make movies about witches. Yes, that was our dream at the time, our common goal in life. And we were all ready to get it realized. But what a tragic fate awaited us. Well, I'm being a bit overly dramatic here, but please, let me explain. It was our last year in high school and a few weeks before Halloween. I was reaching my classroom like every morning when Rose came running toward me.
Charlie! Charlie!
Rose, what?
Charlie!
Rose!
Charlie!
Rose?
Charlie!
Barely breathing, Rose managed to announce to me that the school had opened a cinematographic contest where the winners would be enrolled in the best movie school in the country. We started screaming. At that point, me and Rose already had tins of scripts ready. We simply chose one and brought it in the next morning to our art professor to have it approved. But instead, there stood Mona, high like a giraffe, dressed like a rock star, and loud like a tempest. Who is Mona, you ask? She's the daughter of a famous celebrity couple, a movie producer dad, and a 5-star actress mom. She had the best connections, the best grades, and the best face. A cloud of desperation came upon us when we saw her just talking to the teacher, explaining her project for her script. We felt lost. When our turn came, I spoke for both of us because Rose was too shy to speak, and the sight of Mona shook her too much. Hey, Charlie. Nice job there. What? What? Mona was approaching me, willing to talk. Had I stumbled, hit my head, and fallen into a dream without noticing? Sorry, I couldn't help but listen to your script while you were explaining. It seems like some hot stuff there. Did you come up with it all by yourself? Well, me and Rose, yes. It seems you have a promising future in the business, baby. Would you mind joining me tonight at my party? There'll be producers, movie stars, and many important people. I couldn't believe it was happening. It was too much for me, and all at once. Of course, me and Rose will be there for sure. Rose? I'm sorry. I don't want someone who is barely able to speak in public to be associated with me. You are invited. See you later, baby. She left like the tornado she was, leaving both me and Rose speechless. I tried to console my best friend, convincing her this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that could help us both. Rose nodded her head, but her look told me something else. I pretended not to see it and went straight to the party. This was an occasion I just simply couldn't afford to lose. Mona's house was not exactly a house. It was a castle, a gigantic manor with a park, 4 towers, and 2 pools. All over the place, men in elegant suits and shiny-looking women talked to each other cheerfully.
Oh dear, you've arrived.
Sir, lady, nice to meet you. I'm so glad you invited me. That man and woman were Mona's parents. They look amazing together. A perfect couple in a perfect house. Everything was perfect in Mona's life. Shiny and bright, like herself. Please, enough with the pleasantries. You're part of the family now. Mona told us all about the project you're working on together. The project? Of course. I told Mom and Dad we are working on an amazing movie. We will win the contest for sure. I didn't know what to say. I was totally caught unprepared. So I just smiled and said nothing. Mona's parents left us soon, and I immediately reached after her. Mona, what did you tell them? Well, that we work together. Isn't that true? But I already work with Rose. Didn't you know that? She's my best friend. I can't just leave her like this. Mona just smiled and washed the problem away with a swing of her hand. You create too many problems, baby. Can't you just work with us both? Come on, let's have fun. I'm ashamed to admit, but the truth is that I forgot Rose for some time, and quite easily. I just loved to be asked about my history and my interests by all these interesting people there. The future was winking at me and I just couldn't resist. Then I saw him. How to describe the finch that came to perch on my branch? He was like a god in a garden on Olympus. He was like a breeze on a hot summer day. He was like well, that horse was hot, girls. You can bet about it. That angel had dark eyes like enchantment and such a fine, elegant beard. I was totally captured. He must have noticed my dumb expression because he started smiling at me as if trying to help me retrieve some of my dignity. Too late. And Charlie, let me introduce you to my brother Tom.
So you are the famous Charlie. A handsome lady, that's for sure. Nice to meet you.
Is he really going to kiss my hand? Is he really? Oh, God, I'm fainting. I'm fainting. Am I famous? How?
Of course. Mona has talked about you all afternoon. Mona, can I steal this lady from you for some time?
Do as you please, brother. But be a good boy.
I always am. Mona, don't scare our host like this.
The walk with Tom around the garden felt like a dream. He was not only handsome in sight, but also elegant, charming, and kind. His fierce appearance was balanced by such a quiet temper that it made him look like the perfect man in every single way imaginable. Hours passed in a flash, like seconds. Come back soon, baby. We're here for you anytime you want. Couldn't wait to be invited again. The image of Tom was still in my eyes when I woke up. And even if I don't remember it with certainty, I can bet I dreamed about him. How did it go? Rose's soft voice reached me as if coming from far, far away when she met me in the corridors at school. I felt happy to see her, but not so happy as I should have been. I think she noticed, but I kept it a secret. I explained to her all that happened the night before and promised to meet her within a few days in order to complete our script. The plot was there, but so much work had yet to be done. Fine then. See you soon. See ya. Those were busy times for me. In the daytime, I met Mona to work on our script for the contest. At night, I often saw Tom. Mona's script was completely different from mine. Her subject was Barbie. Barbie! Can you believe it? What's wrong with that? Barbie was a paradigm of freedom for girls, don't you know? Mona's fantasy was wild. She had a lot of ideas, but none of them were connected to each other. Her thoughts were as chaotic and impulsive as she was. Without me, she would have been lost. But what about Rose? Without me, she would have been lost too. She was smart and nerdy, but she didn't have the creativity I had. Rose had always been my best friend and sister, and even if Mona's spell and Tom's charm were still upon me like magic crows, I started to feel bad about how easily I abandoned my lifelong friend in order to get a quick ticket to success. The moment of the contest was approximating, and I had to speak with Mona about this. I would have helped her with her project, but I had to participate in a team with Rose, and if Mona didn't want Rose, I would leave the Barbies in order to go back to the witches. I found the courage and spoke to Mona. Roar! Can you imagine a dragon's reaction to someone trying to steal his gold from under his throne? The same was Mona's reaction to my words, if not worse. Out of my house! Never come back again! I will eat you! Do you think I'm being overly dramatic again? You weren't there, my friend. I think I barely saved my own life. I'm lucky to be here to tell the story. Yet I felt happy after arriving home. I felt I had done the right thing. Now there was only Tom to speak to. Even if I liked him, our time had to wait until after the contest was finished. I couldn't subtract any more energy from Rose and our witchy project. I mean, there can be only one Dua Lipa in the world, right? Enough with Barbie.
Hey, Angel.
Tom's words were honey poured all over me. I melted. But hey, not this time. I had serious work to do. Listen, Tom, there's something we must talk about.
Something like what? Did I do something wrong?
No, it's not about you. It's about Mona.
My sister, huh? She always was more like a Shrek than a Barbie.
She's not that bad, but I can't be her teammate for the contest. Rose is my teammate. You and Mona are wonderful. You live in an amazing house. Your life is perfect, but... Tom's eyes went big and sad at those words of mine. Maybe it was the wrong thing to say, but how could I know? From what I had seen up to that moment, their lives were like pink molasses. Disgustingly sugary.
Do you really think our life is wonderful, honey? You know so little about us.
What do you mean? While walking, Tom told me how he and Mona had lived since they were children, how harsh their parents had been on them since their youngest age.
They do that for us. They push us towards obtaining the best grades and the best results in every field. But you know, sometimes the best is not the best. Sometimes you would just like to live a normal life.
This is why Mona loves Barbie so much, maybe?
It's a way for her to remain a child.
Tom's eyes were not lying. I took his hand and kept it between mine for some time.
Still, a wrong behavior remains a wrong behavior. Mona will have to grow up sooner or later. You were a strong girl and made the right choice today. I'm proud of you, Charlie.
At that point, I was melting again. The perfect features of Tom's figure were silhouetted against the moon, like a character from some gothic tale. I felt Tom's body pressing against mine while he brought my head gently against his chest. He's going to kiss me finally. He's going to kiss me. Instead, he simply kept my head there for some time, caressing my neck. No more. Nothing more. WTH?
Listen, Charlie, there's something I must say to you too.
Was eager to listen to his confession, but my phone rang at that exact moment. Rose! I totally forgot about our appointment. Rose would be furious. She was. For several days, every attempt of mine to make peace with her went in vain. The contest was lost at that point. There was no chance to win against Mona and her Barbie-stuffed stuff. The days up to the contest flew by fast and dull. We knew we had lost. Now, you really can't imagine my surprise when Rose and I found that on the notice board of the school, there was a list of the winning projects. And the first one was about witches. As authors, it had 3 names: Rose, Charlie, and Mona. A coincidence? Of course not. It was our project. We won, but we didn't submit it, of course. So who did? The question puzzled us for some time until we received a phone call from a strangely masked voice. Oh dear. She tried hard to excuse herself for her behavior in the most recent times. Her voice didn't disclose her origin, but it wasn't too much of a guess. Mona. We found out with certainty later, when the 3 of us, plus Tom, met together at the back of the school to talk about the matter. Mona looked like a baby. She cried all the time and told us she felt guilty for how she treated Rose after Tom had talked to her. To get her excused, instead of her script, Mona submitted a copy of ours, proposing it as if it had been worked upon by the 3 of us. Of course it won. It was written by me after all. But this wasn't the only news of the day. Tom, don't you have something you want to say?
Yes, well, Charlie, I have a confession to make.
Oh, yes, finally! The bomb was going to explode. The moment I expected for days and days finally arrived. After such a tragic story, I was going to have my sweet piece of cake after all. Yes, Tom, tell me, please.
I have a crush on Rose.
Oh, Tom, yes, a crush on... Wait, what?
I really didn't know how to say it, but now I can't keep it a secret anymore. I like you, Rose. Would you like to go out on a date with me sometime?
I couldn't believe it. Rose went red like a tomato and I was shocked. Mona was laughing hard and her joy expanded contagiously. So this was the secret? I should have felt offended, but the occasion was so joyful that I felt too happy for Rose to be concerned about myself. All's well that ends well? Mona and I went on in life, becoming best friends, and we went to college together. You know, sometimes things take such an unpredictable turn that the only thing to do is sit back, relax, and watch the events unfold as if they were a movie. And isn't life a long, tear-jerking, and magical movie itself? Oh God, I can't believe what an incredible artist I am. Really.
Hi, I'm Sarah from Paris. I live with my single mom, and unfortunately, my sister Zoa, who's always been my biggest rival and a pain in my butt. Like, when I was 5, a tutor would come to teach us, and one day, he praised me in front of my mom.
Ma'am, your Sarah is a brilliant child. She's a quick learner. She can understand a concept in just an hour. But for the same thing, Zoa takes 3 days.
Zoa couldn't tolerate this and hit me hard on my head with the notebook. Before I could react, Mom yelled at her and grounded her for a week. I never really understood why she was jealous of me for being smarter. I wasn't jealous of her for being prettier. Whenever we went out together, people noticed her first and gave her compliments, but she was still so insecure. But maybe the reason why she really hated me was because I was fearless. Once when I was 10, the 3 of us were out on a picnic when I noticed a man snatch a woman's purse and run away. I immediately stuck out my leg and he tripped and fell down hard. The thief was taken away by the police and everyone there clapped for me, except for Zoa. Mom was pretty freaked out too. Sarah, the thief could have had a weapon. He could have hurt you. Don't do that again. You're just a child.
Yeah, dummy cow. This is not some movie where you pretend to be an action hero. This is real life. And I'm afraid one day someone might cut you down into pieces.
I know what your actual concern is, Zoa, and it's not for my safety. You just can't stand it when I'm praised by people, can you?
Oh, please. I get plenty of praise because I'm so pretty. Have you ever heard someone use that word for you? I bet you can't even spell it. It's P-R-E-T-Y.
You forgot a T, dinosaur brains.
And you forgot my hand, dinosaur face.
And suddenly she slapped me and we broke into a huge fight right in the middle of the park. As we grew up, she became prettier and more popular in school. All the time, boys would roam around her, while her minions cracked jokes about how I must be adopted. But I never let Zoa or any of those bullies get to me. I was smarter and stronger than those idiots any day. Once in 9th grade, I was looking for a book in the library when I noticed a boy staring at me from a gap in the shelf. I just went back to my seat and started reading my book, but he sat down in front of me.
Hey, what's your name? You're very pretty.
No way. This was definitely a prank. If I was really pretty, why was he the first boy to say so? I just walked off without a reply. I was in no mood to be made fun of. But the next day when I was walking through the hallway, I suddenly tripped over something and went flying straight into someone's arms. It was the boy from the library. Oh, thank you so much.
If you want to thank me, just tell me your name, please.
I did, and it turned out his name was Henry and he was my senior. We became good friends and started hanging out together all of the time. One day when I went to the cafeteria, I found a large poster stuck to a wall. It was my picture with an ugly mustache and devil horns, and the caption, "Sarah, the ugly monster." As I saw Zoa and her friends cackling in the distance, I was about to tear it down when Henry walked in.
Wow, someone's really jealous of your beauty, Sarah.
And with that, he tore it in half. Then he turned to me and said in front of everyone,
I think you're the most beautiful girl here. And you're smart and funny. You're just amazing. Will you be my girlfriend, Sarah?
I was shocked, but I said yes. And what made me even happier was seeing Zoa burn with rage. The next few days, I felt like a princess in some fairy tale. I would roam around with Henry, he would bring me roses, and would lie with his head in my lap for hours. It was all so beautiful. Then one day, he asked me to go to a party with him. That evening, I was getting ready when Zoa came running into my room, all breathless. "Sarah, my sister, I need to tell you something. Please, stay away from Henry because he is a cheater. He is dating 3 girls, including me and you. He just kissed me today, out of the blue." "What? You're such a psycho liar. Get out of my room, Zoa." But then she showed me something that left me stunned. It was a picture where she and Henry were kissing. I couldn't believe it. I ran to the washroom and Zoa followed me. "Sarah, why are you crying? So what if he found me more attractive than you and kissed me? At least now we know his true colors. Don't cry, sis. This is for the best." I angrily pushed her aside. "I'm not crying. Something just went into my eye. And I don't care if he kissed you. He's still my boyfriend. Get out, now." I left home pretending to see Henry, but of course, I wasn't gonna meet that jerk. I went to a park and sat alone and kept rejecting his phone calls. When he kept messaging me, I sent him the picture Zoa showed me. He started giving me excuses, but I didn't believe a single word he said. After an hour, I went home as if everything was perfectly fine. The next day in school, I was sitting on the bleachers when someone tapped on my shoulder. It was Henry. Just as he began speaking, I grabbed him by his collar angrily. "Listen, I told you yesterday..." But then suddenly, I spotted Zoa looking at us, and I immediately pulled Henry close and kissed him. When Zoa left, I pushed him back hard. "Listen, I told you yesterday to stay away from me. I don't want to see your face again."
"But Sarah, I swear I never cheated on you. I was just having my Coke when Zoa came out of nowhere and kissed me. I was really angry with her."
"It takes 2 people to kiss, and you were one of them. So just stop lying and leave me alone, cheater." I put my fingers in my ears and walked away from him. But that night, something really strange happened. We were all asleep when we heard Zoa screaming. We ran to her room to find a boy in Zoa's room, and she was beating his butt with a stick. The boy was from our school. "Mom! Mom! I caught this thief. I caught him. Call the police. Call the media. I'm so brave. I'm a hero."
"I'm not a thief. I'm Zoa's freaking boyfriend. I just came to see her and she went bonkers on me. Crazy girl. Oh, also, Sarah, she kissed your boyfriend and told me to take pictures of her doing that. He was so mad at her. In case you didn't know, your sister's a psycho."
Oh God, Henry was telling the truth, and I hadn't believed him. The boy broke up with Zoa and jumped out the window, while I turned around and pounced on her. I pulled her hair as hard as I could till Mom pulled me away. The next morning, I literally ran to school and found Henry and apologized to him. He opened his arms and we hugged each other really tight. Time passed and we graduated from school. Henry went abroad for his higher education and Zoe and I started college. Then one day, Mom suddenly felt some pain in her chest, and after the doctor's examination, it turned out that she needed a really expensive heart surgery. This was the first time in my life that I felt scared. We didn't have enough money, so I took up a part-time job to start saving. I asked Zoe too, but she flatly refused. Sorry, but a princess like me can't work. Look at my hands, so soft and delicate. I'm not spoiling them. No, you're the Tarzan of the family, the strong one. You got this, girl. And just like that, she walked off. Just a few days later, I heard Mom screaming. I ran to her room and she was standing in front of some empty drawers, asking me where all her jewelry had gone. I had no idea, and we marched straight to Zoa's room. She wasn't there, but a note was lying on her bed. Mom, Sarah, my journey with you people ends here. I can't live with poor, depressed people like you anymore. Mom, please make Sarah the heir of this damaged house because I like mansions only. I'm taking all the jewelry as memories of you, Mom. Love ya, but don't look for me. Mom was completely devastated. I took her to her room and put her to sleep, but I was in despair. We were left with nothing. My salary wasn't enough for the treatment. I left home to contact some charity organization, and on my way, it started raining. Just then, I saw a huge crowd gathered around on a bridge. I looked down and saw a small kitten hanging onto a log in the strong river current, and people were just standing around making videos and doing nothing. Luckily, I found a piece of rope tied to the bridge. Without another thought, I climbed down the rope and reached out for the kitten. Some people started helping me then by pulling us up, and we both landed safely. I was completely drenched in the rain, so I decided to go back home. That evening, someone rang our doorbell, and when I opened the door, I found a bunch of people with cameras and mics standing outside.
You saved a little kitten today without caring about your own life. What would you like to say?
This girl, people, she's a hero. She makes us believe that good people truly exist. She's restored my faith in humanity.
Wait, what? What was going on? And I soon found out that people had been making videos of me saving the cat, and they'd gone viral. And before I knew it, I had become quite famous. I was in newspapers and giving interviews on news channels. I was honored by the government with a bravery award and also given $30,000. And of course, the first thing I did was get my mom's heart surgery. It was successful and she recovered fully in a few months. Soon after, I got an offer to participate in a really famous reality stunt show, and I accepted. Within no time, I'd become a celebrity. And now, Mom and I were rich. We were living a great life until one day, someone knocked on the door. When I opened it, I was shocked to see Zoe. As she tried to step inside, I blocked her path. Where's Mom? I need her help. My boyfriend cheated on me. He made me pregnant and ran away with all my money and jewelry. I've got nothing to eat. Are you so fat because you're pregnant again? Oh, no. Luckily, I had a miscarriage, but I had lots of cravings while I was pregnant, so I gained some weight. It's nothing. I'll be back to my old shape in no time, you'll see. Are you sure you're not pregnant? Of course, I said so already. Then I kicked her so hard she fell back on her butt. How dare you call her mom? You left her when she was fighting for her life. No, you robbed her first and then left her. You're just a blood-sucking leech, Zoe, and you deserve whatever bad things come your way. Now get lost and don't show up here again. And I slammed the door on her face. Half an hour later, the bell rang again. Oh God, this Zoe. Maybe I needed to kick her harder this time. But when I opened the door, I was shocked. It was Henry. He opened his arms and I jumped to hug him. Oh, I can't believe it's you, Henry. I've missed you so much.
I've missed you too, sweetheart. And I have a really important question for you. Sarah, will you marry me?
Oh my God, yes, 100 times yes. And then we kissed. I'd been avoiding this all night, but it was time to face the truth. I was standing in the middle of the dance floor at the winter formal, surrounded by two of the most popular boys in school, Nicholas and Isaac. Nicholas gave me flowers. Isaac jumped in front of Nicholas and started singing me a love song. Nicholas threw a glass of punch in Isaac's face, then gave me a diamond necklace. Both of you, get away from me! How many times do I have to tell you I don't love you?
But we shared a chicken sandwich. I gave you half my fries. What about me? We walked on the beach under the moonlight and kissed under the stars. I liked all your Instagram posts, and I texted you 1,000 smiley face emojis with hearts in their eyes. The hearts were in all of their eyes, Ember. Do you know what that means? Leave her alone, you jerk. She's my girl. No, she's mine. No, mine.
The lovesick boys started shoving each other, then it turned into an all-out brawl. I snuck out the back door and ran straight into my worst nightmare, my nemesis, the boy that stole my heart and had the power to break it into 1,000 pieces. His name was, I can't even say his name without getting butterflies. I feel like such an idiot. What's wrong with me? Things were never supposed to turn out this way. It's best if we start my crazy story from the beginning. Maybe that'll give me time to figure this out. I'm Ember, and I'm a professional heartbreaker. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. It all started with my best friend, Lisa. Lisa and I were inseparable since birth. We loved the same movies, music, and games. We'd finish each other's sentences and keep each other's secrets. But everything changed when Lisa discovered boys. When we were 9, Lisa ran up to me and my neighbor Wilson at the park.
Do you see that boy over there? The one that's picking his nose? Of course not. The one that's eating sand? No, the one next to him with the dark hair and dreamy brown eyes. I think I'm in love with him.
A day later, Lisa and the boy were a couple. A week after that, the boy broke Lisa's heart and she lost her mind. She cried for days. Wilson and I tried to cheer Lisa up, but nothing worked. Then one day, Lisa walked up to me and Wilson happy as a clam because she'd found another boy. Then he broke her heart and the whole cycle continued over and over and over again. Why do you keep crying over these stupid boys? The last one smelled like a stinky old sock.
He didn't smell like a sock. He smelled like a man.
But he was only 12.
You guys don't get it because you're not as mature as I am.
You're only 2 months older than we are.
But you know nothing about the magic of love.
It went on like that for years until we reached high school and Lisa fell in love with a football player named Nicholas. Yeah, the same guy from the beginning of my story. The one with the horrible singing voice and obsessed with heart emojis.
Ember, he's the one. I just know it.
You said that about the last boy.
No, it's for real this time. I think I'm gonna marry him.
A day later, she and Nicholas were Insta official. They dated for a year, but the whole time he was cheating on her and it broke Lisa's heart. The same thing happened with another boy at school named Isaac, a smooth-talking, rich model. Yep, he was the second jerk you met in the beginning of the story. Every time Lisa saw Nicholas or Isaac with another girl, she'd break down in tears. She couldn't pay attention in class. She started failing all her tests. Her grades dropped, she stopped coming to school, and eventually couldn't get out of bed. Lisa's parents got so worried about her that they moved away, and I lost my best friend forever. I was devastated. She even refused to contact us and changed her number and deactivated all her social media accounts. Her mom told us to respect her wishes. You still have me. It's not the same, Wilson. After Lisa left, I blamed myself. Nicholas and Isaac were heartbreakers, and all the girls loved them, even though they both had the IQ of a fly and were the most conceited boys on earth. They had a new girl every week and ripped the poor girl's heart to shreds. I should have protected Lisa from those jerks. She was my best friend in the world, but I wasn't there for her. I'm the reason she's gone. That's not true. Lisa made her own decisions. She chose to date those guys. If it's not my fault, why does it hurt so much? A couple years later, in my senior year, I had a major glow-up. My dark olive skin and long curly hair got me so much attention, people thought I was a model or a movie star. Nicholas kept staring at me in gym class. I tried to ignore him, but he cornered me in the hallway. Hey, beautiful. I couldn't help but notice that you're almost as hot as me. I've never seen you around. Is this your first day? No, dummy. We've been in the same classes for 2 years. He looked at me like I was crazy. I'm Ember, Lisa's best friend. I don't know any Lisa. Your ex-girlfriend's Lisa? He shrugged his shoulders like he didn't even care. I wanted to slap him in his stupid jerk face. I'm captain of the football team, you know, and I've got 2% body fat. He lifted up his shirt to show me his washboard abs. Am I supposed to care?
You're funny. Let's go out this weekend.
I was pissed. First, Nicholas broke Lisa's heart, and now he wanted to go out with me? Suddenly, I had an idea. I could make him pay for what he did to Lisa. So, I said yes. Later that day, Wilson and I were sitting together at lunch. I was helping him fix his battle robot for the robotics club when Isaac walked up.
Hey babe, is your dad a genie? Because you're my wish come true. We should get together.
You're not her type.
No one asked you, nerd.
Wilson's battle robot charged at Isaac. Isaac grabbed the robot and spiked it like a football.
Wiper butt, no! Next time, mind your own business.
Avenge me.
Wilson jumped up to confront Isaac, and I slid between them. I'd love to go out with you, Isaac. I gave Isaac my number, then he walked away. Wilson was totally confused.
Why would you go out with that jerk that broke Lisa's heart?
I'm gonna go out with both jerks that broke Lisa's heart. I'm gonna make them pay for what they did to Lisa. After that, Wilson and I came up with a master plan. Nicholas was the first target. He was obsessed with sports and super competitive. He was on the basketball team, the football team, and the baseball team. But after a little investigation, Wilson and I discovered that Nicholas was terrified of heights. For our date, I invited Nicholas to a rock climbing gym. As we were walking inside, Nicholas saw a beggar on the street and yelled at him for asking for food.
Get your own food, loser. Ugh, can't understand why these poor people choose to live on the sidewalk. There's an apartment building right across the street.
I couldn't believe how insensitive and stupid Nicholas was, but I had to stay focused on my mission. Good question, but tonight's about us. Let's go have some fun. I took his hand and pulled him inside. Nicholas took one look at the rock wall and broke into a sweat.
I don't know about this, Ember. Can't we just go to the movies?
Are you scared? I didn't know you were a chicken.
I'm no chicken. I'm not afraid of anything. I'll climb to the top twice as fast as you.
You're on. I raced to the top, and Nicholas struggled to keep up. Come on, Nicholas. You can do it. Just don't look down. Nicholas looked down and freaked out. He started crying like a baby. It took 20 minutes for the instructors to pry him off the wall. Wilson recorded the whole thing on his phone and posted it online. The video went viral in minutes, and Nicholas was the biggest joke. The next day, I went out with Isaac. He got us concert tickets to see a famous pop star. He met me at my door with a huge bouquet of flowers, but when he wasn't looking, I slipped a couple doggy treats in his pocket. As we were walking to his car, my neighbor's huge dog charged towards him. Isaac got so scared, he turned to run, but slipped and fell face first in the mud. His clothes were ruined, and so was his perfect hair. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It was an accident. Too bad we'll miss the concert.
We don't have to miss it. Come with me. I dragged Isaac inside my house and told him he could take a shower. I gave him a special bottle of shampoo to wash his hair and some of my dad's old clothes. 10 minutes later, I heard Isaac scream.
My hair!
Oh no! Silly me. I guess that wasn't shampoo. At least the green brings out your eyes. Isaac ran out of my house like a maniac. I wished Lisa was here to see what we did. She would have been so proud. Wilson and I celebrated. I even had the rest of the weekend to help him fix his broken battle robot.
I really appreciate your help, Ember.
It's the least I can do. I couldn't have gotten back at Nicholas and Isaac without you.
I was worried that you'd fall for those guys like all those other girls at school.
Give me some credit. Those guys are the worst. I like guys that are smart and kind. Then Wilson gave me a strange look.
I think I like you. I mean, like you, ever since we were kids. I was wondering if maybe we could go out on a real date.
I was shocked. I never saw Wilson as anything more than a friend, but as I thought about dating him, I suddenly started to blush.
Sorry, I guess that was a dumb idea. I'll leave now.
Before I knew it, Wilson was walking out the door. Wait! I grabbed Wilson's hand. He turned to me, and when we looked into each other's eyes, I swear that sparks started flying. Or it could have been the porch lamp shorting out again. It had been doing that for weeks. The next day, spring break started, and Wilson and I spent every minute together. We grew closer by the day, and after we shared our first kiss, I finally understood what Lisa meant about the magic of love. Being with Wilson made me feel like I was walking on a cloud, though it was bittersweet because I still missed Lisa so much. But when school started, everything changed. My first day back, Nicholas ran up to me with a huge smile on his face.
Ember, it's so good to see you. It took me a while to realize it, but you're the best thing that's ever happened to me. You changed my life.
Wait, what? I was totally shocked. I thought Nicholas hated me.
You gave me the courage to face my fear of heights, clowns, and strawberries.
You're afraid of strawberries?
It's the seeds and their pointy ends. They could take an eye out, but that doesn't matter anymore. I've conquered all my fears, and now I'm unstoppable. I'm a new man, and I think I like you.
Then Nicholas kissed me on the cheek and waltzed down the hall. After school, Isaac ran up to me in the parking lot with his bright green hair. He hugged me and spun me around.
Babe, you're amazing. My hair is a hit. I booked 10 modeling jobs over the break. I wanted to call and tell you, but I was so busy. You're my good luck charm.
Before I could say anything, Isaac kissed me. Then, out of nowhere, Wilson and Nicholas appeared. Wilson stared at me and Isaac in total disbelief. Nicholas got so mad, he grabbed Isaac and punched him in the nose.
Get your hands off my girl. She's not your girl. She's the love of my life.
Then I saw an amazing opportunity. My mission wasn't complete. That night, I told Wilson about my new plan. Our mission isn't over. I'll go on a few more dates with Nicholas and Isaac. I'll make them compete for my love. And when I know I've got them hooked, I'll rip their hearts to shreds. I'll just need you to...
What about us?
We'll keep our relationship a secret until after I break Nicholas and Isaac's hearts.
You're not making any sense. I'm your boyfriend. I can't just sit back and watch you date other guys.
We have to complete the mission.
I don't care about the stupid mission.
What are you saying?
It's me or them.
I chose the mission. I couldn't back off now. It was too important. I owed it to Lisa. After that, Wilson and I broke up. I kept dating Nicholas and Isaac and made them compete for my affection. It was funny seeing them try to one-up each other to win my heart, but every time Wilson saw me with them, he gave me the saddest looks.
What are you staring at, nerd? A jerk sandwich with a side of stupid sauce? Nerd boy thinks he's funny. He's just jealous because Ember's out of his league. She'll be my girl soon. No, carrot head. She'll choose me. My muscles are bigger than yours. I've got an 8-pack. You've only got 6. Oh yeah? My biceps are the size of a grapefruit.
Nicholas and Isaac took off their shirts and started flexing in front of each other. A couple of Wilson's battle robots ran up and kicked them in the shins. As the days passed, I couldn't stop thinking about Wilson. Suddenly, I felt like I was the bad guy. It was one thing to break Nicholas and Isaac's hearts, but Wilson didn't deserve this at all. I was so confused. I was doing this for Lisa, but hurting Wilson in the process. So, I was finally able to reach out to Lisa for the first time in years. She was living 3,000 miles away in Australia. She told me all about her new life and her new boyfriend and how sorry she was for not keeping in touch. Then, I told her about my mission. Oh, Ember, you didn't have to do that for me. Love's a risk, and sometimes it hurts, but it's worth it. I was trying to break those heartbreakers' hearts and broke Wilson's along the way. I feel like a hypocrite trying to teach those guys not to play with a person's emotions while I was doing the same thing. You made a mistake, and that's okay. We all do. Now you just have to fix it. The next day, I met up with Nicholas and Isaac. It's over. I don't love you. I don't want to see you anymore. They didn't take it very well. They dropped dozens of teddy bears, candy, and love notes at my door, but I sent it all back. I tried to contact Wilson, but he didn't return my calls. And when I went by his house, his mom told me he was out of town at the National Robot Battle Championships. I was proud of Wilson, but so sad I wasn't there to support him like he'd always supported me. He posted a bunch of videos from the competition online. The moment I saw his face and heard his voice, my feelings for him rushed back, and suddenly, I was nursing my own broken heart. A week later, a couple of girls from class encouraged me to go to the winter dance. It was better than sitting in my room all alone, so I agreed to go. So, yeah, now we're back to where we started. Hey, editor, can you speed things up from here? No problem. Okay, here it is, the moment of truth, when I ran out the back door and right into the love of my life. If you haven't guessed it by now, the mystery guy is Wilson, and he looked so different that night. He was confident and happier than I'd ever seen him before. Wilson looked up at me with his big brown eyes, and all my feelings for him were stronger than ever. I'm sorry I hurt you. I was so obsessed with getting revenge for Lisa that I became a colossal jerk. I hope you can forgive me. Maybe someday we can be friends again.
I don't know. You did some really dumb stuff.
I get it. I ruined our friendship and broke your heart. I understand why you don't want to be friends anymore. I guess this is goodbye. I turned to leave, then Wilson grabbed my hand and smiled.
This doesn't have to be the end. Maybe we can fix this. I think it's worth a try.
Another mission?
Something like that.
everyone. My name is Salish Matter from California. You probably know me from my dad's channel, Jordan Matter. Yeah, I took over it. The man had his own channel, photographing people and nice things, and boom! One day, the titles on his channel were like, my daughter did this and my daughter did that. He never planned for this to happen. You know what they say. Chance is worth 1,000 plans. Yeah, I can be poetic sometimes. Actually, English is one of my favorite subjects. But math? Oh God, I hate it. If you're a math hater, comment below. Okay. I think I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm Salish. My parents call me Say sometimes. I'm your typical girl next door. Typical family, typical childhood. A typical teenager with a not very typical name. My parents gave me this name, which means giver of the water. I love my name. I think it's unique and cool. There is some uniqueness in my life, actually, like some unique people. And no, it's not Nidal. If you're here to hear about me and Nidal, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Not gonna talk about that boy. No way. Nuh-uh. Nope. And please, animator, if I accidentally mention him, which is very, very, very unlikely, please cut it out. This story is about me, not him. Yeah, whatever. As most of you know, I'm a gymnast. Gymnastics is more than a sport or hobby to me. It's part of my identity. It makes me who I am today. I started it at a very young age. Fun fact, did you know that most major gymnasts start their career as early as 2 years old? And that was my case too. Dad said that when I was only 2 years old, I told him I wanted to be the best gymnast in the world. Oh, I mean, kids at that age will say anything. No, but seriously, I wanted to be really, really good. My gymnast friends were amazing, and we were very close. And let me be honest, gymnastics wasn't easy at all. But having friends makes everything easier and more fun. And whenever I had to compete, they were there to root for me. That's why leaving them was one of the saddest days in my life. Well, you see, when I was 10, my parents decided that we'd move to LA. I had been living my whole life in Nyack, a village near New York City. I had so many amazing memories there, especially with my oldest brother, Hudson. We were always together, cooking together, celebrating our birthdays together, and even getting classes together. You name it. I was also close to my mom. She's my idol. Dad and Hudson can be annoying sometimes, but Mom? Oh man, she's amazing. She's camera shy though, and that's okay. She even once agreed to do a mom reveal on the channel, although I know how anxious that made her feel. But we have so many things in common. We're both vegetarians, and, having lunch with her is amazing, because I can try her food all the time. I like shopping with her and getting our nails done together. And we once tried roller skating, but it didn't go well because she broke her ankle in 3 different places, and I was super worried about her. The doctor said she wouldn't be able to walk for 5 months. She wasn't able to come to my gymnastics meet that we had been waiting for 2 years, which made me really sad. Not gonna deny that. I won 4 medals that day to make my mama proud. And soon enough, she got better. Fun fact about my mom, did you know that her birthday is a day before mine? So we celebrated it together. And it's one of the best days of the year. I was born on November 29, 2009, by the way. Yeah, Mom is the best. I remember one day when Mom wasn't feeling well for days, and I had a very important shooting with Dad. But I just couldn't leave Mom that day. I told Dad I wasn't going with him and ran to Mom. I snuck under the bed while she was still asleep and started praying. Please, God, let Mom live. Please, I'll be a good girl. Please, please, please. Say, I'm not dying, babe. You're awake? Mom, I don't want to go with Dad. I want to stay with you. I want to be your little daughter forever. You'll always be my little daughter. But sometimes we have to do things even if we don't feel like it. This is what makes us responsible in life. I guess you're right. But no matter how old I get, you'll always be my mother. That's for sure. And, well, about Dad. Yeah, he was busy most of the time, and I really missed him. Dad, are you coming home late tonight?
Honey, you know Daddy has to work, but I love you so much.
Are you going to spend your time with Eliana?
I said I love you, Say.
And I said, are you going to spend time with Eliana?
Well, yeah, we're shooting today, but I love you, Say.
I love you too, Daddy. I'm your only little girl. Always remember that. It's only me who's going to take care of you when you're old and wrinkly, and bald and gray, and fat and...
Yes, I get your point. You're my only princess. I love you, Say.
I love you too, Daddy. I thought Dad would be super happy about moving to LA, unlike the rest of my family. But one night, we were going for a ride in Dad's car, and Dad looked super occupied and worried. He didn't say much during the ride, and I just felt something was wrong. The moment he pulled over, I hugged him. "Don't worry, Dad. Everything is going to be okay." And he hugged me back, and I felt so safe and peaceful. Yeah, I know I don't like to show my emotions a lot, but, sometimes you have to do things you normally wouldn't do to help your loved ones. I mean, come on, Mr. Matter was feeling down. He's my dad. He's a redhead, but I love him. He's a good father. We only film on Sundays, and the rest of the week, we enjoy our time together. He drives me to school, we go to the beach, and ride bikes together. He's awesome and cool, I swear, and not as cringy as you see him in the videos. Yeah, whatever. Me and my friends share... wait, I can hear my dad in my head correcting me. It's my friends and I, and not me and my friends. Never mind, I'm changing the entire sentence. Saying goodbye to my friends was the hardest day of my life. I got them each a present, and they were the happiest. Salish, you promise to keep in touch? I promise. I'll miss you guys so much. And I hugged them all very tight. I said goodbye to my life in Nyack, excited to start a new chapter in my life with my family by my side and gymnastics as my passion. What? What's going on? No, I'm not gonna say it. Nope. Forget it. Let's talk about the ceiling. Love the color. That's Areolan, right? Fine. I'm going to talk about it in general. And in case I give a lot of details, you have to cut all that out. Promise? Yeah, when I moved to LA, I met him. We were shooting a video together, then we went to Starbucks. I still remember what we got. 2 vanilla frappuccinos, no whipped cream. And just like that, we became friends. It's like we had the same energy. We would run around and play, trying to hurt each other. But of course, I always end up hurting him. I'm way stronger. He's only a big baby. Now I have to say his name, I know. He's Nidal Wonder, a self-taught freestyle flipper prodigy, born in 2010. Yeah, he's too young. He has been making videos with my dad since he was 8. Yeah, I have to admit, he's cool. But did you notice? Yes, he's only 13 years old. But did you see his arm muscles? Oh boy. The first time I tried to wrestle with him, like always, I touched his arm. And man, you can tell this boy is going to be such a tough, good-looking man. I mean, he can look good in anything, even when he wears my white dress. Yeah. Oh shoot. We're cutting that out, yeah? Ew! I've been homeschooled since we moved to LA, and having Nidal around made everything easier. When we made the first challenging video, I was sure I was going to win over him. But I gotta say, competing with him was formidable. I'm just using a difficult word so Nidal won't understand it. People loved us together, and they even started shipping us, and Dad was not super happy about it. There was even a hashtag Nailish. People were using it. Me and Nidal have chemistry. You can easily tell. He has the biggest crush on me, and he sees me in his dreams. Poor thing. I never had a crush on him. Ew. Yeah, whatever. Maybe a little? Having a boy best friend is cool because it's different from having a girl best friend. You can get physical with a boy, hitting and hurting him. It was like a new friendship I never experienced before, and I'm enjoying it. Yeah, of course you're enjoying it. I'm way cooler than you, and prettier, and smarter, and more talented. I always get the prizes in our challenges. Your poor dad has spent a lot of money on me because his daughter is a loser. Did you hear anything? That was just an annoying mosquito, but I got rid of it. MSA, please don't animate him. I'm way cooler. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the Wonder Boy is really my best friend. We had sleepovers, we celebrated Halloween, and even recorded a music video together. He's funny, and he doesn't care about what people think. He's honest and a daredevil, and I really like his personality. You know what these honest friends are like? Hey, you look ugly in that dress, like a bald monkey. Take it off now. Yeah, that's him. And also, he's kinda cute. Cute. Fine, he's cute. I hope Dad doesn't notice this part. But also, we do have a lot of differences. He eats meat and uses plastic straws, and also likes weird boy stuff yeah, I agree. I like weird stuff, including you. And after 6 amazing months of friendship and affection, Nidal had to leave for Texas. And it made me very sad, having to say goodbye to another close friend. We promised we'd talk every day, FaceTime and message each other. But, it's not like the same thing having him around and seeing him in person, and I was a bit upset about it. At least I had Boomer around. Boomy is my dog, and one of the best things in my life. I took him for a walk every day before school, and it cheered me up every time. But I still always felt empty because I missed my best friend. And I think my parents noticed it, because one day, Dad took me to Universal Studios, and he told me we were making a video. But suddenly, while we were walking, someone held me from the back, and I immediately knew it was Nidal. He hugged me, and I wrapped my arms around him, and it was an amazing moment. Actually, this is one of the many surprises we have for each other. We've been surprising each other in the last year, and it made missing him less painful. And you know what's even cooler? Nidal spent his summer vacation here in LA, and we made so many videos together. Speaking of surprises, my dad always came up with cool ideas to shoot. But one of the best things I enjoy doing is skincare and get ready with me videos. Yes, I wake up at 5:45 and spend 2 hours getting ready. But beauty has a price, you know. No, seriously. Boomy takes about 30 minutes in the bathroom, so it's only an hour and a half. Not a lot. And also, I'm the first stop for the school bus, and I have to be the earliest, which is not fair, by the way. I was a bit worried that I wouldn't fit into my new school, especially that I was the only new 8th grader in the school. It's insane. But thank God, it's been going pretty well so far. And I have made some new friends. And I love that we don't have a dress code at our school, and I can choose nice clothes every day. Man, I'm so happy. Actually, all this YouTube content is amazing. Making videos with my dad, doing challenges with talented people, having collaborations with cool people and YouTubers like Britt Rivera and Darman, and many other amazing people. And now, I even have my own channel. Please go subscribe now. Life is good. All you have to do is to stay positive and like this video. If you want me to react to this video, please comment below. Saylish is the best MSA MC ever. You're not cutting that out, yeah? You know what? Don't cut anything out. I don't care. Yeah, whatever. Love ya. Bye.
Listen up, ladies. Tighten your ponytails because you have 15 minutes to run a mile around this field.
Oh, Miss Cooper, these extensions cost $1,000. We had to sacrifice a horse's hair in the process. And Tia has like Satan-level cramps. Why don't you end class early today? Girls, let's go get mani-pedis on me. Oh, yeah, all right. Hi, I'm Holly from New Jersey, and my daddy is a billionaire who owns a bunch of fancy hotels around the country. And when you're the daughter of a billionaire, people will pretty much always give you what you want. That's why Miss Cooper let me treat everyone to mani-pedis. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Being the richest girl in town may sound like a dream, but early on, I learned it was a huge responsibility. Kids at school literally all wanted to be me and tried to copy everything I did. From my fashion choices to even the way I walked. I have a funny walk since I'm always wearing 5-inch heels. But I liked being a role model, because I loved helping people find their inner fabulousness. Like when I met my BFF Tia. I'd opened my locker one morning to find some of my stuff was missing. Namely, my favorite scarf. People are monsters! Whoever stole my Vuitton scarf, shame on you! I hope a spider eats your eyelashes in the middle of the night so you'll never get to wear mascara again! I was shaking with anger as I stormed by the girls' bathroom. That's when I saw Tia wearing my scarf, crying hysterically. I did it! I stole your scarf! Kids were making fun of my outfit, and I heard that you kept some spare accessories in your locker, but I couldn't find you to ask your permission. I'm going to jail. I'll have to wear prison clothes. I look really fat and orange. I told her she could keep my scarf because, boy, did she need it. Her clothes looked like they'd come out of a literal dumpster. So either she was poor or had the fashion sense of a baboon. I took Tia under my wing after that. I gave her a makeover and we became besties. I also convinced her to stop watching MSA on TikTok and switch to YouTube so she wouldn't fry her brain. But in 10th grade, things took a scary turn. I developed a crush on this super smart kid at school named Sebastian, but he wasn't paying any attention to me. So, to impress him, I made my 16th birthday party chemistry-themed, with tons of science-y decor and designer lab coats. So, what do you think of this amazing nerd party?
Did I tell you I ordered a piñata of the world's greatest scientist, Harry Potter? Are you serious right now?
I'm very serious. How about we go dance?
I don't want to be mean, but you're not my type. I only came to this party because you said you were handing out iPads as party favors.
Did he just reject me? At my own birthday party? Another guy ended up asking me to slow dance, but I was so bummed out and distracted that I totally didn't notice that the guy who was leaning in to kiss me was Tia's longtime crush. Oh my gosh! How could you do this to me? You were seconds away from kissing Freddie. You know I've had a crush on him since the 9th grade, ever since I farted in class and he took the blame for me. Tia, I'm sorry. I was distracted and... Oh, don't start giving me excuses. I talked to you about that boy and his abs for years, and now you think you could just swoop in between us with your high heels and your gorgeous fake hair. As of now, this friendship is over. What? Don't say that. Suddenly, a smoke cloud blew up in my face from one of the lab stations I'd set up. I was immediately rushed to the hospital, and there, I received insane news. I had to get facial reconstruction surgery from the injury. When I woke up from my procedure, I expected to be surrounded with friends and care baskets, but nobody came to visit me, which was bizarre. And as weeks passed, I didn't get a single call or text asking how I was. The people at my party knew I'd gotten severely hurt. Maybe they didn't realize that my injury was so serious? I arrived at school a couple of months later, and to my shock, everyone completely ignored me. Okay, what was going on?
Ow!
Sebastian?
How do you know my name?
Because I invited you to my party? And don't give me that judgy look. I know my face looks like a bloated baby on steroids. It's because I just got surgery, man. The only time I ever look bloated is if I eat gluten.
I don't know what you're talking about. Are you new to this school?
And that's when it hit me. He didn't recognize me because of my new face. So that's why the kids were ignoring me. Except it still didn't explain why everyone had ghosted me for 2 freaking months. I decided to find Tia and ask her about it, but throughout the day, I didn't get a chance to talk to her because apparently she'd become the new queen bee after I'd left. Then at lunchtime, I discovered something that shook my world. I was headed to the library when I overheard Tia talking with someone. So, do you think Holly will ever come back to school? Ew, I hope not. You know how everyone secretly hates her. I don't know if she's healed from her chemical injury or whatever, but we're all better off if that brat is out of our lives. Wait, what the sugar-free fudge? My BFF and all the girls at school secretly hated me? Since I was unrecognizable, I decided to get the scoop from some other girls. And when I did, I discovered what Tia said was true. Holly paid teachers to change her grades. Once, she gave our science teacher a pair of $10,000 boots. Holly wore peacock feathers to school. She supported peacock cruelty. Holly and I used to be best friends, but she never really cared about me. She just saw me as some charity case and told me I needed a makeover. And then she danced with my crush of 2 years. So, it was true. I was the most despised girl at school with no real friends. That was why nobody cared that I was in the hospital. And what's wrong with making your BFF your charity case? Was Tia against charity? I decided to get ice cream after school so I could eat my feelings. One fattening calorie overload of double chocolate fudge, nuts, and extra whipped cream that I'll probably pay for later. It's been a rough day.
I'm sorry to hear that. Wait, didn't we meet earlier today?
Sebastian, you work here? I randomly guessed your name from your tag.
But you also go to my school, right?
I was about to answer when suddenly I heard some party horns behind me, and in marched Tia with her minions who were blowing confetti. That's when she announced that she'd won the lottery, but wanted to donate some of the money to the ice cream parlor out of the goodness of her heart. Just because I'm a millionaire now doesn't mean I'm above any of you. So many people in my place would just spend our government's dollars on diamonds and handbags, but I care about the poor.
You know we're a successful business, right?
Just tell my viewers how grateful you are. She was publicly donating to charity to appear like a saint,
But she was also wearing real leather boots and talking to all her friends about how she'd pay the principal to change all her grades. She thought I was a monster for being rich, but she was just like me. That night, I decided to take on a new identity and filed some fake documents under the name Juniper, which was the name of my favorite perfume. That way, I could enroll as a new student, become friends with Tia, and expose her as a fake. Then, she'd know what it's like to be in my shoes. The first step in my plan was to get in with Tia and her minions. One morning at school, I overheard Tia bragging about how she donated thousands of dollars to an alopecia awareness foundation. So that night, I chopped off all my hair and then put it in a bag, which I took to Tia the next day. Ew, what is this? It's hair. My hair. I want to donate it. Oh my gosh, is that why you have that ugly haircut? Well, if I'm helping someone in need, I'm happy to look ugly, as long as it's temporary. Everyone gathered around us, and I could tell they were impressed. After that, I became somewhat popular, which got me in with Tia and her friends. Jackpot! The next step was figuring out how to expose that hypocritical witch. I was about to head to the mall one day with Tia and her friends when I saw Sebastian leaning against the wall looking really upset. I told Tia to go ahead without me so I could go check on Sebastian. Hey, are you okay? No, my dad hates me. I failed one stupid test because I was working long hours, and now Dad is pissed at me because I'm not a superhuman who can work full-time, do 1 million extracurriculars, and get perfect grades. That's so unfair. You should either quit your job or one of your extracurriculars. Are you living on cloud 9 or something? I can't quit anything. I have to get a full scholarship to the best college in the country, or I'm toast. I felt bad after Sebastian told me that, so I offered to help him out during his next work shift when the manager wasn't there. And it was rough.
I ordered a mint chocolate swirl with 2 scoops of vanilla, and this has 3. How am I supposed to eat all this?
My apologies, miss. I'll take the extra scoop.
No, don't yell at him. So he gave you an extra scoop of ice cream. Boo-hoo. In some countries, there are children who only get 1 scoop of ice cream. Did you ever think of that? And why should I listen to a girl with such a hideous haircut? That did it. I grabbed her ice cream and smashed it in her face. Sebastian almost got fired. Luckily, I bribed the boss with $5,000, but I still felt horrible.
Don't beat yourself up. You were just looking out for me, and I really appreciate you donating that money to save my butt.
After that, the 2 of us became good friends. He was smart and sweet, and I really respected him for how hard he worked to support himself. It made me realize how lucky I am. One day, I was doing homework in the courtyard when Tia invited me to this exclusive rooftop party. I'd sort of forgotten about my revenge plan ever since I started hanging out with Sebastian, but I didn't have anything going on that weekend. But when I arrived at the address, I realized it was one of Dad's hotels. What were we doing here? We had a 2-year waiting list, and only celebrities were allowed at the parties. All the girls at school sneak in here every weekend to go to celebrity parties. We wouldn't have been able to get in, but luckily, I used to be friends with the owner's daughter, Holly. You know, that rich brat everyone hated? I tricked Holly's daddy into giving her tons of hotel memberships. I would have ended that friendship ages ago, but I didn't want to lose the memberships. I felt like I'd been punched in the chest. It was one thing to have my BFF and all the girls at school hate me, but they'd all been secretly using me too? I wanted to scream and tell them off, but I couldn't even bring myself to speak. So I excused myself, and a few hours later, I texted Sebastian to meet me so I could have a real friend by my side. Sebastian, why do you even hang out with me? I'm just a dumb, superficial bimbo.
What are you talking about? Just because you're rich doesn't make you a bad person. You even gave yourself an interesting haircut so you could donate your hair.
No, I didn't. I purchased a wig and cut off the wig's hair. I was too selfish to donate my real hair. I was too selfish to even chop off my extensions. Before Sebastian could answer, my phone rang and it was Dad, telling me to come to the hotel immediately. Sebastian accompanied me, and when I arrived, I couldn't believe my eyes. The hotel was burnt to ashes because Tia and the girls had blown up fireworks and started a wildfire. The police had arrived to take the girls to juvie, even though Tia begged me to bail her out. I've got news for you. As you can see by my hair, I'm not Juniper.
I'm Holly, your ex-best friend who had to have reconstruction surgery? I know I've been a bad friend to you, and I know I can be selfish and spoiled, but what you guys did to me is unforgivable. We're done. Tia and the girls were taken away, but I didn't feel any better. Dad's hotel had burnt down, and I couldn't help feeling like it was my fault. If I'd been a better person, these girls wouldn't have hated me and wouldn't have done this. I stayed in my room for a few days when Sebastian came to visit me. I expected it because he wanted to end our friendship because I'd lied to him about my identity. But surprisingly, that wasn't it.
Holly, I'm not gonna lie to you. You are kind of spoiled, and it's messed up that you lied to turn everyone against Tia. But it's nothing compared to what Tia did to you. And you're becoming a better person. I didn't fall for you because you're perfect. I'm in love with you because you're an amazing friend who's mature enough to learn from her mistakes.
You're in love with me?
You probably don't feel the same way, but okay, maybe you are.
No, duh. Don't make me spell it out for you.
After 10 years of trying to get pregnant, the woman finally got the great news. But her happiness was short-lived. The doctor looked straight into her eyes and said, "Ma'am, your baby has Down syndrome." Months later, she delivered the baby, and it was me, born completely normal and 100% healthy. Everyone said it was a miracle, and that's what my name means. Hi, I'm Nasa from Alabama. But before I continue my amazing story, click like and subscribe. My dad had a mechanics workshop, and I hardly saw him because he worked so much all the time. Even though Mom came from a rich background, she never helped Dad with money. Isn't that God's will? A man has to sweat and earn his bread and provide for his family. If you want to eat, you better put food on the table. Once when I was 3, Mom and I visited him at the workshop. He was fixing a car and asking me to hand him the plier. I didn't know what it was, so I just picked up the entire toolbox and put it in front of him. He was shocked.
How did you do that, Nasa?
Just like that, Daddy. It's easy.
Oh my God, you're so strong. Oh, my daughter. No, it's like you're my son.
Why are you looking so happy, idiot? I don't want a manly daughter. Girls are supposed to be delicate. This is what I get. After 10 years of waiting, I'm taking her to the doctor. The doctor said I was exceptionally strong because my muscle strength and testosterone levels were higher than most girls. But Mom just kept calling me a freak. She decided to leave me with Dad every day at work to help him make more money. 2 years later, Mom gave birth to my little sister, Ella, but she was born with the Down syndrome the doctors had predicted for me. The minute we saw Ella, Dad and I were in love with her, and we made sure she didn't feel different growing up. But Mom just couldn't stop complaining about us. Why is God so mad at me? First, you came out really weird. And now Ella? I must have done something terrible in my life that I'm getting punished for. She was trying to feed Ella as she whined non-stop. And suddenly, Ella spat out all the food on her face. Gosh, I love that kid. Mom also didn't allow us to watch YouTube videos because she said it was a sin to do anything fun. She blocked YouTube, but I found this amazing app called FireGuard. I took Ella to my room and we watched videos all night long. One day when I was at Dad's workshop, a bus suddenly stopped in front of us and a man jumped off.
Oh my God, girl, are you for real? You just lifted those big tires all by yourself? I'm already seeing you as an Olympic weightlifting champion.
The man introduced himself as a sports coach and asked me to join his school in California. He also gave Dad his card and said he'd be waiting for us to tell him when we could leave. Dad was so excited for me, and I felt like I'd just won the lottery. But when I told Mom, she flipped out.
Are you crazy? I'm not trusting a stranger and leaving the place and the wealth God's given me here. No one is going anywhere.
I was super bummed at Mom's reaction, but then little Ella came up to me with a solution.
What if Mom has nothing? Let's throw all her money away.
OMG, Ella, you're a genius. Yes, let's donate Mom's money to charity. I found a charity organization and filled out all the forms online. But suddenly, I started to lose my nerve. Maybe this isn't such a good idea, Ella. I don't think we should do this.
Oh, yes, we should.
With that, she clicked on enter, and in a second, Mom lost all her money. Even Dad's workshop was in her name, and it was gone. She threw the biggest tantrum ever and even threatened the organization to return her money, but they refused, and there was nothing she could do about it. Angry and frustrated, she finally agreed to the last option, going to Cali, and she never knew it was us. When we got there, the coach showed us a small house for rent. He also assured us that he'd get special scholarships for Ella and me, and we'd be going to the same school.
How can you be happy about this, Nasa? You know how Ella is. What am I supposed to do? Go to school with her and guard her from the bullies?
You don't need to do that, Mom. I'll handle it. She's mine. On the first day of school, I dropped Ella in her classroom. When I entered mine, I saw no teacher there, but a girl was catwalking in front of everyone. As I tried to slide past her, she stepped on my foot with her pointed heels. I yelped in pain, but she started yelling at me instead of saying sorry. You idiot. Why did you bomb my show? I was rehearsing for the beauty pageant contest. Oh, your show? I thought this was a classroom, not a stage. Well, you thought wrong. I'm the queen of the school, and I make the rules, and I say the whole world's my stage. Wow, she seemed crazy and really full of herself. Later that day, Ella and I were eating lunch in the cafeteria when Nancy came over and said we were sitting at her table. Just then she saw Ella and she started laughing. Oh, you didn't say you have a sister? Well, I can see why. I mean, you must be so embarrassed by her. Shut up, Nancy, you're just embarrassing yourself. You can't talk to me like that. I told you, I'm the queen here, the hottest girl in school.
Why? Do you have a fever?
I think she does, Ella. Let's help her feel better. And with that, I threw a glass of ice-cold water in her face. The whole cafeteria burst into laughter while Nancy screamed and stormed off. So many people thought Ella was adorable and wanted to be friends with her. Meanwhile, I also started weightlifting practice, and the coach was stunned to see me lifting heavier weights than the boys on the team. One day when I came out of the gym, I saw Ella standing with a sad face outside the dance room. I asked her what had happened, and she cried out,
I don't want to be here. These girls are mean. They don't want me on the team.
I barged into the dance room, and I wasn't surprised to see Nancy there. Hey, why did you tell my sister she can't be on the dance team? What's wrong with her? What's wrong? Are you blind? It's obvious she can't do fast moves with us, and we don't have forever to teach her. Now be off with your dumb sister. I totally lost it. I walked over to their sound system, pushed over the big speakers, and wrenched out all the wires. As Ella and I walked out, she turned around and locked the door from the outside. That was an awesome moment, but we got caught and ended up in detention. And Mom went nuts when she found out. God, I knew this would happen. Ella is not like everyone, and she can't be with everyone. You were unkind to that girl, and that makes you two sinners. I'm going to go pray now. I don't want to go to hell with you. Our daughters are not unkind. I'm sure there was a good reason. But before he could finish, Mom just pushed him aside and stormed off. Mom is just terrible. The next day at school, I looked for Ella during recess, and I couldn't find her anywhere. I was running all over the place, feeling panic rise inside. Where could she be? Just then, I spotted a grand piano in the corridor blocking the janitor's closet. As I stepped closer, I heard Ella crying out for help. Oh my God, Ella, I'm here. I'll get you out, sweetie. With one big push, I swept the piano out of the way and opened the door. Poor Ella came tumbling out in my arms, crying like crazy.
Anthony told me to go inside.
I was gonna destroy that witch. I stormed off to the dance room with Ella, and before I could get to Nancy, Ella ran straight at her, pushing her aside.
They both landed on the floor, and just then a beam fell off the roof, exactly where Nancy was standing seconds ago. Oh my God, Ella had just saved Nancy.
I saw it was falling, so I...
How dare you touch me, you moron? I don't want your disease rubbing off on me.
That was the last straw. I walked up to Nancy and gave her a hard slap. You're a heartless bully, Nancy. You think she's weaker than you, so you pick on her. But here she is saving your stupid butt after everything you've done. She's got more heart and strength than you ever will, and you could learn a thing or two from her. We all could, because Ella is freaking amazing. Just then, I turned to see lots of kids had followed us into the dance room, and they were all clapping and cheering for Ella. Everyone started to boo Nancy, and she ran off crying. When we got home, I couldn't wait to tell our parents what a hero Ella had been, but we found the two fighting loudly. I'm not putting up with your embarrassing daughters anymore. My church friends say they are weirdos. Do you know how that makes me feel? I'll stay, only if we give them up for adoption. Decide. That is the easiest decision I've ever had to make. You're a selfish, horrible woman, and you don't know how to love anyone. So please, for the love of God, get out. Wow, Dad finally spoke up. Mom shouted and cried, but Dad just threw her bags out on the street, and our lives at home became so much happier. The next day, when we were leaving school, Nancy suddenly leapt out from behind a tree and spat at Ella. I was about to attack her when suddenly a well-dressed man stepped in and grabbed Nancy's arm.
What did I just see, Nancy? I can't believe it. How could you be so cruel to this child? You're grounded for a very long time, and you're off the dance team.
Dad, you can't do that.
Keep talking, and I'll ask the principal to expel you myself. Apologize now.
Well, the queen bee finally bowed her head. Also, it turned out that Nancy's dad was a big-shot doctor, and he offered to take over all of Ella's medical bills and help out with any therapy she needed. When Mom heard that Ella wouldn't be expensive now, she contacted us by saying that she was sorry and she always knew we were special. But we told her to leave us alone. After a year of training, the coach said it was my time to shine. He entered me into many weightlifting competitions, and my medal collection has just begun. And I always have my biggest supporter cheering me on.
Hi, I'm Jade, and I made a fortune without knowing how to read a single word. But before I tell you my extraordinary story, click like and subscribe. Also, please follow us on Instagram and Facebook for exclusive content and to always be updated. When I was born, my dad named me Jade. He was a geologist who studied precious gemstones, and he said people around the world believed that jade brought good fortune. Well, that's all I knew about him from Mom. Growing up, it was just me and her, and we were always moving around. Sometimes we lived in tents, sometimes in minivans. Mom was a car mechanic and found jobs wherever we went. Once when I was 4, we were sleeping in our tent when I woke up in the middle of the night and noticed something strange.
Mom, I can see the sky.
Yes, honey, it's lovely. Go back to sleep now.
No, Mom, I can see the sky
because our tent has flown away. And that's when Mom sat up straight. But she wasn't too bothered by it. We lay back under the open sky, and she pointed out all the stars and constellations. When I was 5 and walking back home with Mom one day, I saw some school kids going by. I asked her when I'd be joining school, but her face clouded over. Never! Your dad went to the best schools and universities, but that didn't make him a good person. He just left us one day to be with his PhD professor. You don't have to learn how to read or write to have knowledge or kindness, Jade. You're probably thinking, what a dumb mom. But she really wasn't. She homeschooled me wherever our home was. There was no paper, no books, just us talking and imagining. And she also taught me all sorts of handy skills. By the time I was 9, I could change a car tire by myself. One day, Mom and I were at the grocery store when suddenly a masked guy walked in holding a board with something written on it. Everyone looked terrified and stood quietly while the guy started robbing the cash register. I felt really scared and ran for the door screaming, "Help! Help!" "What are you doing, stupid girl? Can't you read? Stop that!" But my screaming had already caught someone's attention outside, and seconds later the police arrived and caught the robber. Everyone thought I was a hero, but Mom was terrified. "You could have been killed because you couldn't read. I'll have to send you to school." And that's how I joined school in the 9th grade. On my first day, the teacher asked me to read out loud in class. "I can't read." "Haha, nice one, kid. You picked the wrong teacher to mess with. Read now." "I just said I can't read. Why do I have to repeat that?" "Gosh, you are so rude." "I swear on my grandma's grave, I can't read." "What are you doing in the 9th grade then? Go back to kindergarten." "Fine. Can someone guide me? I don't know where kindergarten is." "Oh my God. To the principal, now!" "Okay. I also need someone to guide me there too." She looked furious and was about to drag me off to the principal, but she was already standing in the doorway. I think she made it clear that she can't read, didn't she? Or do you just enjoy bullying students? The teacher's face turned tomato red. "She's really dumb, and I don't want her in my class." "Are you sure about that? Go on, ask her something from the textbook." "Fine. Can you explain what gravity is?" "Of course. If you'd only let me before. Gravity is an invisible force that pulls objects towards each other." The teacher looked shocked, and so did everyone else. The principal said that when she'd interviewed me, she realized I was a genius. "But Jade, you do have to learn how to read. Come by my office every day after school and I'll help. And you'll stay in the 9th grade." As I took my seat, I tried to keep the grin off my face, while the teacher glared at me like a fire-breathing dragon. While I was eating lunch in the cafeteria that day, a girl called Paige walked up to me, grabbed my notebook, and wrote fat letters on it. When I looked up at her confused, she'd burst out laughing. "Wow, the loser doesn't even know how to read her own name." "Oh, are you a bully? Like one of those people who are insecure and try to hide it by being mean to others? My mom told me about people like you." "Well, you can't mess with someone like me. I'm the daughter of the jungle, babe." "The daughter of what? What are you talking about?" "I'm just here to tell you that I'm impressed by how you embarrassed that grumpy teacher. So whatever, you can be my friend." "You just call me a loser, and I don't want to be your friend." "Gosh, who do you think you are? No one talks to me this way." And then she slapped me. I stood on the table and jumped on her. The grumpy teacher saw us and took us both to the principal. And she told the principal that it was all my fault. I couldn't control my anger and I called her a liar. This time, the principal didn't tolerate my behavior and suspended me for 3 days. When I returned to school, Paige came over to me at recess looking annoyed. "I really don't want to talk to you, but the principal sent me. She wants you to meet her in the back alley." That sounded weird, but I didn't want to make the principal mad at me again, so I went. When I entered the alley, I saw the wired gate was open, and I walked in. There was a yellow board that had something written on it, but I didn't understand, obviously. And suddenly, I fell, and I kept falling. I landed with a thud at the bottom of a deep ditch. Oh my God, how was I gonna get out of here? I screamed for help, and thankfully a janitor heard me soon and helped me out. Oh, that Paige was dead meat. I rushed off to the principal's office to tell her everything, but she saw me and spoke first. "Please, sit down, Jade. I'm afraid I have some bad news." She told me that Mom had been badly injured at work. I rushed to the hospital, and the doctor said she'd hurt her back and wouldn't be able to walk for a while. Mom was devastated. I was too, but I put on a brave face and hugged her. "Don't worry, Mom. You've raised me to be tough like you. I'll find a job and take care of everything till you're better." Later that evening, when I went to get some medicines from the grocery store, the cashier didn't have $1 to give me as my change, so he gave me a scratch-off lotto ticket instead. I scratched it, but before I could ask someone to read it, I heard giggling behind me. It was Paige and her gang of bimbos. "Fancy running into you here. I thought you'd still be in that ditch." I was already having the worst day, and I snapped. "Paige, just shut up. I can't deal with your stupid face right now. I'd give you the money to shut up, but I don't have any. Here, take this. I flung the lotto ticket at her and started walking away, when suddenly I heard screams behind me. OMG! This has a $30,000 prize, you idiot! Thanks a bunch. Wait, what? I ran at her and tried to snatch the ticket, but her friends fought me off. Give it back! I need the money! Yeah, who doesn't? I'm gonna buy me some shoes. And with that, they all pranced away. Gosh, how could I be so stupid? I was walking back home one day and saw a few people crowding near a poster on the way. I was not interested in looking over it at all. Still, I passed by close. I saw pictures of maids on the poster. I casually said, "Who wants to buy a maid's costume, by the way? And they're so ugly." Someone from the crowd yelled, "What nonsense are you talking about? We're just looking at this poster for a cleaning job. Are you dumb or blind?" "Hey, don't yell at me. I just can't read." "That's even worse." I ignored him and quickly noted the number on the poster. I need this job. And just like that, I started working as a maid. After school and my reading lessons with the principal, I'd go clean people's houses. I worked hard, and my clients were really happy with my service. One day I was given a job to clean up after a party, and when I got to the address, I saw that it was a huge mansion. As I started picking up the trash, I suddenly heard an all too familiar voice.
Oh my god, are you a maid?
Paige, what does it look like? Leave me alone to do my job, please. I'd rather deal with your trash than talk to you anyway.
Okay, Cinderella, I'll leave you alone.
I don't know why I was so shocked, really. Of course, you can't read or write, so these are the only kind of jobs you'll get. And she threw a whole bottle of soda on the floor before she marched off. Ugh. After that, she made it her mission to make my life miserable. She told everyone at school that I was a maid, and her friends would dump rubbish on my desk and ask me to clean it up. She wrote "Trash Girl" all over my locker, and she always made an extra mess at home when I had to go there for cleaning. I really wanted to quit, but I needed the money. One evening, I was leaving Paige's place after work, and I'd just stepped off the porch when something landed hard on my head. It almost knocked me down, and I had sand all over my face. I spat it out and rubbed my eyes to see Paige standing on the balcony laughing her head off. Gosh, that was so funny. I wish I'd filmed it. Good night, Trash Girl. I hated her. I was going to pay her back for this. When I was back home, I was dusting off my clothes in my apron when something fell out of its pocket. It was a large, dirty stone. Mom asked me to give it to her, and when she looked at it closely, her eyes went wide. "Where did you find this?" "That horrible Paige threw a bag of sand at me. I guess it fell out of there and went into my apron pocket. Just some garbage." "Jade, I don't think this is garbage. I think it's an unpolished pink diamond." "Wait, what?" I went to a jewelry store the next day and had it checked. The old man behind the counter took forever to examine it and then turned to me slowly.
This is a rare pink diamond from a royal tribe in Sierra Leone. It's a treasure that belongs in a museum.
What happened next was crazy. Now I had money to get the best treatment for her, and enough to cover all our expenses for a long time. The story of how a schoolgirl found rare treasure in the trash spread far and wide, and I was even on the local news. The exciting events of my life had kept me away from school for a few days, but when I returned, of course, Paige was waiting for me.
Wow, the trash girl really got lucky. Guess sometimes in life, going through other people's garbage can really pay off.
I walked up to her calmly and whispered in her ear, "You know where I found that diamond, Paige? It was in that sandbox you threw at me." Crazy, isn't it? "Thanks a bunch." Paige just stared at me with manic eyes, let out an ear-splitting scream, and stormed off. Thankfully, I didn't have to deal with her drama for too long. I moved to another city with Mom where she could get better treatment. I worked really hard on my reading skills and graduated high school at the top of my class. But the best part of graduation day was the surprise Mom had for me. She got up from her wheelchair and walked slowly towards me. I couldn't believe my eyes as I ran to her and hugged her tight. "My physiotherapist says I'll be able to walk completely fine in no time. And it's all because of you, Jade. Your dad was right. You brought good fortune with you. And I wanted to say I'm so sorry." sorry I've kept you away from school for so long. It really wasn't fair to you. Please forgive me. Please forgive your mama. Oh, Mom, please. I do forgive you. We all make mistakes. No, my mistake is unforgivable. I have forbidden you from reading and writing. Only stupid, insane people do that. Forgive me, please. Mom, learning to read and write is really important, but you taught me so much too, and I'm grateful for that. Please stop crying. I love you so much. A few months later, Mom recovered completely, and she went back to working as a car mechanic. I'm studying mechanical engineering at university now on full scholarship, and I hope to open a workshop with Mom one day. But the biggest lesson I've learned is that if you have a thirst for knowledge, you can learn new things anytime, anywhere. And the most valuable thing you can ever learn or have is kindness.
You know when your life is dreamy and amazing and just perfect?
I'm mopping up ice cream a kid threw up, and someone left teeth in the tip jar. What do you think?
You're lucky you're used to bad things. Would you rather be me, having everything and losing it all?
I feel like you want to tell me your story. How long is this gonna take?
Not that long. Okay, so it all started 17 years ago when I arrived in this world as a beautiful baby girl.
Of course you came as a baby girl.
With eyes as blue as cornflowers.
Why are you stating the obvious?
My mother wrapped me up in a cashmere blanket, which was the perfect shade of lavender. Interestingly, lavender is my favorite color.
That's not interesting. Come on, get to the part where your life gets bad. And if you tell me you tripped on a cornflower and broke your lavender shoe...
I really liked that shoe. And I tripped on a sunflower. Okay. I swear, you're gonna love how much worse my life gets. Do you guys want to hear the long version or the short one? Fine, the short one then. My name is Olivia, and before I continue, please like and subscribe. My dad was the owner of a tech startup. Don't ask me what the startup is about. I have no idea. I tried finding out many times, but the conversation always goes something like this. Daddy, can you tell me more about your tech startup?
Of course, sweetheart. Basically, we're using cutting-edge algorithms to optimize data.
What a pretty butterfly on that rose. I need to send my rose pink dress to the dry cleaners.
Our platform synergizes complex neural networks with cloud-based infrastructures.
But I don't have the right shoes with that dress. Maybe I need new shoes. Or maybe I need a new dress.
With our blockchain architecture, we're able to establish an ecosystem that...
Daddy has wrinkles on his forehead. I should give him night cream on his birthday.
In short, we are revolutionizing the industry.
That's amazing, Daddy. I don't know, man. Your guess is as good as mine. The important part is that his startup made us very, very rich. Like, take a private jet to your private island kind of rich. We lived in a huge mansion where Mom and I had closets as big as rooms and clothes and shoes for days. My life was a whirlwind of glamorous parties, fancy vacations, and global shopping sprees. I went to a great private school, had tons of friends who adored me, and the cherry on top of my sweet life was Dad's friend's son, my dreamboat boyfriend, Chad. I really had everything. Then it all went to hell one day when I tripped on a sunflower and broke the heel of my fourth favorite lavender shoe.
Are you kidding me?
It's about to get worse, I promise. I was meeting Chad in the park. My heel broke, so I had to walk barefoot. I was crossing the track when this stupid kid on roller skates ran right over my toes. I screamed and fell back on my butt, and then out of nowhere, a crow started attacking me. It was the most bizarre day. By the time I reached our usual spot, I was in a foul mood. But suddenly, seeing the golden hour light hitting Chad's perfect face, everything else melted away. I could take all the ups and downs of life with Chad by my side.
I think we should break up, Livy.
Break up what, babe?
Us. We should break up. I've accepted an offer at a university across the country, and I don't think we can make long distance work.
I don't understand.
Like stars departing at dawn's first light, our destinies ascend separate horizons.
What?
Our hearts, like birds in migration, must seek divergent skies to find our true selves.
I am so confused right now.
I love you, Livy, but we're too young to tie ourselves down. It's best to part ways, and if we're meant to be, we'll find each other again.
Then he kissed me on the cheek and just left me there.
Oof, that's rough. The story's finally getting good.
You're such a sadist. I was depressed for days and just sobbed in bed as I watched MSA love stories. I always thought Chad and I would be up there one day with our own little video. I mean, look at me. My face is a dream for any animator to work with. Anyway, just when I thought the worst thing in my life had already happened, the police showed up one night and arrested Dad for embezzlement. He was charged for stealing money from his investors. And before I knew it, my life really turned upside down. Most of our assets were seized by the government, and we had to leave our house only with things we could carry. I managed to put on 14 dresses, 9 shirts, 4 pants, 5 coats, 6 pairs of shoes, and 2 bags. Mom and I moved into a tiny apartment on the poor side of town, and we got a lawyer. But it looked like an open and shut case with too much evidence against Dad, and he was sentenced to prison for a decade.
I swear I'm innocent. I've been framed. I need you to believe that I'm not a crook.
Of course we believe you, Daddy. We'll get your name cleared, I promise. Naturally, my first course of action was reaching out to Dad's friends for help.
You need to leave. I can't be seen with you. My girlfriend is a very suspicious woman.
Aren't you married?
Exactly. I wasn't running away from you. I was just getting some exercise. Oh look, what an unusual bird.
Where?
I recently hit my head and I have amnesia. I don't know who your dad is or why he made me your godfather.
You're my godfather?
Gotta go. I need to poop.
Chad's father was out of town, and I was so relieved when he returned. He was Dad's BFF. If anyone would help, he would.
I'm sorry, but Sir is still away on business.
His car just passed me as I was walking here.
You must be mistaken. He's not home.
I can literally see him in his study from that window.
Let me put this another way, miss. He clearly stated that whenever you show up here, I have to say he's not home.
That just made my heart break. No one wanted anything to do with Dad because they all thought he was a crook. Next, I turned to my own friends, and I only met more closed doors. Wow, really, Penelope? Remember the only person who could look you in the face when you went through your hideous acne phase? And remember whose shoulder you cried on when the plastic surgeon botched your nose job? And remember who took the blame for your smelly fart when we were hanging out with your crush? You know it, me! Mom had the same luck with everyone she knew. She soon took up a job in a grocery store and enrolled me in the nearby public school. I thought I might feel better with the distraction, but I was a fish out of water here. The kids smirked at my clothes. They smirked when they asked me if my dad was the rich guy who went to prison, and they smirked as they walked past me at lunch. Mom got her first paycheck soon, and she took me out for a manicure to cheer me up. As I stared down at my perfect lavender nails the next day at school, I felt more positive than I had in weeks. I wouldn't sit alone at lunch anymore. I would get to know these kids, and they'd get to know me, and they'd see how lovable I was, and I went flying forward with my food tray and fell flat on my face. As I got up, feeling hideously embarrassed, I suddenly noticed it. 2 of my nails were chipped. My perfect nails, not so perfect anymore. Who is the idiotic pea-brained buffoon who crashed into me?
Oh, come on, we were just playing ball.
In the cafeteria? Did the football field catch fire? Did an earthquake split it open? Did a tsunami wash it away?
Hey, calm down, weirdo. What's the matter with you?
You want to know what's the matter with me? I had a perfect life. I had the perfect parents, and the perfect friends, and the perfect house, and the perfect boyfriend. And if my name wasn't Olivia, it would have been perfection. But then it all started blowing up the day I tripped on a sunflower and broke my lavender shoe. Now I'm here in this stupid school, looking like some hobo with chipped nails! I jumped onto that boy and started pulling his hair and pinching his nose and twisting his ears. It took several people to get me off of him. And then I started crying uncontrollably. I could barely breathe.
I think she's having a panic attack. Give her some space, guys. Hey, Olivia, look at me. You're gonna be okay. Just breathe.
So yeah, I lost my mind. You helped me calm down and brought me to your workplace.
I had to. You were in shock and clinging to my arm like a python.
And now you know my whole story. You're probably thinking, look at this whiny rich girl who lost some money and can't handle it. But it's not just that. I never realized before that my entire life was so fragile. I just never saw this coming. Jackson reached over and put his hand on mine.
I wasn't thinking that. You've been through a lot, and I'm sorry.
Thanks. By the way, how tall are you?
6 feet 4 inches.
No wonder I've been feeling so tiny all day. My life still sucked, but it sucked a little less now that I had a friend. Jackson was so different from any of the guys I'd known. He didn't talk about sports cars or the newest smartphones or the best companies to invest in, but he taught me how I could cut out grocery coupons from newspapers, what the cheapest bus route was, and how to ride a bicycle. He even got me a waitressing job at the cafe and covered up for my mistakes. He lived in a tiny, rundown house with his mom and 3 younger sisters, and even though they didn't have much, I was always made to feel welcome. One day at the park, while Jackson was feeding the ducks with his sisters, I accidentally knocked over his backpack and a sketchbook fell out. I opened it to find the most amazing comic drawings. I leafed through the pages and found a sketch of me, and then another, and then another.
What do you think you're doing?
I'm sorry, it just fell out. Jackson, you're so talented.
It's just a silly hobby.
It's not silly. Are you going to apply to an art school?
In case you haven't noticed, I'm poor. I have to work right out of high school.
But you're too good to not take this seriously. You have to...
Can we please not talk about this?
Okay.
And I didn't make your sketches because I have a crush on you or something. You're just a new, interesting face.
Does interesting mean the same as pretty?
Not necessarily.
So you don't think I'm pretty?
You're not pretty. And what is pretty anyway? There's no set standard.
Shut up, Jackson. You said Olivia's the prettiest girl you've ever met.
No, I didn't. I said Bolivia has the prettiest girls that I've never met.
He wrote a poem in his diary about your eyes being blue as cornflowers. And what was the next line, girls? I could stare into those sapphire lakes for hours.
My diary? You... see what I mean? I need to earn money to put them all in a mental institution.
I couldn't stop laughing as he chased the girls away, and I felt a warm tingle in my toes at the thought that maybe Jackson liked me. A few weeks later, we were sitting in the cafeteria when I got an email alert on my phone, and Jackson noticed my face fall.
What's wrong?
Oh, it's just that witch Penelope. She's hosting her grand annual Halloween party, and I guess she just forgot to take me off the invite list. Forget I mentioned it.
Okay then. So my mom's making her famous shepherd's pie this weekend, and she thinks I don't know what the secret ingredient is.
I think I want to go to the party.
What? Why?
Because I want revenge. Penelope and all these people hurt me, and I want to hurt them back.
What would you even do?
I don't have it all planned out, but I want to ruin her stupid party because it means a lot to her and her stupid friends, and you should come with me.
No, and you shouldn't go either. You'll get in trouble.
It's Halloween. We'll be in costumes. No one will recognize us, and we won't be there for too long. And Penelope will have the best food. I'm certain she stole my caterer.
I don't know.
Please, I need this, and I don't want to go alone.
All right, the food better be good.
On the night of Penelope's Halloween party, Jackson and I took the bus to the rich part of town and walked the last few blocks to Penelope's house. No one's gonna recognize me, right?
You're dressed like an evil eggplant. It's very unlikely.
You look good as a tree, very tall and leafy. Now you remember the plan, right?
Right, make as many things go wrong as possible. Am I forgetting anything?
Nope, that's the whole plan. Let's go. Penelope's place was swarming with guests, and no one paid much attention to us as we slipped in. And we got down to our mission right away. We sneaked off all the black and gold balloons and made them fly away. We messed up the fake cobwebs and smashed some carved pumpkins. We locked up the kitchen doors and we threw the keys in the swimming pool. Where did all the balloons go? I ordered 500 of them. People, watch where you're going. You're smashing the pumpkins and walking into the cobwebs. And where are all the waiters? Why is there no food? As Penelope stormed off towards the kitchen, Jackson and I high-fived.
Should we go now?
Oh no, this was just the warm-up. Penelope always has a surprise celebrity singer perform at her Halloween parties, and I know this time it's Harry Styles. We have to wreck his concert. It'll drive her crazy.
No, that's going too far. Someone will catch us.
Can you stop being such a scaredy cat? Just tell me if you're in or out.
Olivia, I think I'm out.
And then he actually left. Fine, I'd finish the job myself. I ran off to the back of the house where I knew all the power supply boards would be. I spotted a toolbox nearby, picked up a plier, and started snipping away at every wire. I wouldn't let this concert happen. I'd ruin the whole party. Everyone would remember it as the worst Halloween ever. Just then, I saw a figure emerge from the shadows.
Hey, what do you think you're doing?
I flung the pliers to one side and started running for my life across the garden. But my stupid eggplant costume was slowing me down. And suddenly, I found myself being pushed forward and pinned to the ground. When the person chasing me turned me over, I saw that it was Chad?
How do you know oh my god, Livy, is that you? Why are you an eggplant? Actually, what are you doing here?
I could ask you the same question. My whole life blew up and you couldn't send a text, but you made sure you didn't miss Penelope's party?
Listen,
just then, a pretty girl I'd never seen before came running behind us. Babe, are you okay? Who's this creep? I'll call security.
No, don't. There's been a misunderstanding.
Babe? Is that what she just called you? Who are you, and why are you dressed up like an eggplant? Because Baba Ganoush is my favorite dip, not that it's any of your business. I pushed Chad away and stormed off, tears pouring down my face. I just made it a few blocks down when I ran into a tree.
I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have left you behind. I came back. Now let's go destroy Penelope.
No, I'm done. Coming here was a stupid idea. Let's just go home, Jackson.
I felt more crushed and betrayed than ever. I was busy sulking in bed the next day when Mom called me saying I had a visitor. I walked out into the lounge to see it was Chad. Mom, why did you let him in?
You should hear him out, honey.
Mom left the room and Chad hesitantly sat down next to me.
Is it okay if I sit here?
You're already sitting here. And no, none of this is okay. In fact, this is giving me a fuzzy flashback to when you were sitting down next to me on a park bench. Wait, it's all coming back to me now. Yes, there I am with my bleeding toes and broken shoe. And yep, that's you, walking away after breaking my heart.
You have every right to be mad. I was such a fool, Livy. I thought I was doing the right thing. Long-distance relationships are so hard. I just panicked. I know what I did was awful, but I swear, I never stopped thinking about you.
Just long enough to meet that blonde twig who called you babe?
She was just my date for yesterday.
I don't care about your love life, but what I'm really angry about is...
I know, your dad. I wanted to reach out to you, but my dad forbade it. He's one of the investors in your dad's company. He feels betrayed by what your father did.
Dad is innocent, okay? I expected his friends to believe that.
The evidence against him is too strong. You've got to face facts. He committed a crime, but I'm sorry you're also paying the price. I asked around about you after we met yesterday, and I couldn't believe you're living in this neighborhood now.
For the first time, the thought crossed my mind that maybe Dad was the one who was wrong, and I burst into tears. Chad hugged me.
I'm in town for a few weeks, and I'm gonna try to get Dad and the other investors to go easier on your dad with his prison sentence.
You'll really try?
I can't promise anything, but I'll try my best, Livy.
I walked Chad out of the apartment building, and as I was going back in, Jackson suddenly popped up.
So, who was that guy with enough gel in his hair to set all the cheesecakes in America?
That was Chad.
Chad? Like your ex-boyfriend Chad? Like the guy who broke up with you on a park bench Chad?
Yes, that Chad.
That's such a stupid name. Chad is a country.
Isn't Jackson a city?
Not the same thing. What was Chad doing here?
Offering to help me?
Why would you trust him?
Because he's the only shot I've got at helping Dad. Chad started turning up almost every day, and even though I hadn't forgiven him for the way he'd broken up with me, I could see he really regretted it. He was extra attentive. He seemed to remember all my favorite pastries and perfumes, and never came without a gift. And when he'd take me for drives around the city, I almost felt like my old self again. One afternoon as I was leaving school, Jackson caught up with me.
Want to go to the park today?
Nah, I'm tired.
How about you come to my place tomorrow? My annoying sisters miss you.
I have a thing.
A Chad thing, right? Look, it's none of my business, except as your friend, I would advise you not to date Chad again.
We're not dating. We're just meeting up to discuss Dad's case.
And what's the progress on that?
He's working on it.
Okay then. Enjoy your thing tomorrow.
Don't do those dumb air quotes. It's not a date. Why don't you come with me? We're just going to an art exhibition and then having dinner.
Sounds like a date.
It's not a date, you giraffe. Join us. Chad won't mind. Chad didn't look too happy either, and I could see the way he looked Jackson up and down disapprovingly. But things got worse in the art gallery.
Wow, what a stunning piece of art. Holy mother of noodles, that's for $50,000? It's a picture of a rotting apple. It shows the complexities and slow ruin of postmodern society. Dude, it's an ugly apple. I could draw this with my left foot in my sleep. I didn't expect you to know anything about art, but you're even more...
Chad, he's an artist too, and he's your guest, so be nice, okay? I thought I'd manage the situation, but it got worse over dinner. Chad had just raised his glass and was about to say something when Jackson exclaimed,
"Oh no, Grandma ran away from my aunt's house. She climbed out of a third-story window and fell."
"Oh my God, is she okay?"
My sister is just updating me. Yeah, she survived the fall, but then she went out to the lake on a paddle boat and fell in the water.
What? Did she drown?
Okay, no. Apparently, she's a very good swimmer. But then she went to a diner and choked on her food.
Is she still alive?
Phew, thankfully, yes. Someone in the diner performed the Heimlich maneuver on her, but she's in the hospital for a mild concussion. Can we leave early so I can see her? Of course! You can leave now. I'll call you an Uber. I can stay for the main course. We'll skip dessert. Anyway, before I was interrupted, I was about to make a toast to us, Livy. Friendship, much like the delicate petals of a rare flower, unfurls its beauty only to those who possess the refined senses to savor its exquisite fragrance amidst the mundane garden of existence.
That's lovely.
I'm sorry. What does that even mean? Excuse me? Why do you think it's cool to say vague nonsense? Friends don't treat friends the way you've treated Olivia in the past. Can't you be honest about anything? Why don't you start with her and tell her you don't actually have any plans to help her? You want honesty? I think you're a worthless piece of trash.
Before I knew it, Chad had attacked Jackson, and they were in a full-scale fight, bumping into waiters and falling onto tables. Several people managed to pull them apart, and I dragged Jackson outside. What were you thinking?
He attacked me.
You provoked him.
Look, Olivia, I don't get mad a lot. It's scary for people when I get mad because I look like a tall, angry windmill. So I keep it in and stay calm mostly. But I'm mad right now. How can you even stand that pretentious windbag?
Because he belongs to my world. This is the life I had before. You go to stupid exhibitions and talk about trivial things over food and laugh at dumb jokes. And you didn't even give him a chance. You were determined to hate him just because he's a rich guy.
Is that what you really think of me? You know what? I'm the problem here. I don't belong in your world.
Jackson walked off, and my heart sank. He wouldn't even reply to any of my texts or calls later, and he avoided me in school entirely. A few days later, Chad asked me to come over to his place to have a talk with his dad, and I arrived early. As I walked towards the study, I suddenly heard raised voices, and I stopped outside.
That girl is really coming here right now? Chad, what is the matter with you? Look, Dad, when you told me that you and the other investors were making a fake case against her father to get control of his company, I was totally on board. And I broke up with Livy and left because you didn't want me to be associated with her after her dad got a bad reputation. But I didn't realize Livy and her mom would have everything taken away from them. What else did you think was gonna happen, son? I don't know. I just thought the dad would go to jail and we'd be richer. It's not fair. She lives in a dump now. And how are they supposed to afford shampoo and makeup and all the creams and serums they use? Just lie to her and say you're working on getting her dad out of jail sooner so she feels better. And maybe we can give her some money every month. Fine. My son is such a philanthropist. Don't get serious about her again, though. Dad, I'm 18. I'm not serious about anyone. I'm leaving in 2 weeks anyway. I've just been nice to her because she was never very tough, and I feel sorry for her.
I stepped away quietly, blood pounding in my head. I felt fury beyond anything I'd ever felt in my life. I texted Chad that I couldn't come over, and I went home and told Mom everything. We stayed up half the night trying to think about how we could get proof of Dad's innocence. We finally fell asleep exhausted, but the next morning, I woke up to Mom's screams. I rushed to the lounge and saw the TV on with the news that Chad's father and all the other investors in Dad's business had been arrested. How? What are they being arrested for?
They're saying on the news that some anonymous employee in the company had approached the FBI some time ago, claiming that Chad's father and the other investors framed your dad and are still involved in other illegal activities. So the FBI had bugged the investors' houses and offices. I guess they overheard the conversation between Chad and his father that you heard yesterday too. Dad's lawyer called. He's going to be released tomorrow.
Later, I went to Chad's place as it was being sealed by the FBI officers.
Livy, it's not what you think.
No, only I will talk now. I heard the entire conversation between you and your dad yesterday with my own ears, and I just came to say, I hate you. I despise you with a burning rage of 1,000 suns. I loathe you with the force of 100 typhoons. I wish only bad things to happen to you, and my wish is coming true as we speak. You will lose everything, and you're not even half as tough as me. You will really suffer, and I will dance with joy knowing that. Then I punched his perfect nose and stormed off. Well, actually, I skipped off happily and headed straight for the cafe. I spotted Jackson taking someone's order and ran to him.
Jackson, my dad's innocent, and he's getting out of jail tomorrow. Chad's father framed him, and he's been arrested. I punched Chad. I'm gonna get my life back.
I'm working right now. My shift ends in a while.
I can't wait, okay? I can't stand that you're not talking to me, and I know that it's my own fault. I'm sorry I said you were jealous of Chad because he's rich. You were right about everything. He's an obnoxious jerk, and that apple painting was so ugly. Also, if there's anything I've learned, it's that I don't want all of my old life back. I don't want to have fake conversations or fake friends who turn away at the lowest point of your life. I want people like you. You literally saved me, and I love you for that. Also, you're very tall, which is hotter than you know.
Jackson just stared back at me, and then suddenly his sisters burst in with a huge bunch of lavender balloons, a congratulations banner, and a cake.
Are we late? Do you know how hard it is to find lavender balloons? I dropped a cake on the way. We can scrape off some of the icing.
I told you girls, we're meeting at Olivia's place, not here. We heard the news about your dad, and we were coming over after my shift.
Even though you were mad at me?
I can't stay mad at you. Look, just let me take this customer's order.
Just kiss her, you moron.
Hey, don't call him a moron. But seriously, just kiss me, dummy. Wait, how's your grandma doing?
You want to talk about my grandma right now? Actually, I don't have one. I made up that whole thing to annoy Chad.
I like you even more right now.